Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Hello, very good morning to you. Welcome to, hang on a minute, I just need to figure out which day of the week we're on. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thrifty Thursday. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to have your company here at the craft store. It's very busy in this studio already, let me tell you, for early doors. There's lots going on, lots of shows being set up for the day. It's going to be a good one. And we're going to start off with a happy hour. Yes, we are. And I tell you what, it's a soft craft happy hour, which is really good because we've got our Natasha in later in the day. So you might be thinking, ooh, I might be looking for some thready bits and pieces. I've got all sorts for you, actually. I've got rotary cutters, I've got some sparkly doodahs, I've got some fat quarter sparkly doodahs. That sounded wrong, didn't it? I'll show you what I mean later. I've got some Make It Joe goodies as well. In fact, you'll want to start shopping ahead of me on this one, actually, particularly for this. Because actually, funny enough, because John Lockwood's in this morning, early doors, John, this was the first thing on my happy hour counter, because John got a bit of a preview even before you arrived. And he said, ooh, he said, I'm buying this kind of thing all the time, because you cut out small squares of it, because this is Hessian, and you put it on the top of Christmas cards for a quick Christmas card, or any kind of card, actually, to be honest. This just happens to be red, and, oh, do you know what? The fibres have gone up my nose. I've got an itchy nose. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. It probably means another grey has appeared, because what happens is a hair disappears off the top of my head and it comes out of my nose, grey. Oh, there you go. There's an interesting fact that you needed to know over your breakfast. Yeah, like a weird toy that you buy for your kids at Christmas. Right, now then, let me show you what I've got here, because these are from Groves. It's itchy again. Oh, I'm so sorry. It means I've got allergies. Allergies to what, though? Mind you, there's a lot that I could be allergic to in this studio. Maybe I'm allergic to Hessian. Who knows? Can you be? Who knows? Well, listen, buy it before it finishes me off. So, you've got 2 metres by... It's limited stock already, by the way. And so you've got 2 metres by 40 centimetres in the red, and you've got 3 in this lovely... creamy colour? Yeah, sort of creamy straw kind of colour, isn't it? 2 of those, and they are 2 metres by 12 centimetres, and we're very, very limited stock for those. So you get all of those for £13.99, as opposed to, oh, I can put them back there as a bit of decoration then, can't I? Because that's done now. Well done, that was quick. That was quick. Oh, I'm still itchy. Thank you for saving me. There you go. Aren't you lovely? Aren't you lovely? Right, shall we get started then, in earnest? We'll start with some wonderful threads for you. For your machine, for your sewing. How about a nice big range of colour? Now, I've got two sets here. We'll start with this one. Now, these are 100%... Oh, 100%? Let's just double check. Yes, they are cotton threads. And you get the little box there with the little doodahs to keep them in. So you keep them nice and handy and keep them on their spools, just like so. Oh, that's going to drive me bonkers, my nose. It's all right. It's all fine. So, yeah, you just pop those on there like so, and you can keep them in there. Oh, aren't they good? Now, you've got... No, it's all right, it's fine. I'll be fine, I'll live. So, lots and lots of different colours, 27 different colours. Actually, does it say how many of each we get? They are... Oh, that's the box dimensions, isn't it? That's no use, is it? The box dimensions, 19.5 by 7 centimetres by 6 centimetres for a maximum 5.5 centimetre spool. So that doesn't tell you much. That doesn't tell you anything either. Let's just say there's plenty, shall we, from the quilted bit there. Let's look at the price, shall we, instead. £19.99 minus £7 for your saving, only good for this hour, at £12.99. They are yours right now. But those savings are only good for 55 minutes and 35 seconds. So if you want to take advantage of that, you absolutely can right now. 795971 is your item number. You've got a good range of colours in there. You've got pinks and blues and all sorts. So, off we go to the next selection then, which is this one. This one, similar kind of setup, similar kind of box and storage as well. Different colour families. In fact, I'll stand to one side because I'm quite colourful. This time we're polyester. Poly who? Polyester. Lovely, they're great friends. These are superb. I like the vibrancy of the colours here you've got, actually. They're very, very nice, and they just give you lots and lots of choices. And that's what you need, isn't it, with your threads? Because you never know what you're going to be working on next. In fact, bear these colours in mind when we get to some fat quarters in this hour as well, because you might be teaming up thread colours with fat quarter colours. In fact, actually, I'm seeing that... Actually, we should have swapped the fat quarters to just after the spools. We could do that, couldn't we? Hang on. Let me have a little shifty and a shimmy, because if I move the fat quarters in next to the threads, you can start doing some matching up to the thread colours. That's a very, very good idea, isn't it? OK, sorry, coming back. Here we go, I'm all done now. Right, so you can see, if I just pick up one of the fat quarter selections and you think about the threads that you've got here, you've kind of got nice matches for a lot of those, actually, haven't you, in your threads? Oh, blimey, it's almost like I thought about that. 383929 is your item number then, for £9.99. Quick mention of one of the 7-day savers we need to show you right now. You know the thread spool boxes? Well, we've got more of them as well. You get a set of 4. Now, each one holds... How many do you think, Charlotte? Does it say? Oh, does it not say? It might be the same. Do you know what? It might be the same. They're very, very similar. We'll count the pegs. 7 by 4, 7 by 3, 21. So 21, 42, 84, so it'll hold 84, all told. Does it say the size of the spool it'll hold, our Charlotte? Fabulous. 867030 is the item number. Don't ask silly questions, Jericho. It's too early for silly questions. 867030 is your item number there for you. One of our 7-day savers from £31.96 to just £19.96. So if you've got to the stage in your sewing emporium where it's really time you started getting things organised into nice colour families, or just organised full stop. Maybe you just have spools in a drawer. Yeah, we've all been there, haven't we? I remember my mum used to have a drawer like that, and it was a nightmare whenever you wanted anything, because the ends of threads would tie themselves to each other. Nightmare. Waste of thread as well. It's nice to have it displayed beautifully. In fact, we should sell these little staircase stands that we use for display in the studio, because they would look lovely in your sewing room, wouldn't they? Anyway, let's move on, because we've got fabrics right now for you. And again, I'm thinking matching up the thread colours to the fat quarter packs that we've got here. They are superb. Now, we've got 3 options for you, and in every option you get 10 fat quarters. So this option, Charlotte, is called... It's called Blush and Pastel. So you start up with the white there. You've got a lovely sort of soft grey, really lovely aqua colour, and then you've got a nice family of sort of creamy pink and then some sort of lilac-y, lighty purple. And then you've got some stronger pinks there, which are rather lovely. And then you go again to 2 different shades of purple. Now, a fat quarter, of course, is half of half a metre. So let me show you just the one, just so that you can see, just for size. So they're actually quite big pieces. So what happens is, obviously, they take a half metre in the width of the fabric, and then they chop that down the middle, giving you a fat quarter. Fat, I don't know why the word fat comes into it. I have no idea whatsoever. But I think it's because it's cut from the width. So I think that's the reason why for the name. I don't know. Don't take it as read. I'll ask Tash later. She'll know the origin of fat quarter and why it is so called. We'll ask her later when she comes in for Natasha Makes. So there's the first option, which is absolutely beautiful. Blush and Pastel, that selection. And then we've got Monochrome and Autumn. Yeah, it's nice, actually. I love this green. I love rocking this kind of green. It's very, very nice. It's sort of like that sort of khaki green, isn't it? Then you've got a couple of greys there. In fact, you've got 3. So you've got a very, very sort of light dovey grey. Then you've got more of a slate grey. And then a bit more of a sort of anthracite, so very, very deep, or charcoal maybe, and then you go even darker to a black. Then you've got 2 shades of navy, a very, very dark one and a slightly more sort of petrol blue, and then you go into your neutrals there, so your creams and your beiges. You've got 4 different types there, which are very nice. And again, fat quarter of each. Now, when you work out the price per fat quarter, it's working out at £1.29 as opposed to £1.99 per fat quarter. Now, even if you go to your very, very value retailers, you're not going to get that kind of thing, I don't believe. Even, shh, I'm not saying this out loud, but even when you walk down the centre aisles of certain establishments, I don't think you're going to find a deal that's that good, to be honest with you. Apologies to those value retailers, because they're great, and we all go there. But I don't think you're going to get even this kind of value there. This, I think, will be the runaway favourite from these selections. And this selection is called, Charlotte, Spring and Festive. Lovely. I think it's beautiful. It kind of speaks for itself, really, doesn't it? It's very, very cheerful. It's very, very uplifting. In fact, could be a little bit Christmassy as well, because you've got your reds and your greens there. So, and of course, you've got a lovely sunshine yellow, which you're always going to use for those smaller projects. And listen, if you are thinking, OK, what would I do with these fabrics? Because I love them and I love the cost of them and I really want to get a deal and a bargain, but what would I do with them? There are lots and lots of books, and we will have books on the craft store as well. Oh, do we? We have books as 7-day savers? Do we? Oh, OK. Well, we'll have a little look in just a moment then. 070765 for your fat quarters. 10 fat quarters for £12.99. I know. I know. Tash will be coming in and buying them later. But that's a pretty good deal, isn't it? Really, really good. Now, let's look at the books that we've got for you that are on the show. Right, let me come and have a look. So, you've got I Can't Believe I'm Knitting Cables. Oh, thank you, Harry. I've got them here. I Can't Believe I'm Knitting Cables. Ooh, that sounds good, doesn't it? I Can't Believe I'm Sewing, says Pat Sloan. Help the environment and be stylish too with these easy-to-sew, super-sized shopping totes. Oh, nice. I Can't Believe I'm Felting. I don't know why that made me laugh. I have no idea. And also, I Can't Believe I'm Beading. Oh, let's have a little look, shall we? Never mind looking at the picture. Let's look at the book. These are fabulous. So I Can't Believe I'm Not Beading is a really, really good one. If you've ever done a little bit of jewellery making, it puts all of those terms into context. So you know now what a jump ring is and what a bugle bead is, and what ear wires are and crimp beads and things. It explains all of those, the basic tools that you will need, the beading techniques. So if you're ever thinking, do you know what, I'll have a little go of that. Or maybe you have had a go in the past and you've just forgotten what it was all about. Maybe lots of people on a cruise took a little class in beading and then forgot about it because they forgot how to do it. How about this one? I can't believe I'm knitting cables. I don't mean like electrical cables. I mean, I think it's a type of knit, isn't it? So there you go, step by step. See, that's good, isn't it? Is that 3 needles there? She's got 3 needles in step 2 there, look. Yes, look, 1, 2, 3. There's 3 needles in that picture. I can't believe there's 3 needles. But that's obviously a cable thing, isn't it? So this takes you through step by step. Oh, look, you make little booties there, a blanket, a little cardigan, baby pullover, scarf. Oh, that's a useful little book, isn't it? Look at him rocking his beanie there. He does. He looks very, very happy to be in that picture, doesn't he? Very happy. Quick, take the picture, Mum. I want to take this off. Lovely. So lots of ideas in there. So there's also... oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I can't believe I'm sewing. Ah. There is Pat Sloan. Yeah, that's her book. There is Pat. Hello, Pat. Lovely. So, oh, good. Parts of the machine, stitch length, foot control. Let's talk fabric. How to pick fabric for your projects. That's useful. Oh, and then little projects which would be perfect for your fat quarters. So let's make a coaster set, which would be quite fun. Let's make a table runner, which you could scarf magic, baby blanket, and lots more, as you can see, plus bags. Oh, you got templates in there as well. That's a good little... Was that a toilet then? Oh, it is. Yeah, I thought it was. I was like, why is there a toilet in a sewing book? But it's a shower curtain, I think, isn't it? Or is it the outside of a shower curtain? A decoration for the outside of a shower curtain? That's good. Very close to the toilet, that, isn't it, I find, for a shower curtain. Anyway, don't think about it too much. Let's do I Can't Believe I'm Felting. You look into these things too deeply sometimes. Right, I can't believe I'm felting. Oh, look! Look! Little boy's wearing a tea cosy. That's very sweet, isn't it? Well, that could double up, couldn't it? A hat for a child and a tea cosy. No knit felting. Felting's fantastic, actually, when you get started. Making flowers. We've had a couple of felting. We've got a couple of felting shows and suppliers that come to us here at the craft store, haven't we? Felting for beginning knitters. Oh, is that knitting and felting at the same time? Outrageous. Very, very good. You can make a lovely throw pillow. Oh, that's a pillow. Oh, I suppose, yeah, that could be a pillow. That could also... Yeah, it does look like a handbag, doesn't it? But it could be. Well, look, well, you've got a different one for a clutch there. Very nice. How much? Oh, look at this. 2-way. See, I told you it was a tea cosy as well. It's a 2-way hat. Oh, you can turn it inside out as well. That's quite cool, actually, isn't it? I'm liking the colourways on that. There's a nice little market bag. That's very eco as well, isn't it? Very nice. And an alpine hat. Anyway, listen, so you get, I can't believe I'm felting, I can't believe I'm sewing, I can't believe I'm knitting cables, and I can't believe I'm beading. All of those, £10.96. That's cool. What a lovely little gift for someone that would be. OK, that's a 7-day saver, that one, so that's good through until 8 o'clock on the Sunday morning. If the stocks last, could be gone by then. Could be gone by then, couldn't it? Oh, I'm down here now, aren't I? 043 756 is your item number. Right, what's on the clock then? 43 minutes for you to take advantage of these deals. You might have noticed what's there behind me. You might want to shop ahead for that if you want to. First of all, rotary cutters. These are really, really good. And I'll tell you what I love about them. It is the value on them. You've got 2 of the most common sizes that you will use, the 28, the 45mm, but you've also got your rotary blade sharpener. Now, these are really, really ingenious, actually. You use a magnet to deal with the actual blade and take it out of your rotary cutter. You pop it into that, you slot it together, And the way you sharpen the blade, it's difficult to show you without actually getting it out of the packaging, to be honest, but there's a handle on each side of this. The blade goes in the middle, and you simply just turn. You're nowhere near the blade while all that happens, and that actually sharpens the blade. So that means you're going to have a longer life for your rotary blades, because they do dull quite quickly, as anything with a knife edge, your kitchen knife, your scissors, you know, things do dull over time. And of course, fabric, you're often going through 2, 3, 4 multiple layers of fabric. So that's quite a lot of, you know, quite a lot of work on a blade that's very, very thin, if you think about it. So this is good, because not only have you got the cutters themselves with their blades included, and these have got your flexible guards on them as well, so it keeps you away from the blade. But to have the blade sharpener is even better. Now, does that come with a spare blade as well? I'm just wondering. I'm just going to read that for a second. Just un momento, por favor. No, it doesn't. It's just the sharpener. But actually, the amount of sharpens you can get for each blade is quite substantial. I'm not sure what the word for that is. Oh, sharpens. It just doesn't sound right, does it? 903953 is the item number. So 2 rotary blades, often a single rotary cutter, just standalone on its own, would probably be around this price. Is that fair to say? $19.97 for just 1 rotary cutter. Here you're getting 2 different sizes of rotary cutter and the blade to sharpen, the sharpener to sharpen your blades to give them longer life. Right, we go to the back now. So that's that one, 903953 is the item number. We're going here now. This is good. This is really good. So this is an A3. It is A3, I think, isn't it? Or is it bigger than that? I think it might be bigger than that. It's a big, big cutting mat. It's a excuse me, I beg your pardon, self-healing mat. Does come with a rotary cutter and also comes with a big quilting ruler as well, which I'm sorry, it does look a bit invisible there, doesn't it? I'll try and get the light to shine on it so you can see. There you go, roughly speaking. So it's actually 24 inches long, and it is 3 inches wide, I think, that one. So that will deal with your larger cuts of fabric. Really, really nice, substantial cutting board. And I have noticed you have got centimetres on one side, on the other side, and this is probably the side you'll use more often, because this is going to give you your inch measurements. So it's going right the way up it's going up to 17 inches by 21, 2, 3, 17 by 23 inches, which is good. Obviously don't iron on this surface. You've also got your degree angles there as well, so your 45, your 30 and your 60 degree angles, which are always very, very useful if you're making your things like your half square triangles, etc., for your quilting. But good to have one of these if you're crafting as well, actually, to be honest with you. If you're doing anything with a craft knife or anything with a blade, then a self-healing mat is really, really good to have. Now, to get this as a bundle together, well, didn't we just talk about the average rotary cutter being about 20 quid easily? Well, for $25.97 and healing mats, to be honest with you, and they can be expensive. In fact, the average price, I would say, for a cutting mat that size is probably going to not be far off 20, 30, maybe even more pounds, to be honest with you, depending on where you go. And, you know, there are different places you can go. And even quilting rulers, you know, even for a quilting ruler like that, which I say quilting ruler, yes, it's designed for that, but you can use it for, you know, anything that you need a ruler for, basically. Something like that can be sort of £10 plus on its own. Again, depending on brand, you can pay £30 plus for a quilting ruler very, very easily, let me tell you. So to get all of those three together, £25.97. If you're thinking about it, this happy hour is really good for getting a nice little bundle together as a gift for someone for Christmas. We've got it all here, by the way. So it's all ready to go. There's no extended delivery. As far as I know, there's no extended delivery on anything in this happy hour, is there? Which is really, really good. So if you like that, it's that lovely trio there. And in all honesty, I know that £7 is a saving off the prices we normally do, which are really, really good. But in reality, for £25.97, you're potentially saving a heck of a lot more, considering what you could be paying elsewhere. So 539296 is your item number there. Get that into your basket and away you go. It's a really, really nice little combination. Right, should we talk scissors next? Let's talk scissors. They're big. They're big scissors as well, which is good. So you've got your pinking shears. I love them. Do you know, I think it was the first pair of scissors I ever discovered, and they weren't mine, they were Mother's. Mother had a pair of pinking shears, and I used to I'd enjoy just cutting anything in sight, just because it gave you this lovely, zigzaggy kind of edge. They're brilliant, aren't they, pinking shears? Oh, look, lovely. Yes, they did. That's the voice of Natasha McCarty, everyone. Yes, she's quite right. Christmas cards, you used to go round the images on the front of your old Christmas cards and cut round with pinking shears and then reuse, didn't you? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, make them into tags. Oh, this is wonderful. She's off to shop now. She's off to place her order. She's got her eyes on some rotary cutters. She's here at 10 o'clock this morning and then again at 1 o'clock. I think I have the joy at 1, which I'm looking forward to. We haven't done a show in literally, I think it's years, to be honest. And then you've got a pair of dressmaking scissors. The secret in dressmaking scissors is, well, one, being able to hold them comfortably. And you can see it's a nice ergonomic design. And I'm a lefty, by the way. But also the length of the blade as well, because obviously if you're going through fabric, you want as few cuts as possible so you can keep that line as straight as you possibly can. They're really lovely as well, actually. They're very, very easy and they're very fluid. You know, sometimes with scissors you think, oh, it's a real effort to kind of close them, but actually they are very, very fluid indeed. With pinking shears, because quite often you're going through multiple layers of fabric to reduce the bulk on the edges and to stop the fraying, you need real, I mean, look at the chunkiness of that blade. It really does mean business. I would love to grab one of those fat quarters and go through all 8 layers right now, but I won't, because I'm a good boy and I want you to have maximum stocks available to buy, not just because I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. 722-804 is your item number then for those, and you get both of those for $11.99, again, which is really, really good. And they're from Trimmets, which is a well-known and very, very respected brand as well. Now, I've been waiting to get here for a long, long time, let me tell you. I can't believe it's 7 already. That's gone quickly, hasn't it? OK, we have options here. So we have either your silver or your gold. Now, this is just true joy, because I am going to open one of these, if that's all right, because they are lovely. It is quite sheddy, which I love. I think it's a good thing. But I think, you know, like, this is fabric. This is absolutely lovely. On each roll, you will get 40 centimetres wide, and you get 2 metres. Oh, yeah, go on. Oh, look at that. What a dream to wake up to. I love it. Oh, do you know what? I've got to do the same with the gold as well. Sorry, Harry, I'm going to have to open one of those as well. They are superb, though. Think about making your own decorations. Think about... Actually, do you know what? Because you can sew this, obviously, because it is a fabric. You could make some nice sort of decor. You could make some nice things for the table for Christmas. Let's make it a special one this year. Look at this. And it's a really lovely gold as well, actually. It's a nice, rich gold. It's not... Oh, hello. Oh, that is delicious. Now, listen, if you thinking about the length of this, because this is already, I haven't got my order in yet. Gold is limited already, by the way. $9.99, so you get 3 2-metre rolls. Blimey, you could paper a room with it, couldn't you? Don't let Lawrence, what's his name, see this. He'll have it straight in someone's front room, won't he? Lawrence, what's his name? Lawrence, oh, now what's his name? What do they call him? You know him. Double-barreled Lawrence. The one who changes everyone's life. The one who's got taste. Amazing taste. Very quite wild taste. I quite like his taste in clothes, actually. I think he's quite stylish. That's the fella. Lawrence, you know, Humpington Smythe, what's his name? You know the one I'm talking about. So you've got this... No. OK, gold's going to have to be relegated to the back shelf because it's gone. It's gone. Silver's limited as well, so you'll need to get cracking on that if you want that. I'm going to put that there. I don't know why I'm decorating the back of the room. with all the stuff that's sold out. Well, it's a different thing to do, isn't it? I'll show you what you could have won. So we've got the silver. Isn't that gorgeous? Tash would love this as well. She's got her eye on it. It's limited. 3 2-metre rolls for $11.90. Oh, not even $11.99. $9.99.
By the time you put that on and then you pinking shit out your old Christmas.
Yes. Yes. Yes, by the time you've got this, she says, and you've got your pinking shears to make your tags, that's it. You've got Christmas sorted, haven't you? You could make your own crackers with this, couldn't you? But it is fabric. Actually, yes, you could make crackers forever crackers, couldn't you? With these, because you'd save it each time, wouldn't you? Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, well done. You've obviously got lots of ideas for these as well, because they have now technically sold out. So if you've got them in your basket, congratulations, well done. Please make sure that you check out as quick as you possibly can. And there's another one. Look what you could have won. So we'll pop that to the back there. That's never going to work, is it? That's never going to stay there, is it? Oh, there you go. There you go, one at the top. Yes, quite sheddy that. You'll have great fun with that. You'll be still enjoying that in March, let me tell you. Right, let's move on. Now this... Oh, honestly, I hope you've been shopping ahead for this, because this is ridiculous. Can I just show you the amount of embroidery threads that you've got here? And they're big ones as well. They're 8-metre skeins. You get 100. You get 100 embroidery skeins, and that's just the front row. That's just... Let me whiz this to the side for you. Look. So it's like 4 times what you thought it was. That's it. I wanted to get these out, but I was outvoted. I don't know, by myself, I think, by my own sense of sensibility. Because I thought, well, actually, that's one less to be able to sell if I open it and read it. That's brilliant. 100... Yes, it is 800 metres in total. But for me, it's about the variety of different colours that you've got there, because every time you need... that kind of in-between shade, you've got it there. It's not like you're just buying a pack which is, OK, well, you get 8 skeins and they are the ones that will work with that project that you've bought. No, you've got a world of possibilities there for anything you want to. Now, you also have your little thread cards as well. You've got lots of those. So, obviously, when you've separated out, or actually if you just want to store them in a different way, you wind them around these, and they've got little slots here at the top on either side to keep it all nice and neat once you've opened it. And now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what these are. I'm just going to read it and see what it says. Oh, embroidery floss holder. So maybe if you've got a smaller curation of threads for a particular project, you want to keep them all together, then that will do that for you. Oh, do you think I've got away with that? I think I have, yeah. You've got 2 embroidery hoops. See, I don't just play the fool, actually. I am genuinely one. You've got 2 embroidery hoops. Now, oh, it's an 8 and a 10-inch, which is very, very good. So if you've bought embroidery kits before and you used the hoop that came with it to display the piece that you made, et voila, you have 2 brand new ones here. And you've got a pair of embroidery scissors there as well, which is really, really important because, you know, if you're trying to cut a small embroidery thread, it's no point you going for your dressmaking scissors, is it really? You need something that's small and precise, because if you're taking the end off the back of an embroidery project, you want to just snip off that tiny little thread. If you're doing it with a blade that is that size, then that could be potentially perilous to your project. Not to you, to your project. Well, maybe to you as well. So if you've got something with a nice fine tip, like an embroidery scissor, you can get in there and just trim off the bit that you want to trim off. And no more and no less. 264213 is your item number there. Big, big saving here as well, £20 and 7 pence. You could pay that just for the embroidery threads if you think about it. Never mind the embroidery hoops and the scissors. I tell you what, I must get with the programme with this happy hour thing, mustn't I? The prices are very, very good. In fact, even better than the very good that they usually are, but only good for the next 28 minutes. So if you want them, then grab them quickly while you can. Right, we've got some Make It Joe goodies for you in the show as well, and it's... Oh, sorry, these are so crafty, I beg your pardon. We're getting to Make It Joe in a moment. Joe, just wait your turn. I'll be there shortly. So crafty first, and it is our Christmas printed Panama linen look fabric. And it is beautiful, let me tell you, it's really gorgeous. Do you know what you could use this straight away for? You could fussy cut out your elements here, and you've got wonderful toppers where you can rough up the edges, couldn't you? And you could have those as toppers very, very simply. Now you get 1 metre by 140 centimetres, and I'll show you what that means in reality. I don't know what that looks like yet either, so let me show you. There you go. A whole metre piece. So that could very, very easily make a Christmas blind, couldn't it? Or it could be yes, matching Christmas cushions. It's very, very classy looking as well, isn't it? I love those trees. In fact, to be honest with you, I think probably the best thing to do with these is buy one of each option. I mean, I'm not saying that for any loaded reason. I'm not on commission, I promise you that. But they're so sophisticated, and this is such... What is the price actually for this? £12.99 for 1 metre. That's ridiculous. And this is really, really, really substantial fabric, as you can see. So it is a linen look. Does it show the breakdown of the... Is it 80% cotton, 20% polyester? So it is completely a linen look then, but 80% cotton, which is fantastic. So very, very easy to look after and to work with. You'll need your pinking shears for this, and I'll show you why. Look. And you might like this because it might be like a nice rustic look to some fussy cutting, but it will fray on you. So if you're leaving any raw edges, in fact, let me show you the end of the fabric. There you go. So beyond the selvage there, you can see it does fray actually beautifully if you want it to, but if you don't want it to, you use your pinking shears. And we got those on the show already, which you know. So you've got 3 options there. We've got the Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Am I allowed to sing that? I don't know. Am I allowed to sing that? I don't know if that's copyright or not. Oh, you never know these days, do you? So, you've got the Christmas tree, but you also have the gingerbread man. It's not my money. I don't write the cheques. We've got the gingerbread men. Oh, yeah, but they won't book you again, Derek. Oh, yeah, there is that. OK, I'll shut up. We've got the gingerbread men, and we also have, and this is so sweet, this is called Sweet Tooth. So you've got the little gingerbread men with their little candy canes. Aren't they cute? And you've got the little pine cones there. Do you know that would go very, very nicely as well with some fabric paint with John Lockwood's finger stamps, which you will see in the next hour. So if you wanted to expand on that scene on the fabric and you've got some inks that will work, then you absolutely can. Right, we've got some more that I want to show you from So Crafty that I want to show you on stills that are also happy hour deals. Ooh, that's lovely, isn't it? That's very sort of, you take the high road, isn't it? It's a little bit Scottish looking. That's beautiful. What's it called now, Charlotte? Thistle. I could have had a guess at that, really, couldn't I? Would have been fine. So we've got thistle, we've got stags, we've got dachshund. Oh, aren't they sweet? There's your butterfly. There's, little doggies. Is that a Westie up there? Beautiful. Labrador. Is that a boxer at the bottom there? What's the one at the top? It's one of those, oh, is it a schnauzer? They're gorgeous. Anyway, dogs. And we've got beach houses as well. Again, same deal with that. 1 metre by 140, I think, is it? At £12.99, so you can choose any of those. I tell you what, this is a packed happy hour, isn't it? Usually we have usually in a happy hour, don't we have like 6 or 7 or 8 items, and then we're like, okay, back down we go, and then along we come again, and then back down we go, and along we come again. But this show, honestly, not sure if we're going to see the same thing twice in this show. Right, okay, next up, material magic. Now we get 2 meters this time. Well, this is lovely. This is super, super lovely. Now, this would be good to test out your skills on your new sewing machine. If you haven't got your new sewing machine, I'll show you one in just a moment, because this is lovely stretch jersey. This is great for making clothing. This is great for actually really getting to know your sewing machine and really working with fabric, because it's fabulous. Yes, Charlotte wants a dress out of this. It would, actually, this would be perfect. No, I think this would be good on you, Charlotte. Actually, a nice long summer dress in something like this. I can see that working. And you rocking a nice sort of straw hat with it as well. A very tasteful one, obviously. I'm thinking of a nice day out. Like a festival-y kind of day out. Very nice. Oh, she doesn't like to wear red. Oh, that could be a bit of an issue. But anyway, you get 2 meters of it. Could you just like red just for the sake of this hour, Charlotte, please? Could you just have a sudden love of red, please? So 2 meters, which is a huge, huge piece, actually, isn't it? Do you know, actually, people sometimes make their bedding, don't they, out of stretched jersey, because it's got quite a nice sort of feel to it. Yeah, some people like the feel of, so, you know, that sort of T-shirty feel in bed. Yes, you're right, Baker, actually. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. That would be quite a stretchy bean bag. But you'd have to have quite a... You'd have to have a sort of more solid fabric for the actual bean bag itself. But then you could have this on the outside, I think, very, very easily. Yeah, because you'd feel all the beans too much, I think, otherwise. They'd all squish up. I don't know what I'm doing here, by the way. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm making a superhero cape out of this fabric. It's lovely, though, isn't it? And I do love... Oh, what powers do I need that I don't have already? I don't know. I have no idea. Let me think. We've only got an hour, though. But you've got, look, really, really lovely stretch that doesn't actually distort that image, which is really, really good. Actually, do you know what? You can make a series of scarves out of this as well. Because you can make scarves out of jersey fabric because it sits and it flows so beautifully. So even when you gather it, you know, it does work. It's got a lovely weight and a lovely flow to it, I have to say. So for clothing, this would be excellent. But you're getting a 2 metre piece there. You can take it off now, Derek. Thank you. You're getting a 2 metre piece, which is absolutely huge, for £9.99, which is really, really good. It's a super, well, it's double that, isn't it? The width is double that. Oh, depending on which way this is going. Oh, no, it's that way round, isn't it? It'll be that way. Either way, it's very, very wide, so you're getting a lot of fabric there for £9.99. It is very busy. I'm not surprised at all. Do you know what? It might be a radical idea. Natasha's not in the room at the moment, is she? Because she'll say, don't be ridiculous, Derek. But I'm just thinking, could you rock a tabletop? You know, if you've got one of those kind of country kitchens, and you've got a little dining table in there, could you use a jersey fabric for that kind of thing? I don't know. Oh, Natasha's on her way. I'm going to find out. Here she comes. Here she comes, walking down this. Natasha McCarthy, could we use a stretched jersey for a little kitchen dining table top affair? Could we use that? She's going to say no.
Stretched jersey.
Could you?
For a little tabletop affair? Would you just cover the tabletop?
Yes, would it work?
I mean, if it's stretched jersey, there's no reason why you can put elastic around and just bind the whole thing.
That's very true. You could put elastic around the whole thing,
yeah, like
and have it cling to the under of the table.
If you're doing a kids' table.
Kids' table, yes.
You know, that you've got your outdoor plastic table in for Christmas.
That would be a good idea.
And then they're not going to pull the whole thing off.
Good for dressmaking as well. But it's just a lovely pattern, though, isn't it? It's very happy.
You'll be making your Christmas pyjamas out of that.
Oh.
You want matching family
Christmas pyjamas for the whole family.
You might have to buy a couple.
Yes, you probably will need to buy a couple. You get 2 meters, though, for £9.99.
That would do a pair of pyjama bottoms.
Pyjama bottoms, that's a good idea.
How wide is it?
Very wide. That's all you need to know, Natasha.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, don't look too deeply into these things.
Right here, I'll have a look.
Oh, OK. Natasha's going to have a look at how wide it is. Thank you, my darling. It's £9.99. Good, we're going to get the answer to the question how wide it is now, roughly speaking. Natasha McCarthy is in the house. She has magical powers that none of us have, Charlotte. That's how she'll know. £9.99 if you would like that 2 metre piece of that. We'll know. Well, honestly, we will. We will know. And we'll know within the time to make that saving. £15 saving here, but only for the next... Okay, she's taking over to her. Should we come back to that? We'll come back to that because we've got other goodies. Now we're at Make It Joe. Joe, it's your turn now. This is lovely, absolutely fantastic. Do you know what? If you're upholstering or if you're reimagining old chairs that have seen better days, I think this would be absolutely fantastic. You've got fat quarters of animal faux fur. Isn't that beautiful?
That's 60 inches.
Oh, 60 inches, our Tash is saying, on that lovely 2 metres of fabric. Aren't these gorgeous? Do you know, if you've got a little piano stool, even if you have no piano, something like this on top of it would be super, super lovely. Of course, for cushions as well. And it's 3 different animal prints. So you've got that lovely sort of zebra stripe one. Then you've got one that's a little bit more coo.
Sarah, you've got a cat, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got a cat.
I mean,
Oh, yes, of course.
everyone else is going to get us a
That's very true, Tash, actually. Yes, of course. Show my cat Bobble anything that feels like that and she will monopolise it immediately. Yes, definitely. You're so right. She could have this as a new decoration for the outside of... We've got her one of those little sort of pod houses, you know, those soft pods that they go in and hide. She would love this, maybe as the interior decoration. Again, we're back to Lawrence, what's his name, aren't we? So, 3 different animal prints there for you. Let me show you a little... There you go. You get all of those. Hang on, £9.99. What's Joe thinking of? That's too good for that kind of thing. Yeah, you do get all 3. You don't have to choose. There's no options, because what would you call them? We'd all have a different thought as to what the names would be. So it's easier to say, you know what, I'm going to give you all of them. And you know how good Joe is. Yeah, that's more zebra-y, isn't it? That's more Dalmatian-y. Although it's fur. Oh, yeah, I suppose it is probably. I've never had a Dalmatian. I'd love one because they're so lovely. They're so bouncy, aren't they? And then you've got more like a cow. Oh, stroke it that way, Derek. It prefers it. There you go. So you get 1, 2 and 3 of those for your £9.99. Amazing. 434119 is your item number. Next up, now, we thought, didn't we? We thought this would be options because they are big, big pieces here. That's an instant scarf. That's beautiful. If that were £9.99 on its own with that gorgeous ombre, isn't that wonderful? So this is soft velvet fabric. And you've got fat quarters. I tell you what, Make It Joe, we do love you. You're so good to us. Again, it's not something you feel like you're seeing all the time either, is it? How sophisticated is that? You kind of want 4 fat quarters of that alone, wouldn't you? But you can buy this deal multiple times if you want to. See, here's another one, which is an instant. See, actually, there's a couple of those where you could combine the pieces together. I tell you what, that would be absolutely amazing for, and it's very much a thing again. Is, you know, if you've got a smart jacket for the patches on the elbows, that would be absolutely superb. But again, imagine that on your, and I know this is a bit extravagant, but look at the price. You're getting 4 fat quarters here of a soft velvet fabric for your journal covers and things like that in your crafting. How smart would that look? Really, really lovely. So that's the second one. Here's the third one. Oh, love it. Love it. Now, does it show us the makeup of these fabric on the details are, Charlotte? I love that. It's almost like a hound's tooth, isn't it? I think that's the design there. It's beautiful. That, again, is so soft to the touch. Yeah, again, I'm just thinking, again, you put that anywhere down in my house, then Bobble, my cat, would be all over that. She'd be like, right, thank you, that's mine as well. Bobble, she's called. Yeah, she's a little Tonkinese. And they're gorgeous. Oh, look at this. That's lovely. It reminds me of a skirt that an art teacher that I once knew had. It's very much that kind of look, isn't it? It's very, very rich looking as well, isn't it? Really, really sweet. Love it. Yes, it is. It's very substantial as well, by the way. It's not, you know, it's not a flimsy fabric at all. It's gorgeous. So you get 4 fat quarters, one of those, and one of those with the hound's tooth on it. This one, which is really, really smart, isn't it? Almost looks like a, I don't know, it looks like 100% wool, doesn't it? It's got that kind of look and that kind of feel to it. And this ombre one, I just think is pure genius. You almost want to spend the £9.99 just for that one alone, don't you? That really is superb. So that's working out at what? £2.50-ish each. That's craziness, isn't it? Joe, we love you. Thank you very much. 563-655 is your item number. More happy hours? More? How many more can we have on this show? We haven't even got through all of them, and it's 47 minutes past the hour. 592617 is your Archer's Habby Essentials. Oh, Habby, is that the new acronym for haberdashery? Habby. I like that. Right, I'll write that down. So you've got your tape measures in there, you've got your sewing kit, there's a seam ripper, and pins and needles. Oh, I've not had those for ages. 592617 is your item number. Now, we've also got, I'm just making myself laugh this morning. Honestly. Well, if you put me on a late followed by an early, this is what you get, I'm afraid, in the first happy hour. Now, you've also got here from Archer your 14-count Ada fat quarters. You get 4 of them, 2 in white, 2 in off-white, and they're 50 by 45 centimetres. That's big, actually. That'll go really nicely with your embroidery threads and your embroidery hoops that we've got on the show in this hour. So now, look, now you've got the Ada as well, which is brilliant. $9.99 gets you pretty much, that's pretty much 2 meters of Ada for $9.99. Sorry, I know you move on when you're ready, Charlotte. It's all good with me. So I'm just shooting the breeze. 048454 is another one of our happy hour deals, and it's sets of 6 novelty button packs. Contents may vary, but it looks like there's presents there and animals and all sorts. Is that pianos there, top middle? Is that pianos? I remember when you were... Oh, it's a wedding set, is it? Oh, is that what you get when you get married? A piano? If that's it, I'll talk to the other half. It's about time we did get married then, if we get a piano for a present. That'll be all right. I can't play it, but you hum it and I'll sing it. Right, next up, a lucky tip. Wow, have I arrived at a village festival? Is there a big bucket full of straw and you give me 50p and put your hand in and see what you get out? So it's a ribbon embroidery kit lucky dip. So 2 kits here. Oh, right, okay, so to go with our ribbons, not ribbons, our embroidery hoop with the threads, and what was the thing that we just saw? What was the thing that we just saw? The Ada. So you've got embroidery kits here as well. That's really good, isn't it? Oh, this is ribbon embroidery. Okay, so even, right, so different kettle of fish, this, because this is lovely, because actually ribbon is a lot easier to deal with in terms of embroidery, because you make those lovely little roses and flowers and all sorts with it. Oh, brilliant. So if you do embroidery and you fancy a little change, then ribbon embroidery is much easier to do than say, I'm sure. 912451 is your item number there, saving £34. Right. Now then, did I say to you earlier that you might just be looking for a brand new sewing machine? Well, we have it, my friends. We absolutely have it for you. The Juki HZL UX8. We had it as our one-day special on Monday? Sunday? Happy days. Saturday night into, yes, that's right. And we've got the deal open for you. Do you know what? I am actually flabbergasted that we still have the stock. The stock is here in the UK as well at Juki HQ in Colchester, Southend, Essex. It's here in the country at least. Colchester, thank you, Tash. I knew it was that way. So we've got the UX8 here. The UX8 is absolutely brilliant. If you were watching the shows last night with Quilter's Trading Post, you will see that they absolutely, I mean, everyone loves their Juki machine. This is brilliant. Yeah, Pat has a Juki machine. She absolutely loves it. She says it's her new toy. This is superb because you can adjust so much on the fly as well with this machine. Now listen, you'll want to know more about it, I absolutely know that. Oh, we've got a little video to show you about this UX8 as well. Gary was here on Saturday night as the one-day special, so if you want more guidance and more information, you can watch those shows on Rewind. But I think we've got the same deal still open, have we? Yeah, the same deal as the one-day special we still have open for you as well, which is brilliant. So £3,395. You can split that 3 ways into flexes. There is a way of extending the number of payments even further as well. So I'll talk to you about that in just a moment, but have a look at this first. It honestly is one of those really super sexy machines. And when I say super sexy, it's not just about the fact that it has over 600 different stitches, but it's the fact that it does connect to the internet but doesn't get really super complicated. But it does allow you to actually bring up YouTube videos. So every time you want to know, okay, how do I do a rolled blind hem? How do I fit an invisible zip? How do I follow that demonstration that I saw on the craft store? How do I do exactly what they did? You can watch it on the telly, on the sewing machine. It's ridiculous. You can also adjust things like your stitch length, your thread tension, and the needle position while you're on the go. And it's all in dials as well. How many times have you watched someone with a machine and every time they need to change the stitch length, it's like beep, 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 beep. You just turn the dial on these. It's really cool. It comes with lots and lots of accessories as well, plus extras from us. Now, I did mention that obviously it's a considered purchase, but a lot of people have not been able to go to the big sort of sewing shows this year. A couple of them have been on. Festival of Quilts was on, but a much drastically reduced capacity. People were still a little bit iffy about, oh, no, I'm not quite ready to do that kind of thing yet. And that's often where people would make an investment like a sewing machine and spend far more than the price of this sewing machine as well on, you know, long arm quilters and embroidery machines, etc. I did mention that you could break this down into 3 flexes with us. Outside of us, you can also extend those number of payments even further if you pay us via PayPal. Now, this is completely outside of the craft store, but if you look at the website paypal.com/credit, it will talk to you about PayPal credit and the ability to extend those payments further. Obviously, that's completely outside of us here at the craft store, but our 3 flexes are still very much in play. If you've been thinking about upgrading to that machine, maybe you've even seen it over the weekend when it was the one-day special, you've thought about it, you've taken in, you've weighed up the pros and cons, you've looked at other similar machines out there on the market, and you thought, do you know what, I am going to do it. I am going to do it. And maybe the timing wasn't right over the weekend. Listen, I'm not, you know, pushing or cajoling anyone right now. I'm just saying that the offer, the very same offer that we had as the one-day special, is still open for you as well. Now, the bonus with buying with us is obviously being able to split it down into 3 payments, but also the goodies that come with it as well. You've got £242 worth of added value there for the same retail price as you pay for the machine elsewhere, so it's well worth considering. More details on the website. I can't believe it. We literally didn't repeat an item. That's never happened to me in a happy hour before. We've run out of time. If you've got anything in your basket, please do make sure that you check it out. It's been a really good show, actually. You really want to go and have a quick look through the shows, because you've got, when I've gone, you've got a bonus 3 minutes to be able to check out on this happy hour. But please do stay right where you are. We've got an absolutely brilliant day lined up for you, and John Lockwood's in the house next, so don't you go anywhere. Right, well, when we left things last night, it's just a while stocks last on the 2J's Mini Stamps Festivities Spectacular, and we'll find out the latest situation with Paola and John after the break.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good morning. Of course, it is Thursday, beautiful day. I hope it is going to be beautiful because it was very dark when I came in, but hopefully the sun will shine and the flowers will sing as well. Boy, how poetic that. Anyway, because that is inspired, of course, by the one-day special. Oh, wait a second. The one-day special did sell out at 8 p.m. But now we have got while stocks last with an amazing price, especially if you are a Freedom member with a £10.79 saving. However, I'm not here on my own. We have got an incredible demonstrator and also a birthday boy. John, feliz cumpleaños.
Muchas gracias, chico guapa.
Oh, well, you know, it's a joy to have you here on your birthday.
You.
So thank you for sharing it with
us.
us.
I always like to work it because I like to avoid it.
Well,
as I get
you're
older,
not going to avoid it with us. I know you are.
I was hoping I would keep it quiet, but it's not going to work, is it?
Happy birthday, John.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Now, of course, John. Now the one-day special did sell out last night, but you have brought back a while stocks last with all the stamps that they were there and the finger dollars.
And the finger blocks, yes. So you've got the important things, which are the beautiful 2J stamps, and you get the finger blocks. And I think this is something we were discussing this morning at some ungodly hour, like 6 o'clock, I think. One of perhaps the difference in these smaller stamps is the level of detail that's in them.
Yeah.
You know, lots of companies, as I say, we've not reinvented the wheel. Lots of companies have done these smaller stamps. What we've done is come up with the finger blocks to make them so easy to use. But what we've tried to do with these is make them very, very detailed. So normally you're used to small stamps being very, very just silhouettes. Yeah. But if you look at those trees, that's not just a silhouette of a blobby Christmas tree shape. you can actually see all the little individual branches on it. And that's what we've tried to do with this, is to give you all of that level of detail that you don't normally get in a silhouette stamp. And things like this is so easy to do with mixing the colours with the finger blocks or with your stamp platform. But again, if you see the level of detail in those pine cones, even in the holly in there, you've got a blank space where the middle is, so that you've got that. It's not just a solid silhouette.
And of course you can build trees so much more. And this one, is that using the Kaleido?
That's using the Kaleido, and that's just inking them with the Kaleido and then foiling it in silver.
I love that.
It's so easy to do, but again, you wouldn't think your baubles again are normally silhouettes are solid. We put the detail into there.
Look at that. Yeah, I love as well with the kind of the snowflakes in the background as well. And look at this one as well. Look at that. Now, of course, the one day special, as I mentioned, did sell out. We have got the wild stocks last with a £10 and 79 pence saving. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. £43 and 16 pence is your price if you are not a Freedom member. Sorry, if you are a Freedom member. If you are not a Freedom member, you have got a £6 saving. £47 and 95 pence is your price. I adore the different ones that you can create in here.
I love what you can make with this, and the things like the present hanging on a string, or again just changing the colours. But as I say, I think the main difference in this is the ease of using it with the finger blocks, but that level of detail that you get. These are not just silhouette stamps, and the finger blocks are so genuinely easy to use. If you use one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time, and then, you know, but there you have it. So, of course, if you want yours, do make sure to check out your basket. You have got a flexi buy option as well. How many of the finger toppers we are getting?
You get in the Wild Stocks Last, you get 10. But we have made them available as well as a pack of 30. If people want to do what I've done, which is I literally put one of my stamps on each one and keep them in an old Dauber case.
Yep.
So if I pass you that, you can see.
Perfect.
So that way, I've actually got them all ready and set to go.
That's fab.
And it just works so much easier for me that way. And again, if I close the lid and turn it over, I can see every one I've got.
Right, perfect. Now, if you want yours, 386084 is your item number. Our wild stocks last 20% of the stock has already gone. Now, of course, if you want yours, do make sure that you check out your baskets. Look at those beautiful, beautiful elements that you can do. Your beautiful layering. Look at that. Now, this one is, of course, using, can you see it there? The eyelashes in that stamp. So no, they are not just a finger stamps kind of a way, but you have got larger ones as well. Absolutely adore those ones as well. You have got sentiments in here, 103 different stamps. Love these ones as well, because look at the wreath that you can create. There are different ways of composing it. If you want to use a die in the center as well, and because they are beautiful stamps, you can use different sorts of inks, including, of course, the amazing craft artist color petals that we have got in there as well. 386084 is your item number. Now, remember, be very quick to check out your baskets, because the one day special did sell out last night, and this is a well-stocked last. Already 20% of the stock has gone. Grab yours and check out your baskets. Now, John, take it away.
Right, so what I thought I would do is, one of the reasons we came up with the finger blocks was to make using smaller stamps simpler. And I love a lot of the patterns and colours and cards that you can make, but I don't have that skill base. So what I want to do is to show you how we can use them in combination with our stamp platform to make it easy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by using, on the deer, I haven't put things back in the right place, I never do. On the deer sets, you actually got the plant pots, and you get a solid. There's a smaller one as well, and for the larger one, you get the outline. And one of the things I'm really bad at is putting things sort of evenly down a card. So what I want to do is, I'm just going to put this right at the end, at the bottom. So I'm just looking at the picture. I take, when I do a demo pack, I take a picture of the card I intend to do to see it. So I'm just going to put that down, pick it up, and then I'm using VersaFine in Vintage Sepia, and I've got a little bit of scrap card, and I'm going to just ink the stamp, yeah, but I'm going to put a little piece of scrap in, because you'd use this for something else, take the first generation off, and stamp the second generation. Now, what I want is, see there I get that pale look. So if I then take my ink and just, this is where a stamp platform comes in, because I can just stamp one edge, I get it all on the platform, but because of the way the press and press is built, none of that ink goes on, so now I've started to 3D it. But to get it to, I want them evenly. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the marks on the side and pull down to 5 centimetres and literally rinse and repeat. So ink again, scrap piece in. So you get 2 for 1 here. There we go. And then stamp it. Do the same again, ink the side. But you're not moving the stamp. And the biggest issue for me is I could never get those lined up straight by moving the stamp. And I want it even, don't I? So I pull down another 5 centimetres to 10 and do the same again. So ink it, put my waste in, because this will make another card.
And then it's
Take
perfect
it off.
position.
Perfect. They are now straight and even, and do the same again. So anyone can do this. But I've seen plant pots like this before. But what I've rarely seen is actually a second stamp that gives you the detail. So all we do, and this is great because you can see through, because they're clear photopolymer made in the UK. So I can
and that
pick
means
that
a
up.
lot of definition, and also means a lot of different inks that you can use.
You can
right?
use any inks at all on these, and because they're photopolymer, we actually, the line width you can have as a minimum is 0.3
Right, of a millimetre.
of a millimetre, so you can go so fine with them. But you see now, suddenly, there, if we can see that one, is a 3D pot. But all I have to do is, I want that on that one, don't I?
Yes.
But if I move the stamp, I'm going to get mucky fingers. I don't. I go back up to 5.
And then
Ink, stamp. Go back up to the top.
Yeah.
So anyone can make it look like you're really clever and can line things
Hello,
up.
yeah. And of course, we do have got the stamping platform if you want to go for, the press
to impress.
But it is a stamping platform, but
It
is
is.
one of those ones that once that you use this one particularly, it's my favorite now.
I know that you bought yourself one of these, and this was the one. This is the one that you loved, and I know lots and lots of demonstrators. I always say this, and I feel as if I'm being unfair saying it, but if you see a demonstrator using the press to impress, they've bought it.
Yeah.
Because they don't get given away.
No, they don't. They don't. Oh no, they don't.
No. But there I've got very simple 3 pots in a row. So now I want to build that foliage up. But this is where the finger blocks come in, because you can get little stamps. As I say, they're not reinvented, but you can get little stamps on wooden pegs.
Yeah.
But you can't see where you're going.
Yeah.
You can get them on long rods, or this is the smallest block that we do.
Yeah.
But if I put, let's grab one of these, if I put that onto there, first of all, I've got to work it like that, but again, see where my fingers are?
Yes.
If I go into ink with that, I'm going to ink my fingers. I know I am.
And also there is a danger of rocking because it's the stamp is much smaller than the surface.
It's literally, if I grab the ink I'm going to use, and I'm using some dark coloured inks again so they show up on the cameras. So let's just take this. So if I go in my block, and I'll be careful, that. I get that constantly. That is the worst thing can you? I don't know if you can see. I'm trying my hardest, and it's not even. Whereas if I pop that onto one of the finger blocks, and this was Jane's brilliant idea. This was the new sort of innovation. This is a clear block, and it's based on the idea of a finger dauber. But if you look, it's bigger. It's also of a thicker plastic that's clear, so I can squidge that. I can't squidge that, but you can see through to the stamp, and it doesn't at all alter it, because it doesn't. It's not got a load of plastic to make it bigger.
Sometimes it alters the position of it. With this, you can see exactly where you are putting.
So
if you wanted extra of those finger blocks, you have got a set of 30, as John mentioned earlier. There we have it. It has sold out twice, but it's back on extended. The 9th of October will be the dispatch date. $11.97 is your price. 20% of the stock has already gone. 5181 883 is your item number. It's great to stock up because, like you mentioned, I remember last time, it's not just 2J stamps.
Nope.
All those little ones that we love
All
to
the
use.
little stamps we need to use from any company will work on these. And the great thing is, something I've discovered, is these have a ridge.
Yeah.
So these have a little ridge. You can see there. So we've got,
Yeah.
there we go. You can see the stamp.
Yeah.
Can you see it's got a ridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now that means, can you see I've got ink around that?
Yeah.
When I stamp that, that ink won't go because the stamp, look, sits proud.
yeah.
However, if I grab, if you can see here on this one,
Yeah.
how it's actually bigger and is coming over
yes,
the ridge,
yeah.
doesn't matter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought, oh, they've all got to be kept in there, and then I thought, when the samples came through, right, I'm going to have to shrink that one.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't. I stamped it and went, oh, no, it works perfectly. Because it still connects, certainly if you're using the press to impress with
Because
the foam.
you have got the foam in
but
there.
if you look now, even if you can't put your finger in, and I tend to not use it with my finger in like that, I tend to hold it like a pencil. But straight away, I can see which way that goes, and look, I can then, 1, 2, 3. How much easier it is to turn it round. With a block, you can't move it round because it's solid. So I can easily go like that. So straight away, really quickly, you can see how I'm building up this plant.
Yeah.
Each one differently. So use the platform to make your your pots, but use the finger stamps to make your actual plants. So straight away in with that one. Thankfully, with this particular stamp, and again, if you look, you can see how close. You see, you've not just got a blobby piece of foliage. You've got individual leaves on that, individual little spines on it. If you want to use it as pine or needles. So you've got one that goes the opposite direction. So it's not all facing the same direction. So taking a second green and going in, and each pot looks the same, but each plant's different. And I can move it round in my hand like I'm controlling it. You see now suddenly, first, second, third generation, I'm building up a little... I'm building up little plant. Now that looks like there's more than two colours in there. You see the different shades of green. And I will, because it's that time of year, Christmassy it a bit. So I'm just going to bring in this one, which is a holly with berries, but you've got separate holly leaves as well. Oops. Let's put it on my block. So we're just going to add...
Oh,
but
I see.
What you do is with this, so I'm going on with the first generation and the second. If I want to go over the pot, if I want to go in behind, if I go with the second or the third generation over the brown, see it looks like that's behind that?
Yes,
but it's not, it's actually on top. So again, let's just put some more in. Ooh, that's a bit, let's have one there. One there, and let's go another one there, and then finally just going to pull in this one, which is my favourite. And I know it's weird to say my favourite is the smallest, but this is just a great filler. It's literally 3 tiny little berries on one stamp. I mean, that's literally all you've got. There we go.
Wow, 3 little balls.
But you would think if you put that on a block, can you imagine how much ink you would get around the block?
Absolutely,
But I'll go into the ink. Look, I've got all that red around the rim. Watch. No red anywhere. Apart from where I'm actually putting it. So really simply and really quickly, I probably should have positioned that one a little bit back up, but there we go. So I'm going to make a card, because this can be one of my Christmas cards.
Perfect.
I know it's unusual on a stamp show, but...
No, but it's really good, because it you show that you have made a card basically in 10 minutes. That is incredibly layered, incredibly detailed, because the stamps have got all that detail, but really quickly.
So I'll just hold this one up, but you can see then. But we made that from scratch, literally, and we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stamps
Six
out
stamps.
of the 103 to make just that.
I love it. I actually love that card because there is a freshness to it, but also a traditional element. And of course, thank you so much, John, for that. Our birthday boy here sharing his birthday with all of us, with his talent. And now our stock lasts. Now a third of the stock has gone. If you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Now 103 stamps in total. You are getting the what do we call it? Those buildable stamps, those ones that you can bang and use with your finger blocks in there and create the most beautiful wreaths and ornate elements. But you also are getting the more kind of landscape silhouettes with such an amazing detail in here. It's not just a blob of a tree, it is all with those little branches in here with the fern you almost can see. The snowflakes have got detail as well. And look at the horns of antlers, sorry, not horns, antlers from the stack in there. And look, when you start building not just wreaths but lines in there with those completely detailed little stamps that kind of give you all the results that you need in there. And it's quick and easy, as John has demonstrated. 386084 is your item number for Wild Stock Last. And remember that we have got, it's a Wild Stock Last. The one-day special sold out at 8 p.m. If you don't want to miss it, check out your baskets. Now, included with them are 10 stamp blocks. However, if you want extra, you have got 30 of them, a pack of 30. Which means that you will have enough to, maybe other stamps that you have got in there, or you have got every single stamp that comes in with the Wild Stocks Last and have a block with them. $11.97 is your price for this. They will be dispatched from the 9th of October. A third of the stock has gone. If you want yours, you know what to do. Check out those baskets. 581883 is your item number. Now, if you want to go for inks, we have got a really good duo of colors from Craft Artists, Pigment ink pads, and I adore these colors. John, can you talk us through exactly why you like them so much?
I love these because you've got pigment colours, you've got beautiful, quite intense colours, but what you've actually got is that those are the primaries.
Yeah.
So those are your primary colours. That's your rainbow. If you actually look at Tea Time, which is the second one, those are your secondary colours.
Yeah.
So in each one of those, there is a colour that goes between the colour of the main one. So you start with 8 colours of your basic, then you've got 16 colours. But of course, because they're pigment, you can mix those together to get yourself sort of 32.
Yes.
You can start taking it on. It's basically like having a colour wheel at home. Because as we know, your primary colours are in there, so you've got your yellow, your red and your blue.
Yeah.
But you mix them round and you've got to go into your greens, your purples, your pinks. It's almost like you've got all of the base first and second layers of colours that you would use. But these are perfect through stencils, perfect for backgrounds, and again, perfect for stamping. And of course, you can heat emboss with them because they're pigment.
They are indeed, and of course, also what I love is that you can do direct to paper techniques because you have got the
you
petals.
can, and if you hold that one out, so you clip one out, and what we did do is that clips straight in, but it clicks in.
Yeah.
So if you hold that up above your head and shake it, it will not leak out. It will not fall out. You really don't. I'll tell you what, I'll do mine. I will do mine because I am literally that confident.
Oh, yeah.
Because what they do is they clip in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas before, the first range we did clicked in and had a magnet holding it in place.
Yes.
We had people saying, I can't use them because of the magnet. Yeah. So we took the magnets out with the next lot. But that literally... So I transport these around everywhere. And they don't ever fall out, and I can use them for everything.
And they don't touch each other, so they don't have got like those lines that a little bit of a line of colour in there.
Yeah, if you get the big ones with all the colours in, literally they turn to sludge in the end because they touch and they leak out.
Yeah, they leak. Well, and also the thing is like being able to take it out and making sure that you just use one single colour to colour in. That makes all the sense. £19.98 is your price for both of them. You are saving £6, so grab yours, add them to your basket. Remember the Wild Stocks Last. If you put that into your Wild Stocks Last, you can flexi buy this as well. And then you would be paying, look at me, my maths, I would be paying, I think it's £10 or $9.99, I think actually you would pay today if you were flexi buy them. And 303478 is your item number. Then moving on to another tool that I you know, this is one of the essentials, but we have got two different items. So you can see the cleaning mat, the stamp cleaner. Oh, this is something that even those ones who, like myself, that are not very clean when it comes to stamps, they're so good.
Yeah, I don't clean my stamps, and I advise people not to clean their stamps. Not when you're using black, but when you are using some of the finger stamps, when you're changing colours, you do need to clean your stamps in between. And when you're using solvent-based inks, and to me, this is an absolute no-brainer, because please don't clean your stamps with baby wipes. Because first of all, baby wipes, even the pure water ones, still have chemicals in them.
I see.
And they still have, and a normal baby wipe that you buy from the 99p plus a penny store, which, let's face it, is where most of us are getting them from, are full of moisturisers and things to make a baby's bum soft.
Yeah.
Why would you put that on your clear stamps?
And also there is the fibres as well.
But I was going to say that you get the fibres from it, and even when I use, because I use for cleaning down microfiber cloths.
Yes.
Yeah. I use microfiber cloth. Oh, that's the microfiber one. I use microfiber cloths for cleaning down. Those will still shed little bits because they are still fluffy. Whereas the stamp cleaning mat has in it, let me grab my water. This actually is clean, by the way, because Sammy has cleaned it, but the black will always stain the foam.
It's
just
a stain,
lifts out to
clean,
wash. But it's thousands and thousands of tiny little filaments, microfiber. So all you do is wet it in one side, and then you see how that one is covered in red. Yeah. So if I want to change and I want to do that in yellow, if I put that onto my yellow ink, I'm going to contaminate my yellow ink with the red.
I see.
Yeah. So what I do is clean it. And you see it's getting into. I'm terrible for doing it this way, to be honest. Not on the block, but it's using my fingers.
Look at that.
It's clean, and then you go on to the dry side and dry it off.
Yeah.
So if it's wet, so that is now spotless. But I've got to say, what I tend to use this for more than anything is actually cleaning my blocks.
Because then, of course, you have got the ability to kind of clean it there. And could we put a stamp cleaner, say, any stamp cleaner onto the wet side? Or?
Yeah, what you need to do is, if you're going to use a proprietary stamp cleaner, remember it is only for stays on.
Yeah.
And stays in place and solvent-based inks, because they are quite acetone themselves. So I do have two.
Yeah.
I have this one, which is my standard one, and then the one you may have seen me use before, but it says on it alcohol in a big black pen, and that's what I use the proprietary stamp cleaning for. But if you're not using, if you're using pigment inks, your VersaFines, VersaFine Clairs, any of those, water will do it.
Well, I mean, I have to say that I never use a stays-on cleaner on my clear stamps. I use a stays-on and it stays in place with my stamps, but I don't use the cleaner. I just wipe them like this because I think it's much better.
If I can get it off, I'll use that. If not, I use my stamp cleaning one with, I think it's my Easy Peasy stamp cleaning from Indigo Blue.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what I use. But I follow their instructions, so it has a clean in my clean one. Afterwards, because you've got to wash it off.
Indeed, you have. $9.99 is your price for the cleaning mat. 422161 is your item number. Another item that is very, very popular, of course, is the set of 40 finger dovers in there. £19.99 is your price. Now, this is almost like the perfect companion to the finger stamps, isn't it?
It is. It completely is. I mean, the thing is, I've gone through loads of these, and you do. I've done workshops, so it's actually where I got my cases for my finger stamps from.
Yeah.
These are the spares, and I collect them together. And then, bless him, Sam cleaned them out for me, because they were quite mucky to do this. Your finger daubers are literally amazing in terms of applying colour. Again, same idea as the finger stamp, but these have got pigment on. These have got the craft artist inks on them, used weeks ago, to be honest. But you've got so much more control with one of those, with a finger dauber, than you've got with anything else, giving you spots of colour and things like that. So it's a perfect companion. And a box of 40, I mean, I know you'll remember as me. When I first got into crafting, I bought 4 of these in a little packet with a famous gentleman's name on them, and it was £5.
Yeah, probably was, or even more sometimes, you know, some places.
Well, actually, it wasn't. It was €6.95, which
Yeah, because you were in Spain. Yeah,
because I was in Spain when I started.
Yeah, it's funny.
crafting.
We were reminiscing that obviously John did used to live in Spain, and of course I live in the UK. So that was kind of we can relate to different stories, like how it is. Yeah, and if you didn't know, I'm Spanish. I don't say it enough. I don't think I don't say it enough. Anyway, if you want your finger dovers, £19 and 99 is your price. 826142. It's a kind of an inside joke that I say so many times, just because that's my excuse for everything, including that I cannot read the numbers correctly or do maths or know what animal is what animal. But anyway, moving on to the Press to Impress. And now this is the complete collection, and not only you are getting the Press to Impress, but you are getting the carry case and of course the guides. Now, John, why would you go for the full bundle instead of just going for the
I'm going to do the sort of classic one and say, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
To be honest, it was all designed to work for now and for forward. So your original Press to Impress has the round solid magnets in. We subsequently discovered these easy lift magnets from a different manufacturer. These are made by a different company. So we included 2 of those in your pack. So we know the Press to Impress is arguably the best on the market. I know that, and again, there's an independent review on YouTube from a demonstrator who has never worked for us, actually works for a different company, who did her own independent test of all of them, and this came out top. So we know that's the best, but what we've done is we've built with this. So I
love that. I love that everything that you bring in is like to make it even better. It's not just, oh, here it is, the Press to Impress, that's it. No, you bring more accessories to make it your experience even better. And this is why the full bundle is such a good one. And of course, you have got the case as well, which is great to have.
I mean, the case will hold, and my case holds my Press to Impress. It holds my art board, which is the new thing again, because we keep building. There will be more things coming. So it holds my artboard, which is another. So no other stamping press has a metal stenciling board to fit it. It holds the stencils that fit it. It holds the imprints. It also holds my stamp cleaning mat, and it will hold my Press to Impress. So that goes in with that. It also, when I cleared this out, because I was demoing at the weekend, it had a pile of 7 stamps in there. But literally all of that, so everything for the Press to Impress, that's why we did 2 sides fits, and look, zips, and there's room. There's still tons
so
of room in there. And again, this is now, what, mine 3 years old? This gets transported everywhere, and literally I've got one little corner that's started to tear a little bit, that's it.
And the thing is, like, you'd give it way more usage than anybody else would.
This gets rammed in next to my die cutting machine in a big case and gets dragged everywhere. And if mine looks like this and people know how untidy I am with things, yours will stay pristine. But it's the fact everything's, and why not get everything? And then it's all done.
Absolutely, Now, of course, it has got 2 flexes as well. £21 and 48 pence would be your payment today if you are flexi buying, and of course you are saving £10. Remember that once you open a flexi buy, a basket, you can add other elements into it and spread the cost on those ones as well. Now, if you just want to go for easy lift magnets on their own, I recommend I like to have 4 at least, and sometimes I have got 6, because especially if you are just stamping onto fabric, this will keep them nice and taut. So I would definitely go for the replacement as well, the extra ones. £9.99 is your price, and of course you are getting 6 of them. 679310 is your item number. And then another tool that I cannot live without is the blending brushes, and this is a set of 5, and you are getting them with a saving of £4. So of course £14 and 97 pence is your price. Now you are also getting the case, so you can open it up. I'm going to open it up. And of course that will mean that you have got there you can see them here, how it will come to you, but John has just very smoothly handed me over the one with the brushes. Is that 2 sets of brushes?
2 sets of brushes, because that's mine, to be honest. And again, what happens is, if you roll that up, can you see how those brushes aren't crushed? Every other storage I've ever come across with the brushes, they get crushed, even the hard case, because they roll up. They just don't. It works so well.
I love that.
But I have to say, on the set with the case, that's it.
So if you want it, this is what stocks last then. So if once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure to check out your baskets because it comes with the case as well. 792366 is your item and number. Now we have got a happy hour that we forgot to mention. How dare we? Now of course, yeah, it's those, you know, sometimes the peel-offs are the best things to kind of, you know, just kind of make sure that you have got the finishing touches. Now this, you are getting 100 sheets in total. Contents may vary in terms of designs, but not the quantity or the quality of the peel-offs. And of course, there are stickers that you can use them in any way you want to do it, including, of course, if you want to color and to kind of acetate kind of colors as well. And $9.99 is your price. You are saving £50. 316171 is your item number. It's nice to have Mr. Baker in the hour.
It is.
Isn't it?
I haven't had Mr. Baker in my head for a long time.
Me
it
either,
feels like.
me either,
And
yeah.
it's nice to have him as a director first thing in the morning before he gets tired.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we get some amazing shots first thing.
Oh, you know the shade you are showing. Oh my God.
I told him I'd pay him back for telling
he
people
throws
it
the
was my
best.
birthday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what I want to do now is I want to show you how I'm going to use the baubles. I'm going to use some of the other bigger stamps as well. But what I want to do is I'm going to overstamp now.
Yeah.
So this to me is where I use my inserts. Everyone knows I use, if you've seen me before, you've seen me use the inserts
Yes.
to use my cutting dies
Right.
to make my perfect framing. But it's also really good for overstamping because I got a really bad habit of just stamping over onto the foam and then I put a piece of card down and mark the back.
Yeah.
And that's okay if you're covering it, but what happens is you don't see, if you use black ink, you don't see it's on there. You put a piece of card down, you pick it up, you turn it over, and it's all black on smudged.
It is, yeah.
So this one is I used earlier for the thing, so I'm just going to put that down, and they fit exactly. And I'm just going to, this is why the easy lift.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it also means I can get it still, a piece of card exactly smooth and in exactly the right place.
Right.
So if I wanted to do that repeat of getting something every 1 centimetre, I can use this sheet as a guide because it has the numbers on. I don't just have to use those. But for this I said I'm going to overstamp, so I'm going to grab a block. I should grab the one I cleaned earlier. And the larger stamps. So you've got here like the fir branches. You'll notice this one is kind of curved.
Yeah.
And that's so that you can build a wreath easily yourself if you're confident.
Yes.
Without it. But it also gives you the right sort of, it sounds weird, it gives you the right sort of look for the edge of a tree. Can you see how it how it comes
like
in?
a like branch, kind of embracing branch.
Yeah, they do. So all I'm going to do is just put this in light green. I'm just using first generation in the light green. So I've got a little bit there of almost, and again, although that's almost pine, put flowers in that, and you've got magnolia. And on that set, you've actually got quite a few different ones. You've got the curved, you've got one branch on its own individually, which is a similar idea, which is this one. And I'm going to use this one with a darker green. And I'm going to go first, second, and third. See how that just builds? So I'm doing the first sort of on the edge. I'm bringing the third and second and third generations into there. But suddenly I've got, if I hold this one up, you'll see it a little bit better. Can you see there? Just hold it down.
Oh.
Now, if I had
love
flowers,
that.
now you would think I was skilled on that, and I'm not. You saw exactly how easy that was to do.
And I love the fineness of the detail that you are achieving in those stamps. That's the key, isn't it?
It is. That's the key, and that's the difference. If someone was to say to me, what's the difference in the 2J's finger stamps and the stamps to go with them, I would say it's the level of detail rather than it just being a silhouette.
A silhouette, yeah.
And I think that makes a difference. So I just want a little bit more darkness there. So, there I've got that. And this is the benefit of using a stamp platform. So now I'm going to put in some baubles. Yeah. So I'm going to use the baubles. And I'm going to use... But now I can actually get them straight. So I'm going to go that one for the higher. And we'll go with... Look, I don't know what it is. This sort of 60s... fat, sort of little rounded, squished bauble, I absolutely love. And of course, we've got to have 3, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because everything has to be the rule of 3, so we'll pick those up. So stamp platform means that they're exactly the place I wanted them to be. They're exactly as straight as I wanted them to be. And if not, there's actually grid lines on here. So that looks straight, but actually isn't. So I can use one of the grid lines just to make sure I get that straight. That's better. Okay, now I'm going to use a little bit of VersaFine.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm just touching the stamps. Yeah?
Right.
I'm not inking them.
Yeah.
I'm touching them.
Kissing them.
Kissing them, that's the word.
That's the kissing.
So we just stamp that down. You see then,
Yeah.
I get that shady distress
I
look.
love that, yeah.
But I'm going to come in now with my VersaFine in sepia.
Okay.
And I'm going to come at it. See how this edge is darker.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come at the stamps on the edge.
Yeah.
And again, this is why I love a stamp platform on my Press to Impress. Can you imagine trying to do that on a block?
Yeah.
The very first thing you'd have to do is clean all that excess ink off. And I'm too lazy. No, I don't.
And then look at that.
So suddenly I've got a
Yeah.
3D. I'm not sure on that one, it's not 3D enough. Well, let's take a bit more ink and just
Yeah.
ink it a little bit more. There we go. Don't try and get it perfect. You can see now I've got
I love that.
3D shaded baubles.
Yeah, you can see the dimension, the light hitting from the right and then the darkness and the
so
shadow.
it doesn't look crazy. And what we've included is
I love this.
the little bauble hanger.
Oh,
So,
I need. It's funny because it's really, really spooky. The other day on Tuesday, I was making a card, and had a butterfly in the cover, and I was like, I need a stamp that has got a little dots in there, or like a chain or something like that. Like that would have been perfect.
There's so many things in
Exactly.
here that you will use for lots of different things.
Absolutely.
I've used that for the base,
Yeah.
or for the stem of a topiary tree.
Of course, that would
Because it
work
works.
well.
So we'll just put that one in. So now that bauble is hanging,
Yeah.
and that's hanging from the front. I've got a smaller version, which I can put in here. There we go. Now, let's get this right. There we go. Let me move you down slightly so that this one is hanging from a different branch.
Yes.
Different heights make such a difference. These are some of the little things that have sort of been thought through on these. So that's hanging from a lower branch, whereas that one's hanging from the top.
Which makes perfect.
So that's hanging from there,
Yeah.
and then this one,
Can you link two of them?
you can really
Oh.
easily. So I'm just going to do, let's get that in the right place. I must be honest, I tend to do this more with the blocks.
Yeah.
I tend to do that more with a block, but I'm getting a little bit more confident in that. I'm still not to yours or Leonie's standard.
Well, I'm not. I'm not. At Leonis, yes, but I'm.
Okay, so
I'm below you.
okay, so there. Well,
Look at
don't
that.
move the stamp.
Yeah.
Move the card.
Yeah.
Always
I know.
easier to move
Yeah.
the card. I was supposed to get it all lined
Yeah.
up first and straight, which I didn't. But yeah, just move. It's easier to move the card than move the stamp.
Sometimes, yeah. Perfect.
So that's hanging on there. And then I'll bring in my finger stamps and say, let's add a few let's balance that red out. Let's add a few flowers. Which flower shall I go for a less traditional flower? So just put that on my finger block. And this is where you can almost fill in any gaps or any mistakes or anything. So let's just put those in. And again, remember, darker probably at the edges. There we go.
Yeah.
Put our little things in, stamps in, and then all I would do, again, is just mat and layer that. Honestly, I've prepped so many bits.
Yeah.
This is unusual.
Well, that's pretty beautiful, though. It's unusual, but it shows that you really love these stamps and you like
I
to
spent
kind
days,
of...
I spent absolute days
Yeah.
playing because I love them so
Because
much.
you might be playing days, but you will have lots of different cards and lots of different effects as well at the end of the day. I think that's beautiful.
But it's from scratch, and
Yeah.
it's just a piece of card. But we've used the equipment, and to be honest, to me, the stamps are brilliant.
Yeah.
They really are. But what makes it possible for me is having the finger blocks and the press to impress.
It does.
Mean that I can make a card like that, which if someone had shown me that last year and said I'd made it, I wouldn't believe it.
Well, you have not only made it, but made it on TV, which is always
Yes.
harder, you know, because there is my interruptions. There is, of course, the adrenaline, and oh, you have to show it properly and things like that. So if anything can go wrong, it's during live TV, and you have done it. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
We will rejoin you when you are ready. Now, of course, we have got, well, not the one-day special, because that sold out at 8 p.m. last night, but we have got while stocks last. Now, that is the set of stamps that it was featured in the one-day special, as well as a set of 10 of those finger adobers. There it is, the missing one. There it is. There it is. There you are getting all 10 of them. Now you are getting the beautiful, highly detailed stamps that you can see on your screens. This is not just about having, you know, buildable stamps. It's not just about wreaths or borders or scenes. It's about all the detail that, of course, 2Js have put into those stamps. I love the way that you can then incorporate them in different shapes, not just as a wreath, but of course with those beautiful sentiments as a focal point as well. And I love them. Once having the individual stamps means that you can then build any shape as well. And I think I have to say that if we take away the Christmas, that could be a birthday card. I mean, not just for Christmas, birthday babies or something like that, but, you know, in its own right for winter or any time of the year. Look at that one. That's a proper Christmas wreath, isn't it? With the pine cones, you know, the leaves in here, the foliage, the berries. All those ones are included. And I love as well this one that showcase those kind of branches in there. If I put it here, you can see, is the antlers or is the branches. And I love that. That creates that garland, that swash as well, with the kind of beautiful pine cones and stars falling off as well in there. But look, very similar to what John has created, there is this other card. And this is the thing, not just the proportions that we are showing you, the images are the perfect size, that kind of golden touch that you can then create corners into larger cards or smaller cards. I mean, I will show you this card again, just to show you the difference in sizes that you can achieve. There are some of the stamps, yes, are small, but they can build with them. You can bring in the color. Again, I'm having some favorites because I absolutely adore this one, the elegance of the colors. And then, of course, it's up to you whether you start and stamp and emboss partially as well. It's such a classic look. 40% of the wild stocks last, of course, have sold out. Love this card as well because it showcases that you may have a stamp from a previous set, maybe from, is this from the Highlands?
No, it's actually from my Dearland stamp and die set.
I love that. Because
but it works because you think the ones down the side, you think that's a Christmas tree stamp. It's not, it's the branches I've just used. It's just the two. That's an Archangel one. But yeah, it ties in with what you've already got of mine and all of anyone else's, really.
I absolutely love that. And of course, you have got a Freedom price offer. So Freedom member, £43.16 is your price, with a saving of £10.79. And of course, you have got Flexi as well, which means it opens up a Flexi basket. And that's important because more in a second, because you can get all the stuff as a Flexi. Now, if you want to go for the Flexi buy, you will have exactly the same saving there that you would have in one-off payment, but of course then it means that split the cost in interest-free payments makes it a little bit easier. £43.16 would be one-off payment if you are a Freedom member, and that of course is the deliver price, so you don't have to pay any extra for PMP as a Freedom member, or £21.58 if you split the cost. 40% of the stock has gone. Remember, this is a while stocks last. If you want yours, you need to check out your baskets. We don't know if it's going to last until 6 p.m. Well, it's going to last until 12 p.m., so let alone at 4 p.m. So make sure that you check out your baskets. 386084 is your item number. If you want a set of 30 extra finger blocks, we have got those ones. $11.97 is your price, and over 40% of the stock has gone. Again, this, if you wanted to add it to your baskets, you can. Then you can flexify it and spread the cost of that as well. So you would be paying, I believe it's £5.98 or something like that. 581883 is your item number. I said it right? Yeah, I said it. My maths are getting better.
And it's in a second language, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
I couldn't add up in English, let alone Spanish.
581883 is your item number. And of course, they will be dispatched from the 9th of October. I get so pleased when I get my maths right.
Yeah, you should be really impressed with that, genuinely.
Thank you.
So I was going to do something else, but then you showed that card with the corners, the sort of done top and bottom. And that was done originally, I think, in the stencils that were in the one-day special, but I can show you how we can use the press to get a similar look.
Perfect.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this stamp, which is, again, in that foliage set, but it's got almost like little berries on the end. So again, this is totally can be Christmas, but non-Christmas. So let's just pop another magnet down on that one. So I'm just going to ink this again. I'm using intense colours so that they show. So I'm going to stamp that one, and again, I don't want it perfect. I want like a first or second generation. Okay. And then all I do is rotate the card round to do the second corner and stamp that. So I've got them matching. I can then take the stamp and go, right, okay, so let's go there. Pick it up, ink, stamp, and rotate 90 degrees. So I can make identical corners with no worries, if your magnets aren't in the way. So there I've got almost the basis. Yeah?
Perfect.
So I'm going to say, right now, well, let's have a pine cone. Let's make this a little bit autumny, shall we? We'll have a pine cone, we'll have a sycamore key. We're going to have that little, which to me looks like, is it Chinese, like physalis? It's like Chinese
yes,
gooseberry,
I know. I don't know
Chinese
the name,
lanterns,
but I know
that's
exactly,
the word they sort of call it. So we'll take that other one there. So I'm just going to pop those in like that. Take that out. And then again, I'm going to use a little bit of VersaFine in brown. So see, we're suddenly starting to build that up almost autumnal. Flip it 90 degrees, do it again. And what I would do personally is I would make like 4 or 5 of these. So take out, put another piece in and stamp them all again to move it round. So let's go, well, I'd want another...
That looks so pretty.
Let's have another sycamore key there. And I think pine cones tend to come in at least in 2s, don't they?
Yeah.
That would go there. And let's have that bit.
And I love as well the fact that this is not just for Christmas, like kind of that autumn feel to them as well. And there is something really classic, but also you can make very modern cards.
You can go really classic, and you can go classic and Christmassy in your reds and greens if you want to, but you could do spring, summer, autumn, winter. It's literally about changing the colours. This almost collection should have really been called the sort of natural or nature collection. But I mean, some of the things, I've never seen a sycamore key in one before.
No.
Like that, all the little Chinese sort of things there. So
and it's that small nature, but also the detail that you have achieved to put in those stamps.
It is. It's the level of detail, and that is achievable because of how we've had them made. And, well, as you know, they're made like 10 miles from here, aren't they?
They are, indeed.
So all I'm going to do now is let's add some little bits of... let's add a little flower in. And really... So let's put that one in. But there's also... Where's that one gone? That's the only problem when I leave them sometimes on my thing. Can you go through the thing in a minute, just while I clean my...
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, if you want to go for the wild stock slabs, make sure to check out your baskets. Over 40% of the stock now has gone. And if you remember, the one-day special did sell out at 8 p.m. This is the wild stock slabs. There is no, one-day special in extra standard delivery. That is it. If you want the wild stock slabs, make sure to check out your baskets with a £10.79 saving. Now, another thing that you need to check out your baskets for is the happy hour. Now, the happy hour contents may vary in terms of the designs that you may get into your peel-offs, but you are going to get 100 sheets in total. And of course, some of them may be silver, some of them will be gold, some of them will be white, some of them will be transparent, some of them, there is all sorts of different possibilities. And I know lots of you adore peel-offs. It's one of those things that it's one of those ones that a lot of people started with peel-offs and never ever have left them behind, because they are borders in here, they are designs, and of course you are getting all 100 sheets of not double-sided peel-off stickers. Oh my goodness, $9.99 is your price. I'm getting my maths better, but then all the words are not coming out. You have got a massive saving there of £50, 316 171. I can only do one thing right, so it's my maths. This hour, my words aren't. But remember, this is a happy hour, so make sure that you check out your baskets before the end of the hour, because this will not be back, and you want to grab a bargain. Back to you,
Excellent. So all I've done now is I've cleaned those stamps, so I'm just going to put some little flowers in. But you see suddenly how that lifts it. Again, think about notebook cards and things. So I know I've been doing a lot of Christmas, but this is for all year round. So I've put those in. So I've got those little purple flowers along there. And just to fill it out a little bit, and this is, to me, where the finger stamps come into their own, because I've got here the two little, like, maple leaves.
Yes.
So I'm just going to fill this in a little bit, but I'm going to use the darker green, which is there. Yeah, and I'm going to grab a little bit of scrap card. Yeah. And I don't want first generation on here.
Right.
So I'm just going to go off and then take the first off. But you see how that now fills that in. So I'll show you the two different ones to compare them. But if you see the top one and then the bottom one.
Oh, yes.
But the way it fades if you take the colour off. So that's your sort of done. We'll rotate that one round. And again, I'm going to do exactly the same off, but just putting...
I love that.
Don't even have to get them the right way, but if you want the leaves to be the right way,
and there's another thing.
You can see and twist.
That's the thing. I was just looking at you at the blog. It's like, and that's one of the things the finger blocks are so good, because you can twist and rotate it without having angular elements to it, if you know what I mean. If you have got a block, you will tend to grab it by one side. You cannot rotate it as much.
You can't rotate that
as easily
without another hand. And what I do, and this is terrible. But I did say this is my favourite stamp, and I know that sounds really weird. The little three.
Yeah, three, yeah.
This is the best filler ever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so small, but it's crazy. So, I just want to bring that little bit of that purple in and bring it together. So let's grab some of the purpley blue, and now... just fills... those little gaps, and this is the bit to me that makes me think, oh, I look as if I'm clever.
No, but the thing is, I mean, you are clever, but also the important thing is that you weren't confident to do this a year ago or 2 years ago. This is the thing. Maybe you're at home, you're thinking, oh, I'm not good, I'm not as good as John. Well, the thing is, John, 2 years ago, who wouldn't have been able to do this? It's all about the fingered blocks. It's all about the stamps with the details. Yeah.
It's the right tools with the right stamps with the right thing.
I mean, I'm with you. Like before this, Stamp to Impress or other platforms, I could never do pattern building. Having the right tools means that something like this is achievable. That's beautiful.
You can do any one can do
Love
that,
that.
literally. And I just want to show you one more quick thing.
Yes, of
because
course.
you know how people draw round?
Yeah.
So they get a pen, and they're really clever with it. So they get a pen,
Yeah.
and they can draw those funny lines and stuff.
Okay.
And I'm not good at that, and I just want
Right.
to keep that little pattern
Yeah.
going. So I'm just going to use that ball stamp. Okay.
That. Oh, love that. Oh, that looks beautiful.
And then just the little mini one.
That for a party invitation, for instance, a soiree at Baker's house, or Mr. Baker, Mrs. Baker, which are the best.
We
I
need
have
a
to
party
say.
for Bob's birthday.
Yeah,
I know they had a
but,
family one,
yeah.
but they need one for the rest of us.
Look at
but
that.
again, note or something. Be a little bit cleaner. I'll hold it up, but anyone can do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just using the tools and the
Look.
right stamps.
Absolutely love that. Thank you, John, so much. Now, we are incredibly busy for the wild stocks last. Approaching half the stock has gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. John will be back with myself
With you at
12.
12.
I'm looking
Yay.
forward to that. But make sure to check out your baskets because there's no warranty. The wild stocks last will last until then. And John, happy birthday. We'll see
Thank
you at
you.
12. And of course, do stay tuned here at the craft store. We have got an exciting hour with rice papers. And of course, stay tuned because that is going to be a blast of techniques. Well, we have got mixed media with ITD rice papers. Then Natasha is back at 10. And then at 11, pink ink designs. Ooh, musical.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. We're going to go all mixed media right now. It's a perfect timing for it as well, actually, because we look around the house and we see bits and pieces that we think, oh, yes, they could be decorated, they could be changed, they could be revolutionised and upcycled. And we can get lots and lots of crafting done at the same time as well. So we've got a brilliant hour for you, all about mixed media. Anthony Minnis, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good to have your company. You've been here many times before.
Many times.
Our first time together,
Yes.
but I do believe you are a multi-talented man when it comes to multimedia.
Yeah, he didn't turn up, so I was
Hey, listen, I know the feeling of being the B team very well, let me tell you. We're going to start with some rice papers. What do you love most about rice paper before we get started?
Rice papers are so versatile. You know, I've only been using rice papers for about a year, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So it's very new to me, and still is. And you know, it's always always learning new things. But with rice papers, you can be doing anything from scrapbooking, journaling. You can be decorating baked bean tins. You can be decorating jars. You name it, these will decorate it because it's a very thin paper, but yet very strong. And even if your item that you're decorating is sort of like curved in any way, you can near enough press that rice paper into all little nooks and crannies so you can still get all the detail of the original shape, but then you're giving it a new lease of life by upcycling it.
It is fabulous, isn't it? I have to admit that I watch the rice paper demonstrations and I find them fascinating because it gives you such a really lovely instant kind of... Everything looks very sophisticated as soon as you put rice paper onto it. It's so mouldable, it's beautiful. So we've got 5 options and you get 5 sheets of A4 in each of the options here. So let's start with wildflowers then. I think this is lovely. Again, beautiful colour patterns, lots and lots of different options. There you go. Had a 1 in 2 chance, as always, of getting that right. Always go the wrong way first. How delicate, how beautiful. I mean, it's almost like aged art already, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah, it is. And the great thing about it, you know, a lot of these haven't got like a main focal point, which is absolutely great, because then you can just use a damp brush to then just bring out certain parts of those, and then you can just sort of like layer them all together. And before you know it, you've created something really quite magical and completely different from what the original rice paper was.
They are fabulous, and we've got lots and lots of different collections as well. So this is Mystical Fairy, this one. Love that. I mean, it's a really atmospheric image, that, isn't it? And, of course, you can put it onto anything. I think it's just serene for things like your journal covers and your boxes. I mean, you can buy, cheap as chips, MDF elements, can't you? We've got some on the show, actually, today. And just create the most unique-looking pieces using just a very small amount of rice paper.
Yeah, it does indeed. You know, when it comes to rice paper, believe me, you're never ever going to throw any of those scraps away because they're always going to come in handy. And like I say, when you actually marry 2 together, if you don't want the original colours from your original items showing through, so in other words, we've got a biscuit tin that's got a brand on there, you don't want that, then just paint over it with gesso before you stick your rice paper on, and then you're going to be good to go.
We've got that on the show as well, which is brilliant. Next option then is script and numbers. That's beautiful. I love looking at things like that. I just want to read this over and over again.
That one. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really good one for all those people who are doing journaling.
Yes.
You know, that's going to work really well. And you've got some beautiful scripts there. They're just going to come in so handy for all of your projects. They really are.
Yeah, Emily just suggested, you know, maybe that folder or file that normally you keep the boring receipts and, you know, life admin documents in it. You could just cheer it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You make it a bit less depressing, couldn't you?
So, you know, this one's sort of like a little bit steampunky as well.
Yeah, it's cool, that one, isn't it?
Set. So,
love it.
You know, it's got a nice crossover there. Really great for like masculine-themed projects that you've probably got in mind.
Yeah. Love that. Very nice. That's the script set. And we've got a couple more to show you. We've got the hummingbird set here. This is lovely because it keys in really nicely with that script set that we've just seen, because you can see in the background there you've kind of got more vintage elements. But again, you can fussy cut. Well, I say you don't necessarily fussy cut with rice paper, do you?
No,
you kind of brush
don't. You just
around
have a
and
damp
feather,
brush.
don't you?
Yeah. Now, I know the technique is you actually put the damp brush or apply the damp brush from the reverse side. But I'm not really sure why that is, I'll be honest with you. It works from the front side as well, so don't be put off by that. If you're doing it in reverse, you can't really see what you're doing anyway. So
no, that's very, very true, yes. Just go in from the front, that's where you can see. And it comes apart so beautifully, it sort of feathers apart, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and it almost gives like a seamless finish. So if you're wrapping one of those around a jar or something like that, you can literally get a seamless finish really, really professionally and so easily as well.
Do you know the other good thing about that? If you're a very neat and tidy crafter and you think, oh, mixed media, I'm going to get that wrong, with rice paper, you really cannot go wrong because you can literally just tear strips, even regardless of the images, you can just tear strips and put it together and it just works, doesn't it? Look at this.
Absolutely. So you can see this one in particular has got lots and lots of separate elements there that you can like cut out, or like I say, with a damp brush. And then you've got this one here. So if anyone's got that Zuri mould, which I'm not sure the name of that Zuri mould.
Astrolabe.
That's the one. That is going to work so well if you've got a project with that. I saw that, and with this one as well. So have a look at what you've got in your stash. See what you can marry it up with. But this is a truly magical, mystical set. Yeah, it's called Dark and Mysterious, and this is the most popular of all of the options so far. And I am not surprised at all because they are really, really cool. I love them. They are exactly as they say on the tin. Right, 10% of the Dark and Mysterious already sold out and gone. Not surprised. So have a little shuffle through those and grab your goodies while you can, because the price is really, really good as well. And these are good to go. There's no delay dispatch on these. These are all brand new today. Isn't it wonderful to have a different variety of rice papers as well? You may already have rice papers from other places, from Leblanche and other places as well, that you absolutely love. Think about keying it in with these collections too, and you've got a lot to go at there, and 5 different sheets of each. So the item number 856486. Oh, I've shrunk. There we go. Oh, that's it. Weather's better down here. Right, now we've got plain rice papers. Now, I've never seen a plain rice paper before. Does this mean that you can do all of your inky techniques on this? It does indeed. Just use the right type of inks. You can be doing that. But then you can be doing something like this. So what I've actually done here, I've actually used a blank piece of the rice paper, and then I've used a stencil. I've used some of the 3D texture paste that's on the show. And then before it's actually dried, I've wrapped it around. So in other words, I've put the stencil on there, then I've just wrapped it around so it dries to that sort of shape. So before the paste goes too hard and would crack, just lay it around something. Then you're going to be able to decorate things like tins and things like that. But yes, you can stamp on them. You can ink these. You can make your own designs. You can actually put them through a printer as well. If you're going to put them through a printer, just make sure that you actually stick them with a bit of masking tape to a thicker piece of card before you run it through your printer. But then you're going to be able to print your own designs, and this is where it then gets very, very interesting. And obviously, all of your stamps that you've got, you know, John was using some stamps earlier on, you can be using all of those on the rice paper to create your own designs. See, I'm just thinking of those black and white images that we've got on our computer. Yes, you can. This would be a great way, because then you can create that really, like, sort of feathered edge around it. Use your Distress Oxide inks with it as well. Make it super, super vintage. I love that. Brilliant. Now, actually, that's really, really good, because before we came to the show, I was thinking, OK, why would I want a plain rice paper? And now, now I want loads of it. 513312 is your item number for 10 sheets of your A4 plain rice paper, £12.49. Now, we talked about stencils. So, hello, here they are. And with this, you actually get both of these. So you get the big words there, which are going to be great for things like your journals and planners, aren't they? I absolutely love these words. When these stencils arrived, this was the thing that, you know, I have always wanted, something that's got some words on that are a good size, that you can then put together to create your own sentences. My adventure. You've got the word time. You've got travels. Take the word, the letter S off travels, you've got time travel. So you can mix and match all of these. They are amazing. Now, the great thing about That's Crafted stencils are they are slightly thicker than quite a lot of stencils out there. So you're going to get real depth and dimension when you use your texture paste through these.
And they're really substantial stencils as well. They're really kind of heavyweight mylar, aren't they?
They are indeed.
So you can get your really chunky mediums into them.
They've all got a hole on the top left-hand corner.
Yeah.
Why is that there? Well, if you've got then a ring, you can actually keep them all together, and so they're all nice, neat and tidy. So it's great for storage as well. You've got the lace pattern there, 2 laces on there, and again, you can keep them in situ in the A4 sheet, or you can take them out and use them separately. Entirely up to you.
Which I won't do because I'll probably wreck the joint. 808 399 is your item number. £16.98 gets you both of those A4 super heavyweight stencils. Right. More stencils. Now, we've got options on this one. It's top row or bottom row. It's a bit of a time theme and a bit of a steampunk theme going on the top row, isn't it? What do we call that option? Time? Clocks? Clocks and cogs, there you go. Say what you see.
Say what you see, yes.
Clocks and cogs. Brilliant. You always want a clock on everything, don't you, really? It's just such a great backdrop.
Indeed, you know, this is great for, again, for your steampunk, all of that type of thing. Works obviously really well with a lot of the rice papers we've also got on the show. But yes, you can be using your stencils with all of the mediums. So you can ink through them, you can paint through them, you can put your structure paste through them, but you can also then put your stencils through your embossing machines.
Of course you can, yes.
So you can then get some really nice embosses, and these are a really substantial thickness, so they're going to give even more of an impression than a normal stencil would.
Can you get an emboss effect on the rice paper as well, just by dampening that? Would that work?
You probably couldn't, I'll be honest with you, because it is so thin, and then if it is dampened afterwards, it would then flatten out. But give
so you
it
could do
a
that
go.
on some card underneath, and then put the rice paper over and still get that
work.
impression.
Yeah.
Oh, see, look, I'm getting craftier by the day. The second option is your flourish and your mandala. Now, they're really grand, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they are really great. Now, when you look at a stencil, you know, just don't think, oh, I can use that in its entirety. Just use sections of it, because then it's going to look really classy.
Yeah.
And both of those have got lots of different areas that you can be using in any of your projects that you've got going.
Yeah, just take an element, take a quarter of any kind of rounded design, and you've got fabulous corners, or just have them peeking in from wherever you want to, and just create loads and loads of different effects. I think loads of people are going to go for the clocks and cogs on that one, I think, because that's a really handy stencil for anyone that loves steampunk. They're brilliant. Right, let's see what else is on the show then. 871267 for those, either of those two options. Now we've got your crafty board, and I have to tell you, there's a lot to go at here, actually. With every one, you've got 3 options, and you'll get 4 sheets of each. And this is just at the right dimension as well. I'm going to whiz that round just to the side for a second, just to show you the dimension of this. It's really lovely. So it's super thin, yet dimensional, and you can build those layers up. Now, this one is called Flower... Oh, Hummingbirds and Wildflowers. And so you get 4 sheets of each, and obviously you just they're laser cut and you just pop them out.
So the card is 1mm thick. It's got a surface that is easily paintable, or you could be putting texture pastes on there. It's going to take a lot of your different mediums that you've got at home. And like you say, yes, they are laser cut. There are so many elements per sheet. And obviously, because they are laser cut and you can paint either side, you could have the fairy looking to the left, you could have her looking to the right. So don't just think, oh, damn, you know, I want maybe a hummingbird looking to the left. Just flip it over, and you've got the left and the right version there as well.
Let's turn that, sorry. There you go, let's turn that around. There you go. So there are the fairies, and sorry, they're not fairies, they're hummingbirds, aren't they? And fairies.
And fairies.
There they are. Yeah, so you get 2 sheets of the fairies with the hummingbirds, and then 2 sheets of the wildflowers as well. My apologies. So you get 2 different designs there, 2 sheets of each, which is lovely. So, next one is bats and crows, perfect for this time of the year, isn't it? So lots of different scales in there. Love those. They're brilliant. And you can wait. Look at this. You've got the windows going on here.
Yeah.
You've got a bit of a cathedral look going on in there. And lots of choice, Anthony, as well.
Lots and lots of choice there. Yeah, different size windows, different designs. And, you know, all the bits that you actually press out, you know, you could be using those as well in your mixed media projects. So don't throw anything away.
Yeah, they're super, super cool. And actually, you've kind of, when you've popped them out, you've then got a stencil as well, haven't you?
You sort of have, yes, yeah. So you could be using that if you so wish. So
yeah, because you could flood that with your paste, couldn't you?
Nothing goes to waste.
Absolutely. Loving it. And the final option on this one, cogs and clocks. It's too early for this kind of thing. Oh, well, that's nice, where you've got the hands independently as well as the clock faces, and you've got loads of them to go at.
Yeah.
So clocks on one side and cogs on the other. They're all going to be popped out by the time this show's finished, by the way, I'm just saying. So that, along with the stencil...
Yeah. The thing I really love about the clock one in particular on there is that it has got those separate hands. So if you do scrapbooking and maybe it's the birth of a child, you can actually set the time when the baby was actually born or things like that. So you can really personalise it just by having those hands on there.
That's superb, isn't it? I mean, imagine that cut out in one of those rice papers as well, with a feathered edge. That'd be so cool. Very nice. 574727. There's 3 different options on that item number as well. It's very, very busy, the show already. Let's see what else is on the show, which is on the web there. We've got all of your mediums as well. We've got crackle glaze and texture paste. There's adhesives. The gessos are on the show as well, as the That's Crafty multi-surface paints. There's lots of different options in those, including the metallics as well. So much to go at in this show. In fact, if you want to get started with multimedia, rather than going to one of those craft retailers, I'm going to say, where you get... There's very sparse availability, I've noticed lately. You get sort of one pot of one thing, and then there's 3 rows missing, and then there's a bit of something else. Trying to get a curated collection to get started with. It's quite difficult out there, not on a show like this. So you can find it all on the website. And of course, remember, if your shopping goes over £60, then you can then break it down into flexis, should you so choose. So lots to go at there, lots to do. You've got a variety of different demonstrations, Anthony, that you could do. We could be here for 3 hours, really, couldn't you? Easily.
You could. There are just so many items that mix and match on this show, and that's what it's all about, mixed media.
Definitely. So where are we starting?
Well, the other guy didn't turn up, so I better carry on. So, first of all, with rice paper, as you can see here, okay, I've got a black piece of card and I've got a white piece of card, because it does matter where you actually put. You can see there, it's changed that straight away. You've got like the dark impression around here, but then on the white, it's completely different. The colours pop more. Yeah. So if you were to use a decoupage glue, okay, underneath there, this would be very matte and sort of like almost faded into the black. But if you want the colours to pop, then you can paint it or put it onto a white surface. So that's the great thing about rice paper. Now, rice paper, although it is very thin, okay, and it is very thin, so it's probably about the same thickness as the sort of paper you're going to put through your printers at home. Yeah. Okay, it is very strong. Okay, so don't be put off by the fact that, oh, goodness me, it's really thin, it's going to be difficult to use. And even if it's scrumpled up like that, you can then quite easily just unscrumple it, stick it back down, and believe me, you'll get hardly any of those crinkles in there. So it's really, really easy to use, without doubt.
It's very fibrous, isn't it?
It is. Now, there are 2 different sides to it. You've got the smooth side. Okay, so I'm just using the blank sheet here, and again, you can see the difference there. Yeah. It's got a smooth side, and then it's got the side that you can see all those fibres. Now, when you come to do your printing, what you want to do is just make sure that you stamp or print on the smooth side. Okay, so let's get using some of these products on the show. We have got a lot to get through, so that's a quick explanation of what rice paper is. So first of all, we're going to go for an MDF tag. Now, the MDF tags, I do believe, come in 4 different sizes, so you're going to have lots of fun with that. Now, this one here, I've sort of done it in reverse, okay? So I've used the gesso from That's Crafty on the back there. And that's because I want these colours from this piece of rice paper to really pop, okay? So you can see, if I put them onto there again, they're almost lost, okay? Yeah. You pop them onto there and you can see them straight away. So I'm just going to show you the reverse. Now, I'm going to be using the texture paste to start with. Now, you can actually mix it with any of the mediums, which are the multi-surface paints, okay? So you can actually colour then your texture paste. Now, the reason you'd want to do that is because you want it to show through the rice paper.
Yes.
If you want it to just be there and in the background, then just keep it white. But I've done this purposely because I want this to show through. But on this one, I'm just going to use it direct from here. Now this is the finer or the lighter of the texture paste, so it's not particularly that thick, but it's still going to give you that great dimension. Okay, so literally just pop some onto the back of your palette knife, and then it's up to you. You can just use a little bit of masking tape if you want to hold this down, but 9 times out of 10 you can literally just go in 1 or 2 swoops and then you're done. It's as easy as that. Okay, gives a really great impression.
Look at that.
So you can see that is a really, really detailed stencil, but yet it retains all of that beautiful detail. So that is the light texture paste that we actually use there.
And how long does that take to kind of...
Right, well, you can leave it, if you leave it, it's probably going to be between half an hour.
Okay.
Okay, but you can force dry it.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to let it dry naturally. No. So what I'm going to do, that's why I've got the other one. But you can see there the difference, okay? So you've got the darker version with light background and so forth. So make sure that you just clean your stencil. I normally just have a little spray bottle by the side. Normally it doesn't work like it is now playing up. So my backup is just a bowl of water.
Hang on, this is the first person I've met on the craft store, I think. No disrespect to anyone else in the studio right now.
Go on.
Who has cleaned a stencil straight away.
Well, that's the thing, you know, to keep them in good condition. It's best to. Like I say, they've all got that hole as well, which is really handy. So you can even hang them up to dry.
Yeah.
So if there's any texture paste hanging over the edge of your stencil, just get your palette knife again and just wipe that off like so. Okay. So like I say, you can force dry that, but I'm just going to pop that aside one moment, and then we're going to get on to doing.
When you say force dry, you just mean with your heat gun?
Yeah, with the heat gun.
Yeah.
Like all mediums, don't put it too close because it might bubble up. Okay, so just bear that in mind. But if that's the sort of effect you want, then go for it. Right, so we've got our rice paper. So how do we work this? Well, it is really easy. There's no going wrong. Just grab yourself some decoupage glue, and there are loads of different decoupage glues on the website, by the way. Okay. So literally, even though this is textured here, okay, and it's raised quite a bit because, like I say, the That's Crafty stencils are thicker than a lot of brands out there. I'm just simply going to paint, and this is decoupage glue, just on to the back. You don't want to go too thick with it because the thicker it is, then the wetter it's going to be. And as we said earlier, to cut down the rice paper, you use a damp paintbrush, so you don't want this too wet, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, so there we go. We're onto there. Let's just wipe this down. It is important to keep the area around where you're working with this dry, because otherwise you'll be tearing bits off. So it's on there. You can see where we want to go. So I just want to roughly pop that there. And then just quite simply just push it down. But you can see straight away.
Oh yeah, look at the texture of the stencil.
Through there. So always go from the outside, from the centre outwards. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This is like a little bit of a small-scale wallpapering, but it's much more fun.
Yeah. So this is the dry brush, okay, I've got here. And there we go. You can see straight away that design has come through. Now, with your brush, okay, if you just keep on tapping down, I better not tap too much, I can feel the whole table going here. But just keep on pressing down, and you're going into all of those little nooks and crannies of the detail there. But you can see that design has now come through really nicely. It's there, it's not too vibrant, but it is there.
Yeah.
If it was in white, you probably wouldn't see much of it, although you would get the raised surface still. So just keep on going around. Okay, now.
You've had a lovely email, Anthony, from Rachel, I think it was, yeah, who says, lovely to see Anthony brightening up my morning.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, so there we go. Now, the idea is that once you get to this stage, when you cut it, okay, you've got to be quite careful. Because it's damp, it probably won't cut, it will probably tear.
Okay.
Okay, so the best thing to do is to let it dry, but obviously we haven't got that sort of time.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
going to use a block with sandpaper, and just quite quickly just go round, okay? And as I said earlier, you don't want to waste any of this rice paper. Okay, so this is the quickest way I know of actually cutting it and giving you a clean finish.
Ooh, that's a joy, isn't it? Because if you had a blade and you attempted that with the texture that it is,
Yeah.
one false move and you'd have to start all over again,
Yes,
really,
you
wouldn't
would, without a doubt. So just a sand block or even a nail file. Okay, that's
Yeah.
going to work perfectly. So just go into all the little nooks and crannies there, the shape of the MDF. Okay, let's just pop that away. So there we go, quite nice and simple. And like I say, all of this, just keep it.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly show you how easy it is to actually tear this. So I've just got a damp brush just here, and literally you just go like that, just trace in the shape that you want to use, give it a couple of seconds, and then quite easily just tear it away. And I'll just grab the piece of black cardigan so you can see it gives that beautiful feathered look to it. So if you've got another piece, so let's just go down here. Okay, I'm just going to, this is purely so you can see how easy it is to work your rice papers and how they blend in. So again, we're just going to take that out. And, you know, just even by feathering those together, okay, there's almost a seamless join.
Yeah, it's always
even
knitted
though there's
itself,
like two
isn't it?
different, completely different colours. So that's how easy it is to use. So getting back to our tag here, before it's completely dry, I just need to pop the hole through there. Okay.
I think some people, when they're watching rice paper on TV, I think
Yeah.
they confuse it with tissue paper and they think
They
it's going to be
do.
very, very fine like that.
Yeah.
But again, you showed the strength when it was dry. You
Yeah.
know, it's really, really super, super strong. But yet, when you see the feathering with the wet paintbrush, you see how
Yeah,
beautifully it
it's
pulls
completely
apart.
utterly different.
Yeah.
Now, I was saying about stamping. Stamping's next then. Okay, so let's just grab my plain sheet of rice paper. As I said earlier, two different sides, the smooth side and the side with the fibres. You're going to want to stamp on the smooth side.
Okay.
So the inks you're going to be wanting to use, okay, I have three. You can pick any of these basically. VersaFine, Memento or Archival inks.
Okay.
Reason being, if you use water-based ones, when you apply the decoupage glue, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, it's just going to
All
blur,
of it's
isn't
going to
it?
come
Yeah.
off. So I have got just three here, okay, and this is just purely to show you what they do, okay, all in one go.
Oh, brilliant.
So just very, very quickly.
And you'll find
So-
them all on the website, of course.
Yeah.
Shop by brand, Souk and Eco, starting with a T.
Absolutely. So just, again, pop some of that down, okay, pop that over the top. Now, with decoupage glue, okay, the idea is once you actually popped your rice paper down, you then go back over the top, okay, and then it seals it. So it actually almost makes it sort of like splash proof. And as you can see, those three, I'm going to keep on going over it just
Yeah.
to prove the point, okay? And you can see which ones work the best, because even out of those three, one might work better for you.
Yeah.
But there you go, you can see there, that's the three different inks, okay, the VersaFine, Memento and the Archival inks. So they all work pretty well, okay.
So they're all quite fast drying inks as well,
They are
aren't they?
indeed, yeah. And even when you do stamp,
Yeah.
if you're unsure how long they take to dry, just get your heat gun again and just make sure that you like really set them before you then pop your top coat on.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just quickly that. So we can stamp. I'm just going to quickly show you how to stamp. And I'm not the best of stampers, I'll be totally honest with you. So I normally cheat and use, well, not cheat, I use a stamping platform. But here I have a whacking grey acrylic block. Just go into the corner there, like so. Okay, and you can see, as I said, I'm not very good. So let's just ink that up again. Could be, let's have a look. Okay, take my time. Okay.
Just to show what a lovely family we are.
There we go.
All told here at the craft store. We've just had an email from Simon from Pearly Winks.
Oh, hi, Simon.
Who is saying he's absolutely loving the rice papers, and he said amazing demos as well.
Oh, thank you very much, son. Simon, although I've been demoing for 14 plus years.
That long?
14 plus years. When I came to the craft store, I think it must have been about 4 years ago now, Simon was actually on the induction day. So, you know, and he's such a great guy, him and Donna, his sister.
Yeah,
really,
they're
really
brilliant.
lovely, lovely people. So you can see what I've done there. I have just basically just cut that out, or we're not cutting out. I don't quite know the term.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. We've taken it out, we've lifted it out. So then we have a little item there. I'm not going to use this one, like I say, because I've literally just stamped it. I'm going to use, there we go. I'm going to use a couple of these that I've already done. Okay, so we're just going to add these to the design. So again, just using our decoupage glue. So just go over, okay, and then just pop your element on there. If you want to go a little bit closer in, by all means do so. But literally, once I pop the glue over, it's almost as though I have stamped directly on top. You can hardly see. So I'm just going to pop another one down here. Okay, you don't have to be too precious about it. Okay, so like I say, the idea is that the glue will completely spill over. I think we're going to keep that at 2. That's probably going to completely mask that one off. So let's just go for one a little bit higher up. Okay. So we can definitely see that one. And again, just go over that, like so. And again, I'm just going to use my sanding block. Like I say, do let it dry, but just for speed, I'm just going to go around there. Okay, now we're going to use some of the metallic paints, the multi-surface paints. Now, these are great.
Oh, yeah, I want to see these.
You know, it says multi-surface, and I thought, well, what does multi-surface actually mean? Well, when I saw how many surfaces it can go on, I thought, yeah, that's why it's called multi-surface, including, dare I say, fabric.
Oh, really?
Then you actually heat set it on fabric. Absolutely amazing paints, and they really do go a long way. And the coverage is brilliant.
See, that's good to know, isn't it? You want something as versatile as possible, because you never know. You never know the crafts that you're going to take up in 6 months' time, do you?
Exactly. So it's up to you. You can now. I'm going to just go around the edge with the metallic, but if you wanted to, you could go over with your decoupage glue to set it. But like I say, we are, you know, pretty close on time here.
Ooh,
so
we're
just going to go just round.
Yeah.
And you can see that just makes that pop, okay, and it's just going to draw your eye to the edge. And also we've got a couple more elements that we're going to stick on top of this that are also the same colour. Okay, so let's just go all the way around really quickly. I'm just using a sponge brush here, entirely up to you what you use. You can use one of those foam tools as well that you apply all your distress inks. So that was just very quick, just gone around there. Now, this is an old cardboard box, okay, so I've just a corrugated one that I've taken apart.
Brilliant.
And then I've stuck, as you can see, some rice paper actually on there. So what I didn't want it to be that prominent, so I didn't paint the piece of cardboard, okay. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to use that metallic paint just to pick up on some of the corrugated bits of the cardboard.
So is that that's a very dark gold, is it? The one that you've got there?
This one is actually metallic bronze.
Okay, yeah, lovely.
And that works really well. And also, because they're actually quite a thick paint, you can actually, if you're careful, stamp with them as well. Okay, so we're just going to pop that one just there. Now, this is a great glue, and this is again the multi-purpose glue, and it's a PVA based glue, but it's pretty quick drying, and it's got a great grab on there as well. So I'm just going to pop that over there like so. Like so, our little moth, he did get, he got covered up, but I thought that was going to be the case.
It's all right. You could always do another one and add another one, or
exactly.
Peek one in from the edge.
Right, now these are the laser cuts, and they are absolutely phenomenal. You can see the detail of those. I was saying about, you know, if you've run out of them or go looking that way, then just simply turn it over and paint that side.
Yeah,
you know? So don't worry about that. So we're just going to pop this one about up there. Okay, hence I haven't painted that bit. I knew I was going to do it. It's all planned.
Yeah, forward planning.
Forward planning. So again, we're just going to go with the glue. Obviously, when you're at home, you take your time and make sure that's going to stick down really, really well. So just want that like so.
Well, the thing is, everybody gets something different as well. I think that's the good thing.
Exactly, absolutely. I'm just going to use my trusty craft knife if I can find it. You know, I can't, so I'm just going to use some scissors. Okay, we're just going to cut that one off like so. Again, don't even throw that bit away. It could be used somewhere, you know. It could almost be, I don't know.
Witch's broomstick?
I was thinking the same with a hat. Oh my gosh, that's spooky. That's
It is
spooky. You were thinking
spooky.
the same. So yes, you could be using it for that. So we just have our little fairy here. Now, how cute is she? I've literally just gone over with some black.
Oh, yeah, it could be a fairy broomstick, Emily's saying.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it?
Could be, couldn't it?
Yeah, yep.
She could have borrowed it from the witch.
So we're just going to stick our little fairy on there, and then we have our little hummingbird. Absolutely love the hummingbirds. Now with these, I'm just going to bring in a sample just quickly. We're just going to have the hummingbird just so it's sort of like that. Now with the laser cuts, if you're really, really creative, okay, you can be adding lots of detail in as well. So here's another sample, okay. So if you want, you can like do separate colours for the heads of the flowers, for the stems, and then you can add some detail. So if you wanted, for instance, to have the little fairy there, wings a different colour, then you can easily do that. But that's how easy it is to use rice papers, and you can get a pretty impressive finish it's so easily.
Lovely, and everything you need is on the show as well. So you've got the rice papers, you've got the paints, you've got the tags are on the show, and lots more as well. Thank you, Anthony. Let's go through the rice papers again. Actually, we're going to see a finished sample first, because Ian, who always gets in touch with us on the jewellery shows, look at what he's done with the. Is that the astrolabe? Yes, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, Ian is just absolutely fabulous where it comes to movement and lights.
Incredible.
He is the man.
I love it. He's our own Nick Park, isn't he?
Yes.
And he's using the dark and mysterious rice paper
love
there,
that.
which
Look
is
at
really, that's
yes.
super haunting, that, isn't it? I love it.
Absolutely amazing.
Ian, you're a genius. Right, this is brilliant. Let me show you through the rice papers themselves. Now, there are 5 different options. You get 5 sheets of the A4 in each option. So your first option is, I might have gone backwards now, have I? Sorry, Emily. So hummingbird is first, which is beautiful. Some lovely colours, lots of different mixes of colours there. You've got some real sort of antique feels to it, some very sort of serene, beautiful florals in that. Lovely colour palettes as well, which helps you with your colour inspiration and maybe for inking as well. So that's that option, the hummingbird. Then we've got the script and numbers option. So this is a little bit steampunky, a little bit vintage, a little bit stationery, a little bit absolutely everything, actually. So you've got the kind of letters from the past, or the bills, or the ledgers, or however you want to see those, scrolls, all sorts going on. Love this, with lots of different antique script. Then you've got the clock faces there in some wonderful colours, especially to use with that metallic paint, which is lovely. Then you've got numbers going on, some nice random numbers there on a nice vintage background. And again, some almost postcards from the past there for you to add your elements into. Then we have the next option, which is the mystical fairies. That's the one. So think about your cutout fairies and where they would sit in this. That's very kind of will-o'-the-wisp almost, isn't it? It's lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous images. That is wonderful, isn't it? I mean, imagine a beautiful, great big sentiment up here. Would just work perfectly, wouldn't it? And wonderful. Look, you can see the face just sort of peeking through. And I think that's nice. When you get a hint of something on a rice paper, it's wonderful because it kind of reveals itself through your project. So that's that option. You've also got the wild flowers. Oh, that was a good guess, Jerry, wasn't it? 20% of the wildflowers sold out and gone. So this is a little more sort of autumnal, muted, very artistic as well, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Really, really nice. And lots of different colour through it as well. Something for all seasons. I love that scene, don't you? That's beautiful. Definitely want to get some water flowing through that scene. And of course you can create all those kind of watery and glossy effects, can't you, with your mediums. And then finally, your final option on these is your dark and mysterious. And this is what Ian was using in that sample that we just saw with the jewellery astrolabe mould. In fact, that's the very paper, isn't it? I think that one. Yeah, beautiful. Love that. You got the deer there. 40% of this option sold out and gone. There's that image that echoes the astrolabe a little bit from your jewellery moulds as well. Beautiful. But again, it's the colours. It's the real kind of mystical. See, that's very never-ending story, I want to say. It's very lovely, isn't it? Do I mean, yeah, maybe Harry Potter. You know, one of those kind of really mysterious films, and then you've got the all-seeing eye there as well. So 5 different options, 5 sheets of rice paper with each option there for you. £12.45 on that one. 856486. Then we have got your plain rice paper. So this time you're getting 10 sheets of the plain rice paper. This is the one where you can stamp on, you can colour it up, you can feather it in lots of different ways, you can create lots and lots of different shapes, and it is amazing texture, let me tell you. I mean, it's super, super strong, as Anthony was saying as well. But yet you can see you've got a smooth side and you've got that more fibrous side, which is sort of almost like feathers have been compacted together. It's beautiful. 40% of the stock of that sold out and gone. So if you want it, again, I don't see many plain rice papers on offer for you. So 513312 is your item number at £12.49. Next up, stencils. These are super, super heavyweight stencils as well. Really, really substantial. Love, love, love. 350 microns to be precise. And if you don't know what that means very, very substantial indeed. Really good for your thick and chunky medium pastes. You may have some already. You may want to add some from the show. You get both of these stencils, by the way, so you get the big inspiring words there for your journals, for your diaries, for your cards, for your projects, and you get this wonderful lace as well, and you can pop those lace parts out of that main stencil. I'm not doing it. 808399 is the item number, because every time I touch something it just falls apart, so I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to keep them together. More stencils now. This is a definite, I would say this was a must-have really. If you're going, there's lots of steampunk and time themes running through this show, and you get either the top 2 here or the bottom 2. So you've got cogs and clock, which is the top set, and then you get flourish and mandala, which is the bottom set. So whichever set you choose, maybe you'll choose both, you'll get both for your £10.98. Now, we have got queues on the telephone lines. If you are able to use the web, then please do that. You've got the app as well. If you've got, check out the app, actually. If you've not downloaded it yet, go on, have a go. Have a go. We're all good at this video calling now, so let's get the app thing sorted as well, because that just makes life a little bit simpler when you want to order. Next up, then, we've got the crafty board. Now, 4 A4 sheets in each option, and you've got 2 sheets of each design. So this is the wildflowers, and then you've got the hummingbirds and the fairies on the other 2 sheets as well. They are super, super cute. They're just 1 millimetre thick, so they really add some nice dimension to those smaller projects, or indeed larger projects if you want to. If you want to double layer them up, you absolutely can. This is very busy, this option. The most popular options so far, which is your wildflowers and your hummingbirds and fairies. Then we have bats and crows on one side, on 2 sheets, and on the other we have the windows, and the windows are fantastic. I think they're brilliant. I really do, because you can make kind of like a stained glass effect with those.
You could do
couldn't
indeed.
you?
Just get a piece of acetate
Yeah.
and some alcohol inks, and yeah, it's going to look good.
Yeah, and you could have a crow sitting on top of the window, couldn't you, or a bat flying in to the window. How spooky would that be? So that's that option, and then your third option is. You're looking into it too deeply again, Emily. We've got cogs and clocks. So 2 sheets of your clocks with the independent hands as well. Plus, you've got the cogs in so many different sizes. Now, think about your rice papers and think about your stencils. This should be the most popular option because they just go together so absolutely beautifully, and they're really, really cool. Just show you again. Actually, let me show you that sample again, because it is really, really cool. This one by Sarah Lou, because I think that's absolutely beautiful, using the stencil and using the cogs from the boards as well. That's lovely. 574727 is your item number. Tags. Now, with this, as Anthony quite rightly said earlier, we get 4 different designs and 3 of each. So if you're getting started into your multimedia, would you say start small, Anthony, first?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, a big canvas can be a little bit daunting for some people, so these are absolutely perfect. But also, you know, you may have other tags that you can actually stick them on top of. So if you want to make it larger, then the tag behind could be like the border, but that could be your focal point. So yes, without a doubt, start at a good size, and these are absolutely fantastic for just that.
Oh, cool. I was just thinking as well, for symmetry, you could end-to-end these as well, couldn't you?
This is spooky. I was just about to say the same.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I don't know why that came into
Yeah.
my head as well. Ooh, there's some kind of psychic connection that we've got going on, Anthony. It's very bizarre, very dark and mysterious. 170629, and you get all 12 of those tags there. Let's go to the website because there's lots more. In fact, words and pictures first. Let's go to the mediums. The texture paste is on the show. That's the one that Anthony was using earlier, wasn't it? On the stencil. 312760 is your item number for that one at $9.99. Then we've got these fabulous paints. They are multi-surface paints as well, which means they will go on to multiple surfaces.
It could be glass, it could be metal, and as I said, it can also go onto fabric as well. So obviously MDF, paper, that sort of thing, but like I say, the winner could be, you know, the fabric. So you can do lots of things because you can actually stick rice paper on fabric as well.
Oh, can you?
Yes, you can.
Oh, that'd be good to be seen. So that's your metallic with the patina, the purple and the bronze. And we've also got the glue, the multi-purpose glue, which you said had a PVA base, but quite a good grab as well.
Yeah, it's a really good grab indeed, yes.
Fabulous. You get that in 2 different sizes there as well. The 50ml, which is a bit more of a handy sort of pencil fine tip applicator, and the larger one at 125ml there. £13.99, and lots more if you check out the website as well. If you open the web browser right now, I don't know what, is that a web browser? No, that's a hand. Open a web browser right now. First thing you'll see is all the products on this show. Right, Anthony, back to you.
Okay, so we've got some texture paste out there. I was saying about colouring it earlier, how easy it is to colour. It's just this easy. And I'm using the multi-surface paints here. This is the beautiful magenta colour. Wow, this is really, really nice. So literally just pop some into the paste. Okay, you now have coloured texture paste. It's really that easy. So you can see, there we go, we have mixed up our own. Obviously it's a lighter colour. If you want it darker, then just add a little bit more colour and you have got it, you've achieved it. Okay, so there we go, we now have pink. So we haven't got to go out and buy any other different colours of texture paste. We can achieve everything from just the paints and the white texture paste. So I'm going to use some of the clear or the blank rice paper, and then literally I'm just going to grab some of that. And this is an idea, if you've got any little pots and you've got any left over, don't throw it, just pop it into a pot, and it's still going to probably be good to go for another month or so.
Oh, cool.
So let's just pop some of that on there. Now, I would normally mask these off, so just bear with us. Okay, just literally pop that down. Draw that back. Now, this is going to go around a jar.
Yeah.
So as I said earlier, okay, if you were to let that dry as it is now and then try to wrap it, you may, okay, then crack the texture paste. So before it's actually set, just pop it around the item that you want to decorate, and then it's going to dry like that as well. Okay, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So let's just pop that aside for the moment. I've done one already, and you can see that that has sort of like retained its shape. Okay. So let's just pop some of that to the side. I'm going to be really wasteful here because obviously I haven't got another pot. Yeah, oh, shocker.
The nation gasps.
I know.
You were doing so well with the stencil cleaning as well. Now you've completely...
Let's go back to the stencil cleaning. Yeah, so quickly, again, just make sure the stencil is nice and clean. Okay, so just quickly just wipe over. Okay, and remember to go both sides as well, not just one, okay, because the texture, you're pushing the texture paste through. Right, okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to decorate a glass jar. Good old jam jar we have there. Okay, so we've got one piece of rice paper. I'm just going to place that onto there, and I can roughly see, okay, that the line is about there where I need to go. So I'm just going to just quickly dab that there. I am working from the back here because it's basically just a straight line. Okay, so literally you can see, as soon as you put the damp paintbrush on there, that is going all the way through your rice paper. If you want to cut your rice paper, then you can, but you're not going to get that nice feathered edge.
Tell me if this is a stupid question or not, but can you die cut rice paper?
Yeah, you should be able to. Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's going to work as well. Okay, so we have our piece of rice paper we're going to use. This piece, again, we're just going to pop that away for another project. So we're going to start by basically getting the paintbrush, again, the damp edge. So we're going to hopefully create a seamless finish on this. Okay, so again, just pull that, so all those fibres, let's just get the black piece of card again. So that's the sort of look you're after, okay? And then make sure it's the right way, which I think is that way. We're then just going to start by popping some of the decoupage glue onto there. And it really is, you know, nice and easy to work with, as I said. And it's so quick as well to create something. So I'm just going to stick that down there. Okay. And then I'm going to go for my other brush, which is the dry one. Okay. Just to start sticking that down. So then just very, very quickly, we're just going to keep on popping that decoupage glue down. Obviously, don't do it in one go because you'll stick your jar to the work surface and you're getting a bit of a mess. Just little pieces at a time. Don't worry too much because we can go back over it, and if there's any creases, we can get rid of those.
So we're doing the inside first, really, to secure it right the way around the jar.
That's right, yep. So, and again, with rice paper, like I say, it's tough. You can still unpeel it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're going to get back to basically our starting point. So we're going to get our brush now, and then let's have a look. Okay, and then we're just going to quickly
See, if only wallpapering was this easy, we'd all volunteer, wouldn't we?
Oh gosh, if wallpapering was that easy. So, like I say, we can keep on taking off. That's how strong it actually is.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're just going to see if we can get an almost seamless, okay, patch there. It's not too bad, actually. And then, like I say, just go from the centre. So if there's any little creases in there, and obviously you're getting the air bubbles out just as you would if you wallpaper. There's a big air bubble in there, as you can see. So just keep on going with dry brush, and you can near enough knock out any of those.
Isn't it satisfying as well? Just something different to do. And how many old jars and things do you put in the recycling every week, and you think, oh, could have used that for something else?
So there we go. You know, that is in its really simplest form, just literally going around a jar. It's that easy. Then we've just got the word dream, like I say. So we're just going to take that, just pop that there. And then we're just going to go around that. Okay, we're going to add that to it.
So you want to leave a bit of a border?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, you can go in pretty close actually, because the one thing that's actually holding this rice paper together actually is the structure paste. So you can go in pretty close, entirely up to you. But as we saw earlier, once the rice paper is wet, it almost goes like transparent anyway. So just keep on pulling that out. Okay, so there we go, and then we can show some samples of other things. So we're just going to put the word dream. I think we're going to pop it around there. Yeah, let's just go for there. So like I say, the aim is to pop your glue down first, then put your rice paper on. Like I say, this has got the texture paste as well, so it's an actual raised finish to it as well. And then with the dry brush, I'm just going to go onto there. When I'm happy with that, we can then go back with our damp brush, and let's just keep on going round there. And you can see now, as I keep on putting more and more of the glue on, the white blank rice paper is becoming more and more transparent, and it's just blending in with the original design that was there. Now, because rice paper is still like transparent anyway, you could then pop a little battery powered candlelight in there, and you have quite quickly got yourself a little light up jar. Now,
little jar of dreams.
you have. Now, just quickly, okay, we're saying about this, like I said, that's done in exactly the same way. This is an old jam jar, baked bean tin even, okay? So again, it's just the blank rice paper with the texture on, and as you can see, I've gone around the whole thing there. And again, I just wrapped the wet piece of, well, not the wet paper, the piece of rice paper with the wet texture glue just around that.
Yeah.
I did see on YouTube, okay, a really great tip. If you want to make a jam jar, not jar, I keep on saying jam jar, baked beans, it's early, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you want a baked bean tin to be taller, so you've got some really long brushes and maybe they're hanging out the edge, cut yourself another, okay, and then just quite simply, you can then glue that with your rice paper, and now you have a taller storage jar. You can go up as much as you like.
That's a
but
clever
that's a really
idea.
great tip, but that was from YouTube, not mine.
We've had a quick question from Carol. I know we
Yes.
covered this right at the beginning of the show, but maybe
Okay.
Carol wasn't here
Yeah.
there. She was asking about the plain rice paper.
Plain rice paper.
And can you print on it? And in terms of which type of inks, because there are different types of printer, aren't there?
Yep, there's the laser and
The
there,
inkjet,
basically
yeah.
basically rice paper is just paper.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
whatever goes onto normal paper will go onto rice paper. You will have to, as I said, stick it onto a thicker piece of paper to actually run it through. So just be very careful to make sure that your masking tape doesn't
get caught up in the rollers.
Doesn't get caught
Yeah.
up in the rollers. So to make sure it's really, really flat. You may be okay with just taping it down one side, the side that goes into your printer, and then don't necessarily go down the sides, because once it goes through, you're going to get a certain amount of pressure from the rollers and it might go a little bit wrong. But like I say, try it. I've tried it. It does work, but just be sure to be, careful. Okay, if that makes sense.
I think that would be brilliant to do as well.
Yeah.
And
do
listen,
a small bit. Don't go for a large piece to start with.
yeah, so not a full page.
Just go for a little square, maybe 5-6 centimetres. Just try that, and then once you've got the hang of that and you know what your printer can do, then try for a large sheet.
And please, when you've done it, please get back to us and
Yes.
share what you've done as well, because I would love to see it, because I've got loads of ideas kind of fizzing. Vintage albums, and sort of you can melt those wonderful black and white
Yes.
pictures kind of into each other, can't
Absolutely,
you?
you can, yes.
Which would be really, really nice. Now, you've got 1 or 2 samples over there. Let's have a quick look at those before we end the show, because we've only got a couple of minutes.
So let's have a look. We've got the chunkies. Now, the chunkies are really, really great. So these are these ones here. Okay, so they are basically a little frame in itself. In the 2 o'clock show, I'll be decorating one of those just to show you how easy it is. They've got a hanging hole around the back, so you can hang them. This one up here, which is the clock, okay, I've actually cut out, because the MDF is probably about 2 millimeters thick, you can actually cut that with a craft knife to then make it like a shadow box. They're really, really great, and obviously it's going to give you more dimension. But just as they are, you can just wrap one of these chunkies literally with the rice paper, and you have a piece, a work of art that you can quite easily just pop onto your wall as is, or as some of the design team have done here, they've gone to town with texture pastes and stencils and other bits and bobs they have in their crafting stash.
Anthony, what a wonderful hour. It's gone so quickly,
hasn't it? Yes.
Really, really quickly. So you're back again at 2.
2 o'clock.
Fantastic, because there's lots more to see. Thank you so much. Please make sure that you check out your baskets. Really, really busy on the rice paper. Well, pretty much everything. Take it as read that everything is very, very busy. So do make sure you check out your baskets and come back and join Anthony for more at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And on we go through the day. The wonderful Natasha McCarty is here after the break, and she is making... What is she making? You'll find out straight after the break, and then some pink ink in an hour's time.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Good morning. Well, we have got the return of one of our favorites. Of course, we are talking about Natasha Meigs, and we have got the amazing Natasha, the superwoman that is Natasha McCarthy here with us. Because you are a little bit of a, superwoman.
I think I just get confused and wear the pants on the outside. It's lovely to be back. Yeah, we've had a few weeks away, moving warehouse and goodness knows what. Absolutely. So it's been a busy time, but now we are back.
And you're back with a proper, making a statement, because we are talking about Lisa Chandler fabrics.
We are,
Which I didn't know before, but I am completely in love with them now.
With good reason. So Lisa Chandler is an Australian designer. She is absolutely phenomenal. Her knowledge of flora and fauna is absolutely exquisite, which means that when she designs things that are botanically correct. She's spent years getting to that stage so that she could, and she hands them over to a botanist to check they are botanically correct when she does them. So they are absolutely exquisite, her fabrics. Lots of you have seen some of these before, but these have just come. These actually, at Natasha Makes, we are the UK distributor for Lisa Chandler fabrics. So these come direct to us from the mill in Japan. And they've just been reprinted and they are stunning.
I have to say, when I saw the quilt behind you, there was something that reminiscent of William Morris, I would say, because they're this sort of one.
Right.
But then it's brought to another level with those beautiful silvers.
So this is the Melba collection. And the Melba collection, the brief behind it was what would happen if Dame Nellie Melba, the opera singer, and William Morris had an evening together. What would the love child fabric be? And this is what it would be. So Lisa grew up around Dame Melba's house, so she knew the colourways, and that's where she's drawn these colours from. So the black and the orange was reminiscent of her bathroom. Wow. So it's that real personal touch. So you're absolutely spot on. That absolute nod there to William Morris. Now these are, when I first met Lisa, and now bearing in mind she's in Australia, and I've met her throughout lockdown, and we talk most mornings very early on the phone. She's just such a lovely lady. She's an absolute powerhouse. Her designs are stunning, but she is insistent on quality. And the first time that I met her, she said to me, well, my fabrics are at least as good quality-wise, if not better than Liberty. And I went, that is a claim and a half. And at this stage, I hadn't actually had hands on her fabric. But if a woman is bold enough to say to me that that is the quality of her fabric, and I have to say my Liberty rep looked at it and went, "Oh my goodness, what is this?" Yeah. You know, I'm sold, and so I went in blind, and we've worked together ever since. This is quilting weight fabric. It is 44 inches from selvage to selvage. It is me that is cutting it. So when you have your pick and mix, if you want to get two of the same, I will cut it in a continuous length, because this is a Natasha Make show. This is me doing it. This will be me cutting it. So if you want meterage of this, if you want to be able to make, you know, it's beautiful for jackets and dresses and stuff like that. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Think Christmas. I mean, think about Paula. A dress in this. I mean, come on.
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah. I mean, just look at this. So when you start to get busy with this, and you start to really
for instance,
work
if we went
with it.
for 3 pick and mixes, therefore it would be 3 meters in total, because it was two, you know, there's there will be a continuous 3-meter piece in there.
Exactly that. Imagine that in a jacket.
Wow.
I mean,
or into a kimono or something like that.
Well, I mean, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And what we have actually behind you, we'll get to later, is a really easy way to get that look very, very quickly.
I think this is an extraordinary fabric. We are getting very busy. Remember, there is 4 different options for your pick and mix, but as Natasha has said, if you are thinking of dressmaking, if you are thinking of a bigger project, you can get it, I mean, by multiples, and it will be a continuous piece, as long as it's, of course, the same pattern of the fabric. Now, the pick and mix is picking any two. Again, it can be the same one, and it would be a continuous piece for £15.99. So that is a full meter of beautiful Lisa Chandler fabric that you can get there. Now, 051008 is your item number. Make sure to check out your baskets. You know what happens when it sells out of your different options that you have got in your favorite. So make sure to check out the baskets as soon as you make your decision. Then we are moving on. So we have got a fabric bundle here for you, and this one includes, of course, the interfacing, and there is different color options. So you're choosing whichever is your favorite. So we start with the first one, which, because we have got the red with the beautiful, look at this, gorgeous reds and Sakura prints in here. Well, is it a Sakura, or is it just... Oh, look, it looks like a kind of almond cherry blossom.
This is a cherry blossom. This is from the summer blossom. This is from the Summer Palace range. Okay. So it's that cherry blossom inspired. And every single one of Lisa's fabrics that we have on the show today has this metallic on it. Now, it sparkles. It absolutely sparkles. When this fabric is being manufactured, that metallic alone, so these are screen printed, and you get 16 screens. The last screen is always the metallic. Others will do it midway, which dulls it, because you get the other colours laid on top. This is always, the last screen is that metallic, so that it sparkles, and they really do. It's absolutely stunning. And this is absolute top quality metallic that's on there. This adds $1 a meter price when it's being printed, which in the manufacturing terms is a lot to be added on. So this is absolutely top quality. And what I've done for you is I've paired it with a plain, so that you can make your makeup bags, you can make all sorts of goodies. We've got on the show today, we've got lace pouches, we've got things like sunglasses case. That sun, I don't know about you driving in, the sun is always at eye level at the moment, so I'm always switching from my glasses to my sunglasses and back and forth. And also these make great gifts.
They do indeed. Now, there is the red option, so I think this one is, or let's kind of think, is this red Summer Palace? Then which one do you want me to go to? Down
That's
to?
Your dark blue.
That's, which is, of course, the one that we have shown here with the sunglasses pouches. The pattern and the elements to create it is also on the show. Then we are going to the lighter light blue, and here again with a beautiful silver.
Pretty,
how much of the pattern we are getting? Because
so you're getting a fat quarter. Now bear in mind that often when I do other shows, it's American fat quarters, which is a quarter of a yard. But because I'm British, and I'm cutting this in the UK, it means that it's metric, which means that this is an English fat quarter, which means that it's a quarter of a metre, which means you get 2 inches extra on each of those fat quarters. So it's just something to bear in mind with your fat quarters, whether they're American or they're British fat quarters. These are 20 by 22 inches approximately.
Then we have the green option as well, absolutely stunning with the gold in there as well. Now, if you want whichever one you're going to go for, you have as well the interfacing.
Yeah, now this is H640. It's a fusible fleece, a fusible wadding. And it occurred to me that when you get my patterns or you look in books, that regularly a make will require some form of interfacing. H640 is one of the most popular ones, and we don't often sell it.
Yeah.
So what I've done here is I've made it part of your fat quarter, so that actually when you buy this bundle, you are then good to go. So whether you're making one of the nesting tidies, whether you are making a makeup bag, a pencil case, whether you're making whatever it is that you're making, if it calls for any kind of wadding, then you've got it there. You've got that H640. You're not having to rummage around or put off your make because, oh, I don't have enough, I don't have it. It's now in your stash.
It is in your stash. 11.99 pence is your price. 682147 is your item number. Now, these 4 options are the brand new today, but there is more options on the website, thecraftstore.com, and there you have them. For 11.99, you can get, for instance, the Alison Glass Crochet or the Lips Elliott's Highline Black and Phosphor Lemon. There is lots more options, so have a look on the website, including Tilda as well. So it's the same item number. You just select whichever option you go to. Every single one will have a print, a solid, and of course that interfacing, the H640 interfacing. Oh, love that in Tilda blue. But you know what? I was thinking also some of these patterns will mix very well with Tilda.
Well, they really will. I mean, at Natasha Makes we sell everything from Kaffe to Tilda to William Morris to Tim Holtz.
Quality,
we've got
all quality.
That is only what we sell, because my ethos is, if I wouldn't want to use it, then I won't sell it.
Yeah.
And that's the ethos that Natasha Makes. So all of this is absolute top quality for you, because it's a treat, and if you're making to gift, you want to make sure that it's lovely and that this is going to last. And it just feels gorgeous. We spend many an hour just stroking the fabrics.
I know that
it's
feeling
a bit
very
sad, really,
much.
but we do.
Yeah. Now, then we have got another bundle for you. Now, this one features 2 designer fabrics instead of 1, and then the solid, but also you are getting the interfacing there as well. There is 2 different options that we can see there. So we have got the red and the blue. I'm going to open them up because there you can see the patterns. That botanically correct. I love that.
So this is the other thing to bear in mind with these, is that Lisa is incredibly fussy about which mill prints her fabrics.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are only 2 mills to my knowledge in Japan that use the technique that is used for her fabrics, which gives that depth. And a lot of people would look at that and go, oh, that's digitally printed. It's not. This is screen printed in the traditional way, but there just is an extra technique that this particular mill uses that gives that incredible depth. It's quite phenomenal.
And I love that you have paired up with the stripes with these exactly the same tones, of course.
Yep. And actually, that can be quite Christmassy.
It is.
So I did sort of just throw that in, thinking, you know what, some of these would make really beautiful alternative Christmas items.
I mean, imagine doing like stockades, just the front. I would do only this front with this fabric, and then you could use a plain one. But then you can do the inverse, so the stripes for the top and the bottom.
Absolutely. Or why not do yourself some Christmas bunting?
Oh,
that
absolutely.
doesn't necessarily then need to go away. I get a bit sad when all the Christmas stuff has to go away. But there is that option. It's rich, vibrant fabrics, and that's what we're getting here. So again, this is another idea. This is why I wanted to pair those fabrics, so that if you wanted to do something like that, again, it makes a great gift.
It does, absolutely. And then, of course, the pattern for the lens, the glasses are coming up in a second. And then we have got the blue option there as well, which is absolutely delightful. Again, I mean, it's the softness.
This is your classic, isn't it? Your blue and your white chintz, and then chintz with a stripe is just timeless. It's absolutely exquisite. And the moment you get your hands on this fabric, you are just going to feel the quality of this, and you're just going to know that it's so tightly woven. There's barely any fray. It's just beautiful to use.
It is absolutely stunning. If you want yours, well, you can be yours. Remember, there's 2 different options for you. $12.99 is your price, brand new today. 835917 is your item number. Then we have got, we have got lots of different options for different patterns. But this one, of course, the glasses case. This is a very vintage. I can think of course, the Melba. That kind of style.
Absolutely. And what you'll get with this is all the hardware as well. So you get the clasp, and also this is one of Lisa's kits. She kitted them and sent them from Australia to me. You can decide which colourway round you want. You have the choice. So you can have it that way, you can have it that way, and she teaches you how to do that ruched flower effect for the front as well. So all of that is in the instructions as well, along with your fabric, everything that you need to create that. So maybe you want something that or maybe you want to make it as a coin purse or something like that. It's just a lovely classic one to have.
It is indeed. I think also this one could be like, because it has like a loop here, so you could have it as a walking kind of the mobile case, and then you kind of go for a walk, and that it's protected there as well.
You can fit your credit card in there and your phone and maybe a bit of change, and off you go. Perfect.
Absolutely. Or even, we're trying to fit quite a lot in there, but like if you are walking the dog, so it could be the mobile phone and the poo bags as well.
Cram away.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, you have got the instructions in there. 122152 is your item number. The voices in my head was like, oh, too nice for the walking the dog bag. I think it's, you have to walk the dog in style.
Do you know what though? Also on our pick and mix of patterns, we do have a doggy poo bag dispenser holder. So you could do that in your matching fabrics and be spot on.
Absolutely. And now, pattern pick and mix at the bottom of the screen. If you want to look for that dispenser, there it is. It will be a part of that. You're choosing any 2 for $11.99, and that is for the patterns from Natasha Makes. Of course, if you want the glasses case from kind of beautiful Australia, the Melba ones, 122152 is your item number. More patterns for the pincushion. That's again, this is one of the patterns that comes from down under, isn't it?
So this has come from Australia, and these are beautiful. So this uses an origami folding technique for the fabrics, and it's a great way to learn this technique. And then once you've learned that, and you also get shown how to do the Suffolk puff flowers as well there. So some beautiful techniques that you can then use elsewhere. It's a fabulous gift in itself. It comes beautifully packaged as well. So if you want to gift it, then you can. But here they are. And then if you look behind you, Paola, you've got an entire table runner that uses the exact same origami technique. So once you've got that technique, use it in other things.
Yes.
But you'll learn it, and you've got the instructions there as to how to do that origami technique.
And then you can make them bigger or smaller as you again.
Exactly that. It's stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
And of course, the contents of this kit is not only the instructions, but the actual beautiful fabric in here. So you are getting the fabric. So you have got 2 different options: the green or the blue one. So whichever option you go, you're going to get what you need in terms of fabric. We just need basically the stuffing, don't we?
Yeah. And the thing is that with pincushions, what you stuff it with is a personal preference.
Yes.
So you can either just use a hollow fibre fill, or some people like to put crushed walnuts in, so it sharpens the pin. Other people, because that's quite hard to get hold of, other people use the stuff that you put at the bottom of bird cages, which also uses to sharpen your pins as well.
Wow.
So what you put in there is entirely up to you. I like to put a little bit of lavender in there as well, so every time that a pin goes in, it just smells delicious.
Could you put the gorgeous buckwheat that you sometimes do?
I wouldn't put buckwheat necessarily in this one, just because it's not good. It won't do anything for your pins. But you could put some in the bottom because it smells gorgeous.
That's one
and then just put your
that makes
fluffy
sense.
stuff on the top.
Perfect. 356672 is your item number. 2 different options: blue and green for £14.99, whichever option you go for. And then we have even more from down under. We have got a tidy up kit. Now this one again, you have got 2 different options, 2 beautiful colorways. Both very, very busy, and once they're gone, they're gone. So if you want to grab these ones, please make sure to check out your baskets as soon as possible. The first option is this beautiful greens and golden tones. I love this option, I have to say.
It's very calming, isn't it? It's absolutely exquisite, and we've got more of those colourways coming up with the gum leaves in there as well. So just absolutely beautiful fabrics there. So lovely and fresh. Now you can use this as a tidy up kit, which is what it's designed for, so you can put your little bits and bobs in it all over. But why not put, you know, you could put a flower pot in there as well. And
absolutely.
Have it
I'm going to show you.
That is the size of what it makes.
Yeah.
We've run out of that colourway. You guys went for it last time that was on, and it just disappeared. You inhaled it.
Half the stock has gone of the green option, so we're very quick. Once it's gone, it's gone. So we can put little elements in here as well. So storage. I really love this.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So you can tidy up all sorts of different things. Maybe you're going to have it in your bathroom. Maybe it's going to go in a teenager's bedroom or something. Anything to tidy, right? You know, whatever you want. Maybe it's stationery. Who knows?
Now, of course, that's the green option, and then we have the Melba option as well here with those beautiful like plum colors. I love those kind of aubergines in there, and then you have got that soft mint in there.
Yeah, and that's the same colourways that we've seen with the glasses case as well. And they're just, you can see that metallic on all of it, just really sparkling.
And of course,
stunning.
You get enough material to make one of these ones as well. I mean, it is a sizable project as well, and very different. And again, the techniques for doing this, once that you learn those ones, you can then...
You're going to use it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine that as Christmas bunting, that technique around there, and you could put your little chocolates
Advent calendar.
Yeah, and it's just, but you've got the pattern then.
Yes.
You know, you've got the pattern, you've got the knowledge, you've learnt it, and that pattern is all in with that price.
We have got already the first sellout of the hour. The ivory and green has now sold out, so that is no more. If you have it in your basket, you check out your baskets, you will get them. Otherwise, you will miss out. But if you want to have the tidy up, you still can get it, and of course, in the Melba option there, if you want it. £15.99 is your price, 378,521. And that's a kind of a gentle reminder to check out your baskets, because otherwise you will miss out, and you don't want to miss out. When you have set your heart into something, do you like to miss out? I don't. So, you know, that's just a gentle reminder. Anyway, then we have got the sunglasses next. Now, this comes in with your own pattern, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this is a hybrid, if you will. So this has got Lisa's microfiber lens cloth in, which is that one there. And these, honestly, we have struggled to keep these in stock. I keep having to get them flown in from Australia. They are such a beautiful quality and a lovely gift, and they've just absolutely flown. If you want the other colorway that's an end of core.
We have got, so when you go to check out your baskets, you can add that to your order if you wanted to. So that's, I think this is absolutely
beautiful,
stunning.
isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. But I didn't have any more of that fabric. I'm waiting for that one to come in. So what I've done is I've put together a kit where you get a fat quarter of the gum leaves, a fat quarter of a beautiful contrasting green to go with it, a fat quarter of your H640. Then you've got 2 of the flexi frames, so you're going to make at least 2 sunglasses kits. You've got the instructions in there as well, so then you'll have your microfiber cloth that's going to match your glasses case, and it's all there. It's all there for you. And then if you know, the kit will make far more than just 2 sunglasses cases. But that's your starting point.
I'm laughing, sorry, Natasha, I need to tell you, because my director said, there is noise in the studio, and I was like, yes, it's my stomach.
It's your tummy.
It's my tummy.
You're not eating your breakfast.
Sorry. I guess it was like, oh my God, that's so, it was like, it's embarrassing for me. I just haven't had a proper breakfast, and that's what happens. My stomach kind of goes like, sorry, Natasha, I didn't want you to think that I was like, it was like trying to stay there, it's like pushing my belly, so they didn't make any apologies for that. Right, absolutely. If you want your amazing sunglasses case with the microfiber lens cloth, you are getting the instructions and the flexi frame, £29.99. Now, I think what I would recommend, we recommend anybody who goes for this kit to go for the extra flexi frame.
You've got a couple of options. If you just want to get the instructions and 1 flexi frame, then they are also available online. If you want to get 3 top-ups, because the thing is that I keep being asked to make these for people. and actually your phone fits really nicely.
Yeah.
I've got an iPhone 12 and it fits really, really beautifully in there. So I can only say what mine is and say it fits perfectly in there as a nice case for it, but also for your glasses. I have got so many of these cases around the place because I have at least 10 pairs of glasses because I lose them all the time. So yeah,
I think I have got iPhone 11, the plus one, the one, and I definitely think it would fit here just because the way that I got. I mean, other phones are available, but we were trying to go into the vein of what would fit, and and that's of course because of how I hold it. I know that it should fit inside it because of course the width of my phone anyway, how it fits in my hands. Anyway, and now if you want to go for all three pieces of the flexi frame bundle. $9.99 is your price. 769-364 is your item number. Now, the tidy up, the Malva option now has also gone. So if you wanted to, it was the second sellout of the morning. Another reminder to check out your baskets as soon as you see something, because of course these beautiful fabrics come from under the Australian sun. They're made they're made in Japan. You say they're printed in Japan.
So the fabrics are printed in Japan. They then go. So these particular ones have then gone across to Australia. Lisa has made these kits at her warehouse there, and then they come across to us. When it's fabric on the bolt, it gets where we send it straight to sort of save air miles. We send it straight to me from Japan, and it just then skips the need to go to Australia to then come back to us.
I love that.
So we try and save air miles where we can.
I mean,
if
you need somebody to go to Australia to pick them up, we have got some voluntary.
I mean, it's on my list.
Yeah,
it's on my list. As soon as we can travel, I'm out there.
Absolutely. All right, remember to check out your baskets. Now, moving on to, we have got the makeup pouch with a beautiful lace zipper as well. So you have got in here the instructions and the lace zipper as well as the handmade. I love that handmade leather kind of.
I mean, we say it's a makeup bag. That's got all of my sewing stuff for the next show in it. I'm not going to lie, it's full of my hand sewing stuff. So it's just a really versatile pouch. You've got the nice little handmade tags there. But the last time that I was on, I demonstrated this. They absolutely flew. And the request was, please, could you have the zips to top up? Because there's enough for one in that kit, and then you wanted to make more. And again, this is absolutely perfect to go with your fat quarter bundles because you use your H640 there as your interfacing for these kits. So again, you could make one of those and at least two of the glasses case kit out of the fat quarter bundles, but we've also got the lace zips separately as well. So if you want to get the bundle and the pattern, that sets you on your way. Because putting in that lace zip is different to putting in a normal zip.
And now, of course, if you want to go with the pattern and that zipper with the label, $9.99 is your price, $684,638. But we have also the set of 3 lace zippers as well. So if somebody wants to top up, or if somebody wants just the zipper for another project,
absolutely,
this is.
And again, these make great gifts. And if you look at the detailing on the zip pull,
oh yes, let's have a look. Look at this.
They're really sweet.
Let me hold it properly there. There. Oh, look at that. It's just really the attention to detail there. $10.99 is your price. 126967 is your item number. Brand new today. Grab yours and check out those baskets. Remember, we have had already 2 sellouts at this hour. And then we are moving to the designer blocks here that we have got. Which one are we doing? The designer? Yeah, that one. Now, this is a cushion cover as well. So
yeah, so the cushion's just here, across.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
So this was originally what the pattern was designed for. Lisa does a designer block series in Australia. She sent me some of the packs, and this is what you can be making. So this is your classic Dresden plate. You can do it that way. Also with the pattern, there's the template in there for you to use as well, so that you can create this at home. And also there are different styles that she explains about in the pattern as well. So you've got the pattern, you've got the template, and you've got your fabric strips already cut. So if you are worried, someone who worries about cutting fabric, those strips are pre-cut for you. However, I looked at those and I went, it's nearly Christmas.
Oh, it is.
I'd quite like to try something a little bit different in a no-sew project. So I've got a no-sew project for you. But in order for you to be able to do that, what I've had to add in, and I've put that in at no extra cost from the last time that we sold it, is a ½ metre of bond and repair. Now, this is a mesh adhesive, basically. I mean, you know, if you don't want to use it in this project, just decorate your house for Halloween with it. It's like a spider's web, but it's a spider's web of glue. So this is, and also, you know, if your kids have gone through the knees of their jeans, this is what you would use to applique some fabric over the top to bond and repair, as the name says. But we're going to use that today and show you how you can make a table piece with these. But there you go. There's your full instructions there that you can see there if you want to do, you know, the cushion.
The cushion, absolutely. That's a fabulous set, and so many possibilities. And you said, I mean, this is added extra, so remember that it doesn't say that has got a saving, but this is with that extra bit in there that you didn't have before. £24.99 is your price. 024146 is your item number. I love when you get goodies in there that even, you know, just extras. Now, of course, and then we have got the cushion kit here that you can see with the pattern and half-meter fabric with the 15-inch width fabric strip of suede. Suede, I always...
Well,
suede.
it's satin-backed suede. So if you look at it, Paola, it feels beautiful on one side as it's suede, and then on the other, it's satin. So you can use this either way round. You can either use it and have that suede effect, or you can use it and have the satin effect, depending on how you want to use it. But it struck me when this tile fabric came in, oh my goodness, that orange was that exact same burnt orange that I had in the satin back suede, which was why I was like, actually, yeah, that needs to be the two-tone cushion. And you can make easily an 18-inch cushion like you've seen right there in front of you, and you get the pattern in there as well, but it will make that cushion that is there. That's what it will make. If you follow the 18-inch cushion instructions, that's what it will do. But the pattern also will show you the proportions if you want to make different shape-sized. It will show you how to do all of that, along with the technique to do that two-tone affair.
£19.99 is your price. 884-995 is your item number. I absolutely adore it, as I do the sarong as well, because these are beautiful fabric, but it's not quilting cotton, is it, Natasha? This feels like an organic, well, I don't know if it's I don't know, how will you call it, this fabric?
It's a scarf fabric. I mean, these are sarongs. These are either large scarves or sarongs. We're kind of moving out of sarong season now, so it's lovely to have as just a really big scarf. It is. You know, and you can pull up if you want over your face if you need to and cover. But the beauty of this was that they were such a size that actually we've been able to create a pattern whereby you can make it into a wrap. Into a kimono. Yeah, and that's what we've got. So we've got the pattern for you to do it. It's literally, I think, 3 cuts.
3 cuts, and then you can create these.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I love that. I love a kimonos. Anybody who has ever watched any of my shows will know, because I love kimonos and Japan. But this is just like, this is a kind of such an easy wear as well.
It's really easy. I mean, look, hang on. Let's simply show it,
Yeah.
Here we go. So it's very, very simple. So this is just made from cutting that one. And if I just swap that over, it's just normally really cold in here.
It is very cold, yeah.
But that is what it goes to. So either have it as,
I love that,
as a scarf, or
as a
2 or 3 cuts.
Oh, wow.
And you've got something that's going to flow.
Wow, it's beautiful. And that's a great, even if you are, like, so for instance, even in winter, just you're wearing a jumper, like a tie, turtleneck, and then you just put it in the top to just bring some colour.
It just gives that colour.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that colour, yeah. Absolutely. If you want to go for the the Lisa Chandler large scarf or sarong, £24.99. Remember, 2 different options. You can see the one there with the black background, or if you want to go for the orange golden one.
We haven't got the black one.
Oh,
we've got the orange one or the pomegranate. Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. There is pomegranate. I thought that it was, well,
no,
pomegranate or
right.
the orange and cream. 049724 is your item number. Now, of course, that is all. Well, they are absolutely stunning fabrics, aren't they? Now you are jumping to the to make the order through the phone, so there is a little bit of a queue. So if you have got access to the internet, the craftstore.com will be the fastest and easiest way to order. But however, we will try to get to you as soon as possible on the telephones as well. Natasha, then you said a no-sew project.
I promise you a no-sew project.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. So it dawned on me that Christmas time, you want these decadent fabrics, and actually the greens and the reds in the Dresden designer kit, actually you could use it another way. I'm all for, you know, creating something slightly different. And table settings for your Christmas table, or, you know, on the sideboard or something like that, with a safe candle. Like, let's not put fabric near flames, for goodness sakes. And I also like a bit of an upcycle.
Yeah.
So
that's always a good idea.
I cut a circle out of, you know,
a
delivery
yeah,
packet,
delivery,
and then drew around the base
and then
of my candle, and this is part done. So this is the first layer.
Oh, I see.
So this is my dahlia pattern, and we've done this before. That's what a full one would look like.
Okay. Yeah.
But we're sort of changing it a little bit, because we're going to have that candle in the center there. So that was the initial idea behind it, and we've got that pattern in the pattern pick and mix as well. So the first thing that you would do is to choose which way round you want your fabrics to go. So I've gone for the olivey colour on the outside, and then one of the reds. But then you've also got the orange, and then you've got a lighter green. So what I've done is I cut my bond and repair into a strip and fuse them together. It just fuses with an iron, and that's it. And then cut them into strips. Okay, so you can cut these into 2.5-inch strips. If you've got the dahlia pattern, then they use slightly larger ones for the base, but you're skipping one of them because you've got the candle in the middle. So just go with cutting 2.5-inch strips, and they're 5.5-inch strips when you start.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I would do is I would fuse them and then trim them back.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So far, no sewing.
No sewing.
No sewing.
We have
There's quite a lot of gluing, but no
but
sewing.
some people feel more comfortable with the gluing.
Do you know what? And this is the craft store, isn't it? You know, this is going to be a variety of people who want to use different
Rotary
techniques.
cutter is over here.
Oh, lovely, thank you. That's exactly what I'm after. So then, just trim back to your 2.5 inches.
Yeah.
If you've got a quilting ruler, then great. If you've got something like this,
the
stripology ruler, there is a reason that there is a lot of us that that call themselves Natasha's strippers.
Oh, well, I am one of them.
Yeah, absolutely, because the stripology ruler is just fab, but it just gives you that accuracy to just cut fast and effectively your 2.5-inch strips. They've been out of stock for a long time. We've got them back in stock at Natasha Makes, but and I don't know if you've got them back in stock here or not.
Oh, I don't know.
Certainly they were out of stock for a long time.
If you look on the website, Creative Grades, you should have them. Yeah, I adore mine.
I would highly recommend them. It's fair to say that I probably wouldn't be here without Creative Grades, because they just make cutting feel so safe. So by the time that you've got all of those, and then I would do another round with these ones.
So again, you have glued the two fabrics back to back.
Absolutely. In fact,
let them cool down before you cut them, all right?
Yeah. So, and this one, I just folded it in half and put the adhesive in between, press it, and that's it. If you are worried about gunking up your iron, just put a thing of baking sheet over the top, or if you've got a Teflon pressing sheet, even better. But yeah, and then you'll be absolutely fine. So again, and I might cut these slightly smaller. I might cut these to 2 inches, just so that they just start to sit ever so slightly differently on there. So again, spinning that around, we might need to cut more, but you'll get the idea as we go. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Ooh, there we go. There it is. And that gets that. Yeah, did do it. Fabulous. So then you've got your little squares.
Yeah.
Glue guns. Glue guns are your friend.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would work on a glass mat.
Right.
It's, you know, don't
you glue it on
yeah,
the
because you don't want to be getting glue on your fabric cutting mat. Keep the two.
And also it's heat resistant, a glass mat. With a you know, cutting mat, it's not.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be doing that. So let's give that a moment just to heat up. There are a few there that we've made, and we're going to start layering up. Okay. So it's very, very easy now with these squares, and you get to decide which way round you might want. I've done it with the green on the outside, but you might want to do it the other way round. So if you've got the green on the outside, have your red side facing up, and then just fold across from that centre point there, and then across again. And then when your glue gun is all heated up, all you're going to do is put a little line of glue down there.
Yep.
And then we'll work our way around, popping those in between as we go around, and that's really gonna floof it up. If you want them to sit a little bit further down into that gap there, then what I would say is when you've got them to that stage, get your scissors and just trim off just the bottom bit there. And that will just sit them perfect.
Yeah.
There. Okay. So we'll just trim these up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the thing is that the next layer we've done smaller anyway, and we'll then hide
all the
yeah. So that's, and this is, I mean, this is in your instructions, and the beautiful thing about this is that you can do this with paper as well.
Of course you can, So it's just the same instructions, because here there is no sewing, so there is no seam allowance.
No.
So then it's exactly the same for paper.
So it is. It's exactly the same, and so you can play. And maybe you've got double-sided papers that you're desperate to use for something.
Yeah.
Paula, was that your tummy?
It's my tummy. It's just, I'm really
when did
sorry.
you last eat?
No, I ate an energy bar before, but I've been very good for the last 4 weeks, and we are usually, you know, really, but no. Yes, the last day of my earlies is the day that is just like...
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough, then. Now then, where did I get... So here we go. So fold over.
Yeah.
From that tip up. Then fold that across. So that's going to lie along there.
Yeah.
Run a line of glue there. And just allow that to dry. And then when you start to get these, when I start putting these first ones on, I sort of draw a quarter mark along and do it from that. And it just means that they get evenly spaced as I start to put them in. And then next round, it doesn't matter, you're just going to put them in that space in between, in the gap.
And it kind of starts kind of getting that kind of dahlia effect, that kind of flourish, like those petals in there as well.
It's rich, it's decadent, it's a lot of fun, and it's going to look absolutely, absolutely stunning.
Beautiful. And by the way, of course, these fabrics that Natasha is using are part of the cushion kit in here that you can see. And of course, this is the fabric that you are getting. And this is the fabric that Natasha is using.
So if you are a sewer, you might go, what is she doing with that fabric? But this is just another way to use it. You know, you can make that cushion, of course you can. You know, you've got the accent fabrics for that, and it might be that you might want to put that on a black fabric and really have something, you know, super swish, or if it's more for every day, then put it on a cream or an ivory. It's entirely up to you, you know, how you want to work that. But this then comes together quite quickly as we start to pop these all the way around. And then with the smaller ones here,
will go on the top here. And right, I know that this is kind of course, a no-sew project, but have you seen the latest Juki machine that we have got?
I am waiting for my new Juki.
We have it here. We have it here.
I'm next on the list. It's on its way to me.
It is absolutely amazing.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Well, you know, this is it. This is a machine Natasha is getting. Remember that you have got here a month as a monthly mega deal. We have got a saving of £242 there with the extra, thread stand, the adapter feed, the bobbins, everything you need, plus more. You have got a FlexiBuy, of course you do, with 3 interest-free payments. And I know some of you are using also something that is not related to the craft store, but using PayPal. There has got this option to also spread even more the payments. Do your own research as well for that one. But remember that this is the monthly mega deal with a saving of £242. And I know Natasha. Natasha is like one of these people that she likes the Juki machines for so many reasons, including, of course, that it's an industrial machine for a domestic use. So it has got all the ease of use of a domestic machine, but all the strength and the quality of an industrial machine with all those different stages and the control, computerized control. That is not just, not only is a screen that kind of tells you exactly how to do it with videos in there, but also it has got Wi-Fi access, I believe. And that means access to the internet, which means that then you can actually watch content, like even maybe Natasha's here doing her tutorials, doing her things, demonstrations. You can watch her in there, and you can see there here that then you can then bring in those tutorials in there, and you can see the craft store. You kind of come in, and then you watch those videos online that we have got in there, and step by step you can follow those ones out. We have got a FlexiBuy payment, which means that you can spread the cost in interest-free payments. So £1,131.67 will be the payment for today. 449280 is your item number. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of wants, and I just but it's on its way to you, Natasha.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, I loved the NX7, and we used to call it the Beast.
Yeah.
But then when they said, "Oh, do you want to upgrade?" I was like,
"This is
yes.
This is not the Beast. This is the Mother Beast."
Yeah, the mother of all beasts, and that's just it. I mean, certainly for us at Natasha Makes, we keep up on YouTube. Yeah. All of our demonstrations, they never go anywhere. So all of these things, there's a full demo there, and you can just watch it whilst you're at your machine.
Absolutely.
How amazing is that? Isn't technology just phenomenal?
It is absolutely phenomenal. And I also think there is that sort of sense that that it's a Juki machine. I mean, you have been loving Juki machines forever.
I only stock Juki machines.
Exactly. And then not only that, then you have got that modernization. I was always saying, like, when it comes to Juki, I tell the story because for me it was kind of one of those moments of like, oh, maybe I should invest in a Juki, because I was, following the high-end designers, the haute couture houses from Dior, Valentino, Armani, Alexander McQueen, and so many more, and many of them do kind of inside of their kind of ateliers, and many of the times you see Juki. Their seamstress use Juki. If it's good enough for Armani, Dior, and Valentino, and all those stuff, I mean.
Juki is in 40% of the world's industrial sewing machines are Juki. They come from an industrial background.
Exactly.
So at no point when they started doing domestic were they going to go, well, we're not going to use any of that knowledge. But they use that sturdiness.
Exactly.
And when you get anything like the NX7, the DX7, and this new one, they have all metal parts. They are weighty. They have that industrial technology in your domestic machine, which means that they last.
They last.
They last and last because there's nothing that's going to wear out in there. It's not got plastic anything in there that's going to wear out, and that's why I only sell Juki and I'm very happy to be a rep for Juki because I know that it's quality and that's my ethos.
It is, absolutely. And also it's the ease of use as well, because when Gary is here as well demonstrating, it's always like, oh, that's so simple, that's so easy. Anyway, the details are on the screen if you are considering to get the Mother Beast that is.
I think a lot of people, they haven't had a holiday or whatever, and this is their treat to themselves.
I mean, last year I bought my second sewing machine.
Did you? You've started already.
And I had to say that it was just like, it was one of those things that, for instance, this weekend, I was talking to John before, I was like, oh, I don't have any plans for this weekend, and he's like, just sew. just do a sewing project. I was like, you know what, that is it. And this is the joy when you get a sewing machine for especially brand new, or you know, you get, and it's just sewing, just doing your enjoying. What is worth is what is your enjoyment, and that is what it is all about. It, and then of course
and
you
I
want
think
your.
Also, there's a lot of sewing communities as well.
Yeah.
So you know, there's no need to ever feel lonely with a sewing machine. You know, there are lots and lots of places. Now, this is going to take a little while because I've got another round to do. But this is where we're looking.
Lovely.
And so that's the effect that it's going to get.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And then with that light in there.
Beautiful. And now, of course, if you want a cushion cover, the designer block kit with the adhesive mesh as well, £24.99 is your price. Remember, you have got the beautiful dress and plate instructions in there as well. But of course, you could do what Natasha has done and add a dahlia pattern as well. 024146 is your item number. Now, we have a very popular Lisa Chandler pick and mix, and I'm holding them like this because, but we can see them all 4 options there. Now, these ones are half-meter pieces, and I'm going to open them up because I didn't open this color before it, and it's the glorious kind of, I think it is a kind of a very William Morris inspired Christmas, passing by the opera with Melba in there as well. You have got all that botanically correct, incredible illustrations printed to perfection in Japan with that silk screen of gold, the top layer, so the sparkle and the metallic threads, you know, like if I look like this, like it's not, you know, I mean, I cannot see anything behind this, so I'm just trying. Yeah, it's working. No, so that's good.
Isn't anything else on the UK market like it?
I mean, it's
isn't.
very elegant, and when I said it's like it's I love that kind of William Morris and Melba meeting up, and this is the fabric that they created because it has got the luxury, the sophistication of Melba, that kind of opera singer, that beautiful, almost kind of, the riches, the kind of element into a fabric that is kind of also kind of William Morris. So if you have got a lot of William Morris in your house, this will look amazing beside it. It has got all the luxury, and it also will stand out because of that gold, beautiful shimmer. I mean, when I move it, you can see that kind of gold in there. And as Natasha has said, this is a pick and mix. So it's half-meter pieces. You're choosing 2. But for instance, if you are thinking, oh, I would love to make like the kimono jacket into, like a little bit, not just a sarong fabric, but something a little bit more, quilting cotton weight, so it's a little bit weightier. This, if you go for more than one selection for the same fabric, it will be a continuous piece. So for instance, you have got to design the dressmaking pattern that is a 3-meter piece, or 3-meter piece that is required. Put 3 pick and mixes in there and select all of them the same fabric. It will be a 3-meter fabric strip, and that means that then you can do dresses with this. You could do, what would look amazing? Palazzo pants with this.
Yes.
Can you imagine? It would be just like kind of really different, or even a skirt as well. Like even if you just want to do, I mean, also that this is the thing with these beautiful fabrics. If you have got the idea of making a skirt maybe into a beautiful kind of soft pink, and then you want to just do a strip in here or at the bottom, that will look absolutely amazing.
And it's really versatile fabric. I've made lampshades. I've got a grey bedside table, and so I use the grey and the pinks, and that's the bedside table lamp is in that, and it just upcycles furniture. It just looks absolutely stunning. But have it in your stash, have it there. Everything from, I mean, we've done out of similar, same. This is from the same range.
Wow.
Your nesting pouches, there we go, if I spin those around that way for you. This is one of the pick and mix patterns.
Wow.
But just, how decadent do they look? You've got 3 different sizes there, and you could easily make that out of this fabric. And
Absolutely
it would be gorgeous,
gorgeous.
absolutely gorgeous. That's a Christmas present right there.
It is, absolutely. Now we have got all 4 different options. You can see them here. The orange, this one, approaching half the stock has gone, so make sure to check out your baskets for that one. Same with the black, also approaching half the stock. And remember, Natasha is back at 1 o'clock. And then we have got, of course, the ivory, which is 2/3 of the stock. So this one, very popular. If you want this one, please make sure to check out your baskets. And also 2/3 of the stock for this one. I think that if you don't know which one to go for the one which resonates more into colors and get them to both of them. But if you have got an idea of a pattern, like especially dressmaking pattern, by all means go for one single one. But remember, 2/3 of the stock of both the ivory and the gorgeous grey background as well there.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't bring all of the fabrics, but if you want more from the collections, like I say, we're the distributor for them, so we will keep bringing them here, but you can find them at Natasha Makes as well.
Perfect.
So let's have a look.
We have about 5 minutes left.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we spoke very briefly about how to. I'll show you very quickly how to make a.
The lens cases.
Yeah.
No, glasses.
So you will cut your lining pieces, so these will be my lining pieces, your outer pieces, and your H640. This is why the H640 goes into the kits for you, so you've got it there. And your outer pieces you want to fuse. Now you just want to put that under your iron for sort of 10 to 40. Well, it does actually say on one of the sides how long it is, but just basically until it doesn't come off. So heat those, and then you're going to put them right side. Oh, there you go, 15 seconds. It does say on the selvage. 15 seconds, and then you're going to mark a certain way down, which is all in your instructions. So let's quickly go over here as we are short on time. I did a long version and a short version, Paola. Yeah. So you are going to, this is your lining fabric, there's your mark.
Right.
You're going to stitch around, but leave a turning through gap there. With this one, and this is your outer pieces, so right sides together. Helps if I actually do that. Right sides together, and I'm going to sew all the way around. I don't need to leave a turning through gap here because I don't need to turn this through. Okay. So we will go to the sewing machine. Have I actually turned it on? No, there we go. That's going to help. Forwards and back, just to reinforce that stitch before you go. And the only reason that I know that I've demoed this before, but it's easy to forget how to put in that clasp at the end. I remember Janice being very confused by it. She's like, well, how does this even work? And but it is very, very simple. And like I say, these are quite addictive little makes to do. They're not time-consuming. I mean, I've had viewers that have said, "Oh, I've sort of lost my sojo. Can you help?"
Oh, sojo, I like that.
The sojo, and it's like, little projects like this that are satisfying. You create something quickly with ease that you could get your kids doing easy. I'm just clipping the bulk out of these corners because we want to make them nice and sharp. So then we're going to turn the lining the right way round. So we will have right sides together when we insert this into here. In it goes.
So right sides together.
Okay. And then from where those two, that marker from where you've sewn, you're just going to pin it.
Yeah.
So you've got two sides. And you're going to sew around to there, then sew around there.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's all the sewing done then.
And that will be,
That's that's
really.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that, what I say, these are really effective.
That's really
simple.
Yeah.
But and again, make great gifts. Now you would pin all of these properly. Obviously, I'm rushing because I've been told we've only got 5 minutes, probably 4 by now.
We have got about a minute. A minute?
A minute?
A minute, yes.
Oh, come on.
I
really?
don't know. Yeah, of course. We have got a finished sample here that I can hand show. We can do a switcheroo last minute.
Well, you'll turn that through let's just turn that side through then.
Yeah.
And, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Where did it go?
I know.
Where did 5 minutes suddenly go to like 1? Here we go. So anyway, you will have sewn both sides.
Yeah.
And then it's really, really simple. You'll push those corners out. There's the main body of your sunglasses case.
Yeah.
And then what you'll do is fold that down and then just stitch along there.
Right, yeah.
Okay. This will then go one in there, one in there.
Yeah, and then you hinge them
and then
together.
you put that pin in.
Yeah.
Okay. You then get a pair of pliers.
Seconds to go.
And just fold that round, turn that round so that it matches that, and you're done.
Right, so here it is. In 1 second it has happened. Natasha, you are back at 1 with Derek, so we see lots of more.
It's our block of the month.
Oh,
it's the ginger block from the Oriental Baltimore. Can't wait.
I love that one. Right now, so we'll see you at 1 o'clock, but do check out your baskets. Remember, 2 salads. Do not miss out. Check out your beautiful fabrics and stay tuned here at the craft store for more. We have got more inspiration in the form of pink ink designs. Then we have got 2 days festivities, 1 day special. Well, it did sell out, but we have got Wild Stocks last, and then Natasha at 1.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all with lovely crafty beads.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping.
Welcome back, everyone. Lovely to have your company, as always. I love meeting legends. I only see these two usually on the advert for pink ink. And here they are, Kathy and Mel, in the flesh. Morning.
Hilarious. I love to be a legend.
Yeah,
You are.
as well.
You are. You're immortalised. I've been watching you on adverts for years here on the craft store. I haven't got to meet you so far. So it is very nice to meet you. I have done one pink ink show, but it was with Leonie next door. And actually, we've got some of Natasha's stamps on this show as well. But you've got something brand new for us. Tell me everything.
We've got the musicians, haven't we, Kathy?
Yeah, go for it. Go on.
So Kathy, illustrator for years. She drew the musicians in a different format a long time ago.
Yeah.
And she showed me them, and I went, we've got to do them as stamps because
Yeah.
we loved them, didn't we?
I think I did them in 1983 or something.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Doesn't it? You're old, aren't
I am
you?
old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the date was still on the bottom of the illustration. I think it was 83.
Was it? Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. So this is like a vintage collection, but to us it's brand new.
Well, it's been brought up to date.
They are gorgeous. They really are. They're so full of life. It's funny, isn't it, how stamps and characters reflect the personality of the artist as well. He says, I'm hedging my bets because we've only just met.
You'll learn Kathy's got a very quirky mind, haven't you?
Yeah, and I can see that coming through. You can see that there with some of your other wee folk as well. But these, and this is lovely. This song's going to be in your head all day, by the way, and we need to know who sang it. And the beat goes on because none of us can think who it is, because that's going to be in your head all day. There's a wonderful sample there from Sharon. They look like they're having a bit of a festival, don't they? Definitely.
Bit of a shindig.
I'm liking the nod back to the summer here. And look, now who was it who created this? We've got some fabulous, fabulous bunting here.
That was Sue.
I think it's Susan, yeah.
It's beautiful. Look at that. And all of the band is in there. They are stunning. They are really, really good. I love them. Now, right, we're going to go through all of the stamps. In fact, we're going to go to the website first of all, and Kathy is going to exit stage left. You don't have to limbo. It's all fine. It's all fine. See you in a moment. Right, so all of the stamps are on the website, as you can see. We've got an amazing bundle. You've been buying way ahead of this show as well. We're already 10% gone of this overall bundle of these brand new stamps, and they are just delicious. Right, come and have a little look. So, talk us through, Mel. We'll go through one by one, shall we?
We've got the singer there, have we?
Yes, we have. We've got the singer, which actually, when stamped out, the singer... Now, where was that sample? I think it was one of the ones at the front, actually, where the singer is, and he looks like he's almost like in a very, very skinny football kit, which is quite fun. It's absolutely brilliant. Oh, it's on the front of the packaging. It's the image from the packaging. Sorry, Holly. Holly was looking around for that sample. There it is. But it almost looks like he's in a skinny football kit.
He does a bit, actually, doesn't he? I hadn't thought of him like that, but he really does.
So cute. So, what would his voice be, Mel, do you think? Along the lines of who are we thinking?
I think he'd be one of the Gibb brothers.
Oh, do you think? One of those ha 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 really high ones?
That's what I think. That's where I think he'd sit, yeah.
Definitely. He's got some friends as well. He's got some little wiggly caterpillar things as well with him, which is really sweet. And life's a song. Life is a song. Sing it. Amazing.
We always like to put
it.
a few extras on.
They're so cute. They are so, so lovely. And you've got to have all of these in the bundle because you've got to get all the band. You've got to keep the band together, haven't you? Completely and utterly. Right, next, let me show you... Oh, sorry, Leonie's much better at this than I am.
You've got to be ambidextrous, haven't you?
So, this is the right way round.
This is the cellist.
Oh, right, so a little bit more classical.
Slightly, but she's got a good vibe going on, I think.
She has to have a good reach as well, doesn't she?
Yes,
Because that's
she
a
does.
big old
Yeah,
cello
that
there,
is.
isn't it? Going on. This is fantastic. They do look like they'd be good at that kind of thing because they're all legs, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Ladybirds.
Lots of legs and arms with the insects. So, I mean, the saxophonist, she's playing the sax like there's no tomorrow.
Cool, so sweet. Again, and you've got the solid stamps as well for the cello. Yeah, really cool. Right, let's move on to
the guitarist.
This time we have the guitarist, who is a grasshopper, or a cricket, a grasshopper or a cricket.
What is he, Kathy?
Both.
Yeah.
Either. He looks a bit more grasshoppery, I think. a very, very intelligent, a very studious student.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because actually guitarists are very quite concentrated people, aren't they? Quite focused people.
Well, you have to be when you're trying to keep those strings. They must hurt hugely, mustn't they?
And some sing at the same time as trying to do the chords up that end and the strumming down that end. It's like, how on earth is that? That's an amazing talent, isn't it? These are lovely. They're beautiful, beautiful scale as well. And I'm going to show you some samples. In fact, let me just show you this sample because it's so, so beautiful. And this sample was made by, was it Sheila, did you say? Yes.
Yeah.
And what was the medium that
So
Sheila
she's used
here?
our Fluff It paste, which you put on, you can stipple it on or paint it on to get different effects, and then you heat it up and it fluffs up.
It's
Hence
so
the name
cool.
Fluff It.
Love it. So there is the guitarist. These are all just so sweet. Listen, we're going to go through all of the samples as well, or lots of them, as we go through. Now we have got the saxophonist. Spot the man who never turned up to music lessons ever, ever. How cute! So the saxophonist is a little
bumblebee.
Little bumblebee. Again. You need to have a deep breath, don't you, for a saxophone?
You do. You
it's
do.
a reed instrument,
It
isn't
is a
it?
reed,
Saxophone?
yeah, absolutely.
So it's one of those where you kind of, when you're playing it, you sort of make the funny noise as well, don't you?
Brrr as well, don't you?
Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Sorry, we shouldn't do that, should we? I think that's probably illegal these days. And yeah, really, really cute little boots on him as well. Just gorgeous. Really, really nice. And lots of other little elements on it as well. The little musical notes there, and the little. Is that hyacinth there? It looks
grape
like
hyacinth.
It's a grape hyacinth.
That's right.
There you go. See, gardening. That's it. You got me now. Bit of gardening in there, and a bit of nature. Right now, who's this?
We've got the drummer.
Oh, I see. It's a
moth drummer.
A moth drummer. Oh, not a goth drummer, but a moth drummer. That's brilliant. Again, drumming's a great skill as well, isn't it? I mean, you can never imagine.
Oh, you have to do different things with both hands and both feet at the same time, don't you?
Yeah,
How difficult could that be?
And do it to a beat as well. And sometimes sing as well. It's barking, isn't it? It's brilliant. Don't think about it. Let the band do it all. And finally, the most important element in any orchestra, of course, or any group of musical people, is someone to keep them all organised and keep them all together. It's the conductor.
Good luck keeping that lot in check, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, I love the fact that he's a Beatle.
He's a Beatle.
Because he naturally comes with his very, very posh.
Tails,
yes, he's got his jacket on already.
All thought out, you know.
Yeah, yeah. They do stand up like that as well, don't they? Yeah. Which is amazing. So, you know, instead of that being like a battle cry, like a stay away from me, or it could be a mating thing as well, I suppose, couldn't it? I don't know for a Beatle, I don't watch. But standing up, that's the perfect pose, isn't it? To then have your baton and conduct the orchestra. I love this. I love this. Let me show you. This is really... OK, quarter of the stock now sold out and gone. I am not surprised at all. These are such fun. Now, these were made by Sue. And I say these because you're thinking, well, that's a singular, isn't it? Looks like a big hockey puck at the moment. No, Sue has made a complete set of gorgeous, gorgeous coasters out of the whole band. Look, is that sweet? And it gives you some lovely colour inspiration for these as well. They are superb. They're really joyful as well, aren't they?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
You must be ever so proud between the pair of you. Ever so proud of these.
We are. We love them. We couldn't wait for these to be released.
Look at that. It's just delightful, isn't it? Really, really cute. And there's one sample that really has caught my eye, and I think this is just so, so lovely. And this is, I guess this is probably child of the 80s in me.
Yeah. The vinyl record.
Yeah, absolutely. Which has definitely had its revival as well, isn't it? It's still having its revival. But the thing is, you can throw all of your techniques at this as well, can't you, Mel?
You can. I mean, there's so much scope with them. I mean, they're good standalone stamps, but when you start and use them collectively, they're really good.
Yeah, you've got to have the bands together. Yeah, they are super. Look. That's beautiful, and that's Sandrine.
Sandrine.
Beautiful. That's a wonderful, wonderful card. Oh, and look. Look. Now, what will they be singing together?
I don't know, but they're around the campfire, aren't they?
That could be a bit of, or could be a bit of anything. Kumbaya. I know, I always think of Kumbaya as a fireside song. Why is that the first one? It's Scouts and Guides, isn't it? It's that kind of thing, isn't it? You all sit around the campfire and it's Kumbaya first, isn't it? Because they're the only ones you could say on telly, aren't they? They're the only ones that don't have a second,
be a bit careful.
second set of words. This is really, really cool and really funky, isn't it? I love this one from Gail here. Whatever she's done there, colouring up the wings, is just adorable.
Beautiful, aren't they?
It's vellum, actually, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yes, it's vellum to make another set of wings. That's really, really clever. Just love these. Please, 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 just be as quick as you possibly can to get these, because they are just delicious. Here's another sample from Julie Skaysbrook here.
She's a guest design team member for this launch, actually.
Oh, okay.
So we often invite people on. We've got a group Facebook page called Pink Inkers, and we look at people posting and we think, oh, she'd work really well with being a guest design team member, and we invite them and they pretty much say yes most of the time, which we're really grateful for. Thank you. And we send them the product, and they send us some samples, and she's done a beautiful job.
It is just lovely. And look at this. Look at how very, very different this is from Gail as well, which is just superb. So you've got the cellist there, and we've got the saxophonist in just a really, really lovely colour. I love this shape. I don't know what this shape, whether this is a die or whether
I should imagine it's a die, yes.
It's a really unusual shape, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And I love with the text, you know, just the page in the background.
So
and
effective.
Then,
yeah.
It is. It just leaps off beautifully, doesn't it? Oh, you can have so much fun with all of these, can't you? A third of the stock now sold out and gone. 402961 is your item number on this one. Please be as quick as you possibly can. Thank you, Bill, for walking me through those. Let's go to the website, because there's lots more. Actually, words and pictures first, because we also have the wonderful work of Natasha Chowra here today as well. Old Jack is one of the sweetest that you have ever seen. I think these are all just awesome. They really, really are. And also, you have to see the Friends Always set as well, with that angel. I mean, it's just so, so beautiful. We'll have a look at those in more detail later on in the show. But please, you'd have, I think they were the ones that when I did a Let Leonie Loose show, she was working with Natasha's work. And it's just awesome. I love it. Now, there's lots more on the show as well. You've got the inks on the show. Plus lots more, so have a little look. We're going to show you the Bockingford as well very, very quickly. Bockingford is just beautiful, absolutely amazing, and it's an off-white as well, which is really, really gorgeous. If you're creating this lovely vintage vibe, if you're working with your inks, it's amazing. And it's a hot pressed A4 for you, 300 GSM, and it's 20 sheets for £14.99. 631185 is your item number. Right, let's get back to the musicians, and let's get back to the lady behind the musicians as well. I still staggered, Kathy, that image started life in the early 80s.
It was a little tiny, well, there was a whole set of them actually, more than the 6 that are here, and they were about that big, probably 2 or 3 inches maximum. And I remember selling them in a gallery, but I had photographic evidence of what I'd done, and that's what I'd shown Mel. So yeah,
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible. Oh, it's no better than being with the artist herself who created him. So, what are we starting with?
Well, I just want to show the sheets are stamped out, so you can actually see what's on each individual stamp set.
Wonderful,
because
thank you.
You know, you see them briefly in the packaging. It's not always very clear. And what I'm most proud of, I mean, obviously I'm proud of the hero, but I'm delighted with the little worker stamps. I love them. Of all the ones we've done, I think this set offers you the most with the workers. I mean, this little decorative ladybug here, on her own, I'd pay good money to have her on a little A7 stamp set, and perhaps the same with the violin. So on here, this is each one stamped out from the ladybird, the cellist, then the bee, which is the saxophonist. Again, this saxophone just on its own, on a repeat or something, would be just gorgeous, let alone the main hero stamp, which is the bee, which I love as well. And then the same with the drummer. These lovely decorative, again, this one just on its own. And all I've done here is stamped it on craft paper in black with a white gel pen, just to sort of bring out a bit of the highlights. But it works so, so well.
They're so detailed, aren't they?
They are. And again, love him on the daisy or whatever flower you want the cricket to be on, or grasshopper. And yeah, my favourites again are just these two little crickets at the top. I just love those, and again repeat them because they're facing different ways. Obviously, you can use them in borders and stuff like that. And then, is that, I know, two more. Then the conductor. Again, this is one of my favourite stamps, just the beetle, and it's repeated again in a smaller size, and this I adore. I just think there's so much on there to go at. And then the last one is the singer. Life is a song, sing it. So that's each one stamped out, so you can see what you get.
Who did you have in mind for the singer? Who did you have? So do you think of a singer and then think, okay, which animal characterises, you know, what would represent a singer really well? Is it the way the animal moves? Did you start with the animal, or did you start with the character?
It normally starts with a conversation with Mel. We just sort of chat and debate what we think would work well, and things like you said earlier about arms and legs. What goes round a cello and what would hold a saxophone. So there's a bit of that going on. But of course, we did have the reference from the original drawings and paintings, so you know, they were kind of already. I mean, we did have a wasp that was sitting at an upright piano. Maybe that will be the next one that joins it. Who knows? But I want.
Somebody's got in touch.
Yes.
Someone wants a fly on a kazoo.
Ooh.
A fly on a kazoo.
Do you think a fly would be popular?
I don't know.
About flies.
Who was that, Emily? Jane.
If we could perhaps do a nice pretty fly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
I'm not overly
silvery wings.
Yeah, I'm not overly fussed about flies. It's a bit like gnat. It's like a gnat, isn't it? You're not really fussed about a gnat.
Keep the ideas coming in, though. All welcome.
Oh, yes. I'd love to hear them. Now, this card, I just adore this card, and I just had to show it as on the overhead because it's just so beautiful.
It's wonderful.
And this is done by Sue Dix. Now, Sue Dix is a professional designer in her own right and does her own bits and bobs, and she very, very kindly has done some samples for us. And this one is obviously using the three main characters. Now, these flowers are not on the set, but all this detail at the top is on the set, the music notes is, and this little green border here, when you glance at it, it doesn't look, you know, it just looks like a bit of mottled paper. I don't know if you can see, she's been stamping just in a slightly deeper tone. You know those silhouette ones I was telling you about?
Yes.
All along the back. I just think it is exquisite. And how she's done all this sort of speckled, I don't know if she's hand done each little spot, but I just thought it was worth showing just on its own.
It's stunning.
It's beautiful.
It gives you that kind of twilight festival. You can hear the music.
Yes, absolutely.
You can see the bars not far away.
Okay, right. So I'm going to be working in my journal, but before I do, I wanted to talk about doing repeat patterns with your stamps. Now, a long time ago, when I was training, I studied art and design for 4 years, but my specialist subject was calligraphy and heraldry. And so we used to learn how all the monks used to illustrate the manuscripts and things like that. Well, of course, they didn't have stamping platforms and gizmos that they could use then. And we learnt how to use the old-fashioned way of putting lines on papers and putting registration marks in order to do repeat pattern. So if you think of a manuscript would be calfskin or vellum, you couldn't put any lines on it because if you were then to rub it out, you would leave like a sheen on the, not a sheen, the vellum has got a sheen.
Yes.
If you put a rubber on it,
you take it away.
Yeah, if you get it at the right angle, you would see where it's been. So they had to devise a method of how to do repeats and put lines on. And what they used to do was, with a sharp implement, they would put tiny dents on the vellum, and then they would join them up with we called it, and I think they called it, dragon's blood, and they would get bugs like cochineal. They'd grind them down to make red. They'd put thread in the red, so it was sort of like a powdered dye. So if you had a registration mark here and a registration mark there, they'd get the thread, they'd put it across, and they would ping it.
Well, like a plumb line kind of thing.
Yeah, just like a plumb line, like you do in decorating. They'd ping it, and then it would leave this very pale powder that they would use as the line, and they'd work to the line, and then they'd just blow it off, and it would be gone. But to get the registration marks, with this tool, they would put an indentation into the vellum that only you could see if you looked really, really carefully, but most times they actually covered it up with a letter or a bit of decoration or something like that. So you wouldn't see it. So I'm going to show you how to do that, which we're then going to do in the journal.
Without killing insects.
Without killing any bugs. No bugs were hurt in the making of this demonstration.
Very good, I'm glad to hear it.
So here we go. I mean, I know John was saying earlier about doing repeats. If you've got an A4 sheet and you want to do relatively simple repeats, that's brilliant. But if you haven't got those gizmos to do it, this is the way you can do it, and also do it on bigger sheets. So if you want to do wrapping paper on, you know, A3 or sheets and sheets, all you need is graph paper. And I'm just going to show you on this piece here. I've marked on this one just some different colours. So these ones are offset, which is just a little mark in green, and these ones are so this one I would use twice. So this is a bigger square in the purple, and the pink is a smaller one. And the way I would use it is I'd get my paper, and in this case a sheet of Bockingford, and you would put it on, line it up, and you would tape it down so it doesn't move. And ordinarily, I would use something like an embossing tool that is sharp but doesn't pierce. The reason I'm using a compass is because of the camera, I actually want you to see where I've done it. So at home, if you're doing it, just use a blunt tool that just leaves a sort of an impression. And then what you're going to do is then just mark.
I haven't seen one of those for about 35 years.
I know. I mean, look. Oh, really?
It's well loved.
Yeah, but I don't have a lot of gizmos. I tend to use old stuff that, you know, I know lots of people do have them, but, you know, if money is an issue and you can't afford it, then you can get by with just some really simple basic techniques.
So you're just making an impression?
Yeah, so then you go down, make your impression, and then I don't know if the overhead can.
Yeah, we won't see it, I don't think.
I don't know. Anyway, it's there.
Oh yes,
okay,
yeah, we got it.
Can you see?
Yeah.
And then what I would do is, with my stamp, I then put it on my platform or my stamping mat, and then I would stamp and make sure the same bit registers every time on the same dot.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's how I've done this sheet. That's how I've done this sheet, but obviously alternating what images I'm doing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it's brilliant for if you want to. In fact, I think I spoilt it when I put this bug on. So just imagine he's not there. But you can see that's all with the graph paper, just doing a repeat pattern and offsetting. And then again for doing borders. Brilliant for doing borders.
That's a clever
and if you want to do
idea.
more than A4, A3, this is the system to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, right, coming over to my journal. I do a lot of work on when I'm doing my TVs for demos on TV, because I collect them all in my book, and I've got, you know, them going back quite some time.
Fabulous. Kathy, just hold that thought for just 1 second, because I need to give you an update on what's going on with the musicians. They are rocking away. In fact, half of them have rocked their way out of the house right now. Half the stock of these sold out and gone. Remember, the saving on this one as well actually pretty much equates to one of the musicians, or indeed the conductor, coming for free, because usually the individual stamp sets are £10.99 each. So let's say the conductor's coming along for free, and he's the most important one. So do make sure that you check out as quick as you possibly can as well. Now, someone wants to look at this one. the big sample here and have a closer look at it. It is brilliant. The pink ink band. Who did this one? This is lovely Sheila Walsh.
Yeah, Sheila.
Again. Yeah, and she's lifted them up a little bit as well. She's stamped them again and coloured them and then just sort of added them on top of that wonderful, wonderful background. But look at how grand the jacket is on the conductor there. It's all going on. Lots and lots of sparkle, lots and lots of personality. You can almost hear the music, can't you? It's almost, that's the party you'd want to be at. It's fabulous, it really is. 402961 is your item number for the bundle. Half the stock sold out and gone. Right, Kathy, your journal.
Okay, so I've jumped ahead. I've done a couple of borders from some old pink ink stamps, and I've got 3 of the bugs, which is on the cellist. But I've also pierced, you probably won't be able to see, but I can see it, to do a repeat pattern. So this is going to be a background. And I've done the first row, and I actually want to take off the first impression. And now I could start, actually no, I will. I know it's going to take me a bit longer, but I think it's going to be worth it.
So what do you use as the reference point within the stamp then to the dot?
Well,
the very top, the very bottom, or
anything, as long as it's the same.
As long as it's the same every time.
But what I'm doing is I'm actually using, I don't know if you can see, there's the dot. And the image is about 1 mil above it.
Okay.
Okay.
Right,
so
yeah.
I'm using 1 point of reference. If you use something central, it generally works a bit better. And then.
Oh, it looks like they're having a little race up the page there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love it.
So we're then going to have that one.
I'm loving that platform, by the way.
It's a great platform. We use this. I mean, we particularly use this on when we're doing fabrics, because
you can have it on different levels. You don't need to. It doesn't need to be perfectly level to work.
It helps if it is, but if it is, yeah, it is helpful like that. But what's good about it, Derek, is that you can hold it over an area, and then you've got room to sort of move it around if you want. Like, for example, I can spot that dot, and then I can bring it in to meet it. So now, can you see all these?
Yeah.
Now, this journal you couldn't get in your stamping platform if I wanted to keep it as a full page, and that's why this using the prick of a compass or
you'd have to go upside down, wouldn't you, if you were doing the right-hand page?
Yeah. So can you see it's just fading away to nothing? I just think it's so pretty, and just makes really lovely like wallpaper effects. But I love that. I think it's
super cool,
it's
isn't
great.
it?
And that one stamp on its own, I'd pay good money for that one.
Yes, yeah.
Without the rest. And so we're just going to stamp.
I'll give you the item number at the end of the show.
Where is she? This one. All right, so I can go and get it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's so good of you. Now they
Treat
stamp.
yourself to your own work.
Yes,
Why don't you?
Why not? So just to show you how well they stamp, again, I have jumped ahead, but... And again, this is on some Bockingford. I won't waste this. This will go on to something later on.
Why Bockingford for you, Kathy?
Well, I just love Bockingford. I use it, anything that needs colour adding to it, because it's a sort of a close, what's the word, Mel? Close, what do I mean?
Hot pressed.
Hot pressed. That's what I meant. Hot press, that'd be it. Because it's hot pressed, it's really smooth.
Yeah.
And when you put your pigments on, whether that be paint, pens, alcohol markers, it stays open and you can manoeuvre things around. It's not really porous straight off.
Okay.
So that it doesn't absorb, but then you can't move things.
Yeah.
And it's just a quality paper. It's made in the UK and it's environmentally made, which is really important to us.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yeah. It's a tick all round. And all I would say to anybody, buy one sheet, have a play with one sheet, and then there's no going back for me anyway.
Or buy 20 sheets
or buy 20
right now
or buy 20
for an amazing
sheets.
price of $14.99. Why settle with one when you can have 20? We don't do them in ones yet.
Oh, don't we?
It's not a sweet shop, you know. Yeah, grab that while you can as well. It's highly, highly rated. I know Leonie absolutely raves about Bockingford. I call her Lady Bockingford, in fact.
Do
now.
you?
Yes.
I know she does it with a nice accent, doesn't she?
Yes.
When she says Bockingford, darling, is her usual
Yes,
thing.
Bockingford, darling.
Yeah, right. So what I'm going to do is I want to bring in Natasha's Friends Always, which is the most beautiful, beautiful stamp. So what we're going to do is we're going to have our little cellist down here in the corner, and my colour palette is going to stay the turquoise and the sort of orange and yellows, which we're going to use some multi-surface paint in a bit if I've got time. But because of scale, I think these two go really well together.
Yeah, you're right.
And also same with the other musicians. If you can pick your stamps with good scale, your composition will improve.
Yeah.
So she's going to go there, but because I've got the orange, I want to introduce a bit of orange here. So I'm going to do a little bit of colour blending. Now, I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, very good at blending. I'll give it a go, but it's not my forte, so bear with. So I know where she's going to go, and I want it to fade to nothing, so I sort of want to concentrate perhaps on this angle here. So...
Ooh, that's really meaty, that colour, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it?
And our Summer Sunrise, when I add our paints, our multi-surface, is going to go really well with this. So working out your composition is actually really important because I do kind of need to know where she's going to sit. And then we're going to make it a bit deeper and go in with some orange. Because some of this I'm actually going to take off with water later, so she's going to look a little bit like a watermark.
Ah, okay.
How am I doing for time, Derek?
All good. We've got about 23 minutes left.
Yes.
All good so far.
Music to my ears.
What are the names of the orange and the yellow you're using there? Because I know people will want to know.
The orange is ripe persimmon.
Yeah.
And the yellow is mustard seed.
Fabulous.
And then I'm going to use a bit of festive berry because I want it quite dark in the corner. Change my thing so I don't get contaminated.
This is conjuring up all kinds of images, isn't it? Just that border that you've used and that mix of colours.
But you see, look, this is where I'm headed. I'm going to start introducing the colour on the opposite side. So it's quite a good idea to figure out your colour choice right from the beginning and stick to it, rather than just sort of add a bit as you go and a bit of this and a bit of that, because then suddenly you end up with it being completely multicoloured and it's not quite as you intended. And then we're going to get my stamping platform. Now, when you're doing a journal and you're stamping, don't just put your stamp right in the middle of your platform and then stamp it, because your platform might go onto the other side. So this is high and that's lower.
Okay, yes.
So what you want to do is position your piece, which I think is going to be about there, and then I want to position my platform where I know it's going to stamp.
Be level.
Yeah, let's move her up a bit, like that. Okay. So then we're going to go with the black.
This composition is going to give the angel and the mouse. It's going to give them a completely different relationship as well.
Yeah.
Which I love.
And you know, this is Natasha's drawing. She's hand drawn this, and it's going to go alongside my drawing. But they just go so well together.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I think there's quite a good synergy between the two.
There absolutely is with these.
So down she goes. And I just love her. And I love working in a journal, Derek, because, you know, you can do a piece that can take for ages and ages. You put it one side, and then it's just like reading a book. You just can revisit and look at the pages again. And, I mean, once you made a card and sent it, it's kind of gone.
Yes.
Right, I've missed a little bit of a hair, not a problem, because I've brought my little black pen just in case I can always sketch in if necessary, and give her a dry. Now, I have fussy cut, I've stamped this onto Bockingford, coloured it with some multi-surface paint,
Yeah.
and then I fussy cut it out in advance. And I'm going to have this in the corner, but I wanted to bring the yellow that's in this corner a bit more in this corner. So I thought I would like to put this on a bit of yellow there. So you still get to see the background, and it really throws that ladybug forward.
Beautiful.
I think.
Now, we're going to leave that as a cliffhanger in the air.
Okay.
Ooh, back for part 2 in just a moment. Let's go through what we've got in the show, because you might just be joining us. This is the brand new. These are the musicians. They're beautiful. You've got the singer, you've got the saxophonist, you've got the guitarist, you've got the drummer, you've got the cellist, and you've got the conductor. All together, brand new from Pink Ink. They are the most beautiful, beautiful artwork. They've all got great personality and fun. That bundle there is so, so popular. Over half of the stock of that bundle has sold out and gone. In the savings you've got there, by the way, which is even more if you're a Freedom member, I do believe, on this. Is that right? Yes, it is. It's almost like the conductor is coming along for free in there, because the individual stamp sets are £10.99 each. They are just truly beautiful. You can have great fun with these. You're going to build up stories with them. They'll be brilliant for your journaling. Put them together as a band. Use them individually as soloists. You'll love them. 402961 is your item number. Right, now, we have got, as Kathy was just starting there, other stamps on the show from Natasha Chowra, and they are just beautiful. Old Jack, you've never seen anything like Old Jack. What a beautiful, beautiful character. I've got to show you my favourite sample of the day by Sheila Walsh. What a talent. Because, look, there is Old Jack at his absolute finest, and that's got so much dimension. I mean, look at the amount of work that has gone into that. He is such a charming character. You can sit him there solitary in thought, or equally, you can sit him up a beanstalk or up a tree just as easily. He's really, really cool. I love him. Just have him sitting in quiet contemplation, just thinking about life's rich tapestry. But it's not just Old Jack, because you've got a Christmas carol going on here. Look, you've got the Christmas. Look, there they are. Merry Christmas. Love it, love it, love it. This was the collection, I think, that Leonie was working on, because it was Natasha herself who made this book. No? Karen. Yes, sorry, Karen made this book. With using the stamps and others as well, and she's made a complete storybook out of it, which is just some of the most charming that you have ever seen. I mean, that should be released and sold. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely beautiful. And we've also got, as you've just been seen with Kathy, the Friends Always, which is the most delicious. Now, where's the sample I need to get? There it is. Now, this is using, the wings on this are using another Pink Ink stamp for the wings, but look at how that can be changed up there, as Karen has done there, and added some wings in acetate to that. Beautiful. And actually what Mel was saying is a lot of people mask off the mouse and place something else into her hands as well, so think about that. You could have her holding the conductor or any of the musicians, couldn't you, today? That would be quite different, wouldn't it? Be amazing. They are beautiful, beautiful stamps. They really are. Half the stock of these sold out and gone. Now, Leonie's had, I'm sure it was the Christmas ones, the Christmas Carol ones, on her Let Loose not too long ago as well, so I know how popular these are. You get all three. We get all 3 sets here. Oh, my word, that's really, really good. You're making a £9 saving there as well. It is down into 2 flexis of £22.43, and they are just delicious. Right, OK, we need to move on to the paints as well. The paints and the spoons, you'll know the association straight away. I recognised them as soon as I saw the spoons. Now, these are on a pick and mix for you, and these are the multi-surface paints, including the sparkle paint, which is on the blue here, which is really, really gorgeous. Now, you pick any 4 of these, and they come in a 50mm size for $16.99. So when we say multi-surface, Kathy, we pretty much mean everything and the kitchen sink?
Yeah, pretty much anything. I mean, you can put them on glass, but obviously they will wipe off. But yeah, fabric, MDF, wood. We dilute them to use them as watercolours on paper. You can use them neat. We've even put them on resin and put them in and they all stay in the grooves, and then buff them off, and hearty clay and all sorts of different things.
They are
Felt.
superb. I'm going to show you the pick and mix on the website because you can see all the paints in the true colours here on the spoons, but best way of shopping for them is on the website there. So you've got the green apple shimmer, the Atlantic blue and the strawberry fire shimmer, royal purple luster and the white and the spiced pumpkin shimmer, sparkle star sparkle, sunrise luster, sunrise luster I can't read, soft mulberry shimmer, warm hazelnut shimmer, and there are loads more as well. So you pick and mix any 4 of those. That image is coming soon. Pick and mix any 4 of those for just £16.99. And the finish you get is superb. Now, Kathy, part 2.
Part 2, just about the fabric painting.
Yes.
You do need to heat set them, either with a heat gun or an iron, just to fix them.
Okay.
That's all. But everything else you don't need to. They're just permanent.
Fabulous.
All right. So I haven't done anything else, and you haven't missed anything.
Okay.
So I want to put this down here. And I'm going to, like I say, put some bits and bobs in. Now, on Friends Always, we've got little butterflies, which, now, can you see here, when I did this one, this is, you know, I said to you about putting your stamp on and make sure the platform should really have been right at the edge like that. And it wasn't, and that is why I've got a little mark there. Not a problem. Strategic butterfly will cover that up, so that's not an issue. So what I want to do next is I'm going to stick down now there's a bit of gold in there, but actually it doesn't look gold, it looks a bit like it's brown, so I'm going to try and cover that a bit. I still want to see the majority of my wallpaper effect behind, and this is going to sit. I was going to have it lower, but I think I'll just keep it the depth of the journal. If you overshoot, obviously just trim it off with a pair of scissors. And then what I want to do with Friends Always is, because I've used the Distress Oxides, I can take off. So with water, I want to take some of the pigment off, just with clean water and a paintbrush.
Ah. And that was quite a long time after you'd actually put it down as well.
Yeah, you can do this any time after.
Cool.
It will come off. And it's great for doing that sort of, like I say, watermark effect. I mean, if I'd stamped it in like a really, really pale orange, that would look like a watermark. And then what I can do is my border down here, I can reclaim my border that I've covered up by taking off some of the colour.
Can I just very, very briefly, because I feel it was very remiss of me when we were looking at the Friends Always, because we were looking obviously at the focal image on the front of the packaging, to show you all the other stamps that come on the Friends Always. And the same applies to the Old Jack and to the Christmas Carol as well. There's lots and lots of different elements, so it's not just the little girl with her mouse there. You've got all sorts going on, butterflies and great big mushrooms and fauna, and also they are brilliant value for money, let me tell you.
When we design, and it's not just us, it's our guest designers as well, we put as much emphasis on the worker stamps as we do the hero stamps, so much so that they could almost be in a little, set on their own, and that's really important to us. And then what I've done is I've cut an extra wing, so I want it to sort of be slightly curved. I'm going to glue that on as a separate, because then that relates to the colour of the paper. And actually, I think that's quite important to think that the paper you're working on isn't just a piece of paper, it's a colour too.
Yes.
So sort of this oyster colour with yellow and turquoise looks so lovely. And then I'm going to, right now I've got this. Now I had thought I might put it over there, but I think it needs to be a bit higher. I think I'm going to actually have it coming off the page. That's too big. And I just want to put a few little spots on the background here. I'll leave that for a moment while we stick this down.
Do you know, I can't because I suppose anyone with a pet kind of relates to this really, but I can't, my eyes aren't drawn away so far from the kind of the look of trust and love between the friends always there. It's just so lovely. It's like a really magic moment, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's such a lovely design, this. I mean, I can't remember when she did it, but it's had a few outings, and it's always been really popular.
And actually, when you team it with your musicians, it just completes the picture beautifully, doesn't it?
I think so. And like I said before, Derek, it's the scale. The scale is just bang on.
Yeah.
Right, now what I want to do, obviously I would trim that off to size, and I'm going to pick up some of my, that gives a little bit of texture. I love that on the background. I might even do a little bit more, but I'm mindful of time. Is now our multi-surface paint. So we've got the Summer Sunrise, we've got our Spice Pumpkin, which when you dilute it, becomes quite yellow. It's when you see it like that, it's quite orange, but when more water you add, the more yellow it comes. But you can always mix these together, these pigments. So, you know, if you want it more orange, you obviously add a bit more red.
And you really don't need much at all, do you?
No, I mean, I put way too much on there.
Yeah.
I can't help myself, I always put that on. So what I can do now is I can start introducing, I think I'm going to actually colour some of these little spots in. And I'm using this quite neatly, but as I said earlier, you can use it as a watercolour and really dilute it down. So, for example, well, yeah, this is multi-surface paint. So you can see how I've used it as a watercolour. That's the Spice Pumpkin again, and the yellow, and a bit of purple. So you can use it for painting. This is a page that will come another time. I sometimes use that as a mop-up and then come back to it.
Yeah. Gosh, what a wonderful escape, isn't it? What a wonderful escape.
But can you see how all the colours are now going to link both pages together?
Yes.
Right, now I think that's too strong, so all I would do is dab it off and then add a little bit more water to it and pale it down a bit. Right, and I don't want it going any further up, I want it concentrated around the bottom, but I do want to add some colour to these butterflies. Not completely, but just sort of round the centre. So a bit of colour, let's do a bit of yellow.
Just be mindful, folks at home, that we're coming towards the end of the show, the last sort of 10-15 minutes or so. So please make sure that if you've got anything in your basket right now, it's just everything on the show is very busy. No surprises there whatsoever. This is completely and utterly charming, especially when you have the artists that create the original images for the musicians here as part of the show as well. I think that just adds that extra something, doesn't it? We are 60% of this brand new musicians collection sold out and gone, and I love it. I love the way how they're just so useful individually as stamp sets and performers, as they are when you put them all together. And again, you know, as Kathy was just saying there, it's not just the main feature stamp here, or you've got all of the worker stamps which have got just so much detail in them as well. So you've got the singer, we have the cellist, oh yes, cellist, that's the one, isn't it? Yes. And then we have got the guitarist, who is a grasshopper. And look, with all of his guitars, and you've got the silhouette stamps as well, which are just beautiful. We have got the saxophonist with extra saxophone and extra flora and grape hyacinth as well, which I'm very proud of myself for remembering. We've got the drummer. Oh, wrong way. Is that the wrong way around? Yeah. Is that the right? That's the wrong way around now. There you go. If at first you succeed, mess it up, Derek. And then finally, we have got the most important character in this composition, who's the conductor, in lots of authoritative poses as well. Beautiful. All of that, remember, essentially getting 6 stamp sets for the price of 5. So the conductor comes along for free, but he's the most important, so don't forget him. And you can do flexis on there, and there's a freedom saving. Sorry, Kathy.
That's all right. I'm just adding a little bit of colour to his ears, the mouse ears, and to her face and the tail.
Again, look at that look of love between them. And that's a big mouse for her to carry, but she's just like, I love you. I
Yeah,
absolutely love you.
I think we'll put some colour on her dress. You don't need to colour all of it. Remember, I took some of the colour off here, and
Yes.
I don't want to then start putting it back in.
Yeah.
Just to almost suggest a little bit of shadow, maybe. And then we might repeat it down here, so it looks like that's going under her legs. And some shadow in here. And we'll just intensify this a bit. I mean, that's a nice thing about this, when you dilute them down. Dilute them and use them really dilute to start with, and then build. If you're not sure about how much water to add, you're best off adding too much, and then adding more colour on the top, than putting too much on and then not being able to take it off again. Like that. Now, what I want to do also is, how much time have I got, Derek?
6 minutes on the entire show.
Right, and then I'm going to bring this red.
Although, should we just cancel the next show, Kathy? and just
Oh yeah,
carry
shall
on,
we? Should we just carry on? I've got a brilliant
John, will you
demo
wait till later?
for this afternoon. At 3 o'clock, we're back on.
We're sending John off for some birthday cake.
Whose birthday is it?
John's.
Oh,
Do you
is
not
it?
know? Yeah.
Oh, John! Happy birthday!
Yeah, we're keeping it very, 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 very on the low down.
Yeah, get that bit
No
quiet,
one's
didn't
mentioning
he?
it at all.
Is it a big one?
Next year,
Oh.
Yeah, not yet.
There you are. I think
You
that's.
hear that awkward silence in the air now. Absolutely. Already, John. That's come around quick, hasn't it? Nearly 21. Good gosh. I could just watch this forever.
Right, now what I want to do now is, actually I just want to put a little bit of, that's the trouble, I haven't got enough time, but I need to do it, just to put a little bit of something on her wing, just a touch, that's it, so it joins it all together.
Yeah.
And then what I want to do is, with my fine liner marker pen, let's just dry this off.
Do you do all these, do you do demos on Facebook as well? We've got a Facebook group.
We have got a Facebook group called the Pink Inkers.
Yeah.
And I demo a lot, but not on Facebook, because I've got such a rotten signal where I live.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it.
Okay.
I live at the end of a very thin, long copper wire.
Oh,
For
bless you.
TV, and I'm lucky if I can. I mean, when Mel and I have
Still on dial-up.
Yeah, have meetings, business meetings
Yeah.
by FaceTime. We can't send files or email anybody while we're doing it.
You can only talk.
We can only talk.
Bless. Because I could watch. Couldn't you watch hours and hours and hours of this? It's so lovely, isn't it? It's so therapeutic to watch.
Right, now you see, I said I missed a bit of her face. Now, if you're not confident, draw it in with a pencil. But I'm looking at Natasha's original drawing, and I'm going to then put it back in. I mean, I think actually it works all right with it not being there, but this is just to show what would happen. So we're going to join her neck to her chin, but she's got some sort of wispy hair coming down here.
That's lovely, isn't it?
There we are. And then here she's got some hair coming down. So if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. And then I've got white. I've got to put my white on. Our multi-surface white is the one paint that I couldn't live without. If I had to choose what not to have, it'd be all the colours, but I'd keep the white because I use it so much. And it's brilliant just for doing, you know, little highlights. If we want little highlights on his tail and on feet and particularly eyes as well.
Yeah.
It's great. We'll put it down her arm, upper arm.
That's stunning. It does make all the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It does. And what I would do probably when I get home is I'd get some of this teal in a paint, which I haven't got here, and I'd do a little bit somewhere on her, like a little bit decorative, or maybe on the butterflies to draw it over.
It's such a nice scene, that, isn't it?
And you just keep going. Quite often when I'm doing a painting, I think I've finished, and 2 days later I'll come back and then think, oh, I could just add, and just keep working on it. And then actually this one I've cut off, I think I'm going to use that probably there, bring that, so there's 3, and that, I think that balances a little bit better.
Oh yes, just nipping in from the side.
Yeah, so.
I love it. Very, very busy on the musician stamps. Now you've had more of a chance to have a look through them. Remember, we've got all of the amazing samples. We've got another hour as well with Pink Ink at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But look at that, just the drummer and the conductor together there just look absolutely superb. These are amazing. We'll look through more of the samples in this afternoon show as well, but they are so full of life. And look at those journal pages. They are just a real treat. They really are. Kathy, thank you ever so much.
Well, thank you. See you at 3.
Yes,
we're doing something really exciting this afternoon. Can't wait.
And Mel, thank you very much as well. We'll see you at 3 o'clock. Say goodbye to the world.
Bye. Thank you.
She's really there. We just can't work out the logistics within seconds of getting everyone where they need to be. Even the conductor can't help with this one. Please make sure that you check out your baskets. Over 60% of the musicians has sold out and gone already. Very, very busy through the show. You're loving the paints as well, so go and have a look at the pick and mixes there as well and get them checked out. And do not forget your Lady Bockingford on the way out. It's got to be done. Stay right where you are, and Pink Ink back this afternoon at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, back to 2Js with John Lockwood, it's his birthday, everyone. Don't mention it's his birthday today. Do not mention happy birthday, John, after the break. Be there.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Good afternoon, 12 o'clock here at the Craft Store. You know what it means? It's one day special time. But the one day special did sell out last night at 8 p.m. And then that means, of course, we have had to find something that is incredible value in this place. However, the stencils that were part of the one day special, they are not making a return, but the stamps and the finger blocks are making that return. And it is a wild stock glass, which means that when it's gone, it's gone. So go ahead and check out your basket as soon as possible, because we have got the one and only and birthday. I actually have to say also, well, it is your birthday, so it is your birthday, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Well, we have got something for you.
No.
Just a little something.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because, you know, we kind of, just something. I'll put it here.
Thank you.
Just to say happy birthday from everybody at the Craft Store. No, there is not.
Happy birthday! Ooh. Oh, very. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Because we love you here at the Craft Store, and I know that you don't want a big fuss.
No.
Sorry. You know, we don't follow people's wishes
No,
here.
no, you don't.
You know,
I like to work because I don't get a big fuss, and it's nice to share it, and it is. I'm grateful to all of you. It's nice to share it with the Hachanda family, because I know we always go on about this, and everyone goes on about it, and it's people think it's a script, but you know, I've known people in this building 6 years now, and it's lovely. Thank you.
And you are a member of our family, so we love you very much, and thank you for sharing your birthday with us.
Thank you.
I want to give you a hug, but I can't.
No,
Anyway.
we're not allowed to.
Well, anyway, John. Let's get
let's get back to it. Yeah.
Let's go. The one day special, we are getting all those beautiful photopolymer stamps with those amazing details, aren't they?
They are. I think that's one of the differences. As I said, you know, I say this in every show. We're not reinventing the wheel, and I would hate to claim that ever. You know, you and I both know we've had discussions about this. We remember the original tiny stamps from 20-odd years ago. But what we've done with these are photopolymer stamps made in the UK. And, you know, these days technology has come up massively.
It has.
And it's allowed us to actually get some serious detail. I mean, I've actually got one here. And I know this is a little bit naughty because to annoy poor Marcus, the director.
Okay, yeah.
But this is one of the tiny ones. So this stamp is actually less than 1 centimetre square.
Wow.
Okay. But look at the detail in that.
That's a good demonstration of how. Oh, Marcus.
So you can see there.
Yeah.
Exactly how much detail is in that little stamp. So again, you just start to go around. The finger block makes it easy, but if you look, you don't get that normally.
No.
When you get a silhouette stamp, and we've got them in this set, it's normally like this. So this is our solid acorn.
So that's a solid, beautiful stamp.
That's what we're used to.
Yeah.
But what we've actually done is we've put in a lot of them, a lot of detail. So we've actually got a second acorn in here.
I mean,
and this is not what you would normally get. So this then, if you look at that one, is a difference.
Wow, yeah.
The level of detail. So again, that's what we've actually been doing in here, is putting in a real... Oh dear, I'm going to have to open another pack of blocks.
By the way, blocks, if you are like John and you need an extra pack of finger blocks, we have got those ones in a set of 30. You are getting 10 included in the wild stocks last, so you can see them here. But if you want 30 of them, $11.97. Now, once they are gone, I believe. That means that if you want them, make sure to check out your baskets. Yes, they are on extended delivery because they had sold out twice, but this is it. There's no more, and 2/3 of the stock of that, like there's no more after that. They are gone. So if you don't want to miss it, $11.97 is your price. 581-883 is your item number.
So just want to show you very quickly on this. You can see here what we've done is look at the detail. Again, this stamp is 10 millimetres.
Wow, I mean, put your finger beside the nail, and I will say you don't have the massive nails.
I don't have massive fingers and massive nails at all.
And you can see that detail.
But what we've done is, again, we can take the technology to the level where we've got this.
Wow.
So you've actually got an outline for it, and that's the difference between this and some of your other finger stamps and your other smaller stamps, is the level of detail that we have put into them. Even things like your little bugs and things like that. So, and again, designed so it will work for all different things. But you're seeing there again the level of detail that you've got in there, and I think that's the difference. But what is the unique thing are the finger blocks.
Exactly, which means, I mean, how much we have a struggle with tiny stamps, with a bigger block, doesn't rotate well. This solves all those issues.
No, not at all. I mean, I've got here, this is the smallest block that we make, and I love these blocks. These are Crafts 2 ones, and they've got the little handholds, so they're so easy to hold. But if you watch, I'll turn this card over. Again, I'm going to use black because you get a lovely first, second and third. But right, so I can go there, but I can't.
Yeah, rotate it, yeah.
I'm having to hold, can you see?
Yeah.
I'm having to turn it, whereas with the finger block, it's on there. That is fully circular, but I can see through.
Yeah.
So I can see the image.
Perfect.
There's no big acrylic to actually blur it. So now look, watch. How much easier is that? And I'm holding it like a pencil. I'm not even putting my finger in it. But that's so much quicker than using any other block.
Absolutely. 70% of the stock has gone though, so if you want yours, do check out your baskets. Now, I know that, like you always say, John, you are like myself, working in the industry for so many years. We have got so many different stamps from different companies. Can we use any of them that are small?
Any of them that are small will fit on. The perfect size is about 1 centimetre or smaller, but if they are larger, even though there's a lip, so you can see this one is actually, can you see there, look, it's over the lip, it's bigger than the block. Here's one of the ones in this set, but watch.
There is no indentation, there is no mark.
There's you're not losing anything. That's what's so clever about the blocks. When Jane came up with the idea, and she literally looked at the finger daubers and said, could we get a bigger version in clear without the foam? And that's what they came out with, and I thought, Jane, that's the cleverest thing in the world, and that's
really
where everything came from.
Good idea. Now, of course, thank you, John. Now, the wild stock glass includes 10 of them. Remember, if you want extra, make sure to check out your baskets. Again, that's a wild stock glass in the sense that once they're gone, they're gone. There is not going to be more on extended delivery. For the blocks, the set of 30, $11.97, details bottom of the screen. However, the wild stock glass includes those amazing stamps with those amazing details. We are approaching 60% of the stock. Now, it is a wild stock glass, and don't be fooled by the size of some of them. They are, with the finger blocks, it makes it so quick and easy. I mean, I have to say that it's one of those things that you're thinking, well, it will take forever to stamp. No, this is the genius of the finger blocks that you are included. You are getting 10 in the wild stock glass. And doing something creative like this is going to be possible. If I'm going to show you the stamp itself, so you can see where it comes from, the eyelashes and the branches in there. But don't think, oh, this is just a small card. Sam has made some wrapping paper.
He has, because as we said last night, it was Kim, the producer, who said, everyone talks on the channel about, oh, you could use these to make wrapping paper. She said, this is the first time she's seen anyone's actually done it. But this was literally, and it was a lot bigger, because this comes from a jelly bean. You know the brown rolls on the happy hour? You know how much I buy from your happy hours.
You do, actually.
That's where this came from. He's taken a strip off to wrap, hopefully one of my presents. But he made this in about 10 minutes, just randomly stamping onto it. Fully recyclable, but you would never think that was small. You wouldn't get your tiny stamps to do that, because we've included stamps of all different sizes in this section.
I adore the idea. Thank you, Sam, for doing that for us to show here. But also, I love that it's not just Christmas, autumnal wreaths, spring wreaths as well.
Yeah, in there you've got acorns, you've got maple leaves, you've got sycamore keys, you've got little bits of foliage which could be fir or they could be bracken. I mean, I live,
bracken.
like, the part of the country I live in is completely full of bracken this time of year.
Oh, I don't know what bracken
It's
is.
everywhere. It's almost like an old, it's almost a plant back from the dinosaurs' age.
Ooh.
You know, like big ferns and things. But yeah, bracken is massive around where I live. But it's got that same sort of look to it. Yeah. I know loads of people are now going to go on their computers and Google
like
bracken, aren't they, to see what it is.
No, I mean, that's what Kim is doing in my ear, you know. But look at that. I love how it creates kind of a wreath around it, but also the stalks in here as well are part of the one stalk slice. And I love this because that is not Christmassy at all. It has got that kind of romance as well for Valentine's.
Yeah. We've tried to make sure that while we're calling this a festive collection, we've included enough for you to work all year round, autumn, spring, summer. The only thing I think that's possibly missing are some summery leaves and some summer flowers. But again, we will add to that. We will add those into the collection.
I love the
next
clean
time.
and simple nature of that one. Now, of course, one stock slice means that one thing. You need to check out your baskets if you do not want to miss out. 60% of the stock has gone. If you do not want to miss out, well, you have got Flexi Freedom as well. So if you're a Freedom member, you are only paying £21.58 today, and then you will be paying the same amount next month. That's what a Flexi order means here. You can spread the cost in interest-free payments, and that means that if you add something else, maybe the stencils that we have got next, you also can spread the cost of those ones as well. 386084 is your item number for them. And if you wanted to go for, maybe you have got a lot of smaller stamps and you want to go for 2 of the finger blocks, then add them two of them in there, and of course Flexify them, those ones as well, and you're paying only for 1 set, but receiving both of them dispatched from the 9th of October. That's for the finger blocks. Now, the Press to Impress, the stencil shapes. Now, this is an amazing bundle because you are getting 6 stencils.
Yeah.
For $9.99.
It's crazy. It really is. And basically, these are here because these came back into stock when all the tools came back in stock, and I didn't know. And as it happened, I got mine with me because I was going to use them anyway. And I'd actually got the sample in the car as well, in like a box of travelling things. Because people missed out, I said, right. Oh, Peter said, oh, you've got those stencils. They came back in stock. Can we do those? Yeah, we'll put them on, but 6 for that price is crazy.
The thing is, you just said there something that, to me, as a kind of, when I was demonstrating and things like that more often, there is like my stash, or even here now I have got like a little trolley of my essentials. The fact that you carry them with you means that they are something that you use constantly, right?
Yes.
That you don't want to be without, because you know that there are some projects you are going to want to use
they
them.
weren't planned and not planned for this show. I've always got them with me whenever I'm stamping. And the clever thing about these is, and you can see that because you can see, look, if I knew that I was going to be demoing with these today, I'd have cleaned them.
Yeah.
Or, well, I wouldn't. I'd have given them some on Sam to clean. But the difference is, again, like the stencils we were doing last night, these are designed, watch, to fit in the Press to Impress exactly.
Right.
So these are covered completely. So if you are, like me, extremely messy, when you're trying to put a 6x6 stencil in here, it's a nightmare because you go over the edges. With this, you don't. And if you want to, I'll show you loads to do with it. When we get into demo, I'll show you. Perfect. And I'll also show how we can use them almost like the wreath builders last night as well.
Yes.
To give you an idea of that. But to have a circle, an oval, a rectangle, a hexagon, a heart and a square all in one set is crazy.
Perfect. Yeah. And that means that, how much? Sorry, Kim. 20% of the stock has already gone. Sorry, I kind of... and it's brand new for this hour in terms of featuring in the one-day special. There's so much to... this is one of the things that those essential shapes open a brand new kind of possibilities as well.
They do entirely. I've sat in awe before of people who can draw a circle and colour in it and base things around it, do the same with a heart. But techniques like that are so difficult to do without something like this, and we don't have those base-shaped stencils. I don't, which is why, as you said, I carry them with me all the time.
I mean,
they're in my stamp case constantly.
I'm pulling some samples here because you can see, I mean, these ones weren't supposed to be featured, but you can see the hexagon. I believe that is also from there as well. And it matches the matting and layering dies, don't they?
It does. They're matched exactly to the press-cut matting and layering dies, so they'll work with them exactly. The oval matches every oval for the last 4 years, whether it be a die, a stamp or anything that either has come out of Crafts 2, John next door, 2Js, press cut. They've all been on the same aspect ratio, which you and I both know has annoyed the heck out of us in the past.
Because it's like you're talking my language. Because of course, an oval or a rectangle do not have the same proportion. Like it could be a fat oval or a thin
it's
elongated.
Different.
Yeah.
We have one aspect ratio for our rectangle and oval, and everything fits in.
30% of the stencils have already gone. $9.99 is for this hour. 944833 is your item number. The finger blocks. Limited stock, incredibly busy show. Please make sure that you check out your baskets there. Now, if you want to do that, please make sure to check out your baskets as soon as possible, because if you don't, you will miss out. There is no more extra stock. Oh, it is a technical sellout. You have it in your baskets, you can check out and you will get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. If any of them bounce back, we will let you know. Our Kim is eagle eye if any jump out. But make sure to check out your baskets. Now, we have had also a happy hour with embellishments. And now, we were saying that for Christmas cards, it's great to have the stamp image and then a little tiny embellishment.
It is. I've got to say, Paola gave me a birthday card earlier.
Yes.
And she's like, oh, if I'd have realised I was going to give this one to you, I wouldn't have put the embellishments on. Yeah. And it made all the difference. A little like bow tie on it. Yeah. It was a beautiful stamped card. I will share it on Facebook. Yes. But that made such a difference. And I think with your Christmas cards, it's the cards in here where someone has, even down to like this, where they've actually put just a flower on. Yeah. It takes it, I don't want to say to another level, because that is really good. I'll show it you laying down flat, but you can see there. But the stamping, that makes all the difference in the world. It just takes it somewhere else. Yeah. And the Christmas embellishments are wicked. I haven't seen these.
I mean, I love the fact that they are kind of almost like a Scandinavian painted onto wood. We have got the buttons as well in here. So we have got like buttons I really love as well. And then we have got the polar bear. And of course, you have got the beautiful snowman as well. Look, the Santa Claus is absolutely glorious. All of them beautiful. You are saving £20. $9.99 is your price. Contents may vary, but they will be the same quality and the same quantity as well. Look at this. Oh, how much? A quarter of the stock has already gone. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. 946622 is your item number. Oh, but we're saying what my producer just said in my ear. We love a bargain hunter.
Yeah,
I like
we do.
that,
Well, I'm looking at them thinking, the red, white and green buttons, just make a simple wreath and then stick 3 red, white and green down one corner of your card and you're finished.
They're finished, yeah.
And it looks like it's got that hand-finished look, which looks so expensive.
I love that. Now, of course, if you want your happy hour, you need to check out your baskets. 946622 is your item number. Remember, if you want, we have had sellouts already. If you don't want to miss out on anything, make sure that you check out your baskets. And, well, let's start the demonstration. So, John, take it away.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the stencil, and I want to show you a couple of different techniques using them, but one, trying to get the idea of that wreath builder that we were doing. So what I'm going to do is pop my artboard into my press to impress. Yeah. You don't have to have these to use the stencils, but I personally just find it's a lot easier. And these are due back in stock soon. They're on one of those chuggy boats that's taking so long at the moment. Absolutely. So I'm going to use the square one now. The aperture in this is 10 centimetres, which is approximately 4 inches. Yeah. So you just need to have a piece of card that's kind of, to do it this way, to cut down to 4 inches. But what I'm going to do is just magnet it. With the board, you actually get the rules. It's supposed to be that one, so they make it even easier. But again, if you haven't got those, just use your normal magnets. So actually, I'm going to just pop that one there. So what I'm going to do is very similar to what I was doing with the wreath builder, okay? So I'm going to take some foliage, some little foliage, and I'm just going to put them where I think they would work nicely together as if, you know, to kind of start a wreath. Yeah. So let's just go for those little 3 to start with, okay? Yeah, I think that's about right. So I close that. Remember, John, put a magnet, and this is how bad I am. I opened a brand new packet of 4 of the older style magnets this morning.
Yes, yeah.
I'm now to my last one.
Oh.
Which is why I love
yeah.
these, because these don't get stuck to my scissors as much.
I have to say, like, since I have got the easy lift ones.
Oh, yeah, solved so many problems.
Well, by the way, if you want some, maybe you might have got the press to impress before it, and it didn't come with the easy lift ones. You want the extra, $9.99 for a set of 6, and you can see them there. I personally super recommend them. 679310. We use them for all sorts as well, not just like you. I mean,
I use them constantly.
When
I've got loads
I have to glue
of them at
something,
home.
you know, like a box.
Yeah.
I will use the magnet.
Oh, both of them each side.
One inside and one outside, and then.
I need to get you using the craft artist, because you don't actually have to hold that when you do a box.
Yeah, I do. But yeah,
so
true.
what I do there is, right, so I'm going to go one corner, yeah?
Yeah.
Going to rotate it round and do the second corner. So 1, 2. Okay.
So that means that you could do off the page. Because you couldn't do that if it was you were using a corner.
No, you can't, because you can't go off with it.
Exactly.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we remember, the one that the wreath builder one had a sort of star-shaped shape.
Yeah.
So what I do is now I go 1.
Oh, look at that.
2.
Yeah.
It's easier with the wreath one, and we will bring those back, but
still you can do
so I let
something.
that move a little bit, but it's still fine. 3, 4.
That is so.
But it's still easier than trying to work it out. So
Yeah.
there's my circle, and again I just do what I was doing before. So let's pop that back into the square, and then I'm going to put these little bits sort of in another collection around it.
Yeah.
And now once I've got that circle sort of laid, so again pick those up, and I'm just going to switch greens into a darker green.
Yeah.
And then go 1. I know I want it to be kind of roughly a diamond. 2, 3.
Yeah.
But it's that bit of guidance of the stencil really helps.
It does.
4. Fit it back in because of the square. You see how it goes off? But by every other turn, turning it into the square, it fits. So it kind of puts it back in space. So there we go. That gets it back in again.
I love that. I think it's that perfect wreath, actually, because you would think that it would look like an octagon, but it doesn't.
No,
it's
it
a
doesn't.
circle.
But there we've got then your wreath.
I
And
love
then
that.
what I would do is, because obviously then you take your ink, you take one of your any of your random little ones you want to do, and we just start to then just fill it in. And we'd add flowers or anything else, but it's just to show how you can really use that square to start to give you the basis for the wreath. There we go. So take that one round. So this is the larger maple leaf, because it being me, I do a left and a right if I can, if I'm involved in something. So when they say, what would you like? So I'd like to see a left and a right, please. Or I do 2 sizes.
Okay.
So we've got a smaller one of that. So again, but you can see there how you can fill the gaps.
Wow. Love that.
But again, I've not had to. The main way I used to do this was to draw a circle with a pencil onto a circle, and then try and build everything individually by hand round. But that's a killer.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
the problem is, no matter how light you are with your pencil, you always end up
The pencil is always
with a pencil.
coming
The
back.
pencil never erases properly.
You know, it's funny because that was one of my dad, who is a fine artist, has told me quite a few trap tapes. One of them is never to leave the brush in the water, and there's always if you don't want any if you don't want this whatever you draw to come out, you cannot use a pencil.
No.
Because, like you
No,
said,
we were
it
taught at college
always-
you draw with water,
Exactly.
and a clean brush, and try
or
and work on
graphite,
that one.
or a very soft, not a pencil, but it is something that you can do. But like you said, a pencil will always come out.
Piece of charcoal, you can kind of take it off a little bit. So again, we can just now
You can blend it more rather than seeing a line. That's absolutely, and I love the depth that you are achieving by using the different colors, but you are doing it basically in a couple of minutes, building the whole thing up.
You build it all up, and the stencil makes a real, genuine difference to it. Because if I hold this one up, I couldn't have done that from a pencil line, and all I've used is the square stencil and a piece cut to 4 inches or 10 centimetres, just to give me that. So it's really quick to do. But I will show you there's so many other things we can do with these that I will go through next.
Well, but thank you, John. We will rejoin you when you're ready for the next demo. You know what? It is a busy show. If you want anything, please make sure to check out your baskets. First of all, it is a well-stocked slice. It's not a one-day special. We don't have more extra stock of this. If you want it, make sure to check out your baskets. Now, 2/3 of the stock has now gone of the well-stocked slice. What you are getting is a collection of 103 individual stamps. Now, maybe you are one of these people that you are a little bit cynical when it comes to the number of stamps, and you're thinking, well, 103 stamps. This is one of those stamps that you want to have as many as possible, and 103 is a huge amount, isn't it? Why? Because it's the buildable nature. When you are building those wreaths, you want different shapes that you can color in different colors, like the pine cone, those browns, those greens for the leaves, those reds for the berries, those beautiful poinsettias. Look at the different shapes of poinsettias. You can overlay them as well. And you can have also those branches. You want to have different branches because you want to build those wreaths in a way that they feel organic. But not only you are getting the small ones, you are getting the finger blocks, of course you do, and then you are getting the larger stamps as well to build those scenes, those beautiful winter scenes. And they are not just any kind of silhouette stamps. Oh no, they have that extra detail that gives him that extra dimension as well. And that's what you want. You want to be able to do stamping cards quick and easy for Christmas, but you want to also make them with that detail, that when you stamp, you are achieving not just a beautiful silhouette, but also the detail inside of them. And when we come closer to the stamps or the finished cards, we can see all those branches, even the ones that are second or third generation. We are getting the tiny twigs in there, which gives that dimension, which gives that beauty. And when we look at those larger stamps as well, look at that vintage effect by using a little bit of glitter, and that monochromatic nature is achievable and it's elegant because of the detail that are on the stamps as well. And I love the fact that once you have got the stamps, well, you choose your own color story. If you want to cut a little bit of Christmas, modern Christmas, you can achieve them. If you want to do, you know, like 2 plum pots with a beautiful Christmas or beautiful flowers for all year round, you can do that. And I adore the fact that you can then go into scene building with those stacks, with those trees. Look at the detail of those branches. Look at the style of the snowflake. Having those different snowflakes means that as well, you can make a proper scene where the snowflakes are falling, and it gives it that beautiful look. And of course, this is using one of those stencils that we have got at the bottom of the screen. For $9.99, you're getting 6 of them. Add them to your basket, add them to your wild stock slats, because then you can spread the cost as well of the stencils. Now, if you're a Freedom member, your saving is not £6, but £10 and 79 pence as a Freedom member. Your delivery cost would be £43 and 16 pence, or if you are Flexify, then of course you pay half of that, which is £21 and 58 pence. And remember, if you add your stencils, you will only pay £5 for them today as well. 3860824 is your item number. Now, the stencils. Now, if you have got a press to impress, I'm going to say it, this is something you should add to your baskets, because it adds that other layer of all the possibilities to do, like John has just explained. However, even if you do not have a press to impress, having the stencils, the 6 stencils with those basic but coordinating basics with, of course, John's next door, or the press cuts.
The press cut layering dies, all are exactly the same sizes as these, to mat and layer them, cut into the apertures, everything.
personally, that is all you need to know to add them to your baskets. Now, they are my favorite in layering dies, I'm going to say, because I have them and I use them all the time. 40% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, $9.99 is your price. $944,833 is your item number. And one of the things I love about John and Crafts too, it's always you try to bring innovative ideas at an affordable prices, but that always link backwards and forwards with whatever you bring or you have brought.
It does. We want it to all work with what you've already got. There's nothing worse, as you know, as a designer, to think someone's bought something, used it once and put it in a drawer.
Yeah.
We want to be able to build and so that something will work with what you've got before. So if you've got the nesting dies and the ovals and you've done everything you want to with them, now you can start making scenes with the oval and then making nests that fit them with the die, which you couldn't do before.
Absolutely.
Everything matches together. We always have to be innovative first and good value. Those are the three that we always try and go for.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, you are going to be using the stencils, but also the ink pads.
Yes, I'm going to be using, because this is the beautiful petal, and I've got to say, the blending on these is absolutely beautiful. You know, I've been doing some stamping because the cameras here need an intense colour sometimes.
Yeah.
I've been using some darker, intensive stamps, but it's using inks for that.
Yeah.
But you've got to have the right tool for the right job.
Absolutely.
So if I start trying to blend really intense, like the VersaFine Claire, I'll get a very dark background.
And also, the VersaFine Claire is oil-based, therefore it dries fairly quickly, right?
Yes, and I want these to blend. You know, these are pigment inks, but I can really simply do it. So I'm just going to take my brush and go on my purple, work some off. But you see there how liquid it is?
Yeah.
If you can see there, literally, I put some down. Look at that.
Yeah.
How liquid it is. So I'm going to go across the top. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So let's just take some off. There we go. So I'm going on the top with a purple. This is the circle one. I love when they do this.
And of course, if you're looking for blending brushes, we do have them on the show. This is bottom of the left-hand side of the screen. Once they're gone, and they come with the wallet as well to keep them together.
So we'll just take a little bit of blue. Let's take a little bit of fresh blue. There we go. So I'm going on a little bit heavier so that you can actually see it on the overhead camera. Yeah. But you see how that's creating almost its own beautiful sky look.
It does, yeah.
So we're going on that. And this is what I love. They blend seamlessly.
They do.
On the purple. So look what happens now if I put some blue on there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just blend that out. And it's gone.
Yeah. I love that, how it blends.
Okay, so let's go in now with the lighter blue.
A really good stormy sky or something like that.
It really is. I love this blue, this lighter shade. So
it is your favourite colour, isn't it?
It is. Blue is my colour.
Yeah, blue is
you know, it really is. So let's...
You're a cool dude.
And drag it down. If you went into my wardrobe, you can see at home we have a dressing room because we just don't. We don't have people round to stay, so we turn the bedroom into clothes. Literally, one side is all blue, one side is all floral, so you can tell which side is mine.
I mean, I would say
everything
that floral
is
side is Sam's.
It is, yeah. It's not going to be mine, is it?
No.
But you can build up layers, and as you said, a lot of them are actually oil-based, so they dry too quickly. So there we've got a beautiful sky.
Gorgeous.
Yeah? Okay, so the stencils are quite thin.
Right.
So the stencils are actually made of a thinner mylar than, say, the wreath builder ones are. And the reason for that is so you can stamp over them. So I'm going to bring in the trees.
Yes.
And we're going to go with a little bit more of a... Let's grab the colour. So I'm going to go with perhaps a little bit more intense blue now, just again so it'll show up. So let's take our tree. Right. And I still work in the press to impress, even with the blocks. These are the... I'm going to go on about these just because they're all... You can see that they're mine, because look at the state of them.
Wow.
They're not clean in the slightest. These are the Crafts 2 ones, but I like them because even with my stubby fingers, they've got handholds.
Right, yeah, that's
and
true.
Grid lines. So let's go first generation, second generation. Can you see there?
Yes.
It's gone right to the edge.
The edge, yeah.
Because these are nice and thin. So I'm going to put a tree there, We'll get a second generation up there. And
Oh,
we'll get
I
a
love that.
third
And now,
one
it's
in
funny
there.
because when you were putting the second generation, I said, oh, I'm not sure. And then as soon as you put it, it was like, now suddenly it had dimension. It kind of went into the...
It goes sort of into
Yeah.
the background. So I've not had to tear any paper or do any of that. I will show that in a little while, but let's just get some... There we go. And I don't know if you're seeing these, but can you see those
Yes.
light trees through the mist?
Yes, yes.
So there we've got my perfect
Look at
circle scene going through.
that. Yeah.
So
I love
now
that.
I'm going to take...
That's beautiful.
So anyone can, anyone can achieve that. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of normal card, a pair of scissors, and cut myself a little tree line.
Yeah.
Or a little hill line. Okay, so that sort of tree line,
yeah,
or hill line,
perfect.
yeah. I'm going to put that on, and again, this is why I work in the press to impress, because now that doesn't move.
Exactly. So it's so handy to have.
Okay,
isn't it?
take a little bit again of the darker blue I was working with, and just sweep down.
Yeah.
Okay. So sweep down from that. Now I'm going to go into a little bit of that purpley colour,
Yeah.
again from the craft artist. But because it's a different type,
Yeah.
I'm almost getting... You'll think this looks terrible and messy,
Well, sometimes messy looks brilliant. Doesn't mean
but
that
it almost gives you like ice reflections.
Oh, yeah.
So let's just take some of that lighter blue. So I put a base on to give it heavier. Let's take a little bit more lighter blue. Those beautiful colours are now...
Oh, I love that. Yeah, it does look like the icing there.
It's like the ice is carrying sort of
Yeah.
over
And
the
it looks like a
piece.
snow globe as well. It kind of, it sounds like a snow globe going through the snow, kind of
Yeah.
rotating it.
But I'm going to take... Now, see the circle fits in the rectangle.
Yeah.
So the circle fits in the rectangle, so take whatever's left, and I'm just wiping this around. Okay?
Yeah.
Not trying to be careful, not trying to be posh. This is whatever's left on my brush. Because
Yeah.
again, I'm envious of the people who can just build the most beautiful, amazing scenes from nothing.
But you are doing that.
It's the tools.
Well, you
Without
have
the
got the right
tools, I
tools,
couldn't
yeah.
do this.
Mhm.
Without a stencil that stays in place without having to be taped down.
I know
And doesn't
that, yeah.
have to be glued. Can you imagine now I'm on my third stencil?
Yes.
The amount of spray glue that would be on here
Yeah. That would be...
now would be
that
absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And I found that's the only way to do it. So now I've
Those bells
framed
layers,
that.
yeah.
So I would take one of the press cut nesting dies, which I don't have, and I would just die cut that out to give it the frame.
Because it would match those...
Because it will match exactly.
Which is great.
And there will be one that will give you one at every quarter of an inch around that.
Yeah.
So we'll just... I can see on the bottom as well. So suddenly...
I love that.
And then all I need to do then is I'm just going to take the same blue again,
Yeah.
the same trees.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm not. I'm going to go with a smaller tree. Okay. Going to go to the smaller tree.
Okay.
Okay, so there we go. Just to bring it
Yeah.
together. So it brings that sort of moon shape in, and then simply, because I don't trust myself, and also,
Oh, I love it.
why have the platform and not use it? I'm going to put 2 stags in.
Yes. I was like, kind of, come on, John, put a stack in there.
I can't not, can I? This is me,
Yeah. We have
isn't
to
it?
have a stack night.
Okay, so I'm going to pick those up, but
yeah.
I want those to be more intense. Okay, so take the same blue, ink, solid,
Yeah.
stamp, but they're in the foreground, yeah?
Yeah.
So ink and stamp again. and with
then
a platform. Okay, look, darker.
Darker.
Third time is the charm with
Okay.
anything. So there, they are darker, but they're in the same thing. And then I would probably take a pen and sort of
ground them a little
ground
bit,
them,
yeah.
but if not, I can just...
Yeah, go in. Oh yeah, that works. That really works.
Let's just ground them in, and there we go. I'll hold this one up. But using a combination of the stencils and the things, but that's come from nothing in like 5 minutes.
I love that. I really, really love that. It's so beautiful. And you just started with a piece of a white card, and in your words, a year ago or 2 years ago, you would never dream to do stamping. You are like,
No.
I'm die cutting, and now you can create. As John has said, you know, thank you, John. That was an excellent demonstration on how to. It's all about the right tools, the right images, and if you want to the Press to Impress, that complete collection that comes in with the storage case as well as with the magnets, the easy lift magnets, as well as those inserts, it's a fabulous deal. You have got a £10 saving and also flexi buy option, or one-off payment of £42.95. I have many stamping platforms, and my go-to, the one that I use at home, is the Press to Impress. Why? Because it has got that foam base, you can remove it, but also it has got the open edges. That's what, for me, that combination is what it makes it the one that I reach for time and time again. Also, what is my chosen one is because you can then add those extra accessories like the stencils that we have got. But the amazing deal this hour is, of course, the wild stock slash. 70% of the stock has now gone. If you are a regular viewer, you are not part of Freedom, you have got a £6 saving. However, as a Freedom member, you have got a bigger saving there, a £10.79 saving. That means that it can be yours for £43.16, and that's the deliver cost. You are not paying more for P&P. And that means that you also kind of spread it into 2 interest-free payments of £21. I think it's £21.58. There we have it. 38608 is your item number. Now, the detail that you can achieve with these ones, the ability to create not just beautiful wreaths, but corners, but focal points, for adding the extra detail into cards as well. And I love those eyelashes with those antlers, because then you can create, like an antler with all the decorations, or you can create a branch, a garland there as well. And I have to say, in the 8 a.m., John created this, which is one of my favorites. Why? Because if I show you this one, you will be able to see. Now, that lines are to create the garland, or the kind of the thread, the kind of element that kind of hangs those bubbles. But look how cleverly it frames that amazing card. This, to me, is elegance and classic.
It is, and it doesn't say, to me that says like a really classy note that I'd buy in, like, you know, M&S-y, Waitrose, Harvey Nicks. I have to say 3, don't I?
Fortnum & Misses.
Yeah, Fortnum, mate. Oh, yeah, but it does. It's got that expensive look. But that took, was it about 3 minutes, 4 minutes at 8 a.m?
Yeah,
It took
absolutely.
no time at all. Just using the platform and the little stamps, but it's the level of detail in there.
It is indeed. And then, of course, we have, this work for me also showcases why you should go for these stamps and check out your baskets, because it's not just about the smaller cards, it's creating your own wreath, whatever size. This is like a window for the fairy to live in, like the door into Narnia or other.
It is, yeah, it's beautiful. And what Art Angel's done on this one, this is a fairy hug stamp.
Wow.
It works with other people's stamps, and we always say that. I mean, I say that to the girls. There's no rules about what you have to use for making samples for our shows.
Yeah.
But to be fair, there's only a couple where they brought something else in because they needed something else, but I think that just works so well.
It does indeed. Now, of course, you can go to Narnia, Neverland, or Arundel as well. So if those ones are other mythical places, might be available as well. This world, absolutely. Arundel, to get to Arundel, it's kind of these kind of magical places. Anyway, if you want your collection, your wild stocks last, 70% of the stock has gone, £10.79 saving. So check out your baskets. Now, the stencils, we have got them here. 60% of the stock has gone, and they are £9.99, but you are getting all 6 of them. They fit on the Press to Impress, but
you can use them on their own as well.
Oh yeah, completely. You can use them. They're basically just slightly over A5.
Yeah.
So you can use these on a, just like you would normally do. You would put it onto a normal piece or an A4 piece of paper and work as normal. Just tape it at the top. I'll get a bit of tape out. So it'll work as well, because they're just a ridiculous price anyway. Great if you got the press and press. If not, will work just as well.
Yeah, perfect.
Any shape you want.
And I love the fact that you have got the edge and you can then use it as a wave as well for it. But I love the fact that this is what I love about crafts too, and I love about John, is that you always think, okay, we are going to make the press to impress better, but also not alienate anybody who hasn't got it.
Yes. Every product can be used separately, doesn't have to work with that. And what I love is the press to impress now is 4 or 5 years old.
It must be, yeah.
It's got to be over 5 years old.
Yeah.
Because the Crafts 2 were doing it before I joined,
Yeah.
and I'll have been there 5 years next
wow.
year. But we've developed, every year there's been something new for it, because we want people to carry on using it.
Yeah.
We want people to build on it. If you've spent, and I know this is one of the cheapest on the market.
Yes.
But also,
it's the best value. Yeah,
that's the value that Crafts 2 do. I
Absolutely.
mean, literally, I happen to know these have just come back into stock.
Well,
and they cost a fortune to get into delivery, and Pete said we're going to have to swallow some of that.
Well, and
So we're
you
not
have
putting it up.
I mean, it works out at £1.79. I think it's a part. £1. 67, sorry, I got the pennies wrong, so even better. £1.67 for the stencils individually. You're paying $9.99 for 6 of them, and you're getting those basic, I say basic, but they are kind of fundamentals, essential, shapes in there. 944 and 833 is your item number. Now, we also have, if you want to kind of a mat to clean out your stamps, especially the finger daubers, this is perfect for them, because, of course, if you're using water-based inks, you want to kind of clean the ink between different colors, and this is the easiest way. You wet one side, you keep the other one dry, so you kind of rub it against the wet, and then you kind of dry it on the dry side. $9.99 is your price. 42161 is your item number. Right, happy hour. We have got in a happy hour here. And now this one, of course, is the embellishments. Contents may vary, but you have got here a set of 10 packs with those beautiful details painted into it. You might get a slightly different ones, but you will get amazing bumper packs in there. With $9.99 is the price, you are saving £20. It's perfect to add additions. If you're thinking of Christmas stack and you want just a little bit something, they will work really well. If you're doing stockings, this could use them even as though your buttons for the stockings, or you can use them in the bunting, that kind of elements that add that dimension and detail without having to spend hours to paint them. A third of the stock has gone, and remember, this is a happy hour, so the deal will only last for 15 more minutes. So grab yours, check out your baskets. If you add them to your flexi basket, of course you can spread the cost into interest-free payments, if you have gone for the wild stocks last, and just pay £5 today for them. 946-622 is your item number for the happy hour. Now, well, we want more demonstrations, don't we? So, John, what are you going to show us
Right,
next?
so I'm going to use the circle stencil now, and I want to show you how we can actually make a wreath using the circle stencil and some of the stamps and the way they're designed. So what I'm going to do is, I'm hoping you can see this. Again, we've had these made with finer mylar than normal, and the reason as well is so that you can see through. So you can see here, I can see through to make sure that square of card is actually got in the centre. So you don't always have to have and waste a whole A4 sheet just to make this. So I'm just going to stencil that down. I need to find, my magnets have gone and lifted. So can you cover something a minute while I just find my
I'll talk about the press to impress, because we have been talking about it, how amazing it is. Now, we have got this bundle that not only includes the press to impress. You may be like me, that you have got one and you're looking to have the second one because, you know, it's handy to have two, because one anyway, you know what I mean.
I have 12.
Darling, don't show off.
One for home,
and I can do
one for
nothing about it.
home, one for demos, and 10 for workshops, because I think people, when they do workshops with me, should get the same tool as I use.
It's funny, because I am very lucky, and I know I'm very lucky, and I have got one at home, but then it's like here, I don't have one. So then it's kind of, I need to always remember to get my one in here. Why? Because I know that the results I'm getting with this one. I know the density of the foam is fabulous. I know I can use my rubber mounted, my cling foam mounted rubber stamps directly into here as well. Love the grid that you have in there, the front, because then you can position things perfectly. And it's a smaller grid that it allows me to that perfection. I love that you are imperial and of course metric measurements in the L. But most of all, what I love is those open edges.
Yeah.
Because those open edges means that I can go for an A4, you know, and it's, you know, you have got those abilities.
The first one I had didn't work very well with clear stamps for me.
Yeah.
The next one I had a bar down the side.
Yeah.
And what it meant was that I always had to cut card to fit.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, life's too short. Where I am at home, my white stamping card is there. Because that's where the shelves are. I grab that and notch. Put it straight in and look, it fits against that notch. That's A4. So for the first time, I'm not having to cut card down. A4 card fits in and it goes in easily. And it's, again, as you said, the foam's on the inside, but the other thing they did, which is different, it's got a second layer of foam on the back. So you've got double springing. So even when I've been stamping onto the metal plate, which it shouldn't work, on the metal plate, these fine stamps should not stamp because there's no give. But the press always still has give in the bottom, so they will work on it. I could spend an entire hour waffling about this.
Oh, you know, we both heard, and you know, this is the thing. I like when you have got a tool that solves so many of your issues or something. This is why we are very passionate about it, both John, myself, and many other stampers out there. 980504 is your item number. You have got a £10 saving. You are getting the case, which allows you to have everything that you need in there, included in the inserts, and you also getting the magnets with the easy lift there. 980504. Do check out your baskets as well, because if you add anything that is over £60, you have got, of course, the Flexify option, but many of the items have got that possibility as well. Now, another thing that you might consider to put in your baskets is the the stamping mat here. Now, what I love about the stamping mat like this, or stamp cleaner, is the fact that you can put some water in one, and then, of course, the dry one side, and that means that you put your stamp, which, of course, has got the ink, you rub it against that side, which, of course, has got the water content in there, and then you dry it up on the dry side, and then it's ready to use. It's a clean and easy way of adding it, to kind of, you know, just getting your stamping done. I really recommend, especially if you are going for the wild stocks last, because all the finger stamping, you're going to be able to make it much easier with this. $9.99 is your price, 422161 is your item number. Remember to check out your baskets, especially that wild stocks last. Very busy for that one, and if you don't want to miss, it's only one way. Check out your baskets. Right, back to you,
I found
John.
them. Yeah, so I'm going to use this time. I'm using this one is rainbow because it's got the more intense colours, and I put some onto my brush of the light green, and all I'm going to do is literally sweep around the outside. Yeah. So I'm just going to go around the outside, just like that. I don't need this to be amazingly neat, but I'm going to take a little bit of a darker colour, and again, just take that round. There we go. So again, it's not trying to be amazingly neat. I'm just trying to go darker to lighter. Okay?
Okay.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to grab one of my blocks.
Right.
Let's grab the right one. There we go. That's the right one. And I'm going to grab this stamp that has like a circle on it already. Okay? So I'm just going to take that, and again, what I'll do is I would normally use the same ink, but just so it shows up, I'll use a dark ink, because sometimes I watch at home and think, oh, I can't quite see that. Maybe it's my eyesight. And I'm just going to go round the edge.
Right.
Okay. So you see, the stamp's actually been done the same sort of size. On the platform, with the stencil in place. So I've not missed a step.
Right.
So with it in place.
Oh,
okay.
That's such a... Now I get...
Yeah?
Yeah.
So now...
You have got... Yeah.
I start to come in a little bit more.
In there. And that
Moving
will
it
create the
round.
perfect circle.
Creates a
Because
perfect
again-
circle. So then, take my magnets off.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got one of the old style on there. And you see now,
Perfect.
I've got that perfect circle. So all I actually need to do now is to follow that round again.
With this one.
You see now
That makes...
how that instantly, now I could use the mini stamps, and with a little bit more time that's what I'd be doing, but I've already got that line there ready and cut for me, which is showing me exactly where to go to put that on. So let's just switch in to, sorry, the other colour, where is it?
Well,
Honestly.
very busy on the phone lines, 4-minute queues. We can only apologize for that, but if you have got access to the internet, thecraftstore.com will be the fastest and easiest way to check out your baskets. Or even better, if you have got the app, of course you can find us on your mobile device, store, app or app store, and find the craft store, and then you can watch us and check out your baskets there as well.
So what I'm doing now is going round in and out
Yeah.
with a lighter green colour.
That's gorgeous. Love that.
So I get that look, and then I would personally then take, this is where I start playing now with the finger stamps, and literally putting in, this makes all the difference. If you look at this top section here, suddenly it doesn't look quite so weird.
Yeah.
Because I can put in, I'm extending it now and taking away from that all being the same thing. So again, I haven't had to draw a circle, I've just started working with the finger stamps to build it round. And I would carry on with that, you know, perhaps go in and start saying, right, let's have in, you know, let's start to have some pine cones in, shall we? But as you start to play and you add more, you'll suddenly see it starts to come together. So it will start to build, and you know, you can take different things, you know, acorns, let's have an acorn in there, let's have one coming right out, but it's based on the stencil working.
Wow.
And you just build it round like that, and I would keep playing until I've got that happy. And if you're concerned that it's a bit too bright or that you're not right, tell you what, the best thing to do is always take the brightest red you've got
Oh, I love that. We have got seconds to go.
and
John,
add some red, and that will actually just hide a multitude of sins.
It's amazing. You're amazing. I love it. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
spending your birthday with us. You'll be back at 4 o'clock for more demonstrations. As always, please make sure to check out your baskets and tune back at 4 o'clock for more demos. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Muchas gracias, chica, and for my bottle.
Well, it is Natasha Makes next with Derek, and then Mixed Media with ITD Rice Papers, I think it's with Leone, and then Pink Ink Designs later on. I'll see you Monday at midday or something like that.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
And welcome back, everyone. Lovely to have your company as always. Oh my word, be still my beating heart. This quilt is absolutely amazing, and so is this woman. Natasha McCarty is back.
Hello,
welcome
sir.
back. It's been too long.
Well, we were just trying to work out, wasn't it? When was the last time we worked together?
I can't even remember. Too long ago.
I mean, we've worked together for years.
I know, we have been, like,
Yeah.
crossing.
But so nice to be in the same set.
It's amazing. And I tell you what you bring to us is, well, you know already, I mean, this is not something you don't know, is amazing, amazing quality. Natasha is very uncompromising when it comes to quality. She knows what she likes.
It's a very polite way of putting it, Derek.
I
Thank
thought
you.
I'd start with diplomatic and work my way through. But no, but it's so true. When it comes to fabric,
Yeah.
you have lots of options. And you could go race to the bottom if you wanted to, but you'd never forgive yourself and you'd never be trusted. Well, I mean, you only have to look at this to know.
Do you know what? There is fabric for everyone and all pockets out there. Absolutely.
Of course.
And for me, I would rather have less of a better quality.
Yeah.
And that's just my life ethos.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I discovered Lisa Chandler fabrics, and everything changed. And this is Lisa's quilt. In fact, let me move that out of the way so you can get a better look at it. There we go. Whoops. This is the Baltimore. This is the Oriental Baltimore, and it's absolutely stunning. So Lisa Chandler not only is a fabulous fabric designer, but she also designs exquisite quilts like this. And she is phenomenal at applique, well, all sorts of things, but applique here. This is one of her applique quilts. This is, I think, the third or the fourth time that she's made it. So this has come from Australia, and we're now in the UK. She's handing this over to me in the UK and saying, do a version for the UK audiences. Let's do this. So we are now moving on to the ginger block, which is what you can see. This is block number 4.
I love this. I absolutely love this whole thing. It's just absolutely beautiful. You want it to go into an auction tomorrow for people to bid against each other.
It has that pride of place feel.
Absolutely does.
And the beauty of it is, because we've done it block by block. What do I mean by a block? Because there might be those of you that go, what is she talking about? What is a block? You can't assume anything, right?
Yes.
So that is one block.
Yeah.
And block by block, the very first one we did was the clematis, or clematis, depending on where in the world you live.
Yeah.
We did the maple leaf. We did the cherry blossom down there.
Yeah.
And now we move on to the ginger. Next, I think, is this one. But each time we've done it, you've bought that. So if you wanted to just do a cushion that is just that,
Yes, you got it.
then you can.
Yeah.
And I've always made sure that there is plenty, so that if this is a new technique, because there's lots of applique techniques going on in here,
Yeah.
each month we build on each applique technique, but then also there's plenty for you to practice. So if you wanted to buy some more black fabric and then do a second, you've always got enough fabric in your kits to do that.
And you so will, because the first time someone sees what you've done with one, you're going to have many more in your lives as well. It's amazing. Now, these have all been broken down into the block of the month. So this month's block is this wonderful, wonderful Oriental ginger. It's so intricate. It's so rich in terms of its colour and in terms of its expression as well. And these fabrics are absolutely delicious. 5 fat quarters of incredible, incredible fabric. And it has to be the right fabric, Natasha, doesn't it, to do this justice?
It does, yes. Lisa and I both agree that obviously her fabrics work really well because they're very tightly woven. They're such good quality, they're not going to unravel when you applique with them. And so that is why. And also, when each time this gets done, so Lisa's done this a few times in Australia, this is the first time it's been done in the UK. We were really careful about where we added in some of Lisa's fabric. I know, the batiks are just stunning on there. So that you get little hints of that gold metallic throughout, but it's not overwhelming.
Yes, absolutely.
The batiks work incredibly well. Again, because of the way that they're manufactured, because of the processes that they go through, they're another fabric that is not going to unravel, unlike cheaper fabrics. That's just the way it is. It's top quality fabrics. Using those, it's going to work an absolute treat. I know, it's beautiful.
You've just got to have that in your life, haven't you? You've just got to feel it. It is just amazing. Right, so over 20% of this has already sold out and gone, and I am not one bit surprised. Now, something that did surprise me, though...
you looked horrified, actually.
And I will make no secret of this, is that in fabric work, I had never seen... I'd seen scissors many, many times, of course. I had not once seen forceps. And my first question was...
Pretty.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Are we birthing?
Yeah, we're delivering a baby.
No, we're not. We are not doing any of that. But we are going to be turning through tiny petals. Okay, and it's just going to stop any kind of rummaging around and trying to work out how on earth to turn through tiny petals.
I have to say, these are the sexiest forceps I've ever seen. I love that colour, that rainbow colour. It's beautiful. It's very, very designer. It's got to be had. It's just stunning. Can I just suggest that you check out your orders as quickly as you possibly can, because you are going to be seeing demonstrations of this fabulous block. But you have got to have 30% of the stock now sold out and gone. You have got to have this fabric in your life one way or the other to make this gorgeous block, because it is one of the most delicious things you've ever seen in fabric, isn't it? And listen, if you want to catch up on previous blocks as well, I think, Natasha, you've got them there, haven't you? We're going to run through those.
We do. And look, you know, some of you will have a fabric stash, and that's, you know, I salute you. And if that's the case, then we also sell each of the instructions on a pick and mix as well. So, you know, if you have your own stash and you want to make it in your own colorways or whatever it is, you can also have that as an option. When the pattern, the entire pattern alone was 72 pages. We've broken it down month by month, and actually these work out as being more pages because we've made sure that every single one is self-contained, so that if you do want to just do a cushion or a bag front or whatever, all the instructions are there. You don't, you know, so it's every single one is a standalone. So we started off, this is the one that we started off, and it shows you the whole quilt. We started off with the clematis there, which is, if I just look, block number 1, and they come in these boxes as well.
So everything curated beautifully for you.
And your needle is in there if you're wondering why it's not like an old sweet wrapper. That's your needle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So you've got all of those ready to go. That is block number 1, and they are your instructions. If you buy the set, your instructions come with it, but you can purchase the instructions separately should you wish. Block number 2, here we go, is your cherry blossom. Ooh. And again, you've got threads, you've got needle, you've got all sorts going on in there. And again, if you're buying the whole kit, then all of your instructions
there it is, cherry blossom
as well. Okay, then last month's block, those gorgeous, gorgeous autumnal tones, is your maple block. That's it.
This I love. It's so right for this time of the year as well, isn't it?
And actually, just harking back to the forceps,
Yeah, yeah.
you're going to want to use them on the clematis as well.
Okay.
On those leaves, but we couldn't get them in time. They've taken an age due to, you know, current world situations to actually get to us. Now with this one, look, I put variegated. Ooh,
we love a bit of
threads in there.
variegated.
Yeah, and again, look, you've got a bit of Lisa in there, and it's just going to be stunning.
That's gorgeous. So if you want any of those, we're focusing on the ginger one today, but if you want any of those previous ones, so if you're playing catch up, have a little look through the websites. They are all there for you as well. And there will be more to come. We think the lily one, the iris one will probably be the next one.
I think that's probably going to be next. The other thing to say is, I know that the shows here are held for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
But on my Natasha Makes website and YouTube channel, they are always there. I do a full demo on these every month. So they are all there for you to catch up anytime. So if you leave it, because I know what it's like, life gets in the way, and then 6 months down the road you might pick it up and go, oh gosh, you know, that video isn't available anymore. It's fine. They will always be on there. There is a subscription block of the month area on our website that you can find it there. So you can always watch that back.
Fabulous.
Anytime you decide to catch up.
In terms of forceps as well, there is also a jumbo forceps, is there not?
Well, yes.
Longer.
Well, yeah, so these are great. If you do any kind of toy making, I love making Tilda toys.
Yeah.
But the legs are notoriously difficult to turn through.
Because they're long, aren't they?
They are long,
yes.
but so skinny.
Yes.
Yes. So these, insert forceps, clamp it off, pull through, job done. Yep.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And these lovely, you've just got to have them just for the
pretty.
colour of them as well.
Pretty
They've
too.
got to be part of your sewing room, really, haven't they?
Yeah.
Because they are just beautiful. So they're not a scissor, they're a forceps, and they're great for turning out long, thin tubes of fabric, of which that comes up many, many times, particularly in toy making.
It really does, and it's just a faff. I don't like a faff.
No.
I want a tool.
Yeah.
Not a faff.
And there it is. And you've got your chance. And again, these take a long, long time to come in. We don't know. I mean, the stock that we've got will only go so far. And to replenish a stock like this is not necessarily a quick thing as well.
It will take me 4 weeks to get them again.
OK.
So I can,
Yeah.
but you'll be waiting a month.
OK.
They'll be on next month's show.
Right. OK. So in that case, your item number is there, 685861. £10.99. 30% of the stock that we have has sold out and gone already, just so that you know you've been shopping ahead of us. So remember, with your block comes the smaller size, so just put one next to the other. So this is the set that you get in this month's
And the
block.
other ones are slightly bent.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yes.
Yes. So they can
To
take a little bit of a
reach
turn.
round to the toe.
Oh, yeah, of course, because legs have feet, don't they?
They do.
They do, funnily
They do.
enough. Wow.
Oh, it's biology 101, isn't it,
honestly,
today?
we never stop learning, do we? 685861 is your item number. Right, let's get to this block then, shall we, for today, because this is amazing.
Oh, dear me,
Before we get
glasses
to
on.
NVQ level.
Oh, my goodness me. Right, where to start? So, well, let's start with what we're going to need the forceps for. So you're going to cut strips of your red and your goldeny yellow, and you're going to put, now a batik doesn't necessarily have a right or a wrong side, and half the time it's just down to which intensity of the colour you want to work with. So sometimes it's almost like having two fabrics in one, because you can use the really vivid side or you can use the slightly duller side in terms of impact, and that's great. That's absolutely perfect. The only way that you would ever really know with some of them is just by looking at which way the holes are punched down the selvage. So it's up to you, is what I'm saying. This is personal preference, but at no point are you going to sit there and go, oh, I'm going to have to unpick everything, like I've done many, many times. I've done it the wrong way, with that voice, potentially. So you want to cut your strip so that it is, you've got a template in your kit, and you want to cut it so you've got at least 1/4 of an inch more there, and then you are going to get a pen. You won't use something as, I mean, this is my big fat Sharpie. You don't want to use a big fat Sharpie, but I will use it for the uses of television so that you can just see, mark it off like that, okay? and then you're going to stitch. You'll use something that won't show.
Yeah.
But you haven't got to do it under cameras. So then you're going to stitch on that line. Okay? So these are together. If you want to pin...
Other markers are available, I feel the need to say.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't think we have them.
Yeah, apparently there are. Now, if you want a pin, then that's absolutely fine. I've got a bit of a diminished pin cushion because my cat Malcolm keeps eating them.
Eating them?
I'm pretty sure that's not right for a cat.
Is he? I hope he's only eating the rubber bits.
We just choose the ends and then spits them out.
Okay.
It's not normal behaviour, is it? I don't think there's anything normal about
Not really.
Malcolm.
You do have quite a few...
weird cats, yeah.
Yeah. It's quite a menagerie at yours, isn't there?
That's a very polite way of
It is, yeah, inside and out.
You're really behaving today, Derek.
Yeah.
Now, you want to just decrease your stitch length. We're all surprised. And here we go. Yeah, you can tell we know each other well, can't you? Now, you want to use a foot. That means that you can actually see the line that you are stitching. So I've got an open toe one there. It's actually my 1/4 inch foot. Your machine will come with, I'm sure, a myriad of feet, and that's all fine too. If you are, this is actually my semi-industrial machine that I'm working on today. If you're working on a DX7, NX7, any of the Jukies where you have a function to stop with your needle down and foot up, turn that on, because it just makes going around curves an awful lot easier.
Well, I don't know whether you've seen, this might be a good time to mention.
I know,
the
it's
UX8,
almost like I gave you the lead.
Because you can pivot at any point, can't you? It puts needle down for you. And around you go. If you haven't yet seen it, excuse me, we have it as our monthly mega deal. And I tell you what, the same deal is still available as well. There's a fair few of you have gone for this today as well. So this is the kind of next step, isn't it? This is all of the industrial side of Juki's know-how put into a machine that is for absolutely everyone. We've talked many times over the last week about a lot of people have not been able to go to the big quilting shows and everything else. Some of them have been on, but people still a little bit kind of, oh no, not yet. Yeah, not yet.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
We've all been locked away. It's fine. You come out when you're ready.
But this machine is so gorgeous. I mean, to be able to watch this show on your machine while you're sewing, should I say, is just ridiculous, isn't it? It tells you when your bobbin is going to run out. It gives you a 20% left warning. Now, how many swear words will that save?
Do you know what I'm doing right now? Are you really taking the mick? Because I've played Bobbin Chicken and lost. So, yeah. And actually, on my NX7, that was a function that was incredibly useful. I'm waiting for one of these to arrive.
Yeah,
not
they
gonna
are
lie,
brilliant.
It's on its way.
And remember, you can change your stitch length. You can change your thread tension while you are sewing, which is absolutely brilliant. There are so many functions. It's not even about me saying there are 3,005 stitches. There are over 680 different stitches, but that's not the main feature here. What you've got is that industrial know-how that Juki have had. That is their heritage, is industrial machines. And when you listen to this machine in fact, we haven't got a clip of film with this kind of running and in motion, but it just sounds like an absolute dream. Now, need to just talk to you about this, and I won't go on about it forever and ever and ever. You know when the time is right for you. We've got it here at its retail price, but we've made the deal a little bit bigger, and we've got the stock right here in the UK as well, by the way, so no waiting for this. £242 worth of extra value being thrown in for you as well, and that's in some extra bobbins, which is fantastic. There's an open toe free motion foot, and there is also a thread adapter as well, which will allow you to use larger spools and cones of thread on your machine, which is absolutely brilliant.
On thread.
Of course it does.
That's an important point as well, because then you're not having to change stuff all the time. The other thing of note is please use the appropriate bobbin for your machine. Please get the official Juki bobbins from someone who tried to cut corners and use cheaper bobbins. Please don't, because your machine won't run as well. You'll wonder why stuff gets caught, it skips stitch, it does. because you've got to use those right bobbins. So the fact that you've got those coming with you
Yes.
is going to set you off.
And it's got the
absolute
shank
treat.
adapter as
Yeah,
well, which
you've
is
got
really,
so
really
much going
key.
on there. So if you can change your shank, then you are laughing. Then it means that any of the other extra feet that you might want to buy for your machine, you are good to go.
Let me just talk to you about the admin of this just for a second in terms of the finances, because you might have been thinking when it was on as like on the one-day special hours on Saturday and Sunday, the time wasn't right for you. You're still mulling it over and whatever. So let me just talk to you about the payment options, because obviously we can split our payment to our maximum flexi pay, which is 3 payments of £1,131.67. So you can choose to do it that way if you want to. There is another way if you pay us via PayPal. Now, this is completely outside of the craft store and subject to PayPal's terms and conditions. But if you go to paypal.com/credit, it is all explained for you there. But you have the ability to break that down into even further and smaller payments if you want to as well. Again, I must stress that's something that's outside of the craft store and subject to PayPal's terms and conditions. But if you want to investigate that, paypal.com/credit, and it's all explained there for you. So that gives you another and a different set of options, because if you were to walk up to the Dukey stand in Festival of Quilts this year, you would maybe have your card in hand, as I still have my card in my pocket. I won't show you any more details of that.
Shopping, Derek.
But they would have the whole amount in one from you, and that would be your only option for that. Here you've got the option to spread it down into 3 with us, or even further if you want to take advantage of PayPal credit as well. And again, all the details, paypal.com/credit if you want to look into that. But it is an amazing machine, and if you haven't seen the shows on it so far, Saturday night at 6 o'clock, Saturday night at 8 o'clock, Sunday 8 a.m, midday and 4 p.m. Much more information on that UX8 machine with Dukey. Natasha, where were we?
Amazing.
Thank you.
No, I'm excited now to get mine. Very excited.
It's such a dream.
It is, and we've all been waiting so long.
Yes.
So long for it as well, just because of the current situation. It's actually been down to the shipping containers.
Yes, trying to get the stock.
Trying to get the shipping containers to then fill. They're having to book the shipping containers a year in advance.
Yes.
It's just been crazy. I know, because I've had long conversations with Dukey about when will the stock be in.
Well, I know I've had conversations with quite a few companies recently that also the cost of shipping one container has gone up something like 9 or 10 times, and it's frightening every time you look at today's price.
It's funny because we've just, Natasha makes, we've just moved warehouse, so we now have a shipping container going spare. We're like, anyone need a shipping container?
Yeah.
Although ours is fully furbished and insulated and electrified and everything else. So, but they make great sewing rooms. Planning for them. So
well, they're great collector's items right now.
Well, absolutely, absolutely.
Never mind property. Let's all have a shipping container in the garden.
Let's have one of those. Right, we've cut around.
Okay.
We've sewn on the line.
Yep.
We've cut around. Do you know what we're going to do now?
Oh, get the forceps out.
Yep. Derek, forceps.
Okay.
So the way that these work, they clip shut.
Yes.
Okay, so you push them together and you unclamp them.
Oh, that's what I was doing wrong.
Yeah, no, I know. I did see you struggling. I
Oh,
thought
bless
I didn't
you.
actually show you how to do that. So, and I did too, because I didn't know.
Okay.
You know, it's
You
not
never
a
know the
normal
first
everyday
time, do
thing.
you?
No, you don't with your forceps. I mean, you know.
You're not medically trained?
I'm not medically trained. I'd do great stitches, though. Could you imagine?
Yes.
Yeah, they'd be ever so neat.
Or you could be on standby, couldn't you?
I could. So then open them up.
Yep.
And then just stuff the end in. Click it off.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's it. You got it now.
That's it, and that clamps that end. And you can, you know, if you really, there's a couple of sort of pressures that you can. Let me spin that around. So
So you can go
see.
even closer if you wanted to, or tighter.
So yeah, if you wanted to, you could go a notch over and really hold that in. But what it's done is it's clamped that there. Just make sure that you get enough. If it comes undone, it's because you haven't clamped enough.
Yeah.
But you'll get used to it. And then all it means is that you can get hold of that, turn that through, and what it does is pull that tip that would be really hard to get hold of otherwise all the way through.
Release.
Yeah. you know, to there. And it pulls it through. And then all that leaves you, because if you were trying to do that otherwise, you know, it would be really awkward.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you'd just go in with one of your pokey tools and ease that out.
Yes.
So do you want to have a go?
Well, yeah, I do.
Go on then.
Absolutely, I do. Yes, yes, yes.
Your first forceps moment.
Oh, blimey.
I mean, what a moment.
Unsupervised as well. Right.
Yeah, I'll pretend I'm not here.
So, am I doing this the right way around? No, I just go in the middle.
Yeah,
I
well,
just
you
go,
have to go in the side that's open.
to go inside first.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. In we go. And then just open the teeth, grab the end.
Yep, and then clamp it off.
Oh yes, forget that bit. See, this is why I'll never be delivering a baby anytime soon.
I mean, one of the reasons.
Well, yeah, yeah, there's a fair few.
That
yeah,
and the fact that, you know, you're not remotely medically trained.
No, no. Well, you know, that's just a mere detail, Natasha. But it does make life.
Semantics.
Yeah, exactly.
I know.
Honestly,
Sorry.
you know how a fast learner I am.
I know. But there are some things.
I've
You've
done it. I've done it.
There you go.
Actually, you could go back in with the tips of these because they are rounded, aren't they? And use that as your...
Yeah, you can.
As your pokey,
Absolutely,
couldn't you?
you can if you want to. I mean, obviously, I've got a tool for that because, you know, I'm
Of course.
like Mrs. Tools.
Yeah, of course.
And around we go.
There you go, I'm done.
And then you'll press those.
Yes, does need a press now.
Yeah,
now
yeah,
I've wrestled
yeah.
it. There you go.
No, that's fine. There you go. There's one more to do there.
Oh,
Dave.
thank
You've
you.
done such a fabulous job.
She knows it will just keep me quiet.
I mean, I'm not going to lie.
That she does know me very well for. If I leave him space, he's just going to talk.
I was talking to someone the other day and they did that really unnerving thing of just not talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when you thought they should.
Oh.
And they left a really long gap. Well, of course, I'm going to fill that, aren't I?
Naturally.
You can imagine.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Just like, just shut up. You know, and you just think to yourself, stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those. I'm going to give it a press.
Well, silence. When you do this kind of job, as you know only too well, Natasha, whenever there's a gap of silence, you start panicking. Like a second feels like an hour, doesn't
yeah, like
it?
something's gone wrong.
Yeah. I do it all the time, and it's terrible when you're just out with friends and whatever.
It's
Because you're like, I'm just saying
though.
stuff here just to fill the time. I'm not on the telly now. I'm just with friends. I don't need to do this. I'm just doing it. It's just natural habit, and probably very, very irritating. Just a reminder, if you want the details for this block with forceps, and I will get them to stand up one way or the other. Yeah, I do love those. It's worth having it for just the forceps alone. But let's not forget these amazing fabrics. You have got to have this fabric in your life. It is absolutely beautiful. So you get the feature fabric, which is the Lisa Chandler. You get the two fabulous, fabulous batiks, which are so full of personality as well, and very, very subtle.
She's different.
Yeah.
Because of the way that it's manufactured. So no two quilts are going to be the same.
No.
That's the really beautiful thing about it.
I love them. Now, we're going to go for a run down the counter. Is that all right with you?
Go running.
You coming?
Trainers on, off you go.
You coming with me? Oh, OK, right. Now, we're up to half of the stock now of the ginger blocks sold out and gone. I think it was my forceps work that probably did it.
I mean,
you know.
it's a selling point.
That's fine. We'll have to talk about commission at the end of the show for my commission work, for my forceps work. 017182 is your item number for that one.
Your demonstrator fee?
Oh, the curved forceps. Ta-da! The longer ones. Oh, 60% of these.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, see, people have seen the possibilities. Longer legs you can have now without fear or favour. You will be able to turn them out. So if you are going for those Tilda toy sets or anything with long legs, you can finally do it. Or anything with long tubes in your sewing. It comes up quite often, actually. It really does. And they are just the funkiest colour.
Well,
You've got to have
handles.
them. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
that's the killer, is bag handles.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. They are fabulous. 685-861 is your item number for those at £10.99. Oh, my word. Oh, my... I know. Where do you begin with these, hey?
Be still your beating heart, right?
Right, OK. Ooh, I tell you what, you're a minx making a pick and mix on these when you know you need to have all of them. Like
I
how?
know.
How?
We have replenished stock. I have to say we have replenished stock on these. So there is extra stock.
Right, okay, and you've needed to as well, let me
Yeah.
tell you, because these are delicious.
Do you want me to hold out a bolt? Look, let me just show you
Yeah,
what
'cause
one of these looks like.
This is the thing with shopping with Natasha. This is how she buys it, by the bolt, by the precious golden bolt. So whenever we order, if you order 2 units of the same one, guess what? Natasha will take her bolt like this and cut your whole metre.
I will cut it to whatever length you've asked. When I do shows on behalf of other companies, it's not done like that.
Yeah.
But for me, because it's me that's going to cut it, blame me.
Yeah.
It's me that's going to cut it, so I know, because I dress make, because I quilt, I know that if you need a length, you need a length.
Yeah.
And it's no point. I mean, yes, as quilters, we're generally going to cut it up, but that's not the point.
No, of course not.
I might want to fussy cut stuff.
Yes.
So,
just having it.
44 inches, selvage to selvage, is what we're looking at here. I want a smoking I don't even smoke. I want a smoking jacket out of this. I'm not kidding.
It's glorious,
Actually,
isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't know why you want it. It's that good. You don't know why you want it. You
Doesn't
just know
matter.
you have to have it.
When I first met Lisa Chandler,
Yeah.
she said to me, my fabric is better quality than Liberty. And I went, that is a claim, lady. Like, that is a claim.
Yeah.
And
But you know what? It's difficult to argue with that.
you can't argue it
It's
either.
really difficult to argue with that.
And my Liberty rep got his eyes on this and he went, I have not seen a fabric that I'm that excited about for a long time.
Yeah.
Because they know quality. And I'm not dissing Liberty. Liberty is absolutely top notch.
Of course.
I adore it.
And it's really difficult for anyone in this kind of field to kind of even think of suggesting such a
I
thing
know.
when it comes. It feels like illegal to say such things,
It
but
feels like I'm saying something very wrong. But when this was said to me,
yes,
and I'm just repeating what was said
yes,
to me,
it is difficult to dispute.
I was like,
yeah,
really?
yeah.
The metallic alone on this,
Yeah.
during the process adds $1 a metre cost on,
course.
which doesn't sound much when you just say it like that, but actually at cost,
Yes.
before anything else.
Yeah.
That is the quality that we are looking at here. The metallic is the last screen that is printed. Now, sometimes metallics will be put on mid-screening, if you like, in the order.
Yeah.
And so they won't be as colourful, they won't be as bright, they won't be as sparkly. But always, with Lisa's fabrics, the metallic is the last, which is why these sparkle. They are just beautiful. The substrate, so the base cloth,
Yes.
is just gorgeous, because Lisa is a woman of exacting standards. She makes no apologies for it. I fully respect that.
Completely.
You know, if she is going to spend the time training to become a botanical artist so that she can create botanically correct fabrics,
Yes.
which is what she does,
Yes.
she ain't going to skimp, is she?
No,
At any other stage.
Everything,
It's not gonna happen.
everything from there on in needs to be correct as well. Well,
Yeah.
you are absolutely loving this fabric. To the tune of 3/4 of the stock in the black, sold out and gone. You don't even need to make the merest suggestion as to what you would do with this fabric. That's the
I've done
thing.
lampshades with these.
Oh, my word.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yeah. My
Completely.
lampshades are just gorgeous.
I just love it. I want to show you a project idea as well, which you can replicate in just a moment, from the pattern Pick and Mix, I do believe. Let me show you the... Oh, my word.
So you might want, you know, a lighter
Okay,
variation.
now, did you see there was a 3-parter, like a mini-series with Alex Polizzi, and she was opening a new hotel with her mother, Olga.
This wasn't down in Sussex,
Yes, it was.
Oh, so I used to live opposite there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
right.
I was
so-
born in Eastbourne. Well, I was born in Eastbourne and I lived in Alfriston as a...
Oh.
That was my first home. Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Alfriston very well.
so
Yeah,
the Polizzis have bought this hotel.
Yes,
Well, it
yes,
was
yes.
it was like an old coaching
Yes.
house with rooms and whatever.
Yeah.
And completely transformed it. And Olga Polizzi is so discerning when it comes to fabrics, to decor, to design.
Clearly not met Lisa's fabrics yet.
She will spend any amount of money in doing that as well, in creating the right look. Oh, I tell you what, I just want to run these to Olga now. She'll be
You know
buying
what?
bolts like they were going out of fashion, let me tell you. This is beautiful. Now, the orange, how much of the stock has sold out and gone on the orange? Over half of the orange has sold out and gone. Right, next I'm going to take you to this one here, which is...
One of my
This is the grey. Oh, my word. Okay, 3/4 of the stock. Again, honestly, we could just
This
sit.
is of the extended delivery, the extended
Yes.
stock, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And we could literally, we could just look at this fabric for the rest of this half-an-hour show. We wouldn't need to do anything else. That is just amazing. I've never seen fabric like it, Tasha, I'll be honest with you.
No, I know. There is nothing else like that in this country, I'll be honest. And
where is this printed?
This is printed in Japan.
Right.
So there are a handful of mills in Japan that add in a little extra process. So these are screen printed, but a lot of people think it's digitally printed because of the amount of detail in there and the fact that some of it looks airbrushed. They assume it's digitally printed. It's not. It's actually screen printed. But there are only a couple of mills in Japan that do almost like an airbrushing in between screens that gives this depth. And Lisa really knew her stuff when she picked the mill. She really did. She worked for and designed for Robert Kaufman for years.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, she knows her stuff.
Can I just say the only one thing, Natasha, and I know we're friends, we've known each other for long enough so I can say this.
Go on.
The only thing you've got wrong here
Yeah.
is that this should be $15.99 for 1/2 metre,
I know.
not for 2. Do you know what I mean? It's that
I know.
glorious.
And I am the UK distributor, so the pricing is on me. And I really want you to have at home the best quality fabric
And
at an affordable price.
Do you know what? This couldn't be a bigger pleasure to show
I know.
than almost any other. And I've seen a lot of fabric
You've
over the
seen a
years.
lot
And
of
you know I
fabric,
know
I know,
relatively
I know.
very little about fabric
Yeah.
compared to
Well,
the likes
you
of
covered
you.
my maternity leave, didn't you? You had quite a few months of fabric.
But you work with it every single day, and I
Yeah.
have seen a lot of the big designers and a lot of the ranges and a lot of different qualities. This is exceptional. This is next level. This is the kind of fabric that you would only imagine huge interior designers to be able to access swatches of it, let alone to be able to buy it right now.
It needs to be in Harrods, actually, is where it needs to be.
I think you need to have.
We
have
need
got
to have that
cues.
conversation.
Yeah. Oh, can I show you an example of the most exquisite project? Now, this is using another fabric from the same range, from a Lisa Chandler range, but just look at the lining.
Oh, that's one of her fans'
Look
fabrics.
at that, and this is actually a 3-piece affair as well, because look, there's the second one.
Yeah, this is the nesting.
This is
The nesting
just
pouches.
these are just the most adorable. Do you still have that fabric?
Do you know, I have just cut the last bolt of that
Have
into
you?
kits, and I'm waiting on the zips so that I can supply it as a kit for you to be able to make exactly that.
Ooh.
I've got the cream colourway on my own website that is going on a deal tomorrow, because we're launching our new warehouse.
Yeah.
And then we've got all sorts of sales and stuff starting on Monday to celebrate. But
Oh, my word.
fabric in the cream is on a special deal tomorrow at Natasha May.
Okay, I think you probably
And
want
then
to.
as soon as the zips come, they will be, and I'll try and bring them here.
You probably want to pop your
Yeah.
head around the door for that and not miss it, I would say. Anyway, not for me to possibly comment. 051 008. Now, which are you going to pick and mix? Are you going to have these two? Or are you going to have these two? Or are you going to do the sensible thing and get all 4 of them right now? It would, I honestly, and I never say this kind of thing. You know me, I don't say it unless I mean it. With this, the choice is so difficult. And again, I think that price tag, because of the quality of the fabric, the weave of that fabric, those wonderful metallics are just absolutely beautiful. How could you just pick and mix one? You just couldn't. You've never seen fabric like this, and the bonus of, again, can I ask you to just grab that bolt again, Natasha,
course.
because I think
Which
it's
one?
really,
Do you want
really
the black
important.
one, or do
Yeah,
you
let's
want
have
the
one of
grey,
the.
or do you want?
Let's have the orange one, maybe there. So the one under the black. Sorry, the most awkward one to get
Now,
to.
the orange one, we've got another way for you to buy this as well.
Oh, okay.
At the end of the counter, because
Right.
if you want to get a 1/2 metre of this, I've paired it with a satin-backed suede.
Oh, yes, I
Exact-
saw that.
Yeah,
Yes,
in
yes,
that
yes, yes.
exact burnt orange.
Yes.
Which will allow you to make an 18 by 18 inch two-tone cushion, and the instructions are put in that kit as well.
Shall I
for
show you the cushion, and then you
Go
could
on
maybe
then.
flash up
It
the
was
details
just
of
one
the
of
kit,
those
maybe?
things. I had some of the fabric left over, and these landed and happened to be put next to the box that had that in. I was like, that just is beautiful. So you can choose whether you do suede or whether you do the satin.
Yeah. That is just delicious,
Yeah,
isn't it? I know everyone wants one.
yeah.
So the details for the kit, which, just to be clear, includes your ½ metre of this fabric,
Yeah.
and you've got the strip of the suede there for you as well. So all you need is your cushion pad,
18-inch cushion
an
pad and a
18-inch cushion
button,
pad, and that's it.
you know.
Listen, £19.99 for the kit with the fabrics. If you were to buy... OK, I don't need to finish that sentence, do I?
No.
If you were to buy ... You fill in the rest. 884995 is your item number for that one. Everything that we're showing is just going absolutely bonkers busy, and I'm not surprised. I mean, I could honestly stay here for the whole show, but we need to go down the counter. We need to carry on,
Do you know
because
the thing is,
there's more.
I'm really sorry to interrupt.
No,
but
go on.
What you're doing is supporting an artist in Australia who has had the bravery to go out on a limb on her own.
Yes.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, she mortgaged her house so that she could set up her own designs,
Wow.
so that she could do the colorways that she wanted. And so it's not, you're not supporting a massive corporation.
Yeah.
You're supporting Lisa so that she can go and do what she does best, which is design. And that's what we're creating here, is that support for an artist who was brave enough to go out and do it for herself. And I support and salute that 100%.
And again, she's followed your ethos of no compromise along
Yeah.
the way as well. You know, unless it's absolutely the way that she envisaged that it should be, then, you know, there's been no compromises on the way. This is brilliant. OK, so next up for you... Sorry, I realise we're going to run out of show very, very quickly if we don't just get a move on. But this is just too good, isn't it? This is lovely. Now, this is the Natasha Makes Fabric Bundle. So this gives you 2 of the fat quarters in various, you know, colours and
Yeah, so these are all the cherry.
This.
So they're the cherry blossom. They're the Lisa
Yeah.
Chandler cherry blossom from the Summer Palace range.
Okay.
You've got it in 4 different colours there. Again, with that beautiful metallic. I've paired it with a plain.
Yeah.
So that can be your lining of your pouch or whatever it is that you're making, your
Yeah.
makeup pouch or your glasses case
Mhm.
or whatever it is, to give that contrast, because it's really hard to match a plain over a screen. It's impossible to
Yeah.
do. The lighting and everything else when the photography's done means it's nigh on impossible. So I've done
Yes.
this for you.
Yeah.
And you know, it's one of the things that we pride ourselves in being really good with is matching those colours up
Yeah.
and finding those complementary colours. But also what we've put in is a fat quarter. Bearing in mind these are UK fat quarters.
Mhm.
So in America, it's cut by the yard, so you get 2 inches less a fat quarter.
Yeah.
When I cut it, I go by metric because we're in Britain and
Yeah.
everything's metric, so you
Mhm.
get 2 inches more.
Oh, fantastic. Love it. So the options here are these lovely reds. Again, that beautiful metallic that runs through there. You've got this gorgeous, gorgeous blue here, which is
That's your dark blue. You've got a
incredible.
light blue option too.
I love that. That's just perfect, isn't it? Especially with the foiling on there as well. It's just, isn't it?
Exquisite. Yeah.
Just dreamy.
Yeah.
Then we've got this lovely, and again, how sophisticated. Sorry, I'm going to have to open that one up because it's just so green and gold. It's a little bit, you know, this time of the year. In fact, any time of the year. You know, wouldn't you want that level of luxury any time of the year? And can you see that lovely foiling and outlining to every one of the
Yeah.
flowers going on there? It's always so difficult to pick it up on the cameras. You've got to hold this, to be honest. You've got to hold it and you've got to see it, haven't
The
you?
feedback we get resoundingly is that the quality is so much more when you get it in your
Yeah.
hand than we can ever show on a camera.
Yeah,
and that's no disrespect to
No,
it's
no.
just that you can't pick it up.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, it is difficult. And you've got the final option here, which is your light blue as well, which is, again, is just, yeah, It's beautiful. It's so fresh, actually. Do you know what? I think this would be perfect for, you know, that time of the year where all the Christmas decorations go down and all the life drains out of the house, basically.
Get some colour back in.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. This would be a joyous combination of colours to get back in as well. And you can see with this one, you've got the silver foiling there. It shows up beautifully, doesn't it?
And there are so many of our pattern pick and mixes that use a fat quarter or less than a fat quarter. You could do some of the nesting tidies, maybe get some different colourways and nest them, and they would be phenomenal.
And you've included some H640 here as well.
Yeah, because invariably you'll get a pattern, it'll say that you need an interfacing or an H640 or something. And if you don't have that, maybe you're just starting out and maybe this is the first time that you've dipped your toe into the fabric pond, then this is what you're going to need, some H640. So I've put that in there as well.
Superb. Love it. 682147 is your item number for that one. They're all very, very busy. Just take that as read. Everything we're showing you straight away. The phone line's hot up again. The website, we've got 5-minute queues on the telephone lines at the moment. And listen, I don't want to be the one to say to you, use the website, because if you could use the website, you wouldn't be on the phone lines. I completely get that. I completely get that. Right, OK. Let's move on next, because we've got the Hampton Stripe bundle. These, again, absolutely, what a glorious combination. That works. If you said it out loud, a stripe and a floral together, you'd think, no, that wouldn't work. You see it in reality, and you're like, yeah, that absolutely works.
Chintz and a stripe.
Beautiful. Beautiful, isn't it? They are amazing.
The like of Sanderson, a stripe and a chintz doesn't work.
Very glorious. No, but if you say the words out loud sometimes, you think, oh, that's not going to work, is it? But when you see the reality, you're like, oh, yeah, you just have to work with these together.
But again, because it's come from the same artist, you've got the same colours, and that's what we're looking at here.
I love the way that you've got the big, big design ranges kind of with you. I think that makes you a very, very trusty pair of hands in terms of fabric selection, because, you know, you're great friends with some of the big designers as well. You have amazing associations.
Amazing. And we need to support our artists.
Yeah,
you know,
completely.
And that's, you know, the likes of Lisa Chandler and Kay Fassett, you know, these are living artists of our time, and we need to get behind them.
Yes, and you can't just let it go, can you? You can't let it fade into the background and disappear, because otherwise it is a race to the bottom, isn't it? Otherwise.
Just looking at that, Red, you wait till next month when I bring you stockings in Lisa Chandler fabric.
Oh!
Can you imagine how she does stockings differently?
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine. I can imagine that you definitely need to have them.
Yeah.
See, and actually, you've got a double joy as well, actually, really, haven't you? Because you've got the pleasure of making these as well. I mean, if you could only but imagine, for instance, if there was a stocking project, which there will be a stocking project with those red fabrics there. Can you imagine the price of the fully made up item in department store versus the joy of actually being able to interact and work with this fabric and make it yourself? Oh my word, that's worth its weight in gold, let me tell you. Okay, now I've got an update for you, so let's bring you the curved forceps. They've gone limited already. I've got them here as well. The curved forceps are here. They're very, very colourful rainbow curved forceps, as beautifully nearly demonstrated by both of us, nearly. For anything with a long leg, you'll need this. For anything that's a long tube, I mean, you need to have them in your life anyway. If you're going for the block of the month this month, you've got to have these as well, just to go with. Yes, absolutely. Anything with a tube that needs turning out, you need some of these, and they are extra long as well, so 18 centimetres, £10.99. Let's go and have a little look on the website then, because there's lots going on there as well. Everything's going a little bit crazy. There are so many other things we could show you, but Natasha would just be standing there instead of showing you her wonderful skills. So make sure you've seen the cushion designs as well. They are superb, really, really good. Lots on the show. It's brilliant, it really, really is. And you've got the under the Australian Sun Tidy Up kit.
I think they sold out.
Oh, okay.
I have a horrible feeling they might have sold out.
Trust me to pick the one that sold
out.
I know,
well, potentially.
Oh my word. Oh, couple more updates for you very, very quickly. The pick and mix. What, this one? The grey. The grey's got, look at me, so worried. I am so worried because I love these. I think they're gorgeous. So the grey has got limited stock. Oh, and so has the black gone limited stock as well. Now, when either of those sells out, that then starts limiting your pick and mix choices. Most of you, in fairness, are doing a double pick and mix on this and taking one of each, and I absolutely couldn't blame you for that one bit. To choose between any of those four is nigh on impossible. Love it. 051 008. Be quick. We've got 2 limited stocks out of the 4 on that one. Oh, gosh. You didn't really need me for this show. I could just go home, to be honest with you. You could just show us anything, and cause it's all so beautiful.
No, do you know what I am? Yeah, and Lisa will watch these shows back, and she will be thrilled because it validates the hours and all the sacrifices that she's made to do this. You know, and that's what you don't necessarily know about when you pick a pretty fabric.
Yes, it's very true.
There's a person behind it, a real person, who's fabulous, by the way. And I can't wait to actually share a gin with her in the flesh.
Yay, when's that happening?
Oh, as soon as Australia can move.
Fabulous.
Right, when you get your pattern, you will have to get your sellotape out, sticky tape, whatever thing you're allowed to call it, and stick 2 pieces together.
Okay.
Okay? That is how that has to go. If you have got some kind of copy paper, dressmakers paper with the chalky side, you know, like waitresses take your order, one of those.
Yeah.
Fold your fat quarter of fabric, your black fabric, into quarters and press it really hard.
Okay.
And then fold this into quarters and marry up those quarter marks.
Yeah.
Okay. Pop your copy paper underneath and trace over. Now, you'll see here, these are placement marks.
Okay.
Okay, so when you've done all of your leaves, and when you've pressed them in half, what you will do is use those marks. Now I haven't done those right, but you will start to build up, and there is a way that they get done so that one tucks into the other, and you build it up from there, and then at the end you will fold back and put a little stitch in to give it that little flash.
Yeah.
And you'll cut them, and all the details as to what size you need to cut them to and what order they go in is all in there, but you will layer them up, you will stitch them down, and you will fold them out to give a little ginger kick.
And do we hand stitch this element, or does that go?
This is hand stitched on.
Oh, cool.
So there is that element of methodical, mindful sewing, which is really, really lovely. And all of the edging will be hand stitched on as well. If you want to machine quilt, just don't put the big petals on because they'll get in your way. So things like the clematis, don't put those on until the end. If you want to machine quilt, I'm going to hand quilt mine. I've never hand quilted. I think I might cantha stitch it. I'm quite excited about it. Anyway, the other thing to note, when you are going to create these here, you want to cut your strip on the bias. What do I mean by that? Go diagonally across your fat quarter. Cut it diagonally across, and you might gasp and go, I'm wasting lots. No, you're not. It just means that at some point you're going to have to use that for a different project.
You'll find something.
You'll find something. Why do we cut it on the bias? Because we want that stretch. That is what we're looking for. So when you've cut it on the bias, you then fold it in half, and then you're going to press those corners in. I'm going to put it on the table for you there. You're going to press those corners in as if you were making bias binding. Exactly that, okay?
See, I remember some stuff.
From there, you will then mark 1.25 inches all the way along. All right. You will then get some polyester thread. Please make it polyester because it's stronger than cotton. You're going to put this under tension. You don't want it snapping.
Right. So this is for the force.
For the force.
Feel the force.
Feel the force. So from there, you are going to stitch because you'll put 1.25 inch marks in between.
Yeah.
So there's that 1.25 inch and there's one in between. So from there, with your needle, you are going to then go across to there, pull it through, and you're going to gather.
Okay.
And what happens is you start to gather.
So can we do another one of those? Are we able to get a little bit closer, just so that we can, because I missed most of that, to be honest with you.
Did you? Sorry.
Even I was stood next to you.
I know. So you go from one mark running stitch to the next mark.
Ah, okay.
Diagonally across.
Right.
Gather it, and what you'll start and gather as you go.
Yes.
Because what you'll do, otherwise it's too much pressure. You'll snap your.
Yeah.
And what you'll get on the other side is that ginger gathering.
Oh, I love it.
And that will glisten. Can you see?
Yeah, of course, because it's golden, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is going to give your ginger that beautiful, beautiful element. So you go across like that. Pull it. And each time you get a little bit more. So then that, when you've done the whole thing...
I'm so sorry to say that we've only got 4 minutes left.
That's all right, that's
all right. You know, because we can talk a glass eye to sleep between us.
I've never heard that expression, but it's so true.
Yeah.
That will then be stitched down on there. That's going to curve around.
Yeah.
And that's going to be those bits. Those will go on. And then when you come to... all of this is in your instructions. Like it's really, really well done in your instructions. And all of the stitches that we've used before. Up till now, there are no new stitches. We've done all of those in the previous blocks, and you're just going to stitch these just in.
So let me just show you the instructions actually, because it's worth you seeing, because it does take you through what Natasha's just been doing. There is all taken through there at that bottom stage.
But also, what's worth noting is this. This is really important. Your order of applique guide. Please, please do that.
Okay.
So you make the ginger spikes and apply those to the block.
Yeah.
You apply the leaves next, marked A. Okay.
Okay.
And then the ginger flower petals, and then the bases. And so that will make sure that you get everything
You get
in
that
the right
layered,
order.
that lovely layered look.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the complete, actually, it's not necessarily obvious. Actually, you can see from the image on here as well. It's not obvious where you would start in that. You kind of think, well, I'll cut all the bits and pieces out and then I'll work it out. But it's important to get that order right, isn't it?
Yeah.
To keep that texture.
It is, and so, you know, and all of those instructions, every single block of instructions has got that order of applique guide on it. It'll have a stitch guide for any stitches. There are no stitches on there that we haven't already covered.
Yeah.
In previous months.
It's just beautiful, honestly. Let's talk to you about this block for this month. This is amazing. This comes with even more goodies this month, because you've got the forceps as well, which is just some of the funkiest things I've ever seen. You've got to have them. They are beautiful. 017182 is your item number. Now, I need to come back to this pick and mix, because have you seen what's happened?
Oh, no.
4 has become 3 now.
Oh, the grey went first.
The grey went first. The black is about to follow it out of the door as well. Why is the black about to follow it out of the door? Well, have you seen the black in all of its glory? I mean, hello. It's beautiful, isn't it? So that is your black. Let me, I'll show you the other colours very, very quickly before we run out of time. So that's the black. We also have... Oh, I just love it. We have the ivory, which again, I mean, listen. And if you order 2 half meters of this, you will get it as one meter piece as well. So how many times could I say one then? And then we have got the orange, which again is just the most delicious. Oh my word. Right, missus, when are you back?
Do you know, I need to check. Well, I had in my diary a couple of weeks, but it depends on supplier.
Oh, okay.
Supplier, whatever.
Depends on the way of the world.
Yeah, and of course everyone's at Ali Pally today. So.
Of course.
Yeah, the knitting and stitching show. So.
Send our love to Lisa as well.
Oh well, she'll have
Amazing.
watched. Should have watched.
Amazing. Lots of love, Lisa. These are just the dreamiest fabrics
and do you know what?
history.
Thank you, Lisa, for entrusting them with me.
Absolutely. See you back here soon, Tash. Thank you.
Derek.
Stay where you are. Check out your baskets. Gorgeous. Right, we are coming back with your mixed media show with Anthony and ITD rice papers, which are absolutely gorgeous, and then more from Pink Ink in an hour's time.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Hello. Hello and welcome. It's lovely to have your company. We are with you all afternoon here at the craft store and I'm really looking forward to this show. Not only have we got a huge amount of fantastic products, some beautiful rice papers which were busy earlier on today, but a wonderful gentleman that I haven't worked with in absolutely ages. Our fantastic Anthony, it's lovely to have you back in the building.
You said it was a billion years, didn't you?
A billion years. 5 billion years.
When we were wee dinosaurs.
Exactly. When we were near to a grasshopper.
Indeed.
It's been ages,
It has been a long time. But
Absolutely
yeah, here I am.
ages.
It's not my twin brother, who I always joke with everyone that I have, and everyone believes me.
Do they?
I'm here. Yeah, they do.
That's amazing. Twin brother, he wears exactly the same glasses.
Seriously, yeah. When I go around the shows, and they say, you're that guy. I said, no, it's my twin brother, and they always believe me.
You can get away with all sorts
I know,
with that.
terrible.
It is quite fabulous.
It is.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you with us,
thank you.
Crafty. And this, I mean, this show, sorry, I will move us slightly, shall I? Because I know my head is. ITD, I mean, the papers, the product that they bring us, fantastic quality, but the prices are ridiculous.
The prices are really good, and like I say, every single design in these packs are completely and utterly different. So you're going to get no two papers are the same. There's 5 sheets per design set, and I do believe there's 5 different ones in total, but also we've got blank rice paper, which is really handy as well.
And it's lovely, actually. It's the blank one because it's still got the, you know, the mulberry texture.
Yes.
You know, which is a
has.
little bit different, isn't it,
is
for
indeed.
blank rice papers?
And you know, you know yourself how easy rice paper is to work with. You know, when I first used it, and that was about a year ago, it sort of arrived and was like, oh my goodness, where do I start?
Yeah.
But seriously, there's no going wrong with rice paper. You cannot go wrong. The only thing you really need is some decoupage glue and just a couple of paintbrushes. I always apply a dry paintbrush over the top.
Yeah.
There's lots of different techniques. None of them are wrong. You will find what's good for you.
Absolutely. And different rice papers do require different techniques, I find,
do
as well.
indeed. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, shall we show you designs? I've not looked through all these yet. No,
Oh.
I like doing it live. I actually like doing it live because I like seeing the papers as you see them as well on telly. I think it's lovely. So, first of all, now this first collection we're really busy earlier on, and this is quite fabulous, dark and mysterious. Obviously, before I even look at it, I know this is going to be my favourite. It's got such atmospheric look to it, hasn't it?
Indeed. And what I said this morning, a lot of these sort of like elements within here are very, very similar to jewellery moulds.
Yeah.
So they pair up beautifully. Ian sent in a little film earlier on of one of the projects that he's created with the jewellery moulds and one of the papers from the show, and it just does work so well. And so many different elements within each of the rice papers, so you don't have to use it in its entirety. You can mix and match between the sheets.
I love that. I love it because can you see on that one, you've got the beautiful stag there. So when you're pulling out the different elements, the owl, you know, the gorgeous raven or the crow, I'm not sure which it is, but it is just beautiful. Yeah, I really like that. Really cool. Now, if you do want to go for that one, that's your first one. 60% of the stock has gone. It is your dark and mysterious. I like that one with the eye. That's well cool. It's proper cool, isn't it? Love, love, love it. And all the different, is that one of your astrological charts? Yeah, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, next one that we've got for you. Different completely, and I love this because you've really got a variation, so there's something for absolutely everyone. This is super pretty, your wildflowers. I must admit, I mean, that is just gorgeous. I love the colour palette of this. I love that really natural palette.
Natural look, all those colours. It is so beautiful. And you know, unlike the rice papers from the other one where there was like some real big focal points, these are more backgrounds, so you know, you can, as I said, mix and match between the two seamlessly.
I really like these. This is exquisite. And that looks like, that technique where you put them, you know, it's you cast it with light. I can't remember the technique. Doesn't matter. That is such a bad description. You cast it with light, honestly. But that is beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Again, it's got an atmosphere to it. I love can you see the poppy in there? That is so subtle. Really beautiful. So that's your gorgeous wildflowers, which is fantastic. Now, a quarter of that one has gone. So again, that's been super busy as well. Now, next we've got for you, is this a beautiful fairies one? Our mystical fairies. Now, this is pretty. Again, the colour palette is beautiful. Those soft blues. You've got some really soft prints in there as well. And then deeper, richer colours. Again, completely different, but absolutely exquisite. I love that they've got the script in there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Yep. And the face just coming through there. It's really beautiful images there.
I can just see the face coming through.
It's very, very subtle. But
that's lush.
And it's all about putting it onto either a dark background or a light background. Too is how you want those colours to either just sort of like be there or really pop.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's lovely. Look at her. She's absolutely beautiful. There's so much going on. You won't, honestly, when you get these home, then you'll appreciate these more because there's a lot going on in these. Like when you see the little dragonflies, in real life, those dragonflies, they look like they've been backlit. You know, it's got a beautiful brightness. The ferns uncurling just look absolutely exquisite. There's depth in it, but again, there's a lot of texture going on. It almost looks like this has been daubed with paint, but then there's actually in there the script as well, which you don't see initially.
No, you don't see, no. It's like you say, the more you look, the more you're going to discover lots and lots of elements for every single sheet.
There's so many layers. So that's your beautiful mystical fairies. The next one that we've got for you, and again, completely and utterly different. So this is your script to your numbers. Now, if you're going for any that are just ridiculously handy, boom.
That is the one, without a doubt. Yeah, it's got so many, again, I keep on saying the word elements, but it has got loads of different elements within this. It's a little bit on the steampunk side as well, so if you're loving that sort of crafting, then this is definitely for you. So you've got the cogs there, and you've got the clocks. It is just such a handy one. As I said in this morning's show, sort of masculine style cards or projects you want to make, and this one here, well, that final sheet, that can just be used time again, all the little different pieces on that one sheet alone. A really great set.
Yeah, that is an absolute essential.
It is.
That'll mix and match with anything else. But yeah, it's going to go with so many things that you've got at home, like different stamps, different beautiful die cuts. You know, it's one of those that's a good backgrounder. Is that one? And you need background elements. So that's your script and your numbers, and then you will be on the last one now. And this is your beautiful hummingbirds, completely different. But again, this will match the one we're just seen. This will match beautifully. There's a lot of elements as well in these beautiful rice papers that you can cut out. You know, you don't have to use them as a solid piece of paper. There's a lot of different main focal points for you to take out of there, isn't there?
And the great thing I love about rice papers is you haven't got any fussy cutting. You just need a damp brush, and you are good to go. It's that quick, that easy.
Yeah. Absolutely. These are, again, beautiful. Really, really pretty. OK, wow, you've got so much choice there. And the thing is with rice paper, it's the softness of the product, the fluidity of the product that allows you to use them on so many different surfaces.
But do you know what? The thing that really surprised me was how strong rice paper actually is. Although it's really, really thin, even once you've stuck it down, and maybe you haven't got it in position, you can still pull it up and reposition it. You know, obviously, if you keep on doing that, then yes, it will go all mushy, but at least 2 or 3 times, you're still going to be good to go. So it's a really strong paper, even though it is extremely thin.
Yeah, quite forgiving, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, cracking. Now, your price is only £12.45. You've got your choice, so 5 sheets of each, all different designs. So if there's something you really like, then you might want to be multi-buying if you're thinking of something that you're upcycling. And with rice paper, you know, you use these, on upcycling jars and tins and things, but think about furniture. You know, think about things that you've got at home that you don't like anymore. I upcycled a little chair, and honestly, I've still not finished it, but I absolutely fell in love with it. And I didn't use much rice paper on it, so you can use them for so many different things. Now, 846, no it isn't, 856 486, so close, £12.45 your price. Now, we have got a load of other stuff. Please have a look on the website. I'm looking down. I don't want to fall off the... Hold on. Just stopped off my heels. I mean, I didn't. I've got a massive step. Now, have a look on the rice paper. Have a look on the website for all the other goodies, because we've got tons of stuff. Now, this is fabulous. 2/3 of the stock has gone. So, plain rice paper, but it's not like the plain rice paper you buy from the other company. This one, because what you can see, and I like that it's a little bit different, because you can see it's your proper handmade paper. So you've still got that beautiful texture that we get. So you'll be using it in the same way. You'll be able to use it in the same way, but you're going to get a different look. Now, you've got 10 sheets for £12.49. So, because when I use the rice paper I've got, I can use it for mopping up my ink and all that business. Can you do that with this one as well?
You can still do that with that one as well. You can even put it through your printer. You know, we discussed that earlier. Just be sure that when you first do it, just do like a little 6 centimetre square, just to make sure your printer can actually cope with it. What I recommend is you use some masking tape along the edge that actually goes into the machine, and you should be good to go. Yeah.
With this one side is more smooth and the other's more absorbent.
Print and also stamp on the side that is smooth. Yeah. I think you'll probably find the other side, the inks may bleed a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But, it's going to be good to go for all of your inks, all your mediums, and then you can be creating your own unique rice papers.
Beautiful. I think if I were using this one, I'd be mopping up on the absorbent side, and then, stamping, printing, whatever, on the other. Yeah. That's the way I'd have a bash at that. I like that. I like that you can get your plain. I think there's so many things you can do with that. Even just like flecks of gold, leave it plain, just flecks of gold are going to look superb with that. Beautiful. Only £12.49. Lord, you can do it. I mean, let's face it, with rice paper, you can just make beautiful little bags out of it. You know what I mean? And they're going to look gorgeous. But for decorating, amazing. 513312. Now, that's crafted. Do have a lot of stencils. Again, shop by brand, have a look on the website because I'm sure we'll have tons, but we have got some really cool designs in this show, and you can see straight away huge stencil, but it matches some of those rice papers so well.
It does. I was really, so this is the first time I'd ever used That's Crafted stencils when they were sent to us just a couple of weeks ago, and I was blown away not only by the quality but by the thickness. Okay. A lot of stencils, when you put the texture paste through, you then peel away the stencil and you look at it and you think, did I actually use texture paste on that? Because they're so thin. These ones are really thick. They give you so much dimension when you put your structure paste through. You will be blown away too. And like you say, lots of beautiful designs. They're also great for running through your die cutting machine as well. Obviously not to die cut, but to emboss. And because they're thicker, you're going to get even more of an embossed image. The designs are nice and large, so yes, they're going to be used in small sections. You don't have to use the whole pattern. But you know what? Even that mandala on its own, I can just see that on one of the chunkies, the MDF chunkies, and that is a piece of artwork straight for your wall. You don't have to do hardly anything to it. It's a beautiful, beautiful design.
It's absolutely stunning. I mean, the stencils you can do so much with. I mean, you can imagine that on fabric, can't you? You know, that would look so
Funny
beautiful.
you should say that, because the paints that we've got on the show, which are these ones, which are the multi-surface ones, they will go on fabric.
Amazing.
So I think it's a cool wash, hand wash at that. But then, yes, you can then be translating those directly to fabric.
Making Christmas presents. I mean, you could make some beautiful things with that, like scarves and maybe even bedding.
And do you know what? Combine it with the rice papers, because rice papers will also go onto fabric as well if you use the right glue. And I do believe, again, they're cold wash.
Amazing.
So mix the two of those with the stencils, with the paints. You're going to be creating something really, really unique to actually give someone.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool. Now, you've got two different choices. So the top option, you're getting that beautiful, huge clock there. You've also got all the cogs, super handy. 8x8 stencils, a really good size. And as Anthony says, these are super thick. 350 micron. I mean, that is a really nice, thick stencil. You've then got, and I must admit, that is my favourite. That mandala is stunning.
It's a good one, isn't it?
It's cracking.
It's beautiful.
I have so many mandalas, but you never have enough mandalas. That is so nice. And I love that as well. That's so handy. Isn't it?
It's all the little elements on there that you can use. And the great thing I love about these stencils, they've got a hole in them as well, so you can actually just get a jump ring and you can store them all in one place.
That's handy. Now, £10.98. Remember, you have got your choice. That's 871267, your item number. Check them out on the website as well, because you'll have more. Now, we've got other goodies. Pictures and numbers for you, though, so we can get demonstrations. So with this one, these are your beautiful crafty board surfaces. Now, you have got, and these are A4, so you've got some good sizes with these. You're getting 2 sheets of each design. So the first one, the flowers, and I tell you what, the flowers there are beautiful. They're really quite big. And then you've got the gorgeous hummingbirds. Just paint them black and put them on a surface, honestly. They look amazing. £13.96. You've also got the cogs and then the clocks. Always be careful saying that. And again, you're getting tons for your money. You've also got the beautiful, the crows there, but then you have got the windows. And honestly, again, you're getting a lot for your money. I mean, on that windows sheet, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 on one sheet. I might have counted that badly. But that's just on one sheet. So, yeah, and you're getting 2 of them. And then all the crows as well. And the crows are going to look fabulous with your favourite rice papers, aren't they? Your mystical and magical one. Your dark and mysterious even. I'm making up names. 574727. Okay, can we demo, please? That would be lovely.
We can. So, if you've never ever used rice paper before, I'll just quickly run over what I said this morning. Okay, this stuff is pretty indestructible. So, even though it's really, really thin, it is extremely tough. Even when it's screwed up, you can then unscrew it, okay, because you will, once you start to use it, you'll have little elements in the bag that you collect, little scraps like this. So even if they get all wrinkled up, you can then quite easily flatten them out once they're actually glued into position. But you can see here I've got a piece of black card, I've got a piece of white card, and just by laying that over there, you can see the face is very, very faint on here. but sorry, very, very faint on the black. But if you want those colours to pop, then just put it onto the white. So there we go. If we put the face about halfway, you can see there the difference. So depending what colour surface you put it on, will determine whether those colours just fade into the background or really, really pop. Now, to use it, it is so easy. So first of all, we're going to do a demo using the chunkies from That's Crafty. 3 different sizes, and this is the sort of thing you could be doing. This one is from the design team member, Debbie. So Debbie's actually created this using this exact piece of rice paper. And what she's actually done is, dare I say, quite simple, but she's literally just wrapped up one of the chunkies. Then she's gone to town with all of the amazing, beautiful detail that's gone in there. But it is really, really quite easy to achieve.
Easy but really effective.
Very
so
effective.
with the chunkies, that's is it an MDF?
It's all MDF. So I've got one here just to show you. They come in 3 different sizes. You're going to get 2 square ones, and then you're also going to get the elongated one I've just shown you there. So they're all laser cut. Okay, so literally you just pop them out, and they do pop out really nice and easy, and you can quite easily see how quick these will go together. You have a front, you have the back, and the back has got a little hanging hole there. Okay, so pop that out, and literally you just, there's no going wrong. You literally just glue those into position, 4 sides, and then pop the top on. The glue you're going to be wanting to use is this one here, which is the multi-purpose craft adhesive, also from That's Crafty. That's also on the show. I do believe you get it in a bottle, and you get it in a little a pen-like tool as well. So once you've stuck all those together, and while it's drying, what I recommend is just put some elastic bands around there. That's going to hold everything nice and tight. So let's get going with this one here that I've already stuck together, and I've primed this using some of the white gesso that's also on the show. Because I want the colours to pop, I'm going to be using a rice paper that's quite faded, okay, which is the one with the poppy, which I think you liked that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I really like that.
Yep, so that's what I'm going to be using. So I'm just going to flip this over, just so, again, you can see, when I put it on that side, it almost blends into the colours of the MDF.
And it blends even more when you add the glue, doesn't it?
It does.
So then it'll almost disappear.
But there you can see now the reds are popping out a little bit. So I'm going to stick this on.
I love the these chunkies.
They're nice.
Chunky.
They're
I also like the word.
Chunkies.
Chunky.
Right, so we're just going to use some decoupage glue. Now, I'm sure there's lots of decoupage glue on the website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's lots of different ways. I've seen people, they coat the back of the rice paper. Personal preference here is I actually coat what I'm going to decorate, okay? But it's entirely up to you. There's no going wrong.
And you don't need a thick coat of glue,
that's why I said this morning, if you have a thick coat of glue, then it's going to start soaking through the rice paper quicker.
Yeah.
And when the rice paper does get too wet, then it does get a little bit on the mushy side. So, yep, not too much. Now, what I already done, I've folded just a piece there, so I know that that's where I want to position it down one side.
Beautiful.
So let's have a look.
Such a gorgeous
and you
image.
can see, even though it's stuck down, I can still take it off. Okay, so I'm just going to pull that down a little bit. Now again, it's down to personal preference here. I have a little dry brush that I use, okay, with pretty soft bristles, and then just from the centre I just go outwards, okay, like so. But again, there's many methods. I've actually seen a method where they actually let the glue dry actually on the MDF.
All right.
Yeah, then you place the rice paper on top of, and then you get a piece of baking paper and then iron it.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of work. Why would you do that?
Because you can get it, well, they say you can get it smoother.
Oh, okay.
But you can position it a little bit easier. But like I said, so many different ways.
My response
so
then,
many
why
different
would
ways.
you
Why
do
would
that?
But,
why would you get an iron
The same technique can then be used for wrapping paper as well.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. If
you
anyone
can
does use that technique, I've just insulted you. I do really apologise. That just sounded rude, doesn't it? Why would you do that?
But yeah,
I was so I basically turned into my granddad then.
Did you?
Why would you do that? I literally turned into my granddad. Oh my God, grief.
Literally, we're just going to go on all of the 4 sides. Okay.
While you're doing that, oh, lovely, Anthony, can I just show these?
Course.
I turned into my granddad. Do you know when you do that and you think, oh, Oh, that's just happened again. Why would you do? Literally. Anyway, the chunkies, these are the different sizes. That spun me out a bit, I'm not going to lie. These are your different sizes. So you have got, and these are absolutely beautiful. Sorry, I'm waving at the pink ink ladies if you wonder what I'm doing. The ladies are in the building. These are your different sizes. I really like these. They look brilliant. So they're really nice and thick. So they look, once these are on, they look like a really expensive canvas, quite frankly.
They do.
You've got your little gap there so you can hang them nice and easy. So you've got the tall one. You've also got the smaller square one, if you will, which is absolutely beautiful. And I love this as well because the front's gorgeous using the rice papers. I'll cover up the sticker, but look at the back. Oh my gosh, why would you cover that bit up?
Yeah.
Who's made that one? I can't read it. Debbie, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And then this is the larger square one, which is beautiful. I mean, have a look at the fairy there as well. They make gorgeous surfaces. They're nice and lightweight as well. You know, they're not really heavy, so beautiful to hang. And yeah, using the beautiful grey board as well on there, which does look stunning. So that's your chunky, if you want your chunky. I just like saying
if you want, because it's I think it's about, is it 2mm? Yeah, it's only about 2mm. So what I did, I actually created this one here. I actually cut out the MDF and actually made a shadow box.
That looks absolutely
you can do
gorgeous.
that with it as well. Now it's just a normal craft knife. Obviously, you can't cut it in one go, so I don't think you'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
But yet, you can be doing that with it as well.
Are they all your chunkies? The one at the bottom with the eye and then the beautiful clock?
Indeed,
Are they all?
yeah.
They're really nice.
Yeah.
They're really nice. Obviously using the rice papers, using some of your beautiful grey board shapes as well. Really, really pretty. Beautiful designs. Okay, then our answer.
So what I normally say is, I'll be honest with you, I normally let these dry, okay, before. Because if you were to try to run a knife along there to cut off the excess rice paper, I can tell you straight away, it's not going to well, it's going to tear, it's not going to cut nicely. So just make sure that when you do this, you're not doing it like I'm doing it now.
Yeah, let it dry.
So just let it dry.
Don't do what I do, do what I say.
Yeah, just let it dry.
Yeah.
But you so when it goes wrong, you know, you can't moan at me, okay? So
wasn't my fault.
Not, yeah. So it is, like I say, it will work for you at home.
Yeah.
But you can see, even covering just one of our chunkies here, I've got to keep saying that now. You can see even that on its own is just a work of art.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And, you know, I love it because the fact that it goes around the edges like this is real nice.
I
and
love
like I say,
that.
on the back, you've still got the hole there as well.
Perfect.
So, we're going to add some things on top of that. Now, you can at this point, and again, this is one of those things where some people varnish it before, some people varnish it after they've painted around the edge. That's entirely up to you what you do, okay? I don't know what your preference is.
I always glue, I glue my surface, or sometimes I glue the surface, glue the rice paper and then glue over the top. Sometimes I get a bit excessive. It depends which brand I'm using, actually.
Yeah,
because I find some don't take some don't like as much glue as I tend to put on.
That's what I tend to do, because as I said about cutting it, if you continue to add glue on top of it, you're adding more dampness to it, and it's more likely then to go mushy and fall apart. So now I'm just going to go around this just with some of the white. Well, I think this one's ivory actually, and this is just going to like just pick up on the very slight.
And the paints, I mean, That's Crafty brings so many paints. They've got such a huge collection. You can have a little look, choose what you fancy. There's 3 multi-surface paints there, only $16.47, really nice quality. And please do have a look at the website, because we've got all sorts on there. We've got metallics and all sorts. Again, some beautiful, beautiful tones. And it's just a handy collection to have.
It is. So these are going to work on MDF, they're obviously going to work on rice paper, cardboard, they're even going to work on acrylic, they're going to work on glass, and as I mentioned, they will also work on fabric. So they are really, really great. So I've just gone for like a rusticy style border on that. I'm going to keep this one quite simple, to be honest with you. And then we have, and you were saying about these earlier, They're just
they're lovely.
so easy to work with again. These are the laser cuts. Okay,
I tell you
so,
what, that laser cut on there,
yeah,
that actually the colour looks beautiful as it is on there.
Do you know?
Doesn't it?
Well, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't colour that one.
Yeah. Doesn't it look
So,
good?
And it just does.
That's
it
beautiful.
Pops, it pops.
That's so elegant.
But one thing we're going to do, and we're going to leave it hanging over the edge as well, but before I do that, I'm just going to position this. Now, it's got the word memories on there, okay? This is an amazing stencil. It's got so many words. It's something I've always wanted, where you can actually, like, almost piece together a sentence. So you'll see on this one here, okay?
Oh, yeah.
At the bottom there, it's got the words, I do believe it says time travel.
Yeah.
But you can see on the stencil itself, okay, it does actually say travels. Okay, so again, you can just blank off the S's on the end there and make different words if you should so wish.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And again, that's a thick stencil, so when you use your texture paste, you'll get a real definition.
So I'm just going to quickly show you that in action. So we're just going to place that over there. We'll put the word memories. Okay. You could go directly on top, to be honest with you, but I just want it to differ slightly from the background. So this is a light texture paste, so this has got a real fine grain to it. Okay, so it's really great if your stencil is really quite detailed. Okay, so literally just go over there, just 2 will do, and then just take that off really carefully, and you've got the word memories. So
that's nice.
Let that one dry, okay? And that's going to take for a small area like that, probably not that long, say about half an hour, 45 minutes. You can force dry if you so wish. Just be careful not to get too close to the paper because it can sort of like bend a little bit. So just leave that one to dry. I've already got one here.
This one you use,
It is.
that texture paste. That's fabulous.
That can also be coloured with the multi-purpose paint as well.
Right.
So then you haven't got to go and buy loads of different colours of texture paste. You can do that.
Yeah, which is always really handy.
It is.
I like as well with That's Crafty, they do some big pots.
They do, yes. That's going to last you a time.
Yeah, it will. It's a big up pot, only $9.99. I mean, let's face it, texture paste is an absolute essential. You've got essentials in your crafting. Your gesso, your texture paste, your gel mediums. You know, these are things that you just need in your stash. That's a great price, and obviously a nice big tub as well. 312760 is your item number.
And also,
if you do want that stencil, sorry, lovely Anthony.
No,
if you do want that stencil, that's a cracker as well. Sorry, I will. Oh, I don't need to shift. Stay where you are, Leona. If you do want that stencil, it's a cracker, is that? Does it come with the other one as well? That's beautiful.
I believe it does, yeah, and they are really, really big,
Yeah, they are huge because they're A4 stencils. So, stick me hand in. So, as you can see, it's huge. If you do want those two, only £16.98, 808399.
But what they've actually done on that stencil, which I actually thought, first of all, I thought, what's that big space in the middle? I'll be putting more words in there. But in actual fact, it is very handy because you haven't got to cut your stencil up into all the different words. So in other words, when you actually put your texture paste over there, you've got this space here for it to lie in, okay? So you haven't got to cut all of the elements out because you're more likely to lose. And like I said, it has got that hole in the top there, so you can keep all of your stencils from That's Crafty together.
That's handy.
Right, so the texture paste, it can be used through, obviously, the stencils, but you can use it like Debbie's done here, and she's created this beautiful effect just in the background, and she's probably just used a palette knife or a brush to actually achieve that. So that's really, really good as well to use it for that. So this one I have just gone round with a damp brush, so now I'm going to feather it off. Now, because the stencil paste or the 3D paste is actually keeping the rice paper in situ, you can go right up near enough to the edge of those letters and it will all hold together. So you can see we're going right up literally to the edge because it's the 3D paste, the stencil paste, that's actually keeping the rice paper all together. So just be very mindful when you pull that apart, like so, and we're done. So I'm just going to pop that on there. So we're going to use a little bit of the glue again. Now, when a lot of the decoupage glue goes on, yes, it can be a little bit white, but it will dry transparent. So
oh, yeah, we can really see that. That looks lovely.
On there. And like I say, the more times you go over it, so obviously that was white on white, you probably think, you're not going to be able to read that word memory, but if you just keep on going over there, all of a sudden, it just starts to pop through.
That's
if you
beautiful.
want, and you think, well, actually, do you know what, I really want to change that colouring on there, well, just wait until it's dry completely, then pop your stencil back over, and then just go over with another colour. So there's no going wrong.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
We've got that one there. We shouldn't be too long now. We're going to use the glue. So literally, obviously, when you're at home, you're going to go a little bit slower than I am, but this is just to show you, give you a little bit of inspiration.
See that? I really like
and
that.
we're going to have this hanging over the edge, okay, just like that. And as you said, you know, in this instance, I don't think you need to colour that at all. We're going to keep it really simple. That's how we're going to leave it.
That is super effective. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, you could add a little bit of distress into it. That'd look pretty as well, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Just around edges.
Yep.
Oh, I like that, Anthony.
And like I say, once the step I didn't do, and that's because this isn't dry, as we said, once you've actually stuck it down, wait until it's dried, then go over with the second coat of the decoupage glue. If you do it now, you're more likely to accidentally rip the rice paper because the rice paper has got a little bit mushy. So just bear that in mind. But it's always good to go over with the second coat, and it also makes it near enough splash proof as well.
Yes, which is important. That is lovely, Anthony. Thank you so much. Right, I'm going to remind you some of the other goodies that we've got on the show. So first of all, the crafted board. Now, the price of this is ridiculous. For £13.96, you are getting 4 sheets. Just have a look at how many elements you've got on, and these are big. What I love about this, I mean, these are completely trimmable. So you can, obviously, you can cut these down. You know, you can use them, you can paint them. You can use them as Anthony has and just use them plain, which looks super effective. Really nice big sizes. Now, you've got 2 of the glorious flowers. So you've got your different florals on there. And I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got 5 different big flowers on there. And then you've got the additional decoupage head on there. But that's, when you think about it, you're getting 2 sheets of the florals, so 10 of the florals. But then look at how many birds you're getting. I mean, that's just glorious. Which way around? I mean, there's birds flying all over at shop. But now, when you, yes, there's fairies as well. Oh, wow, yeah, look at that. That's well cool. So fairies and hummingbirds. So again, these will work so well with the beautiful rice papers that we've got. And you're getting 2 sheets of that one. I mean, the price is phenomenal. Let me show you some of those that are used, because that's your beautiful hummingbirds, which just look gorgeous. And you can use them with so much. I mean, with the gold leaf there and the glitter, they look absolutely sensational. Obviously, you can paint them, which is really pretty. Just bob a bit of glitter over at top again. More of the beautiful foiling on that. Your beautiful gold, your gold thingy sheets. I'm sorry, my brain's just having none of that. Yeah, no, flakes, gold flakes. That's all I'm trying to think of, flakes. And then, but you can colour them in with detail, and that doesn't look like the same product. You know, there's so much choice. Now, £13.96, that's your first 4. The second 4 that we've got, which has got the wonderful crows. And with these bats and crows, how fabulous. You need these in your life, don't you? Oh, I've just watched something on the thingy that sounds like a net, but you flick it. Oh, and it had lots of bats in it. And you know when you don't sleep right because you're thinking a bit too much about that programme? It's got a bit too much in my head, that one has. Oof. Anyway, moving on. So you've got tons of crows. I really like that. Again, super atmospheric, fabulous for your spooky rice paper. But then look how many windows you've got. Now, again, when you count that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18. Yeah, you have. You've got 18 on each sheet. That is huge. The volume that you're getting for the value is fantastic. Volume for value. Value for volume. Let me show you these again. Oh, sorry, I'm not doing a very good job at standing these up. And there you can see. I tell you what, she's done it again as Debbie. She puts a beautiful background on all of these. They're just sensational. I love that. The window, that looks really interesting. Oh, you can't see it, Anthony. The window, because I think she's used a window and then cut another window up.
Yes. Hasn't she? Underneath, yeah, underneath.
Yeah, that looks really
so
effective.
It's a completely different shape.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love this one, and we did show you that one earlier. That window's really pretty. Again, works so well with the rice papers. And then we have got this one, beautiful. I mean, the windows they create real drama. And then, of course, you've got the beautiful crow there. Love it. £13.98. Last but by no means least. And this is one of those that you'll use like for so many different projects. So you've got your clocks. Now you've got 6 clocks on each sheet. So you've got 12 clocks in total. Plus, of course, you've got all the little hands as well. And then you've got your cogs as well. And as you can see, you've got tons on there. And again, you're getting 2 of each of these. So value for money. Let me show you some of the wonderful projects with this one. See, that's well cool. Look at that gorgeous rice paper using the stencil. You've got the window on there as well. And actually, oh yeah, no, it is the grey board shape. But first I thought it'd been stenciled through, and then the cog in the background, but it's got the fairy on as well. I mean, there's also, and the fairy on that one, I mean, that actually could be a bit of a vampire, couldn't it? If you wanted it to be. Again, back to the programme I've been watching. And then you've got the beautiful, that rice paper in the background, stunning. And then, of course, the gorgeous clock there. Look at that, all the sort of rust going on with that one. That looks so cool. And the rice paper and that's that beautiful, the numbers and the letters, that one. What's it called? Script. The script and the numbers in the background, perfect. And then that beautiful stencil's been used with those. £13.98 if you'd like to get hold of that one. 574727. Now, we've also got for you the beautiful tags. And these are really cool, actually. Nice size. I'm bringing all my thingies with me. A lovely size. So you have got with these ones. Now, they're an MDF. I like these because, look, they're not too thick. It's a really smooth MDF as well. So beautiful to work with as ever. They smell fabulous. So you have got all 12 tags for £14.99. These will make gorgeous standalone pieces, but... and that one's really effective. They'll make beautiful matte and layers as well, but they are really cool. So if you are creating home decor pieces, they do look really effective. And these aren't too scary. You were saying this, weren't you, Anthony, that sometimes if you've got a base that's huge, it can be a little bit scary.
Indeed, this is great just to get people who probably are sort of looking at things thinking, oh, there's no way I can achieve that. Seriously, just start small. These tags are the perfect size to be starting out on your adventure with rice papers.
Yeah, I really like them. And I think it's great value for money again. All 12 for £14.99. 170629. Now, chunkies. Hold on, I'll go and get me other chunkies. Now, I love these because it's that dimension. They're easy to put together. I like that you get them flat packed, so if you're not using them straight away, at least they're not going to take up much space. Obviously, dead easy to push out because they've all been laser cut for you, but then it's when you put these together. You have got as well your instructions and a bit of inspiration as well, which is nice.
Yeah.
But I mean, they are easy to put together. Oh, they smell so good. I never get bored of the smell of MDF. It's ridiculous. I bet you would if you cut it all the time. But for us, it's just like a little treat. And you can see you've got the 3 different sizes. They look effective. It's the dimension, you see. I mean, this is the thing. You can buy your canvases, your thick canvases, but with these, because you've got that fantastic price, £10.99 for all 3, it's giving you that look, it's giving you that finish, it's giving you that depth, which does look beautiful. When it's actually on the wall, that looks gorgeous. You still might want to frame these. They can look amazing in a frame as well because you've got such dimension. But yeah, really, really, really effective. Only £10.99 as well. Again, brilliant Christmas gifts. And I like what Anthony's done, chopping into them. I think that's a really good idea as well, something a bit different. So it shows you've got loads of choices. £10.99, 854. Now, last but by no means least, obviously last on the counter, we've got loads more on the website, so do have a little look-see. But the paints, now, remember, these are your multi-surface. So as Anthony said, they'll go on all sorts. You know, whether it is all your absorbent mediums, obviously, but think about fabric. I mean, think about how you're going to use your stencils on fabric. It allows so many possibilities. You've got a lovely colour range. So you've got basics, you've got the grey there, the beautiful ivory, that gorgeous green, which is a lovely colour. And remember, you're choosing 3 of these. You've got, oh sorry, 3 options, I'm lying to you. So that's your first option, £16.47. Sorry, I was telling you you've got to pick a mix. I was lying. Absolute line. Your next one, you've got the lovely teal favourite of. You've got, now that magenta's beautiful, actually, and this, oh, this is a bit one I'd be going for, Midnight. That'd be the one I'd be going for, although the top one is an absolute essential. But this is nice because this is a really nice pastel tone. So you've got your beautiful light blue, you've also got that mint. That mint is gorgeous. And then last but by no means least, a beautiful lavender. 16.47, yeah, they are spring-like, aren't they? £16.47 for your 3 paints. That's 113231. However, we have got some lovely metallics. Now, have a look at that colour. That is just beautiful. So you've got your purple, you've got that metallic patina, which is gorgeous. Now, the purple doesn't say metallic purple. Is that a metallic one? Ah, okay. I wonder if I've got the right one. And then a metallic bronze. I've got a feeling I've not got the right purple here, you know. I think I've got regular purple. Yeah, because it should have that beautiful shimmer to it, and mine's just regular. So that's purple, but yours will have a shimmer to it, so it will be even better than that. Obviously, if you want shimmer. If you don't want shimmer, get regular purple. But they're beautiful, and the shimmer is gorgeous. £17.97, and you will get a beautiful shimmery purple. Have you got a shimmery one?
I have.
Show us your shimmer.
Show us your shimmer.
Show us your shimmer, Anthony.
Okay. Ooh, yeah, there we go.
Have a look. Oh, yeah, that's
really
better.
Nice.
Yeah,
really
that's
nice.
lovely.
Yeah.
You've liked that
And of course, you can water all these down as well, exactly the same way as normal acrylic paints. So they're going to work
that's
in the same
beautiful.
way.
For a bid has gone out of Anthony's shimmery purple. Now, if you would like your metallics, £17.97 is your price for those. And again, multi-surface, 010201. Right, over to you. What's next?
We're going to get cracking, literally, here.
Get cracking.
So we're actually going to create this sort of effect on the MDF. Okay, so the product you're going to want for that one is this, the crackle glaze.
Oh, I love crackle. That
so
looks ace.
I have got just a piece of MDF because obviously this does take a little bit of time. So the first thing you want to do when you open this is give it a good old stir. Okay, now I'll just say now that the only paints that this does not crack in the range there is basically the metallics. Okay,
Right.
It will not crack those.
Right.
Don't try that. Okay,
So don't waste your time trying.
so yeah, it don't work. I tried it. It don't work. Okay, so we're literally just going to pop some of this on, and you're going to want a fair bit. Okay.
Yeah. Now, with this one, because I know some crackles, it depends on the way the brush strokes and all this malarkey.
Yeah, that's exactly the same.
Right.
Exactly the same. So I'm just going to go along there now. I am going to force dry it a little bit, and then I'm going to do a little bit more talking and crafting. But we're just going to heat it. Okay.
Okay. Because
Just to keep it going.
some crackles you can't heat either, can you?
No, you can't. This one you can. Again, don't hold the heat gun too close to the surface.
Yeah.
So if you leave it to dry, it can take probably up to 2 hours.
Right,
Okay. So I'm hoping that it's going to work. Okay, we're just going to then put it aside for a little bit. Okay, and then we're going to crack on with the project. We'll come back to that.
Can I crack on? Now, do you know what? Crackle glaze. It's one of my... I don't use crackle glaze enough. Because it is one of my favourite products.
But do you know what? Once you use that one, you will use it again because it does work.
Yeah.
You know, I know a lot of people do have problems, but as long as you use the paints that we've got here, no problems whatsoever.
And it's a good big tub as well.
It is.
Again, stick that in your basket. £9.99, 010268 is your item number.
So I'm just going over the top here. Now, we said before, if you put the glaze over the top of the rice paper, the background is going to show through a little bit. And that's exactly what we want here. So as long as you don't keep on going over the same bit like loads of times, then you should be okay.
That looks really beautiful.
So
and you see, when you're using that, I mean, that's the tiniest bit of rice paper.
It is. So you can see out of an A4 sheet, you're going to get loads. Now, what I've done with this one, because I wanted this one to be perfect, I actually cut it out, okay? So I haven't done the technique where we're just applying water around there, okay? So let's just take some of that off. And you need hardly any of the glue. Let's just get this clock the right way up. Which I think is about
well
there.
done. I would have absolutely put that the wrong way.
Oh.
I know it's... isn't that funny?
But just be mindful, as I said earlier, you know, it will start to show through. Now, I'm just going to glaze. You can go over with your decoupage glue, even your paint as well, just so it all is glossy. It's going to look a bit odd if some bits are, some bits aren't. So
see,
again,
one of the things with rice paper that I love is that transparency.
I know.
You know, that you can see through it. I adore that for rice paper.
And like I say, just keep on going over it, but you will have that tendency. If you keep on, then it will go all mushy. So let it dry and then go over it again if you want to do the glaze. Right, so that's that part there. I've already stuck this one on, okay, because we saw how that was done, and I have glazed it as well. So I've gone over that with a second coat.
Beautiful.
Now, when you have your blank rice paper, as I mentioned, you can be doing your own stamping. Now, I've used black here just purely so you can see it.
Oh, wow.
But the type of inks you want to be using are these ones. VersaFine, Memento or Archival. They are going to work. To be quite honest with you, probably the Archival and the VersaFine are probably a little bit better than the Memento, but all three should work, you know, to some extent, okay?
Yes.
If you use water-based ones, when you put the glaze on, then you're going to basically just wash that away.
Of course, because it's going to react, isn't it?
So they're the three that I found work the best. So I've just used some of my favourite stamps, and then you can add those to your rice paper with the image.
Isn't it? Just stamping on it, because then you'll create some beautiful images.
Because the thing is, you know, if you look at that and you think, I want to stamp it there, and then you've stamped it, then once you've stamped, there's no going back. With this, you can keep on moving it round, and then when you're happy, you can then plonk it there, because even when you think a stamp looks good in one place, it's until you've actually stamped it, that's when you know it actually doesn't look very good there.
Well, and sometimes, like, it can be difficult stamping on certain areas.
It can.
Rice paper, you can literally now put that on anything.
You can, and also the surface for rice papers hasn't got to be flat. Where stamping obviously has. So just go over that.
I mean, that could be, you know, you might have stenciled on there with texture medium, and you'd still be able to put the rice paper over the top.
You'd still be able to put the rice paper on top. So just going to go with a little flourish here. Okay, we won't have it all going on, so just bring that in there. That's probably going to be covered up. And no fussy cutting, which is a massive bonus when it comes to rice paper. So again, I would let that dry and then go over the whole lot again. So again, you're not seeing me doing this, but I am. Okay, so we're literally just going to take the sides off that just to clean it up. Okay, like so. Like
it does actually. I never do this, and I'm terrible, because it does make it look good. And that's the beautiful tag as well, isn't it? The MDF tag.
Yeah, one of the MDF tags. So we've got two here. We're going to basically pop those together. So we've got that one going over there. Again, we're going to use our glue here. This is such a great glue. It's got a really
so it'll stick the MDF onto the MDF. Not a problem.
Like I say, you'll be able to stick your your chunkies together. You chunky as well. Your chunky. Yep. So I'm just going to stick that into position. Okay, like so. We've got a little hole going on there. Do you know what? I can't remember where the hole actually is. So let's just quickly poke that through. It's about there somewhere, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Somewhere.
There it is.
Hooray.
Be right if I had the tool the right size, but you get the idea. But even now, even though that's wet, you know, that's grabbed pretty quick.
That's really good.
Okay, so that is a really strong glue.
I like the fact that you get your two tubes as well. You get 125 mil. And you get your 50 mil, which is really
I would say,
handy.
I didn't actually get the small one. I don't know where it was. Never arrived. But I would say you can probably undo that one and then squeeze from one bottle to another.
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely. And
So
I must admit, I do like these because it's dead easy to squeeze, so you don't feel like you're wasting anything.
Exactly.
So let's face it, we don't like that. If you do want your glues, £13.99. Very good quality. 075094 is your item.
So just very, very quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a little bit of colour and I'm just going to lightly go over our little hummingbird. I'm not going to go too heavy with the metallic paint, just to tone him down a little bit.
Oh, that looks nice. I like the texture as well on the sheets. I think they look really good, don't they? Yeah. On the crafty board.
So we just again, we could do 3D, but you can see it's just dulled it down just that little bit.
That looks pretty.
We're just going to pop that one there. Again, just pop that there. Now I've also done a butterfly. Okay, so let's have a look. That's going to be there. So his little hummingbird mate's going to come and join him in a little while. And then we've got this one here. This is again from the piece of rice paper. Again, I've cut it accurately, but I've actually stuck it to a piece of card. So now it's 3D.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to
Anthony,
plonk that one on there. Yeah.
You know the other hummingbird on the other side?
Yeah.
Is that on the rice paper then?
Well, that one.
Oh, wow,
yes, that one is, yeah.
Because that, do you know what? I thought that had been stenciled on.
Ah, no.
Because it looks
it, doesn't
white.
it? Yes.
I thought, well, fancy that.
And that's because there is white underneath, because the base colour to that tag was actually white.
Right,
so that's why it showed through so much.
That is really impressive. I love that.
We've just got that sort of like going on there, but let's just quickly get back. Obviously, you know, you can go to town with that, add some embellishments. I'm just doing the basics to show you. But getting back to our crackle medium, let's just see. Okay, it's not quite dry. Could you talk for a couple of minutes?
Can I talk for a couple of minutes? Can I talk for a couple of minutes? Let me show you these rice papers real quick. So, absolutely beautiful. I will just whip through them. Now, first of all, we have got the beautiful hummingbirds. Now, I'm really surprised. I didn't. There it is. That's the one our Anthony's using. And you can see the hummingbird there. Honestly, I thought he'd stenciled that on. And, of course, a beautiful butterfly. That's the one that Anthony's using. I mean, this is such a beautiful, beautiful collection, isn't it? Very elegant. So much you can do with these. I need to speed up, actually. Otherwise, I'm not going to show you them all. That's a hummingbird one. We've also got for you... Now, for me, this is an essential. It's the script and the numbers. I really do think if you're going for any, and we saw a few finished samples with that on as well, I really like that. That reminds me very much of Mr. Tim Holtz. So that's your script and your numbers, which is gorgeous. We've also got for you oh, look at this one now. That's the mystical fairies, and yeah, this is just exquisite. So you've got all those beautiful fairies. Again, that colour palette, and we saw that gorgeous finished sample with that one on as well. I really like that one. It's so tricky to choose. Last but by no means least. Oh, no, it isn't. Now, I've still two more. So you've... Oh, now, that's the one Anthony demoed first. I really like that. That is beautiful. The wildflowers, the colour palette, that's soft, it's gentle. It's quite romantic. It's very natural. That's what I love about that. It's so natural and beautiful. And then, last but by no means least, we have... I bet I've mixed the bags up. The dark and mysterious. This is quite fabulous. So you've got all of those wonderful designs. As Anthony says, these match beautiful with Zura, but there's so many other things that you'll be using these with. Please check your baskets out. £12.45. This is our Anthony's last hour today, so please don't miss out. Okay, minute goes 5.
It's near enough dry now, so you want it so it's just tacky to touch.
Right.
Okay. So I'm just going to pop that in there, okay, and then we're just going to brush that on, and hopefully we should see the cracks coming through pretty quick. Okay, so
now,
we can
with this,
force dry again. Yeah.
When you put your second layer of paint over, you don't want to faff too much, do you?
No, you don't want to keep on going over and over and over. And you can see it is actually cracking already.
Oh, good.
So let's just...
Oh, yeah, so it is.
There we go.
Oh, crackle blade. Never gets boring. See, that is a cracker.
That is a good cracker. Yep.
I'm liking that,
so you can
Anthony.
see how quick and how easy that is. But like I say, don't let it dry completely. Just wait until it's gone tacky, then put your second coat on.
Amazing. I bet that's where I've gone wrong in the past.
Could be.
I love that. Anthony, thank you. That
Pleasure.
was so lovely. Oh, it's been lovely to have you back.
A billion years later and I'm here.
Yeah, well, I hope it's not that long.
Well, no.
I hope it isn't even like, you know, 10,000.
No.
I hope it's a lot sooner. Now, please check your baskets out. Really busy on those beautiful rice papers. Obviously, we've got loads of other goodies that you haven't to miss out on as well. But yeah, amazing prices. Anthony, thank you ever so much.
Absolute pleasure.
Absolutely lovely and so much inspiration.
Super, thank you.
And you've literally used everything.
Just about.
Boom, well done. And it shows how everything works together, doesn't it? Who
does.
wants that crackle medium now? Yeah, please check your baskets out. Don't miss out on those fantastic prices from That's Crafted. Thank you, Anthony. Bye.
Bye.
Coming up next, the Pink Ink ladies. Oh, we've got a Pink Ink musical. How fabulous. We've then got 2J's festivities and then design and sew.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Craft Store. If you're just joining us, it's Richard here. I'm here with you for the rest of the day, beginning with this first hour with our Pink Ink Designs Hour and the lovely Kathy and Mel, who are going to be guiding me through this. So one of you is going to be demoing and one of you is going to be basically telling me all the answers.
I'll tell you the answers and you can demo.
No.
Oh, no, that's not what you agreed. Wait. Oh, no.
It's certainly not what I'm agreeing.
No. OK, so you're going to be demoing,
I am.
Kathy, and Mel, you're going to be telling me all about what we're seeing here today.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could start off by just telling us a little bit about your company.
Kathy and I are Pink Ink Designs. We've been we launched Pink Ink nearly 6 years ago, but we've been working together for over 20 years.
Oh, wow. So what were you working on? Was it always in this design, or was it something else?
Always within the craft industry,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
But it was actually Kathy's business originally that we worked together with.
And you
then
were
we
on
decided to
right from the
collaborate.
beginning of the craft store, weren't
Pretty
you?
much, yes.
Yeah, so it started in the September, you were on in November.
That's right.
To be honest, I thought that September to November bit wasn't that great anyway. When you guys came in, it just...
we improved everything, didn't we?
That's where it really took
Yeah.
off, was that November. That was 6 years ago, wasn't it?
6 years
Was
ago.
it
this
really?
year.
Yeah.
This November.
Crikey,
yeah.
Time
Riley.
flies, doesn't it?
It does.
Speaking of which, we've got to have a little look at what you've got on offer today,
Yes.
and it is a beautiful range that you've brought in with you. We're going to start off here with our A6 photopolymer stamp set here. This is the Musicians. Now, this is available for $55.94 today. You're getting 6 stamp sets here, 37 stamps in total. Have a look at that. It's all on the website, as you can see there. And tell us a little bit about this, Mel. What was the inspiration behind this particular set?
Well, actually, Kathy had drawn something very similar. Kathy's background is in illustration.
Yeah.
And she'd drawn something very similar to this back in the 1980s,
Okay.
early on in her career. And she showed me them, and I went, oh, we've got to make stamps out of those. Without a doubt, we've got to make stamps out of those. And that's where it sort of came from, really.
I love it. Is that that's like a grasshopper with a
Yes.
microphone?
You see.
So they're all members of a band,
They are,
basically.
they are,
So we
yeah.
have a saxophonist. Is that a wasp or a bee?
That's a bumblebee.
Bumblebee. Then there's a grasshopper with a guitar.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
the guitarist. So, and these are all originally designs that Kathy made in the 1980s, when obviously she was a small child.
Absolutely,
Obviously.
yes, yes.
I can see her chuckling there in the background.
Yes.
And then we have this is that
The conductor,
Beetle?
yes.
The conductor.
Beetle. Yeah.
Yep. And they all obviously very, very much of a piece. They all go together. So you
They
could
go
put these
together
all,
really well.
all in one
Yeah.
picture, couldn't you? Really,
Totally.
or mix and match.
Yeah.
Ladybird there, cellist.
Cellist, yes.
And then we have a butterfly. Is that a butterfly or a moth? I don't know the
Moth, it's a
difference.
moth.
It's a moth. Okay.
Yes.
It's a moth on the drums, obviously. So
course.
The moth has to be the drummer,
Naturally.
right? It's the first thing I would have thought of. So, in what capacity would you use these particular stamps? Would you use?
Well, we only have to look at some of the inspiration from the design team, to be honest, and you can see where they go, how well they go together. And I mean, you can either use one on its own, or you can put them together collectively. Or if you buy the whole group, you've got the scope is vast.
Massive, isn't it? You could just
Vast.
you could do whatever you want. There's so many different combinations. Now, this particular one that we're looking at here, now
Yes.
this is not your usual design. It's not Kathy. It's one of your guest designers.
One
is
of our
that right?
guest designers, yes.
So tell me about that.
She's a lovely lady. She's actually a professional artist in her own right, but she agreed to come onto the design team for a month for this launch for us.
Yeah.
And she produced this. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. So that's Sue Dix. We also invited a lady called Julie Skaysbrook, and she came on as well. So we've got a Pink Inkers Facebook page,
Okay.
and we're looking at everything that people are putting on there. And I mean, there's some absolutely fabulous stuff. And occasionally we invite people on as guest designers.
So if you go on the Facebook page and you submit photos of your designs you've made with using your products, you might go, do you know what, like that, you can come in and help design for us.
Yeah.
So there's hope for me yet, is what you're saying, Mel.
Absolutely, yes, just come aboard.
Quite tempted, actually. And we've got loads and loads to show you from this design. I mean, I don't even know where to start. There's just so many cards back here. Let's have a look at some of these here.
So that's one of Julie's, one of the guest design team.
Oh, that's the otother guest
Yes,
designer,
that's
is it?
right,
Oh, that's
yeah.
good. I actually brought that out then.
Beautiful.
So there's our 2 guest designers. And then we have things like where we've got the little folder here and then the notes inside.
Yes, that's
So-
Gail's done that, and they're beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
you'd be
nice.
thrilled to receive that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks super, super professional.
Yeah.
I always think things like this look like, you know, if I was to do it, it looks like I've just gone out and bought it from the shop. So, of course, to have made it yourself
I know, absolutely.
using the materials is fantastic. Now, where's that book? Because that is my
It's
that is my
further
favourite. Is it
up
this
in
one
the
here?
other collection. No, it's in
Oh,
the
we're going to come to
second
that.
collection.
Let's,
yeah.
We'll leave
Yeah,
that because
yeah.
we've got a book that's amazing. What one of your designers has done is
Karen,
taken
yeah.
everything and turned it into an actual story,
She
which
has.
just shows that it could actually,
Yeah.
they do all go together. Let's have a look at the stamps themselves. So this is a microphone. It's our Singer. It's that way round, isn't it?
It is.
There's our Singer. Now, that's a grasshopper, yes?
That is. What was that, Kathy?
What is that?
Dragonfly.
Dragonfly, that's it, the grasshopper's on the other. So we've got Dragonfly here on the mic, and these are photopolymer stamps, is that right?
Photopolymer, deep etched, yes.
So what does that mean exactly? I'm going to put some paper behind this so we can see this a bit easier.
For us, we like all manner of products of stamps, but for us we like the clear ones because you can see through them and see where you're placing them. We think that that's an added bonus.
Yeah.
So, but they are a deep etched photopolymer, and they'll last for years.
Here's some more. There we go. That's our saxophonist.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And you get all these extra embellishments, don't you, as well? So you've got the musical notes there and the various the instruments on its own.
And we always try and add an odd silhouette, all the little extras. We fill every space we possibly can on that sheet so that it's as much value for money as you can get.
Okay, and then we have our guitarist there, a good couple of guitars, spare guitars going, and extra little grasshoppers as well, so you really do have lots to play with there.
You do.
And then we have, this is the, there we go, that way round. That's our moth on the drums. And each and every time you get the big main stamp, and then you get all the little bits around it, almost like the elements that make up that...
that allow you to build that picture.
Yes. And then we have here our ladybird on the cello. It's a funny word, that, isn't it, cello? Because it's not spelled with a CH. It always bugs me, that. And there we go. We have a conductor. So those are our 6 stamp sets. Now, in total, you're getting 37 stamps. Now, 3/4 of this has already gone. So you're going to have to really, really move along if you want to take advantage of this. Now, normally, £65.94 is your price, but here on the craft store, we've got it for you for £55.94. So that is already a £10 saving. But, of course, you could go further than that. If you were a Freedom member, for example, you could then make another saving on top of that, your 10% saving, and you'd be saving the £3.95 postage and packing as well. So you'd be making a huge saving on that, and then you could split it up into 2 flexi payments. So your 2 flexi payments would be £25.17. Oh, it says 18p there. I've rounded down, haven't I? £25.18 there. Now, that is well worth becoming a Freedom member, because instantly, the second you are a Freedom member, you are already saving more than the first month of that Freedom membership, because Freedom membership, I think, is £7.97 a month, and this here you would be saving another £9.55. So, well worth becoming a Freedom member if you're interested in this. 3/4 of the stock has already gone. So you're going to have to be nice and quick if you want to take advantage of our musicians set. Now, we have another stamp set for you, if we move along the counter here. Now, this is 3 A5 stamps we have here. So, same again, Mel, it's photopolymer stamps. This is another theme. What's the theme here?
So this is a fantasy theme. So occasionally we invite a guest designer in.
Okay. And
again, I'll always ask them to hand draw all their work. That is all hand drawn by a lady called Natasha Chora, and she is a French lady who lives in the UK, and we found her and loved her work, and she drew up for us these stamps, and we just think they're stunning. Honestly.
They are amazing, aren't they? So it starts off with somebody just drawing as if they were illustrating a book, and then you look at it and go, that would make a fantastic stamp.
Yeah.
And is there certain qualities that are needed to become a stamp as opposed to a drawing, or is it? Or could you make a stamp out of any really good drawing?
You can make a stamp out of a lot of things, but Kathy is a lot more qualified to answer that question actually than I am. So probably ask her that when she comes on. But you have to have certain. You can't have it all too dark, and there's lots of things, lots of elements. But we look at a style and we think, that would make a great stamp.
You need some contrast, I guess, in there as well, don't you? So,
you do.
We have a Christmas Carol is one of them, as you can see there. We've got Old Jack. You get 10 stamps of Old Jack. Christmas Carol, you get 6 stamps. That's a Christmas Carol. And you get Friends Always as well. Now, is that a Christmas Carol or is that Friends Always?
Friends Always.
That's what I thought, Friends Always. So that's 8 stamps that you're getting with that one there. The item number is 822988 for that one. 822988. Let's have a little look at these stamps, if I just pull this one out here. Now, how much of the stock has gone? 60% of the stock has gone on these. So, here we go. This is our 3 A5 stamps here. Now, this one is Old Jack.
It's Old Jack.
Old Jack the gnome, the leprechaun?
Whichever you want, really.
What is he?
He whittles away at that spoon forever.
Okay. Yeah, he's a real character,
He's
isn't he?
lovely,
Then
isn't
you've
he?
got the all the various insects around him here. We have a sentiment down the bottom here, create. We've got little nymphs. It's a real garden kind of, woodland scene, yes,
yeah.
absolutely. Then our second one is Friends Always that I have here. Now, the idea is, again, this is like a fairy or a sprite holding a dormouse, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, they love it. They love her as she is, but then there's some people that will mask the mouse off and put something else in her hands because then it's pertinent to an event for them.
Okay, and I guess you could use other stamps that you've made and put them with these, for example, the ones we saw, the musician stamps. I guess there's a way in which you could put all these together and combine them. And then finally, we have this one here, which is that way round. Yes, that's right. There we go. It's a Christmas Carol, so perfectly timed as we get towards the seasonal time of the year. We have our 3 dormice. This is reminding me very much of... it's almost like the Muppet movie of the Christmas Carol. Have you ever seen that one?
Yes, I have, but it's slightly Dickensian, isn't it?
Yes, very much so, yeah, very Dickensian. You've got all the mice there. And what have we got here? We've got a little sled, and we've got music, and just turning it. You have to turn it all a different way round because obviously you've got to fit it all into the...
That's right.
We've got the Christmas tree there. We've got a little cup of tea with some mice going into it, and then peace, love and joy to you and yours. Really nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stamps on that one there. That's our Christmas Carol, 822988. We've got 4-minute queues on the phones, apparently, so do make sure you get to the website if you want to get hold of this. As I say, that is 60% of the stock gone on that, 822988, and it's 44.85. Now, have a look at the website because on there you can choose from the Pink Ink multi-surface paint pick and mix as well. You pick any 4. It's $16.99. You've got all sorts of colours to choose from. There are 16 colours in total. Have a load of them here in front of us, but you can have a look on the website to your heart's delight there and content. You can keep looking through the website and pick any 4 you want, or you could just pick 4 of the same colour actually if you just fancy that particular colour. Now this is something that you could use heat set it with a gun or with an iron onto fabric, or you can paint it onto, well, we've got some wooden spoons here we've used them on, but I'll show you those a little bit later on. But $16.99, all the details on the website, 5-star reviews as well. Make sure you get onto that and take advantage. Now, we've replaced Mel. I don't know how that happened, Mel, but you've become Kathy. We've just wheeled out Mel. Where's she gone? She's gone home.
Abracadabra, and here I am.
Amazing how that happens. I'll ask you the question now because you're here. How do you decide what makes just a good drawing and what a good drawing would make a good stamp? Is there any particular rationale behind that?
Well, if you see a drawing that's a pencil drawing, that pencil drawing has to be made into a line drawing. So it's not necessarily just an illustration with pen that works as a stamp, but that does mean that somebody has to then transcribe it from a drawing to a line drawing.
Yep.
So we try and look for people who obviously are clearly very talented because that's what we do, and which Natasha is, and but she does draw in a line work, so it's just a point of replicating her line work as a digital line for photopolymer stamps to be created.
It needs to be very distinctive and very clean, doesn't it? Because I'm just looking at it now. You don't have any shading, do you, on stamps? There's no light and shade. No.
Well, you can't. You can do black and white shading with a pen, but pencil shading would not show up on a stamp. The process just wouldn't cope with it at all, so it has to be a proper physical line, ideally digital.
That makes sense. Now, these stamps here you're going to use today to demo for us, is that right?
Well, I'm going to do the musicians.
Okay.
But actually, I did show this in the first hour, but I think it's worth showing again.
Yep.
This is actually every stamp on each set, so people can see what's on it really
definitely
clearly.
Want to see that.
Yeah, and so this one is the dragonfly, and all I've done is I've stamped each little stamp once, and then I've added a little bit of a white gel pen just to sort of throw it forward so you can see it properly. If I just go through them slowly, the hero stamps, which obviously here the singer and the beetle, they are gorgeous in their own right, but we're particularly proud of the little worker stamps that go on these, because this stamp here on its own, I'd pay good money just for that one. It's such a beautiful, pretty stamp.
You could use that for so much, couldn't you? And obviously patterns as well, I guess. You could just repeat it and repeat it and make it into a border.
Exactly, yes. It's just, and even just these little ones, I just love them. Again, I love these little crickets or grasshoppers, just the silhouettes at the top. But of course, the hero one is this gorgeous little chap sitting on his flower. The moth, again, you get the silhouette moths and some flowers. Again, all for scene building. If you wanted to build a scene with the whole lot, all these will just make great backgrounds to extend the scene.
I love the fact you've used that white to sort of really make it all pop out.
It's good, isn't it?
Fantastic.
I'm going to show that in a demo in a bit with paint and a gel pen.
Look forward to that.
Again, this is one of my favourite little worker stamps, this saxophone. If you knew somebody who's a saxophone player, wouldn't you love a card with just that on it and just saying, just a note written underneath? It'd be so lovely.
Absolutely.
And the same again, I mean, this is a cello, but that could be a cello or a violin for somebody. And this little stamp on its own, I adore that. Just have that on a really simple card on its own. So that's basically what the stamps are like. And then if you want to see in the first hour, I just want to show this again. This is what we did at the 11 o'clock show. This is a page that it's a double page spread that I did at 11, but we were particularly concentrating on how to do repeats, and this is just a quick sample, so if you want to go on catchback, you can catch
honestly, I didn't see that. That's almost like I knew that was coming, but that's exactly what I was talking about when you said you could use that to repeat over and over.
So imagine that on wrapping paper and a gift tag. But I show the process of how I achieved that without using a platform, just a piece of graph paper. Okay?
Yep.
So that's that. So what I want to do is I want to, on this hour, I want to talk about pop-up 3D cards. Now you can get dies that do the mechanics for you. You run them through your machine and you can do all the poppy up bits. But if you're somebody who doesn't have the machine, or you don't even have the dies to do it, it's a really, really simple technique to do. Now what I suggest you do to start with is do a mock-up. You want to mock up your cuts for your fold parts of your card on a piece of, well, actually not copy paper is probably too thin, but just sort of like some foolscap with maybe 200 GSM, and just practice some folds and see what you want to get. So on the fold, I'm just going to put a couple of slits. Now your slit could be narrow, or it could be wide, and we make this one a little bit deeper. Okay, so that's one, and that's the second one. And what you do is, where the, I don't know if you'll be able to see on the overhead, where these are here, where they end is where there's going to be a fold, but you're actually going to fold them in. So this bit is going to go in, and that's going to be your fold, like that. And then same with this one, push it in, fold.
What's that you're using there, Kathy? Is that some sort of specialist tool? Or
it's just a bone folder, which if you're putting any folds in, is just, it gets a really good crease rather than using your hands, and is well worth it. I thoroughly recommend doing that if you're doing folds. So doing it this way, you've now got a facet on where to put your little element to do your pop-ups. You don't need any dies to do that. And then also what you can do is you can do different dimensions. So this one here could be longer and this one could be shorter. So you get tall, narrow ones. And you can also do, very quickly, because we'll move on to the demo, but you can do little diagonals as well, which you can use for pop-ups. So you do the same. What you're doing is you're basically, the fold is going the opposite way to the spine. So the spine being the fold along here, but the fold that you've cut goes the opposite way. So put your fold in really well, and then that does that sort of fold.
Oh, right, yeah, very
good.
good.
So you know, if it's that way up, it could be a nose, face, a mouth. Can you see?
Yeah.
And then you can use these to put your elements on. So what I'm going to do is I've actually prepared one where I've put some folds already in. Okay, so I'm going to use the facets to put bits and bobs on, but first of all I'm going to stamp onto some craft paper, and we're going to use VersaFine,
By the way,
And
80% of the stock is now gone on the musician stamp set, which is incredible.
Well,
Absolutely
thank you, everybody. I'm so pleased that you like
very
them.
popular indeed.
I love working on craft card. I love the tone of it, and you can still paint on it. You can't go completely mad with pigments because obviously it doesn't contain or hold a lot of liquid, but you can use it a little bit, and I'm going to show a little bit of painting on it. So this is our grasshopper or cricket. Stamps really, really well. There he is. Just have a wipe up here. I'm just going to dry it off, Richard, so I don't smudge it in any way.
Okay, that's
Now,
important, obviously.
well, it is,
How
yeah.
long does it take to dry? Is it quite? It looks like it's going to be quite quick.
It is
Yeah.
quick. It's not that it's really wet. I just don't want to smudge it. It's just good housekeeping skills, really.
Yes.
Just to
and
do
also
it.
because you're doing a demo, you just have to go that little bit quicker. Maybe if you were
Yes.
doing it in real life, maybe you'd just leave it for a couple of minutes to dry.
So there we go. It's not smudging at all. Now, if you want to add white, Easy Street is a white gel pen because obviously you can use it just like holding a pencil and you've got a good control over it. Or we've got on the Pick and Mix, we've got our white multi-surface paint, which I use all the time on absolutely everything. So we're going to do a little bit of both. Now, with the multi-surface, we know that we can dilute it with lots of water. And this obviously applies to all the pigments. This is not just the white. So if we want to sort of brush in, now this will only properly show up white when it's fully dry, because
That's
obviously,
interesting.
because the paper is dark because of the moisture, but it will dry.
It dries white. Oh, so
Yeah,
okay. So
it'll have like a powdery white effect on it.
So the moisture sort of evaporates, but it leaves behind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we can put white on like that, or let's use it a little bit more thickly, and we're going to put some white over the flower. So we can either do it like this, or
Now,
like a...
how do you know what to put the white over? Is that just a feel? You know, like the more artistic you become, or is there an actual? Is there a sort of formula to it? Like you have to bring out that part of it, so because the light's hitting it in a certain way.
Well, at the minute, I'm just actually infilling open areas, so I'm using it almost like a colour, like the eyes. You know, I'm doing an eye, and I want the eye to come forward.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, I think I've pretty well covered up any little black work here, but I want him to look like he's sitting on the flower, and then we can use it completely neatly. And I'm trying not to cover up the pen work. I mean, there's no point having the pen work there to then hide it, really. So we can do this.
I've just realised you can cheat here, Kathy, because you've actually put the final version on the front, haven't you? So if I was doing that now...
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there is... that's good for everyone, isn't it? That you've got an actual version of it that
Well,
you can...
there's reference, yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just there as reference. We like people to obviously do their own thing and choose their own colours and stuff. But here's the gel pen. But you can't use a gel pen like a paint, really. I mean, you can actually shade a bit with a gel pen, because what you can do is you can apply, and while it's still wet, with your finger, just smudge, and that can make nice effects as well. But I just wanted to show really how we do the white on the characters, because I've already done one here. Now, I don't need a background on this one because I've fussy cut it out. But what I've done in this instance is I've stamped it once on craft paper, fussy cut it out, and then I've stamped it again on white paper, and then I've just fussy cut and just stuck on the bits that I want to be seen as white.
Okay.
Because I've done several characters here. I've done the grasshopper, the conductor, I've done the moth, and that I'm going to 3D up. But can you see how the white,
Yeah, I like
we've
that.
got a lot of white, black and craft paper that actually, colour-wise, it works really well. And this is just drying off now. You can begin to see the watercolour effect. We'll come back to that in a moment. But I'm just going to 3D this up. Now, I do want to add a little bit of the Pink Ink multi-surface paint to this. I want to add a bit of colour. So Not a lot, just a little bit, because I think it works really well actually just as it is. But if we introduce a little bit of, this is our soft mulberry here. Oops, far too much, but never mind. And then I'm going to add some white again, because I'm using one colour, but I'm going to add white to it, so I'm going to get lots of different tones of the one colour. So we can start with
those multi-surface paints, by the way, the details are along the bottom of your screen. $16.99. You can pick and mix. It's choose 4 for that. We've got huge queues on the phones at the moment. 10-minute queues on the phones.
Golly,
wow.
Golly.
Wow. I feel like I actually need to run next door and sort of get on the phones and help out a little bit. But you know, the best thing to do in that situation is just go on the website. So the website's nice and easy for getting anything here on the craft store. 10-minute queues on the phones, though. Obviously very, very busy at the moment. Either that or everyone's gone for lunch in the call centre.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But these are the multi-surface
and they
paints that you're using.
They really are multi-surface, Richard. They go on pretty well everything and anything. Well, anybody who knows as well knows that we started out in fabric.
Yeah.
And we worked with these pigments right from the very beginning of Pink Ink, and we've never ever changed them because we love them so much and they do what we want them to do. And if you paint them on fabric, you can use them really dilute. But just quickly, while I'm thinking about it, in case I forget later or don't have time, this is just a little bee that I've stamped on some fabric, but I've done a watercolour wash on the fabric, which if I've got time, I'll show how to do that at the end.
Okay. So it really does go on anything?
It really does. You just have to heat fix it with a hot iron to make it permanent.
Right.
But you can use it as a watercolour, or you can use it
and there's
neatly.
that fabric, by the way, that we have for you at the moment. We've got a special offer on this. And normally the fabric's $17.95, but you actually get the 2 wooden embroidery hoops thrown into that. $17.95 to get the fabric and the wooden hoops as well. 094918 for that. Our director Marcus has just suggested that this band could form a group called the Beatles. I don't know, has that been used before, that name?
Do you think so? I think it just might have been.
Beatles, has it?
Can
we Google that? So has there been a band called the Beatles before? Because if there hasn't, I think we might be onto something here.
I think he might be head up for copyright somehow.
Yeah. No, I think it's good to go. The Beatles.
Right, but can you see how this is working with this paint? I don't want the whole thing covered. I just want to have a little injection of this mulberry. Incidentally, that fabric you were talking about, you've got 2 hoops. The only other place you can get it is on our own website, and it's that price without the hoops. So you've got a really good price going on there.
Well worth looking into that. So that's two free hoops, basically,
well,
isn't it?
Really,
6x6 wooden hoops.
Yeah.
Got everything you need to do a bit of embroidery there.
So again, I don't want to do all of it, just a little touch of colour. So we just want a little bit of mulberry on this chap here. I think I'm just going to do inside the flower. I'm not going to put any on him.
So is it a case of less is more with this adding this colour? It just makes it stand out more?
I think so, yeah. I mean, if you looked at the piece that I did this morning, you know, we just used 2 colours predominantly. I mean, I did add a little bit of something else, a little bit of brown at the end. But it's just a couple of colours, and same here. You just want a little suggestion, but that doesn't make it wrong. If you want to do the whole thing, you know, full-on colour, it really doesn't matter. I've just got to bring this down here. It's just crying out for a bit of colour on his jacket, on his tail jacket. There, that'll do. Just a little suggestion. Okay, so next stage is just get rid of this so I don't make a mess.
Very conscientious and tidy, I notice. Kathy, it's good to see.
Well, at home, not so, but when I'm demoing, otherwise you're getting a complete muddle.
I'm not naming names or anything, but I have seen quite a few messy people already in my time at that station.
Yeah.
Not naming any names.
Okay, so what we're going to do, if I just take this down, then the overhead can see it a bit better, because I'm going to work on it flat so that we can see if I can find the end of my tape. So have you actually started doing any crafting since you've been here?
I haven't had a chance yet, but you know what? I had a little look at what was on the lineup today, and I noticed right at the end of the night there's a craft along with Catherine I don't know whether that means that I'm doing that or not. Maybe some.
Oh,
it does. Apparently, that does. So, in answer to your question, yes. In about 4 hours' time.
Perhaps I shall be watching, see how you're getting on.
I would maybe give that a bit of a swerve until I'm a little bit better at it. But do come back in a year's time. It could be a complete disaster. We've got limited stock on this stamp set. Kathy, you'll be pleased to hear, on the musician stamp set. Less than 10% is now available. 402961 is the item number you'll be needing. You'll have to be quick, especially if you've allocated it into your basket. Make sure you do check out, because you might find it's been put back out onto the shelves again if you don't seal the deal on that. It's $55.94, the usual price $65.94, so you're making a £10 saving. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, you're going to be making even more savings, because you won't have to pay the postage and packing. You'll also get another 10% off as well. And then, of course, you can flexi it up. You can split it up into a couple of payments. There's your flexi payment, £25.18, 2 of those payments there. That's very, very reasonable. If you're a Freedom member as well, of course, you'll be making even more of a saving on that flexi payment. It will be cheaper than that. That is the Freedom payment, I should say. So there you go. The stamps are available individually as well, if you do like them. And if we do actually run out of this particular bundle, you can then dig in and get one that particularly takes your fancy, or maybe 2 or 3 that you particularly like. They are all available individually on the site. So it's 402961 for the bundle, but there's less than 10% left. Right, how are you getting on with the demo?
I think I'm getting on all right. I'm doing it flat, but every so often I'm just bringing it up so I can see that the composition is right and that actually the right things are sticking to the tabs. You know those little tabs that I made come forward? That's what they've got to be stuck onto. If you get it stuck on the back, then it's not going to fold up. So I think that's looking really, really nice. So if we just want to quickly, before I mount it up, I just want to show what it's looking like that way.
So a little look. That's great, isn't it? I mean, the classic drummer at the back. You've got to put the drummer at the back.
Yes, he's got to, and he's generally raised up, isn't he?
Yep.
And then what I want to do is I've actually got a bit of card. Now, I'd actually designed it so that it would close flat like that, and this would actually be the front of the card, and then I was going to, you know, put some decoration on there. But actually, while I was mocking up, I thought I could do it the other way round. Now, the only thing you have to bear in mind that when you're doing pop-ups is this little gap behind where you've cut. So here, you need to have something backing behind it. You can't have sort of open air space there, otherwise it's going to look a bit weird. Okay. So as long as you've got some, I mean, in this case, craft paper or black would be ideal. But then you need to stick it down. But when you stick it, make sure when you're sticking it, you put your glue on, and while the glue's wet, it dries flat.
Right.
Otherwise, so say you did it and it was flat like that, and you glued it all together. When you came to close
it'll all crunch and
it'll all
go a bit
crunch
weird.
up.
Yeah.
So don't do it. But
Okay.
I think I'm trying to work out which way I think's best. I think I'm going to do it this way.
Okay.
So I just need to make sure that the glue is only going on these facets here, no other facet. Otherwise, it's not going to pop up.
Okay.
So we'll just add some glue. Any glue will do, or you could do red liner tape, anything like that. And I'm going to start with just one side only. I'm not going to do the reverse. I'm going to do the one side, top or bottom, but just one.
Okay, so you're folding the outer card into it.
Yeah. So stick it down.
Just we've got single figures left on this bundle now, so there's just a few left. Do make sure you take advantage of this, because if you really like what you're seeing, you might miss out. If you're intending to get it, then we are down to the last few. So please do make sure you get this if you want it, and if you've got it allocated right now, make sure you check out as well, because we are going to get sold out any moment now, I would guess.
Now I want to make this a little bit more interesting, so bear with. You're going to think, what on earth is she doing? But
didn't like to say, but yes, that is exactly what I was thinking.
I'm just going to shape this with my scalpel, like that. I know it looks a bit strange at the minute, but what I want to do is I actually want to...
Okay.
I'm actually going to cut a second piece and do that, because when I put my decoration on here, I don't want it to be on the black. I want to have a bit of contrast.
Right.
So that's why I've done that. But actually, that would be a really good spot for a sentiment or something. So
That's
what
great.
I'm going to do is I'm just going to do that. I'm going to mark it with a pencil so I can cut it in the right spot. Now, if things aren't straight, like here, I'm not panicking because I can square it all up afterwards.
Okay.
So we're going to get our cutting mat, straight edge. I think this is just such a good card.
We're down to our last couple of musician stamp
How are
sets.
you?
I'm going to predict, based on absolutely no scientific evidence whatsoever, just standing here predicting stuff. I reckon it's going to go in the next minute or so.
Well,
That's my thoughts.
when people get them, we would love to see what the makes are like on the Pink Inkers group Facebook page.
Yeah, do please send them in.
That would be lovely. I'll just check I'm doing this the right way around. Okay, so it's going to be that way.
There's one left. There's one left. I'm under a bit of pressure now because Kim, producer, has put a 1 minute clock on my prediction. So now I'm sort of sweating here as we get into 30 seconds left. 1 minute left.
Right, and then we want to go over, and hang on, I need to double check. I've done the wrong side. This is why I need to always be double checked, especially when you do an angle. I'm going across there, like that. Put it on. And then again, across the front, you could do all sorts of beautiful sentiments across there. Got that. So this is what I would trim up after. In fact, I'm not going to do it now because it's going to bug me. So.
Bug you? Is that a?
Yeah.
Is that a little
yeah.
pun?
See what I did there without
technical sellout.
Without
Technical
realising
sellout.
it.
Yeah. Technical sellout. It must be so. I mean, you must get into doing all these puns all the time when you're dealing with all of these creatures and all these designs. You must be. They must.
Well, sometimes Mel and I, we do have a great time coming up with funny sentiments and stuff. It's
Yes.
all part and parcel of what we do,
Yeah.
So that's that. Then, like I say, we're going to put the.
We've sold out. We have sold out.
Well, that was good timing then, wasn't
yeah,
it?
that is very good timing. Although I am being told that we've had a word with Mel, and it can go on extended delivery, so you can get hold of it, but it will be from the 11th of October that it will be dispatched. So we've sold out of our initial stock, which is next Monday. Is that right? Yes, that is right. So from Monday it will be dispatched. So if you want to get onto this, you can, but now it would be an extended delivery date, but it is still available, so that is the good news at least. 55.94, 402.961 is your price there for our musician stamp set. Been incredibly popular, and I can see why, because look at that. That's amazing.
Isn't it pretty?
Really love that. That is really good. I like the final touch on the end there, the two guitars like this. They're a bit of a rock and roll band. They're just throwing those guitars like
Do you think so? No, they're too well placed. I don't think so.
Yeah.
But you see, your white gel pen, you could really go to town on the black, couldn't you? You could do musical notes and,
Yes.
and take it and put names on and personalise it. It'd be lovely.
So much that you could do with that. And as we pointed out, there's so many different band members as well. So if there's someone in the family who's a particular singer, likes to go to karaoke maybe, or is in a choir, then you could make the focus all about the singer.
Yeah, or vice versa, the drummer or whatever, yeah, for sure.
Thank you very much indeed, Kathy. So, there you go, 402.961. That is the item number that you need for our stamp set. It's now on extended delivery, which means that it will be dispatched from the 11th of October. So, if you're the patient kind and you can bear waiting a few days, then you can still take advantage of this fantastic saving, a £10 saving that you're making today from the £65.94. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, you will make an additional saving, another 10% off, and you'll be saving that postage and packing. Look at that price, £50.35, and then you can flexi all of that up. If you're a Freedom member, the two flexi payments are £25.18. It means that it's well worth becoming a Freedom member to immediately take advantage of the saving, because you would actually be getting the price of your Freedom membership back in that very first saving. Lots and lots of items here to show you. I've got loads here. Look at this. Woof. Look at that. There we go. We've got all of the band members there. Well, 5 of them at least, and we have them all on some bunting there, which is really nice. We also have more cards for you here. We've got one here with the "And the Beat Goes On" there. We've seen the same characters we've just seen Kathy using there, but we've also got the saxophonist there, the bumblebee. We have on top of some sheet music, we have the drummer there. We have a thank you card here, and that opens. Oh, I see. You got that opens up inside like that. Oh, I see what you've done there. Yep, exactly what you were demonstrating there, Kathy. So we have more of that. What's the word for that? It's got a term, hasn't it? It's just pop up.
Is it? I don't know, because people call is it a gate card or I don't know. To me, because I come from paper sculpting and stuff, and we just call it dimensional stuff. But there are certain words for the cards, but unfortunately, I don't know them.
Apparently, you're right. I do love the fact that every time I ask a question, it's always the wrong person next to me that knows the answer. One of you looks off to the other one. So yeah, I've got to make sure I get the right questions to the right people. 20% of the extended stock has already gone. So that went on extended, what, a couple of minutes ago? 20% already gone. So I think you agree at home watching today that this is truly something special. What I like about this is the theme, the musical theme. It's universal. You can use it right across the year, and you can use it in so many different capacities for anyone. I mean, everyone loves a bit of music anyway, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a musician in your family, but obviously, if there's anything like that, and people are into playing their musical instruments, or perhaps they're in a choir or in a band, or they just like singing around the house, then this is the perfect card design for them as well. And it just makes a nice general one that you could use at any time for any occasion as well. 402-961. We do have another stamp set to show you, though. These are A5 size, though. These are also photopolymer, and there's 3 of these. Now, this is a 24 stamps in total set, 3 lots of stamp sets here. We have one called A Christmas Carol. We have one called Old Jack. There's Old Jack there. And we have one called Friends Always. Now, these stamp sets are one big stamp, if you like, and then lots of little ones that accompany the picture here. I'm going to show you the actual stamps again. Now, where's my little backing card that makes... Oh, there it is. Here we go. This is our Christmas Carol. So we have our very Dickensian-looking dormice, or I think they are dormice, aren't they? Singing outside under the lantern. We have peace, love, and joy here. We have a Christmas tree at the top here with another mouse on it. 70% of the stock has gone on this bundle, by the way, so we are slowly running out of these. We have a little sled there as well, very Christmassy, so that would be perfect at this time of the year. Then something that could be used at any time, really, but a kind of woodland scene here. This is our Friends Always stamp set. We have our fairy, if you like, our sprite holding a dormouse here, and then we have various leaves, and we have butterflies. We have a little snail in the corner as well. That's really nice. And then finally, we have this fella, Old Jack. There he is. Oh, hang on, let's get him the right way around. There he is. There's Old Jack there, whittling away a wooden spoon with his time and smoking on a pipe there, looking like the classic leprechaun garden gnome character. We have the word create here. We have a bird's nest. We have ladybirds. We have bumblebees. We have branches. We have another little fairy in the corner there. You could put together a really beautiful enchanted woodland scene there. We had 10 stamps in total on this one here. 24 stamps when you put the 3 of them together, and all 3 come as a bundle. Now, normally this would be £53.85, but our offer today is £44.85, so that is a saving of £9. Friends Always and A Christmas Carol have sold out individually. So the only way you could get those now would be part of this bundle. So those 2 in particular have been very popular. You can get this on 2 flexi payments as well, of course, £22.43 as well, which makes it very reasonable, very affordable at this time of the year, and would make a very, very good Christmas present, especially A Christmas Carol. Now, moving along the counter here, we have our multi-surface paints here. Now, spoons not included. I did wonder when I saw this, what is this? It looks like a fairground attraction, doesn't it? Like roll up, and throw the hoops on these. No, it's the paints that we are showcasing here, but we've used these wooden spoons because this is the perfect kind of surface to put it on. This one I'm holding here is Atlantic Blue, and we've we've covered it all over here. You've got a nice, lovely little sheen to that as well. We have lots and lots of different colours. We won't go through them all because we will be here for the rest of the hour doing that. But suffice to say, there are 16 colours to choose from. I should highlight this one here that Mel pointed out to me a bit earlier, because it's not this colour. It's not the dark blue. We just used the dark blue. It's actually a translucent, sparkly colour that you can put over the top of this one as well. So we've just used that to showcase it basically. But there you go, like a sparkly colour. 12 colours we have to choose from. Is that right? Yes, that's right, because there's 4 there, 4 there, and 4 there. And the last time I checked, 3 times 4 is 12. 216999. 12 colours to choose from. You can choose any 4, or you could choose 4 of one, or 3 of another, and 1 of one. Any which way you want to do it. And that is £16.99. Now, moving along here, we have 20 sheets here of Bockingford hot pressed A4 card. There we go. Now this has got a really nice feel to it. Really smooth, and it's nice and thick. I believe it's 300 GSM. Woo, 300 GSM. Great for stamping. Really good quality. Do you like these, Kathy?
I love them. It's my go-to paper. If I had to choose anything, that's it. And Mel and I have been promoting Bockingford for years.
What makes it so special then?
Well, it's hot pressed, and it's a quality British-made paper, and they use the water. It's a mill that's right on the river, and they use the river water to use the process of making the paper, and then they clean it all and put it back in the river. Which
so it's environmentally friendly. That's nice.
Yeah, they're very sensitive to the environment. Yeah. But it's a beautiful piece of paper to work on, and you've got plenty of time to work on it because it's hot pressed and really smooth. Just try it, and I don't think people then go back to other stuff once they've had a go.
This is very reasonable actually, because it's £14.99 for the whole package, and you get 20 of these. So I'm just going to take a rough guess that that's about 75p, roughly.
I didn't do maths at school, so don't ask me.
Yeah, something like that, 75p. Yeah, I was right. Oh, wow, that's good, isn't it?
Well
so there you go, £14.99, 631185 for that. And then finally, I've lost my fabric. The fabric's gone missing, but I've got the hoops. I've
cut into it. I've had the fabric and I've cut into it. So
that's right, that's where it's got. I knew it'd gone
piece.
somewhere. There we are, we have a picture of it for you on screen. So you've got the fabric, and you've also got the embroidery hoops as well. There you go, £17.95 for that, 094918. Now, the thing we need to mention about that is the fact that normally on your website you're getting the fabric for that price. Yeah. But here we're going to give you the two hoops as well,
yeah,
for £17.95. Back to our big bundle here, which has been hugely popular today. We sold out. We then brought it back on an extended delivery from the 11th of October, and we have already sold half of the stock. So it is absolutely flying there. The musician stamp set. And we're going to see another demo now. Are you going to be using the musicians for this, or are we moving on to the...
Well, I hope to. It depends what time I've got.
OK.
Just want to say that, because we haven't actually got any paints on the counter, they're 50 millilitres, and this is the size of them, and they're packed full of pigment and mica. They are a quality paint, and they're just beautiful to work with, and that's what we're going to be working on the fabric. Now, I hadn't planned for this demo, so what I've done is I've just cut some pieces of the microfiber. It's the sheet, the piece that's coming to you if you buy it is 142 wide by a metre deep, so it's a good size piece. You know, if you want to do cushion covers and blinds, there's plenty to go at. So what we do is when we want to paint, I've already mixed up some yellow and some red because I'm wanting the colours to join and create orange in between, so it just goes to show how it works. I've just cut some sheets.
What have you mixed it with, exactly?
Just with water.
Okay.
It's a water-based pigment, and I've made it quite dilute, all right? But that doesn't mean you don't just use it like that. You can use it in every different consistency, applying the water that you want to. Now, ordinarily, I would put my fabric probably in a bucket of water for about 5 minutes, and then I would wring it out and leave it. And you want your fabric to be damp. And the sort of damp is, you know, when you get your laundry out of the washing machine after it's been spun, you can feel that it's got a dampness to it. But
yes, but it's not wet.
It's not wet.
Yeah.
If it's too wet, it doesn't matter. There's nothing awful is going to happen. It just means that actually some of the water might pool underneath and you might get some pooling marks. But on the whole, it just needs to be damp. Well, I obviously haven't got a bucket here, so while you've been talking, I've just been spritzing it with some water.
Okay.
So it's just, I can feel that it's damp. And I'm going to work on one piece at a time.
I can tell you, it's very. I do a lot of talking, so it must be very damp. It's
So,
you've been doing
no,
well. That's so. Why is it that then? Why can't you put it onto dry? Why does it have to be slightly damp?
You can put it on to dry, but what we're trying to achieve is a technique, and this is the technique we're trying to do. So this is already damp, and so I've mixed up my pigment.
That's going on really nicely, that, isn't it?
Isn't it? Now it goes very vibrant, and the more it spreads, the paler it becomes, and the wetter the fabric, the paler it becomes. So we're going to start introducing a bit of the red. It's a shame that I've got so many samples of at home of different techniques you can use, and I'm literally just touching the very, very basics. Now, what you could do is you could actually leave it like that, and over the course of time, this will seep this way. This will seep that. Yeah.
Really?
And
it meets in the middle and becomes orange.
And it meets in the middle. If you're a bit worried that it's not damp enough, spritz it and encourage it, but don't spritz it too much. Like I say, you don't want it to be wet. Or what you can do is purposely make it meet. Now, the reason we use this fabric is because you could argue, well, why do you use that and why don't we use shirt cotton, for example? This fabric is quite an open weave. Although it's man-made, it's designed to mimic linen. It looks like linen, it feels like linen. If you were to pick it up, anybody would think it was linen. In fact, they designed it for London Fashion Week. They wanted to have their models walking up with the linen trousers, but they weren't linen because they creased so much. And this is what they did. And then what you would do is you could either hang like this, so if you've got it hanging vertically, like that, the colour will seep down and you get lovely runs of colour on your fabric, or you can hang it that way and you'll get less spread of colour. Or now this here, can I just ask you to hold that because I don't want to put it down just yet. If you could just
hold the whole thing.
Yeah, because I want to show another technique. This is another technique with my damp
I've become
fabric.
a drying rack. This is all I'm used for on this channel. I really am. Like they make me hold wide things open because I've got the arm reach for it, and now I'm just drying stuff.
Right, so that is the beginnings of another piece. I need to mop up more and more and more to make it work, but let's get that one back.
Thank you.
So what you would do
I thought I did a really good job there.
Right.
It's okay, don't mention it.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. It's fine. No, I just, you pay for the best. You get you're going to get a result like that. That's dried perfectly, hasn't it?
It won't dry. This won't dry for probably 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
So this is another technique you can do. You can drop pigment in.
Now, how far will that, like those dots you put there, will that spread out a lot further over time? Is that how it will?
This will depend on the intensity of your pigment. So if you had quite a lot of pigment in there and less water, it would be more apparent. And this is quite dilute, so actually that will, you probably won't even see it. But the other technique you can do, and I love it, is when this is probably an hour in dry, then do the same process. Go and get your brush, put some in, and then it sort of has more of a bleaching out effect. Or what you can do is get clean water and flick your fabric. Can you see this sort of bleaching? Can you see there?
Yeah, really like that.
Yeah. Now it looks quite obvious now, but in a while, as this dries, that will fade and you almost won't see it. That's why you really have to wait for it to dry to make that more apparent. But this is just techniques, just by doing it and learning, and you realise what you can do. And
Thank you, Kathy. We're going to have to leave it there because we've run out of time.
Oh, what a shame.
I know, but I was enjoying that.
Yeah, I was too.
I was enjoying that. It feels like we've only just sort of scraped the surface of doing that. But that's and that's for abstract stuff, I guess, mainly, isn't it? Like
No. so this would be a background, and then you stamp on the top of it.
Oh.
And then, like this, this is the bee saxophonist stamp. So you stamp it, spritz it with water. I'm using Versacraft, which is water soluble, and it spreads and bleeds. And then you do all your work and embroidery and put your sequins on
Wow,
and
love
free
it.
motion, hand embroidery.
Mel's back. How did that happen?
Abracadabra.
Magical. How do you do that? You just like teleport out and teleport back in again. It's gone really well, hasn't it? The musician stamp set.
Yeah,
wow.
I'm thrilled.
Absolutely
Thank you.
flying.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, do make sure that you do check out your baskets, because I know we have a lot of people who've allocated them in their baskets as well. So do make sure you do that. Now, when are you guys back?
2nd of November. And it's our birthday show.
Oh,
And we've got
okay.
something really special.
We have.
Oh, right. Can you say any spoilers?
No.
Nothing?
No.
It's a surprise.
Thought we might get an exclusive there for a second. Thanks very much for coming in today. So you're hoping now that is this going to take you through till Christmas? Is this the current stamp set, or is there going to be something else in the pipeline? Or
Bit more coming out. Yeah, some more.
You're being really cagey.
No, Leonie's going to be demonstrating some for us in November, and then we've got something else up our sleeves for early November.
Right, okay. And in the meantime, if anybody anyone who's bought this today, if they make anything with this stamp set, they can send it through to your Facebook page?
Pink Inkers.
Yeah.
Facebook page. We'd love to see it.
Yeah.
And if you like the look of it, maybe, just maybe, they might become...
You never know. Or you can just admire everybody else's work on there. There's some really talented people sharing their work.
Excellent. So make sure you do take advantage. Thank you very much indeed, ladies, for coming in today and showing me that. 402961 is the item number on that one today. So you are making that very, very big saving there on our Pink Ink Designs musician stamp set there. 402961. Lots of cues on the phone line. Bye. Bye, ladies. And if you stay on us, you'll just disappear. Like, watch your poof, just completely gone. So make sure you do check out your baskets on that, and I will see you a little bit later. Plenty more coming up, though. 2J's festivities coming up in just a moment. Then a little bit later, it's Design and Sew, and then it's the one-day special. And today, it's Art Sensations.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan shows.
Hello and welcome. It's lovely to have your company. Cannot wait for this hour. Now, the one-day special has sold out, funnily enough. I mean, standard in it, John?
Well, we keep increasing the amount of stock we bring in, so it shouldn't happen.
However.
But it does, and I'm sorry, I feel really bad when it does, because I know there's people who can't catch the 6 o'clock show and wait until the next day, but we've done the best we can.
Yeah. Oh, you've still got an amazing deal. It is funny because not only is it gutting for John that it sells out for people at home, but actually because of the demos you've prepped. Because it is one of them, when it sells out, it's like you're having a laugh. All them demos, you're having a laugh.
Well, this is all the card that I'd cut to go with the bit that goes with the thing, and then I've actually packed 11 demos away
that you prepped.
That I'd prepped to go with the wreath and go with the one-day special.
Proper annoying.
Yeah.
Proper annoying. But it's okay because we have got well stocks last. Now, within the well stocks last, you've still got all the incredible stamps. You've also got, and these are a bit new, aren't they, John?
They are. I thought you hadn't seen these.
No.
This is, you know our Jane.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, lovely Jane.
We were at Frankfurt 2 years ago, and Jane was looking at, and we were looking at the finger daubers.
Yeah.
So if I just slide you a finger dauber on the card there. Looking at the finger daubers, and we saw these slightly bigger ones in clear plastic.
Yeah.
And Jane said, well, surely, if we had these made without the foam on top, wouldn't they make the most perfect stamp blocks for your little stamps?
Yeah.
And that's where the whole idea of finger stamps came from.
Yeah.
And because if you look closely, can you see there's a ridge?
Oh, sorry, I'm pulling it out.
So there's a ridge on top.
Of course there
that
is.
actually stops you over stamping. It stops you getting ink. You know when you use a little block, it stops you getting the ink on it. All little stamps from any company, any type, fit on there and click on. Because if you look against your dauber, it's actually bigger.
Yes.
So it's a thicker plastic and it's a bigger space.
Yeah.
But you can hold it like a pencil, but of course, a lot of the small stamps come on wooden pegs, which you can't see.
Yeah.
And then you can get like longer rods, but I can't, personally, some people can. I can't work them. Remember we've had that discussion about the blending tool you use. I can't get my hand in the position, but I can get my hand or my finger into that and stamp in any way. So we then did the stamps to go with them, and because we've got the block, it's allowed us to go. If I bring a little bit of card in, some of the card that I'd already prepped. But
at least you can use that.
It allows us to have a lot more detail. That stamp is only a centimetre.
Wow, that's ditty.
But look how my finger can move, or I can hold it like a pencil. Now, the other way before was tiny little blocks like that.
Yes.
I know you don't because you're the expert, but trust me,
I'm not.
I go into my ink.
Oh, yeah.
I do that all.
And it's true, there's a lot of times that'll happen, and especially with little ones. Little ones notoriously can be a bit of a mare to actually ink up, because normally you take your ink pad to your stamp, but with this it's the other way about when you're doing little ones.
Squeeze that in. Look. If you look, can you see there's an impression? I don't know if you can see it.
Well,
impression
I can see you putting the pressure on.
Look, all the black all the way around. Press it down.
Perfect.
No ink, and that's where the whole idea came from. So it enabled us to do sort of silhouette and finger stamps with more detail than normal. But it made it so that it was just so easy for anyone to work. And you know me, if it's not easy, I ain't doing it.
Absolutely. Make it nice and simple, sweet. And actually, when you look at the price as well. Now, we did have some of these separate. They have sold out. So you're now getting them in the bundle. Now, the bundle, look at the stamps. You have got so many stamps, 103 stamps. And I love these because you have got seam building builder after scene builder. You can do so many different things with this collection, can't you?
You really can. When you go into that, you've got things that you can use for Christmas, but you can use all year round.
Yeah.
And what we've done is, yes, we're talking about the finger stamps, and they're the small stamps at a centimetre sort of round or square.
Yeah.
But then you've got the bigger stamps, and some of those, they're on what we call a P6.
Right.
Which is actually an A6 stamp set with a bit lopped off the top.
Right,
So you're
okay.
talking about big stamp sets.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not tiny ones. And then you've got a full A6 set of brand new sentiments launched today
And
or
beautiful.
yesterday with additional snowflakes. And those snowflakes, you might recognise them because it's the same snowflake as I've used in my dies for Christmas this year.
Oh, fantastic. So everything blends
So
together
everything matches and
beautifully.
ties in. So
Yeah.
if you want to add some of the die-cut snowflakes, but some stamped ones, that set will do it along with the
Perfect.
sentiments.
I really like this set of stamps. I'm a big fan of little stamps because I love the pattern building and the different things you can do. And this is the thing. You can do so many different things. Obviously, you've got your beautiful baubles, which are gorgeous, by the way. I love this detail that's been cut into that. That is beautiful.
Yeah, you see silhouettes,
Yes.
you don't see that level of detail. If you look at the
That's lovely.
blobby one, I mean, that's actually done with the Kaleido, so you could do this one, Leonie.
I could do that. I need to find my ink pad refiller thingy. Still can't find it, though. That's really annoyed me.
Right, I'm going to need to
But-
go in my box under here and see if I've got a spare,
Oh, I
aren't
do
I?
my own head in, John. I really do. That looks
But look at the
divine.
little dots missing. They're not missing
Yeah.
in the stamp.
Yeah.
They are all there, even on that big sort of jangly one.
Yeah.
There are bits missing out, taken out of the stamp to give you more detail, to give you 3D.
It's like being engraved into it, and
Yeah.
I adore that. Now, I love that one. That is so atmospheric. It's so gentle.
Yeah.
That one is more of a, rather than a happy Christmas, it's more of a thinking of you at Christmas, because
Yeah.
Christmas can be tough.
It can.
And that is beautiful for that.
And that's one of the good points. In this stamp set, you will find thinking of you at Christmas. Because I do that as much as I can.
Yeah.
I remember the first Christmas after we lost my stepfather.
Yeah.
My mum pushed every Christmas card with Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas to the back.
Yeah.
And there were 3 or 4 that said thinking of you at Christmas that were out there.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
forget it's been a tough year for a lot of people. So to me, you're perfectly right on that. Thinking of you at Christmas on that will just completely give someone a soft, warm smile,
Yes.
rather than try and get merry and bright. And that's what we need.
Because and it's really, really important. Some people are not going to be celebrating
not.
it this year.
No.
It'll be really, and it's dead important. I really like these. I like this kind of thing, though. When we look at them little stamps, building up your scenes, there's so much you can do with them. You know, I mean, look at that. Building your own little Christmas trees with the tiny stamps.
Yeah, and the
How
middle
cool
of
is that?
that is actually the bauble chain.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'll hold it still while I sort my mess out. Oh, yeah, OK, I can see it now.
And
It's
if I
the
actually
trunk.
slide you that one in,
Oh, super.
I've
I
used
like that.
the bauble chain, and we demoed this last night.
That's lovely.
So I did the bauble chain. Suddenly gives you the trunk for the topiary
Bauble
tree.
chain.
Bauble chain gives you the background.
Bauble chain.
Everything's got more than one use.
Beautiful.
And
That's
I demoed that
beautiful.
at 8 AM how to make that one.
That is exquisite. OK, folks, you need to check your baskets out. There's so many finished samples, and they're all exceptional. Now, 70% of the stock has gone. This is our while stocks last. Now, OK, I will talk money because this is your while stocks last. However, it will go up. That price, that £10.79 for your Freedom members, that is going to go up at the end of, well, it's 6 o'clock, actually. But it is going to go up. So even though the one-day special's gone, we've still got a really good deal on this as well. Be part of Freedom. You're going to save more money. You're not paying any postage. Just 2 payments of £21.58. And you are getting a huge amount of stamps. It's so nice seeing them in real life, isn't it? You know, actually used all the creations that you've got. 386084. Now, obviously, the one-day special sold out, which had the stencil, but we have got these stencils. So, again, now, these are wonderful. I love stencils like this because they're a basic, they're an aperture, they're a frame, they're your guide to fill in. I mean, there's so much you can do with these. They're just ridiculously handy, aren't they, John?
They really, really are. And the reason that we've got them on the show is because I always carry them with me.
Oh, that's good.
Because these weren't planned to be on. We dropped these on at 12 o'clock today. And it's only because I have them with me, because to me they are a basic that I always carry.
Yeah.
And people know I can't carry everything, and I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have any dies with me today because we're not doing any die cutting. But I always have these with me, and the difference with these is these were designed to fit the press to impress.
Look at that.
Exactly.
John's showing us.
So if you can see this on the sort of overhead, you can see that I've actually fitted it in exactly. So each one fits in. So first of all, how many times do you have to tape a stencil down everywhere?
Well, you know me.
Well, yeah. How many times does a normal person have to tape? But this is literally, that's it. That's now held in place. But every shape, and there's 6 of them, fits exactly the same into the press to impress.
That's a good idea.
And it just means it extends the use of that. But now you're not having to. I mean, these are mine. And you can tell I brought them before because
nice and mucky.
If I knew I was doing them on the show, then I would have asked Sammy to clean them for me. But look, no spray glue on the back, no residue, no tape marks. I've never had to tape them down. And it covers as well. This is a great thing of it being in the press. How many and this is a nightmare that I used to do all the time. Put a stencil down, shade through it, and then go over the edge and get that line.
Oh yeah, all the time.
And have to trim it down.
Literally
well, now
all
it's
the
not
time.
physically possible because
good.
the whole area is covered with the mylar.
Yeah, that is a really good design. I like that a lot because all the amount of times that's one of my bugs. Is that my bugbears?
Yeah,
it's that little edge. Oh, and
I watched you doing a show about a week ago, and you did that, and you got the edge.
And sometimes it's like, okay, I've got a way to get over it, you only need the tiniest bit of ink, and you can see it.
Yeah, it's just that little splash. But whereas this, it's just not possible.
Yeah, that's fabulous. And it's just a basic. It's just a really good basic. Only £9.99. This only came on at 12 o'clock. However, 2/3 of the stock has gone. So you do need to be quick with that. We have got a while stocks last, but I will talk about that in a few seconds because it's twinkling under my eye line. Yeah, I mean a happy hour. Shall I show it now because it's twinkling under my eye line? Thanks! So, happy hour. It's I think now you've already found this. This is super. I love that one. This is super busy. This is a half price deal. Now your contents may vary, but they're all going to be sparkly. They're all going to be quite fabulous. This is a deal. £13.49, half price deal on your eye zinc.
And you're going to get 5.
Wow.
So you're going to get 5 80ml pouches of it. And so many people have asked me on social media if and when this deal was coming back. And I think this will be the last time.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think we are, this might be the last time that we do this. But as you know, this is a diamond paste. The colour comes purely from the glitter in there. But it is permanent on every surface. It's even machine washable.
Wow.
So you have to buy a glitter paste for your card, one for glass, one to go on fabric. No, this does all of them.
So it'll go on your
glass, clothes, fabric, card, paper, concrete, acetate, anything. It is permanent on any surface.
Wow, that is amazing. And the colours are divine. Now, you're getting 5 in this one. I know it doesn't say, but you are getting 5. The contents may vary, obviously, but honestly, they're all absolutely beautiful. So, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, 9 of them. So you could get 2 of them, Now, this is already really busy. It is a happy hour. So, obviously, that deal is ending at the end of this hour. So, for £13.49, please check your baskets out with those because they're really flying. 30% of the stock has gone. You absolutely found them. 426191. Now, we've got goodies. Obviously, we've literally just been talking about this, and it's one of those tools that's super functional, easy to use. I love that you've got your fabulous magnets now, which are brilliant because of those your easy lift magnets. Amazing. You've got the case, and these are fabulous because you've got your papers and your acetates, so obviously for keeping it clean and for lining everything up. I mean, this is such an incredible bundle, and you're saving £10, 2 payments, £21.48. I mean, it's such an essential tool, isn't it, John?
Genuinely is. And again, I've been through the platforms.
Yes.
We all have.
Ticking those platform
Yeah,
boxes.
I bought the well-known expensive one, was the
Yes.
first one I got, and it didn't work for me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it won't work for other people, it didn't work for me. I'm more of a clear stamper. But the thing that impressed me about the Press to Impress, first of all, was the price.
Yeah,
Because it was the cheapest one,
Yeah, yeah.
which is weird, because people think that's not always the best, but Crafts
Yes.
for years, 25 years nearly, have worked hard on value.
Yeah, yeah.
It's this. That's
Yeah.
A4 card.
I like that.
The number of times, and again, I've seen it where people have to do something, you have to have card cut to a set size.
Yeah, it does me head in.
We don't have that at home.
Yeah, yeah.
I say this on every show, but behind me, my stamping card lives there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like muscle memory.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
exactly where it lives. And
Yeah.
I know, and this is in my drawer there,
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
have 2. Well, I have 12. One for here.
Workshop.
One for home, and then 10 for workshops.
Amazing,
Because I always
yeah.
believe they should use the same as I use,
Yes.
because it's fair.
Yeah.
But I can pull that out, slide that in, magnet, and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not having to cut card to size. I'm not having to awkwardly have that going over a lump.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's all because of this clever idea of Jane's of putting that little notch in, because that holds that A4 card in place.
Yeah. That's such a good idea.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so obvious but ridiculous. It's a game changer.
It is, and the other difference is we've kept developing this, so we do the art board for it, which is the metal board to fit in for stenciling on.
Oh, yes, yes.
But what we did as well is, if you look, you've got the foam for your clear stamps.
Yeah.
You take that out for your rubber stamps or your mounted stamps.
Yeah.
But they also added another layer of that foam on the base.
Right, okay.
So if you're stamping onto, say, the art board
Yeah.
with clear stamps, you've still got the cushioning.
Oh, amazing.
So you've got
Yeah.
2 layers of cushioning. And,
Yeah.
you know, I've seen people who've said to me they can't stamp at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
With other ones, switch to this and love it. So,
Yeah.
But I could wax on for an hour. I could.
Absolutely. I mean, stamping platforms in their own right are fabulous, but I love the fact that you can get your A4 card in, because that bugs me. That is one of my big bugbears, is that one, to be fair. Brilliant, lightweight. You've got the case, which is really effective. It'll keep it nice and safe for you. But obviously, you've got loads. Let me make sure I'm not knocking anything over. You've got your 2 pockets at the side, so it means you can keep all your extras, you know, like your papers, your tests. I bet do the stencils fit in there as well? I bet they do.
That's the reason. In my case, when I opened it, I got my Press to Impress, my
fabulous.
artboard, the 6 stencils, the rules, my stamp cleaning pad goes in there as well. And then, because I've been demoing at the weekend, I also pulled 7 A6 stamps out in a pile.
Wow.
And it still wasn't crushed down.
Amazing. So really handy.
We basically made that so that it will take every innovation we come up with this, because if you think about it, every year we've come up with something new to work with this and take it further.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're currently working on next year's, but the case is future-proof, so it'll fit. If we do something new to fit in here, it'll fit in that.
It'll be able to go in there. You're going to have to start having extensions for your case.
No, there's enough room for 3 more years, we reckon, in there.
Oh, that's a challenge. Now, if you do want to get hold of this, you have got that flex. Make the most of that. I'll just hold this for a while. £21.48 is your price, 980594. Now, check out the website. Obviously, we've got loads of goodies, as we always do. We have had lots and lots of sellouts as well. However, the inks, I mean, don't they just look pretty? They just look so pretty, and they're beautiful. I mean, you've got a lovely colour palette there, fantastic price, £19.99, and you've actually got 16 colours there. That's a cracking price for all of that, and oh, they just look glorious. We were just talking about the beautiful sponges there, your little finger daubers, really handy, and they're in a case. I love that, because it means you can see the actual colours and they're not going to take up loads of space. And you're not rummaging. I'm terrible. I have to rummage for ages to get my sponge. You can see it. All available, of course. Fantastic reviews. If you have any questions, email in. If you just want to say hello Hello. Then, of course, studio@thecraftstore.com. There
You
are little
need
finger
that,
daubers.
Leonie.
I should do,
You do, 'cause
shouldn't
I've
I?
seen how you keep yours.
I know, right? It takes me, and I'm not going to lie, I mean, mine aren't one colour, you know, mine are various shades. And then you wonder why when I use my, you know, my blue one with my green, I wonder why it's got that hint of blue in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, whereas this, you can see it, they don't take up much space. I have so many sponges. I'm terrible, though, because I don't throw things away. They don't take up much space. They're very handy as well, because if you don't like getting your fingers inky, then they really help keep your fingers clean. Only $19.99, and that is with the case. 826-142 is your item number. Now then, oh, lovely John, I can't wait to see these stamps in action.
Right,
Where are you
so
starting?
what I thought we'd do is going to make a bauble.
Oh, fabulous.
But using the circular stencil.
Amazing.
And again, by using the circular stencil, it helps to give you that guide to get the sort of like almost a wreath, or I'm going to do a half wreath around
Wonderful.
it.
Okay,
So
okay.
the other thing you'll notice is these stencils, we actually had them, they're in a thinner mylar.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and
yeah.
one of the reasons is, can you see there? You can see through.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
you don't have to. If you want card cut to size, I can actually see through there and get that circle in the right place.
Oh, that's good. So your positioning's perfect.
The other reason is that when you've actually got the thicker mylar, which we did with our wreath stencil we had last night, yeah, that's great, but when you stamp over the edge, you lose half the image.
Yeah, you do.
So we had these thinner, so you can stamp over the edge and not lose as much of the image.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was done intentionally.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is...
And
so
they're more for, to be fair, they're more for stamping than using. I mean, the reason you have thicker stencils is for texture paste
Yes.
and stuff, whereas these realistically are more inky stamping.
These are your inky stamping ones.
They're not really designed
You can
for
use them for
texture.
that, but you're not going to get
Yeah.
that depth that you would get. It's the right tool for the right job.
Exactly.
It's over the 6-7 years I've been doing this. That's what I've learned is try, John, and have the right tool for the right job.
Absolutely, in all of life.
Yes,
Mhm.
definitely.
Absolutely. Right then. Oh, our lovely brushes. Now, you've got a couple of things to chat about here, because of course we've got the brushes and we've got the inks as well. The brushes, first of all, John, because obviously these are fantastic, aren't they? And they feel lovely.
Brushes are brilliant, and again, as I've said on this show and many others, we've not reinvented the wheel. You know, these came from the makeup industry.
Yeah, yeah.
All we did was literally get them to make it in our colour and softer plastic.
Yeah.
Just so that we've got a lot more. I mean, everyone, I've just heard the producer say, I get really nervous when you do that. I've done this so many times, it's going to break. But, you know, I've done this so many times. And what we did was we brought them in basically as cheaply as we could.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they are a crazy price compared to some.
Yeah, yeah.
And we didn't do the full sizes. We chose the sizes that are useful to crafters.
Yes, yes.
So we had them moulded for us and just in our sizes.
Yeah, because it makes sense. I mean, some sizes, you absolutely don't use. They're my favourite. I mean, these are lush and they feel fantastic. Obviously, you get that smooth blend. They do make a difference. £14.97. You are going to get them with the case as well, if you do want to go for that one. And the case is brilliant. And we chatted about this last time, because you said, like, with the case is actually, is it designed for pens?
Yeah,
did you
it's
say?
a pen storage case.
But obviously, it holds them perfectly.
Yeah, it does.
Just
And
makes sense.
These have been washed so many times. Bless him, Sam washed them for me the day
it's a
before
good
yesterday. But they've been crushed and rolled in my case. But look, they're not crushed.
No, they're perfect. They're
And that's what makes the
absolutely
difference.
perfect.
But with the ones with the case, the stock you have is the last of it.
Oh, really?
And it's the last of the case.
Right,
And it
okay.
is going to be probably, where things are, normally we'd say 3 months, it could be 6 months before we get the case back.
Let's face it, everything's
So I'd
taking
rather be a
forever.
fair warning to people, if you like the case, this is one of your last chances.
Amazing. So if you're fancying that for a Christmas present, make sure you get hold of that one. So brushes with the case, £14.97. Secret Santa. Hey, do you know what? I'd be well happy with that.
That'd be
not gonna lie.
perfect Secret Santa for you.
Yeah, because I love them brushes. 7923 366. That's your item number. £14.97 is your price. Over to you.
Right, so all I've done is put a base down of yellow, and I'm using slightly brighter colours than I did on the original, I would do, because so that it actually shows up on the above head camera.
It's quite nice as well. The inks, I mean, they're pigment, aren't they?
They are. They're a water-based pigment ink. So rather than like an oil-based pigment, it means you can add. Because it's things like, say, like your VersaFine Claire, which I've been using and I love, is oil-based. You can't watercolour with them, and it dries quickly, so it's very hard to get tones and shades sometimes, unless you are at Leonie's skill base.
Oh no, even I can't.
No.
With VersaFine.
These are your lovely crisp stamping inks.
Yes, they are.
These are not your blending inks, unless you want really dead heavy intense. So that's where these come into their own. But all I'm doing is I've used the yellow, and I'm using this sort of beigey colour around the edge.
That looks nice and warm. It warms that yellow up beautifully.
But what I'm getting then is sort of like almost like a bauble to start with. So I'm going to do is I've taken some bits of card, and I've just cut some hills. Effectively. So all I'm going to do is slide those in.
Oh, perfect. Do you know, I love things like this. Is another one that never gets dull, because I love the reveal. You know, when you do things like this, it's such good fun.
Yeah, because you do think you've achieved nothing, and it's like, oh, look what I've done. But
and
again,
that's ace that you can put that behind the stencil and hold it. That's
slide
really
it in,
cool.
Magnet in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to I can't hold that without getting my thumbprint of mucky fingers all over things. Whereas now I can. So all I'm going to do is literally darken that edge, pulling more in of this beigey colour. I'm going to darken it a bit, and this is what I love about the blend. If I want that a bit more dark, let's take a little bit of the green.
Add a little bit more.
And add a little bit of the green in. You won't see the green, but that's darkened it. So now when I take that out, look.
Oh, I love it. See, it's subtle, but it's ridiculously effective.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Really easy to do. It's just bits of card that you've cut and some ink.
Random. And nothing spectacular at all. So same again, but really I want this lighter, because this is in the background. But I'm just going along that edge, because I'm leaving almost a little bit of light showing there, as if the sun's coming up. But I'm basically talking around something anyone could do. Why didn't you put the magnet on, John, rather than holding it? But literally, so there now.
That's lovely.
I've got the hills and things in the background. So I'm just going to take, and this is where I would use perhaps something like a VersaFine. To
so
bring
you can get
in,
that detail.
so I can get that detail. And in actual fact, what I'm going to need to do is, because I've been using these quite a bit on blue colours, I'm just going to have to find where it is. So I'm going to. This is something you very rarely see on air of me.
Never see you clean a stamp on air. What's going on?
Well, I'm going to stamp these in yellow, and look, he's blue.
Oh yeah, true story. Now, I love this, because this is obviously your stamp cleaner. When you look at that, you think that ain't going to be clean. That is going to absolutely ruin my stamps. And look at that. And I mean, it's such a good idea, is this system, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
ridiculously
amazing.
easy.
And it is, I know, as I said, you and I have said both before, I know this is plastic. This is plastic and microfiber, And this has come from abroad. This has got miles on it. But one of these replaces a lifetime of baby wipes that we're both not going to get on our soapbox, because we promised after the last show we would not get on our soapbox about. But it saves you a lifetime. So it's a one-off purchase, and you just keep washing that. And it works. That's the difference.
And it's quick. And all you did was spritz it with water.
Yeah, literally, that's it to activate it.
Give it a scrub, boom.
And you can see it's mine. And the other thing is, again, this is really simple. It's not. I saw one that was all posh, with swirls and things on it, which actually meant, number one, it was twice the price. But number two, it meant it had a new mould specially for it. Which adds more cost and more waste on. Whereas this is almost like a standard thing we've stuck stuff in.
Just easy and standard.
What we want is it to work, not look pretty. Because it doesn't.
It's a good size, so it's going to be good for your bigger stamps.
You can clean an A6 on this easily.
I love that. Tenner, 422161. I'm just going to warn you, you know our wonderful happy hour Limited stock. That means there's less than 10% remaining. You're getting 5 of these. Your contents may vary. You're getting 5 of these. It's half price. The colours are gorgeous. You can do loads of good things with these, loads of good things. Now, we have got 7-minute queues on those phone lines. I do apologise. We are answering those phone lines as quickly as we can, but if you can shop on the website or shop on the app, then obviously you won't need to sit on the phone line. Please make sure, if you can, to check your baskets out with these. I would definitely, if you're waiting on phone, I'd definitely now use your, you know, your whatever you've got. Maybe you're on phone, but you've got an tablet. I'm trying to think.
We're not allowed to say iPad, you have to say tablet.
I know, and I couldn't remember what it was. A tablet. Maybe get on the website for that. Get through and then you can hang up. But please check your baskets out. £13, I'm too late. Sorry, and the time that it took me to babble on, technically sold out. I do apologise, gone. If any bounce back, I will let you know. However, please do remember your wild stock sales, because that's also super busy. The amount of stamps you get in, the detail of these images, the things you can do with these. I mean, this is a beautiful collection. There's so many gorgeous looks that you can achieve. That's why stamps like this, oh, that's nice, collections like this are the gifts that keep on giving, because obviously something like this you don't get bored of, but it's all about the design, and so that means it's all about what you want to create. And don't remember, we're not just card making. I do like this. Doing your wrapping paper. I found my brown wrapping paper the other day, my brown paper essentially. So did the dogs, unfortunately, because they took a chunk out of it.
That's actually the jelly bean from the happy hour, you know, the massive roll? Because that now is fully recyclable, because that is recyclable paper. That's fully recyclable Christmas wrapping paper.
That's well
Because
cool.
what we buy in the shops is rarely recyclable.
Yeah, because there's too much shine.
We did this, Kim said this last night, we all talk as demonstrators about, wouldn't they make lovely wrapping paper? And it was Sam who made that.
Oh,
and he said, I'm going to make some wrapping paper because you're always talking about it.
And he did.
In less than 10 minutes. I mean, he's actually taken a piece off to wrap a present with.
Oh, fabulous.
Because it should be deeper. And it was, but it just
I really
works.
like that. I just think, and it's so cool because, you can do what you want. OK, over to you then, our lovely
Right, so
John.
what I've done is I've got a couple of the deer stamps that I've cleaned.
Yes.
It's going to drop them in, and I could use the same pigment ink, but just so they stand out a little bit, I'm just going to use like a stamping ink, like a Diversifying Clair.
Beautiful.
So now I've got my deers in the mist.
Ah, deers in the mist.
In the bauble.
As opposed to gorillas.
As opposed to gorillas. You can have
which
deers
one have
anywhere.
You could have had a gorilla for Christmas,
I could have. But what I'm going to do is just use the trees. But you see what I mean about the distance around there? You're not getting that line where it doesn't quite go into the area. You actually leave it goes really close. So where's the other one? Oh no, I'll just use that one because I put another one on a block. But I'm just going to go first, second. If I do a third, it really takes it off into the distance. But now when I go over that edge, because it's thin, look, it nearly meets the edge.
Yes.
So just going to put a few little bits just to make it look like bushes at the front.
Gorgeous.
There we go. Now, if I want to neaten up that edge a little bit, just take my brush and just swirl it round. So now
Lovely.
I've got...
I love this. Reveal! Isn't that cool?
Yeah, so that to me, beautiful, but that's stage one.
Yeah.
Because now what I can do is take the finger stamps, and I'm going to take the foliage ones.
These, I must admit, the foliage ones are my favourites.
I thought you might like this, because you rarely get them in this sort
They're
of...
so pretty.
Thing and size. Yeah, you don't.
And it's that detail. You said about this, the detail, but they're proper nice.
If I stamp there, you'll see...
Lovely. Favourites.
Actually, I'll take it off. You'll be able to see... Can you see all... You can see each individual little pine needle.
Yes. Well done for remembering. I can't remember what it was.
It took me about 3 minutes going through it in my head, trying to work it out.
It's like, what is that again?
But you can see, so, again, how easy because it's designed to go around
Beautiful.
there. So I'm doing half a side, yeah?
Yeah.
I've then got, there's a smaller one, which isn't quite as, it's a bit bigger, but it's not the full size.
It's not as bushy, is it not?
But it's exactly the same, it's drawn by the same thing.
Yeah.
So, what I can do with this one is actually, but it's still got a curve. No?
Beautiful. See, I do like that you've got, so within the whole collection, you've got the larger ones that you're seeing here, and then you've got your gorgeous diddy ones, so it really allows you to build it up quickly.
Really,
actually.
really quickly.
Yeah, I love
going
that.
round on that one. So now I'm going to go in with my finger stamps. So
Beautiful.
we've got left and right, but you've got, this is what to me fills it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because that's quick.
But look, you can't do this, moving it round, or I certainly can't, not with a normal block.
Yeah.
Because with a normal block, I have to hold it to move it round.
Yeah, I must admit, I tell you what I do a lot with the little blocks. When I'm re-inking, I stick my fingers in the ink pad.
Yeah.
And then, I do this a lot, I stick my finger in the ink pad. People will have definitely seen the smudges, but that is one of the things. Rather than the block getting full of ink, my fingers do. And then when I'm stamping, I put my fingers on the cardstock and transfer the bit ink. I do it tons. It really annoys me.
A couple of years ago,
still do
before
it.
these came out, I wouldn't be doing this. Trust
Yeah.
me, you know, there's no way that I would be doing a show, because, you know, on air things are harder. Because you do feel the pressure, and you've got voices in your head, and...
Yeah, well, and it's live, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can
they're,
also...
They're being fine, you know.
But you can tell with these stamps as well that I was involved in them, because, of course, this little pine branch, there's a left and a right.
Yeah, that's
because nothing annoys me any more
same.
than actually just having it going one way.
Me too, drives me nuts.
Yeah, so I've just used, I think I've used the right, I'm going to use the left now with the lighter colour. But again, see, I'm coming a bit further out with that lighter one.
I
But
really
look,
like these.
I'm not smudging.
Yeah.
Because I do, you know, that's me.
Yeah. No, that looks proper cool. It's not just that, but it's just so quick and easy to build up.
Anyone can do it, because even if you don't want to hold it like a pencil, stick it on your finger, look.
Yeah. And you can spin it quite easy as well.
So should we just add a little bit of, should we add some flowers on this? Now, I'm not going to go red, I'm going to go pink for a change.
Oh, good idea.
But I'm just going to go a little bit like...
Oh, that looks pretty. And you see, you don't need to be detailed. You can just go for it. Just stick them in.
Yeah, I'm following the line. So the stencil's given me that perfect circle.
And it just wanted that pop of colour, didn't it?
It needed that little bit. And then this is my favourite thing to do with this, is take the little tiny, I'm going to do it on a block. I'm going to trust myself to do it on a block.
Well done.
One of the reasons I do like these blocks is they've got lines on them.
Yes, so you can actually line it up properly.
So I'm going to put the bauble hanger on it that we've used everywhere.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an Andy Stampers, that one, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
That's really pretty.
And then let's just take our... Where's our flower gone? I can't remember which one I used. Do you know what? Doesn't matter, does it?
Now, that's a really good idea as well, what our John's done. He's loaded all these up ready.
I've
That's
put them
a
in my
very
old
good idea.
Well, I store them like this in my old Dauber case.
Right, OK, yeah, that's
because
cracking.
I've wrecked a load of Daubers, and I'm sorry, I do have to bin some because they get
Of course
ruined.
you will. Well, eventually, the sponges always wear out. That
but I don't want to
happens.
waste the case.
Yeah.
So I keep my case to put them in when they're loaded on.
Yeah,
so when
that's
I
a
clear
good
up
idea.
today, I won't put all those back on there. They will just go slotted into there ready for the next time
and
I do
then you
it.
could, if you do an index card, you know exactly what's going in where as well.
Once they've been done with black, you can see them.
Yeah.
But you take the acetate that comes with it and you pop that on top.
Yeah, so at least
So, you know, those
what's
are in that
there.
side.
Yeah.
Or you basically don't. You can look through and I can see, once they're in
Sorry,
black...
you can't see the actual
of course
thing that
not.
you... Thank you.
Sorry, so you see there that... I can see the red one?
Yeah. Ah, yes.
I can see what that is.
Yeah, of course. Perfect.
So once they've been inked, you can see through.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to finish
That's
this with a little
really
bit...
handy.
There we go. Little bit of foliage that traipses up the chain. And we're done. And
Charlotte wants John to make a Christmas card.
Oh, bless.
Bless.
I'll pull in.
Bless. Yeah,
tell
you
what
can
I've
do
got.
them yourself, babes.
Yeah, that's a case of no, because I don't make my own.
It's like, oh, bless.
But let's just go on. There you go.
Oh, yeah, that's lovely.
But
Yeah,
we did that from
beautiful.
scratch in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. How easy is that?
Yeah, and
But
anyone
super
can do
effective.
that because, again, I've said this a few times, but genuinely on this, if you showed me this card last year and told me I made it,
Yes.
I would say that you were telling fibs.
Yeah, it'd be like rubbish, lass.
Yeah, I'd say
rubbish.
no chance.
Nah,
That ain't mine.
not
Trust
that.
me. But
No,
I
that's
have done it,
cracking.
and anyone can.
I love it. Thank you, John. I'm going to give some reminders. I'll put these to one side because I'm going to remind you about them, and I'm going to remind you about them in a minute. But first, the while stocks last, 3/4 of the stock is done and gone. It's done and gone. Now, you have got in here, you've got a huge amount of stamps. I love these. You've already seen the deers in action, the different sizes. You've got the baubles, and you can see in the baubles that has got that. It's a beautiful stamp. It's a solid stamp that's been engraved into. I love the foliage. The foliage, you've got your different sizes. That is absolutely essential. The fact that you're getting your different sizes, so you get that, and then you get your diddy ones, that just allows you to create so many different looks. These are my favourite. That one, favourite. But all of them work together so well. I mean, you know, you've got your fir cones, you've got your acorns as well. So obviously you're using this for different seasons. It's not just for winter. And then, of course, you've got your brand new sentiment stamps with that beautiful font, which is absolutely exquisite. I mean, the amount of things you can do with this collection, it is absolutely beautiful. I'm just pinching a few more cards. Oh, and don't forget the finger stamping blotters, because these have gone on their own. If you do want these, you're getting 10 in these. Keeping them loaded like our John has, it's really quick. So once you know when you know what you're doing, especially if you're doing tons of Christmas cards, so you've got all the ones that you need on the blocks, it'll save tons of time, will that? Because that's another one of my little pet hates, is keep changing them. I love that. That is beautiful. Using the blues, that is just so pretty. And remember, all of these are super achievable. Have you already got dies at home that you can do this with? Have you? I mean, look at that. That is completely changing. That's one of the reindeer antlers. How cool is that? Isn't that clever?
Everything's in aspect ratio.
Yeah,
So the sock
yeah.
hangs on it
Yeah.
because it's in the right sizing and the present at the bottom.
Yeah.
Everything on that is what part of the set.
Yeah, and it all, like you say, it all works together beautifully. I mean, you're building up your own designs every single time. You can do something completely different. And the thing is, you could be going for the same design but different. Do you know what I mean? So it's okay, you might be creating a wreath, but because you've got so many stamps, every time that wreath could be completely different. You know, you've got so many different choices within the whole collection. Okay, we are approaching, how much there's that, Miss Shaw? 80% of the stock now gone. I love that. Isn't that pretty? It's so pretty. Okay, oh, that's pretty as well, though. There's so many beautiful cards. Right, if you do want this, it's such a deal. That price is going to be going up at the end of 6 o'clock. That's when the price goes up. Please become a Freedom member. It's always your best way to shop with us, because you're saving money, but also you're not paying for any postage. 386084. Now, we'll go down the stencils. These are such a good idea. They fit into your stamp to impress. They obviously allow you to create some beautiful finished pieces. I like the fact that you can stamp within them. You know, you're going over because they're not as thick a mylar, but also getting your inks, it's easy because you're not going to get that awful edge, which I still do all the time. Really clever idea. And of course, within the collection, you've got, they are your basics. You've got your rectangle, you've got your square. You've got, of course, the oval, the heart, the circle, and the, is that an octagon?
That's
or a hexagon?
It's a hexagon.
I never know
But
how many
every
sides.
single one of those is sized and aspect ratio to match with press cut nesting dies.
Amazing.
Because we only have one oval, one hexagon, one rectangle shape.
Yeah.
So if you've got any of those, you want to cut it out or mat and layer it, they all fit with the press cut things already.
Perfect.
Because everything should match. You shouldn't have to buy another set.
Yeah, no, that's
just
perfect.
to match things.
I love it, and again, dead easy to use, and you've seen just how effective they look. Only a tenner, £9.99. Bob that into your flexi, because of course, spreading that payment over 2 months. If you're a Freedom member, no postage. 944833. Now, those wonderful brushes. Now, these are limited stock. Remember, with those, now this is going to be, our John thinks, once that that set has gone with that case, then that is it. So if you do want that case, please check your baskets out. So that's 792366. Can I just do a quick reminder of a couple of the things our John used as well? Because our John did use the daubers. Not only did he use the daubers, but when eventually and you will eventually, you do wear these out. Obviously, they're not going to last forever. When you wear these out, keep your case, and these are going to fit in just beautifully. But in the meantime, you've got 40 of your finger daubers. Brilliant for all your inking. 8261421999. John also used, talking of inking, inks. And look at the colours, because these are pretty. They obviously slot into the case. It means you can take these out, use them independently. You've got a beautiful array of colours there. Don't move that on, just move one hand, Leonie. You've got a beautiful array of colours there. They are a pigment ink as well, which means you'll be able to use them with your embossing powders. £19.98, saving £6. 303478. Your item number. Have I got the cleaning mat? Yes, I have. Your cleaning mat. Look how yours will come. All clean. These are always ridiculously busy, bear with. They're always and actually that's kind of good, because it shows you. Now I can't get it out when I want to. That is the bit that you're going to just watch.
There's actually on the new design,
you can get it out.
There's a corner, because this is the second sort of iteration of it.
Yeah.
We've got them to change it to take the corner out
That's
so you
such
get
a
it
good
out
idea.
easier. Mine isn't, but again, why would mine doesn't have that? But why would I? What a waste for me to throw that away and get a new one just because the new design has a corner missing. No. So it's even easier for you to get that out to clean it, and just clean it in a sink of hot soapy water.
Amazing. It does feel lovely.
Allegedly,
as well.
that's what Sam tells me he does.
I feel like I could buff my nails up on it as well. Not that I'd ever end up doing that, obviously. I mean, now this is
You'd have to cut them first.
Yeah, I know, right? I'd have to make sure I got some of that ink out of them. Anyway, please make sure you get hold of this. It's one of those that's really, really handy, especially as you can clean it afterwards. £9.99, tenner. 422161 is your item number. Brushes, gone, sold out. That is our second sellout of this hour. Yeah, if there is anything you want, be warned, because things do go. How many minutes? Oh, Mr. B, 10. That's super. Right, plenty of time for another demonstration. Mr. Jean.
Right, OK, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the rectangular stencil.
Marvellous.
And I'm going to try something.
Oh, what are you trying?
That I haven't tried, so it was kind of prepped for something else.
I love live telly for experimentations.
So I've cut a piece of card that fits in.
Yeah.
OK, and let's just grab another thing in there. So I'm going to build up the corner.
Right.
But I'm going to do opposing corners on this one. So what I'm going to do is just take, let's go with that one, shall we? Let's go with that there. So it's really hard sometimes to actually get things in the same place.
Yeah.
But the stencil makes it so much easier. So I'm just going to use, again, I'm using the stamping ink just so you can see it.
Yeah.
Because we know the overhead just doesn't pick up colours as well.
We do.
So just soft on that green.
Beautiful.
You can see that's a lot more vibrant than it actually looks.
Yeah.
But all I have to do then is just rotate that round into that corner.
Of course.
Okay. So I can get a full repetition.
Yeah.
But I can even then stamp off, which I want to do. So that's perfect.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then I'm going to take that there. Get it in the right place, and then I can ink that.
Gorgeous.
And stamp that down, and then I just rotate the card.
Super.
So it creates you almost a basis to then start finger stamping on.
Yeah.
But it's easy. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
So I create that. Now should we do something a bit more autumnal?
Oh yeah, let's have a bit, because it's the season, isn't it?
Well, it is the season.
Autumny. Although it's quite warm today, but
so
it's
we'll
definitely
put these
autumny.
I always think of these as like is it Salis or like Chinese lanterns? Like kind of Cape Gooseberry type thing, and we'll have. I keep using this. I'm really sorry, but it's one of my favourites, sycamore key.
Oh yeah.
Because I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
In one, and we'll take a little bit of, and why not? We'll have a pine cone. So again, pick them up. And then this time I'm going to use my VersaFine Vintage Sepia.
Oh, lovely.
I've never bothered buying another brown because I've got this.
Yeah. It's quite nice when you've got a favourite, isn't it?
It is, and it works.
Yeah.
So that's in there. Rotate
that's
it round.
the wonderful thing about using this. You don't need to take them off, and you don't need to try and line them up again. It's there. It's done for you, isn't it?
It is, and that's the difference. You never think to use little stamps in a kind of in like a stamping platform.
Yeah. But that works a treat.
I wouldn't, but we're just working over so I can see where the design fits. And let's have one there, shall we? Let's have him coming out there. So again, just pick them up using the same 4 every time.
Yeah. And just moving them.
And of course I could do it on the square one and do it round 4 corners if I want to.
Yeah, that looks really effective. It's so nice seeing it build up as well, isn't it?
To me, it's mesmerising, and it's me doing it. But it's almost so relaxing and mindful, just doing it like that.
It's just cool. I love things like this.
So
it's pattern building, though. I'm a fan.
You are the queen
building.
of pattern building to me.
I'm a fan.
It's the first time I actually saw somebody doing what I call true pattern building was when you did yours. And what's that, 5 years ago?
Gosh, yeah, that's a long time ago, isn't it?
Yeah,
that is a long time
I remember sitting in the green room going...
Oh, I was well chuffed with that. That turned out...
It did.
Really,
So again, just...
That looks good.
Putting those in. So we just keep, you just add...
Your other corner, John.
Oh, sugar. Right, if this happens...
Yep.
Okay, what you do is, where am I missing? I'm missing...
So you're missing all of that corner.
So I'm just going to put that on back on there.
Yeah.
Put this one back on there.
Well done for saying sugar.
This one back on there. What else would you say? That's the word you say when something goes wrong.
I'd say fiddlesticks. Blood and sand. When I used to work at solicitors, one of the solicitors, that were our swear word. Oh, blood and sand. I loved that one.
Yeah, that sounds very posh, though.
Oh, she was very
posh.
posh.
It does sound very...
Brenda.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? I can't remember... I can't remember names from, yesterday.
I can't remember who I met yesterday, but I can remember names of people I worked with 30 years ago.
It is funny.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Yeah, blood and sand.
No, it's always no, because I was, if I can remember once, I called someone a get.
Oh, yeah.
When I was 13.
Yeah.
And my mum grounded me for a week.
Did she?
Yeah.
Wow.
Literally. And that was the first time I'd ever done anything close to a word that you shouldn't use. So I learned, I was never allowed to...
I remember telling my mum, I am absolutely not going to say the word, but we had a teacher called Mr. Hunt, and I told my mum what the children called him, because I didn't know what one was. Oh
dear.
I know, right? And my mum were like, oh no, that was such an embarrassing moment. That stuck in my head.
Yes.
I knew them. My mum were ever so good though. She'd tell me off because she knew I was saying it.
You were being genuine,
I was genuinely just like, oh yeah, we call him this. I thought I were being really clever, but I weren't being clever. I ain't got a clue. Oh,
no, you were being very naughty.
I'm
sure. So let me just find...
Then I knew what that were. I didn't use it loads, honestly.
No, you wouldn't. I know that. I need to find my maple leaves.
Where's your maple?
This is why you leave things on the...
Yes.
On the blocks.
Oh, you need to find your maple leaf. Yeah. I love maple leaves.
Can you cover for a second while I just find them?
I can show loads of finished samples. OK, it's now approaching limited stock. If you do want this, it's getting to that point where it's under 10%. You've got such a wealth of imagery, so many, oh, have I dropped one again? So many beautiful, no, I thought there was space, but actually it's your little finger thingy, what's it? It's that I can't get the name of in my head yet. You sit finger stamp blocks. You've got so many images. I love it because, yes, you're creating things for Christmas, of course, but because there's such a beautiful collection of foliage in there for autumn, for around the season, because obviously you're going to bring these in with beautiful summer stamps as well, and hopefully we're going to have lots more as well to this collection. So these will just see us through the years, quite frankly. Stamps, the tools, these are going to last. $47.95, that's a great investment, and yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous. $43.16 if you're a Freedom member, and you've got your flexi as well, so you don't even need to pay for them all in one shout. 386084 is your item number. Do check your baskets out, because you're saving £10 and 79 pence. Pennies make pounds.
They do. So I found. So I'm now not.
Got your
I'm going
leaf?
off kilter, if that makes sense.
Nice.
So I'm not, because I don't want them both to look like they've been machine printed.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't like a Liberty or something.
I like
print.
that, because you've got your base, which looks really cool, but now obviously now you can go random.
Yeah. So that's created
like
your base for it.
Yeah.
But now I'm just using the sort of maple leaf.
I love the maple leaf.
It is one of my favourites.
And the thing is, I mean, with this, you could, obviously that maple leaf, you bring it in one tone, but then you could go over, because let's face it, the colours of autumn, like the reds and the oranges and the, you know, all those colours that you could bring in, and that's the joy of this, isn't it?
You're right, actually. I need to bring in something a little bit more yellowy. But I've got, there's 2 maple leaves.
Beautiful. How many minutes? Just under 2.
So there's 2 maple leaves, 2 different sizes. So I can go over, and it keeps the same idea, but just going over with the yellow.
Yeah, yeah.
So we just build that up. Suddenly, to me, that's starting to look.
Yeah, I love it.
And I know this is going to seem... So what colour would you expect to see berries in autumn? Would you be purple or...?
I'd still, berries in autumn, well, you've got all sorts. You've got the reds, but you've got whites. I'd be going red, actually, still.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with my absolute favourite stamp in this. Favourite, which is 3 little dots. I've used this so many times, I really have. So let me just bring this in and clean it off a little bit.
Cleaning mat has been super busy.
So
with
I need to be
60 seconds.
really quick on this. Well, come on, John. It's when you've got to be busy, isn't it?
It is, when you're having to rush.
This is just, to me, what finishes it off. So let's go with the red.
That shot of red. That looks so good, and it's just, I love it because every time it's different, every time you can create something unique, but it looks beautiful. It is limited stock. Please, if you can, check those baskets out. That's so pretty, John.
I
really
couldn't have
like
done that.
these.
That's not me.
But you've done it. And that, yeah, it's beautiful. Check your baskets out. This is just one of those that just keeps on giving, isn't it? So many stamps, so many tools to create so many different looks. Check that basket out. The price goes up at 6 o'clock, but by 6 o'clock, we're not going to have any stock for sure. 386084. Thank you, lovely John. When you're back in the building?
Can't remember.
Soon. Watch out for him. What? Happy birthday? Did she say that? Is it your birthday? I love that. Happy birthday, John. I can't sing you the song because we get sued, but, you know, it's the one that has a happy birthday and repeated to you. Oh, designers, welcome up.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
William Morris is best known as the 19th century's most celebrated designer and a key figure in the arts and crafts movement. I will be bringing you a wide selection of printed fabrics from the archives of William Morris at fantastic prices.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Is it 5 o'clock already? Really? Seriously? How is that? Is it 5 o'clock somewhere? So that is actually a cue to be able to have a drink, is it? Okay. Cup of tea for me, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Welcome back to the Craft Store. It's Richard here. We are in our Design and Sew hour, and that means just one thing. When it's Design and Sew, there can only be one person in the house, and it is, of course, Sue. Sue Peck. Hello, Sue.
Hi.
Hello. You are Design and Sew. That's why, isn't it?
Yes, I am. That's right. Yes.
How long have you been doing it for?
4.5, nearly 5 years.
Wow. You had to sort of cast your mind back a little bit there, didn't
Yeah,
you?
well, I did because I've sewn all my life, so...
So, oh, right, so you've been sewing for, what, 25 years?
Yeah, just a bit longer.
Just say. So you've been sewing from an early age, and then, but this is a recent thing, design.
Yes, it's always been a passion.
Yeah.
And when I retired from what they call real work,
yeah.
I decided to start it myself and do something that I enjoy and hopefully teach other people things to do, and there's hints and tips along the way. So yeah.
Because you were just saying to me just before we came on air that it's just fun, you know, crafting and sewing. It's fun. So
it is fun.
Just have fun with it, right?
Yeah, it's fun. You've got to relax. Yeah, if you go wrong, don't worry. Just start again.
Funny you should have that attitude because it's about to go really wrong.
Oh dear.
Thank you very much, Sue. No, it's going to be absolutely fine. Right, Design and Sew, here we go. Now, the first item we're going to show you today, because we have a counter full of new items. That's what's exciting. Everything you see is new today at this craft store. The first thing we're going to show you is this multi-bag kit. Now, you have two options to choose from here. We've got the meerkats here, you can see on your left, and we have our vintage style on the right. Now, the price of this is £19.99. Let me tell you what you're getting with this. Each kit contains the main fabric, which you can see here. There's the main fabric. You can see it down the bottom here as well. Then we've also got the contrast fabric. Where are we looking? There's the main fabric. There's our contrast fabric. So that is what the inside, is that the inside lining? Because then we have the lining fabric here, don't we? What's the contrast fabric?
It's the outside of the pockets.
Ah, you see, because of course this multi-bag comes with storage pockets as well. So these pockets you could use just on their own, or you could actually place them inside the...
That's right, you can use them for anything. I mean, if you put them inside the bag, and depending on what you're doing, if you're a sewer, cotton reels, bobbins, things like that, small items that are always getting lost in the bottom of the bag. But if you're a crochet, then, you know, you pack with all your needles and all things. That's why I've called it, it's got an absolute multitude of uses. I mean, it can be used as a wool bag. Children will put toys in it.
Hence the title, multi-bag.
Yeah.
I love it. So basically, this is the lining for the pockets here. Then we've got the actual lining for the main bag, and then this is what's known as the wadding fabric. So is that go in between the lining and
That's
the outer
right,
fabric?
yes.
And what does that do? Just make it a bit more bulky?
It gives it a bit of body,
Yeah.
and it helps it to stabilise as well.
And that means it can sort of stand up, I guess, like this, because this stands up really nicely, doesn't it, on its own?
Yes.
And obviously it's all self-contained, isn't it? Because there's no extra handle to add onto it.
No.
It's all part of the design, which is really nice. That's the Meerkats. Then we have the vintage version of it as well. So exactly the same setter, exactly the same the contents for the kit. Comes with full comprehensive, easy to follow instructions, and it comes with the pattern, of course. I guess this is suitable for beginners as well as experienced.
Oh, anybody, a beginner can start that because there's nothing difficult about it. And with the pattern, there are the written instructions, but there's also photos. Because some people just like to, they can work things out by looking at photos.
Have a little look here a second. There we go. Multi-bag storage pocket kit. You can see inside you've got lots and lots of photos as well. And then you've got the actual... Ooh, can I get the actual pattern itself? No, should have done that thing where you sort of lick your fingers. I've always wondered why people do that, the random licking fingers thing. There we go. You can see the pattern inside here.
And it's a full size. It doesn't need enlarging or anything.
Yeah. And you can actually get the pattern on its own, so we should point that out. If you wanted just to get the pattern and not the materials, we'll put that along the bottom of your screen now. That is $9.99 for just the pattern. But if you just go that extra bit of distance there for $19.99, you'll get all of the fabrics of it. So you can choose from one or the other. You've got the Meerkats and you've got the vintage. Your item number for that is 913783. 913783, and it's £19.99. Now, are we going to move on? Shall we do that? Let's move on. Because what we have here is a wrapping paper bag kit. Now, this is really useful, I have to say, because for ages, I would put all my Christmas wrapping paper or birthday wrapping paper, well, it would just be in and around everywhere. It'd be in the back of cupboards, there'd be bits and pieces, it'd be a mess.
Under the bed, on top of the wardrobe.
Then, I had a bright idea a few years ago. I went to a furniture store, a Swedish one, you might know it.
Yes.
It's kind of quite a well-known Swedishy one that's like, you can get meatballs and stuff there. And they had these, like, big plastic kind of
the
boxes
big plastic
that you could put
box.
in. But that's quite bulky.
Well, that's
you know,
right.
And not that pretty.
The reason I did it as a bag, because you can put the rolls, and you can actually hang it up somewhere. So, you know, you can hang it on the back of a door. I mean, there's no reason why you can't have two, one for Christmas wrappings and one for birthday wrappings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite aesthetic, isn't it? It would look at home in a country kitchen, wouldn't it? It looks almost like an apron that's hanging up on the side here. And then what you've got here is you've got a clear PVC pocket for which you could then put in all your things like your gift tags and your ribbons as well. So it's all collected in one place.
Yes.
And I should just demonstrate as well that it does actually...
probably 7 or 8 in there at the moment, and it's not full.
Look at that. 7 or 8 at least. Well, I reckon you could fit in some more than that, but obviously you wouldn't want to go mad. But there's certainly plenty you could get. I reckon you could get up to 10 in there at least.
And of course, they don't all come unravelled.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a great way to have it all in one place. Would make a really good gift as well, and of course, perfect at Christmas time. You've got a couple of options here as well. You've got the sea foam, which is this one here, which is a normal bluish colour, and then you've also got the apricot here as well. You've got the main fabric. You've got the PVC. Fabric as well. You've got instructions, you've got patterns, and of course it's not just useful storage for Christmas, but for birthday paper, for occasions paper.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a few, because I've got one that's got Christmas papers in, and the other one's got wrapping paper, birthday wrapping, celebration, things like that.
Do we need to add anything else to the kit, or is this everything
just
you've got
cotton
here?
and a sewing machine.
Perfect. So it's just good to go. And and it's even got this is the handle on. Of course.
That's right. Yeah. It's got a strong handle, so you're not having to make a handle.
I really like it. I'm sure it'll come to me. I'm sure there's another use for that other than wrapping paper. Just the length of it. I'm just trying to think what else you could put in there. But there's got to be something.
Somebody did suggest, you know, you've got these fold-up chairs.
Yeah.
Sometimes that sleeve is pretty. It's not very good.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I get those out to watch my son play football.
Yeah.
One of these.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, you might just have to make it a little bit wider, dependent, but...
Yeah. The principle is there, isn't it?
That's right, and they're easy to make. And with that, I actually teach you how to do a French seam.
What's a French seam?
seam.
Sounds very exotic, I have to say.
It's an encased seam, so there's no raw edges.
Right. Oh,
and it's very easy to do.
It's neat. It looks small.
It looks neat. If you just open the top of the bag...
This one?
Yeah, any one, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then look down, you'll see where the seam is.
Yeah.
No, that's the upper seam. On the side seam.
Oh, what am I looking at
on
here?
On the inside.
Yeah.
At the top, on the inside,
here.
You'll see it's encased. Yeah, there's no raw edges.
Ah, I see. So you folded it in and then tucked it all
yes.
away, if you like.
Yes.
Yeah, you got that? Very nice. French seam. There's something I've just learnt today. There you go. French seam.
We learn
Got
something
that one?
new every day.
Every single day I learn something new here. That is $17.99 for that, and the item number is 247214 for the Designer So wrapping paper bag kit. Now, how about our polar bear family here? We've got a polar bear family's kit here. This is $17.99 as well. You won't find any of these kits in the shops. Now, this kit contains white fleece, which you can see down here. We've also got all the bits and pieces you need. So you've got eyes, you've got 2 pairs of eyes here. You've got noses. You've got, now, these are safety noses as well, which this is something I've learned today, which is how, so it means that children can't necessarily pop them off and
yes.
put them in the mouth.
I mean, if the camera comes round, I can just show them if I get a piece of clear fabric.
OK. Well, while you do that, let me just also point out you get a large and a small polar bear here as well. The instructions and the pattern comes with it. It's $17.99. The item number for this is 750-800. 750-800. Look really nice. I like the fact you get the 2 of them as well. So, I mean, I'm guessing they're related, are they? Is it?
Yeah, it's mum and baby.
Yeah.
Or dad and baby,
has
whoever.
Has to be, doesn't it? Has to be.
But
really like that. Yeah.
Well, I just thought with Christmas coming, it's the sort of thing that you can make up quite easily. You know, people put them around the bottom of the tree, they put them on windowsills all over the place. One of my younger grandchildren's already put his name on one of the big ones.
Has he? What's he called them? Oh, he's put his own name on it.
His name on it, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Nanny,
I thought he was actually naming the polar bear.
please?
Let me show you the pattern as well, just so we get an idea. I'm just going to... everything's going to fall over. I can never... There we go. Perfect. How about... Should we show that? There we go. So, we can see the full-size pattern here. Yeah, perfect. And it comes with instructions as well, presumably.
Yes, it does. Yeah. And they are really easy to make. A beginner would actually do all the sewing of one, probably at least in an hour.
Yeah.
They just sew up very, very quickly. Because there's only a front, a back, and then the middle gusset.
Right. You can, by the way, you can show us the safety eye now.
Yes,
we
right,
now have a camera that can catch that. So what have we got?
So what you've got, I mean, I've got a bigger one just so that you can see it better, but you've got the eye with this spiraled edge, and then you have a little clip that's got it's got a hole in the middle. Now what you do, when you put that in the fabric, the eye goes through the fabric and then that goes on the end. Once you push it through, that will not come apart. So you just push it very, very firmly through the back and it'll hold it.
Like a cable tie.
It just won't come apart.
It's
if you've got to take it out, you've got to cut the material to bits.
So 100%, if you've got children around the house or grandchildren, you need this, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, dependent on the age of the child, you might not even want to put one of those. You may want to just put a little piece of black felt and make a felt eye.
Yeah.
But that's why they're called safety eyes. You know, they won't pull off.
That's great.
The back holds them in place.
Well, it's important because I can see this being given to a child as well. It's very, very
see children
kid-friendly.
picking it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I've killed the polar bears. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Is that global warming? Is it? Is that the effects of global warming? It could be.
But you could make quite a few of those. You could make like 2 adults and 3 little ones.
Yeah,
true.
You can make
Once
an entire
you make the
family.
first one.
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah.
Suddenly your house is absolutely
Full of
chock full of
polar
polar bears. 17.99, 750 800, 750 800 is the item number. 17.99. You get both of those. You get all the materials, and you get instructions, and you get the pattern. That's a nice little deal, that is, and it's again good for a beginner as well as experienced.
And if you didn't want a machine sew, you could actually hand sew it.
Yeah. Okay. Is that going to take a lot longer, or?
It would take you a little bit longer because you are obviously hand sewing, but you know, some people might prefer to hand sew it, which they can. And of course, what you could do at another time, if you had white felt, you could make it in white felt and then sew it up using blanket stitch on the outside, which would really give it a nice effect as well.
Yeah. I really like it. I've just noticed you get the little black embroidery thread as well, so you can make his little paws at the end there. It's quite cute.
Tried to
There you
make
go,
it look-
£17.99. Thank you very much. That's new today as well. And then moving along, finally today on our counter, we have our Design and Sew fleeced line indoor slippers. Now you're talking my language, because it's getting to that time of the year, isn't it, where you just want to potter around. It's cold outside. You put the heating on, get a nice cuppa, and you've got your slippers on, right?
Yeah, they are so cosy and warm.
Oh, the fleece. Love a bit of fleece in my slippers. Oh, that's nice. Lightweight as well. Quite warm, are they?
Yes, very warm, because you've got a layer of fleece, and we all know how warm fleece is. And with the bottom, the sole, you've got 2 layers on the bottom. And if you wanted to make them so you've got a firm grip, if you've got a glue gun, you could put blobs of glue on the bottom. Once you've made them...
I see, just in case you've got a bit of a slippy kitchen
put
floor
blobs
or
of
something.
glue on the bottom.
Yeah, so you've got a
which
bit
would
of a grip.
hold it. Yeah.
Seen that kind of thing on these things before as well. You can sort of get that sort of that kind of.
But of course, there again, I mean, they look different in different fabrics.
Well, you've got here red, blue, and cream. But as you say, you can use the pattern then using different fabrics. Can you?
I've got them made up in Christmas fabrics as well.
Oh, lovely, lovely. You can do it in different sizes, presumably.
Yes, they come. The pattern gives you small, medium, and large.
Okay.
And the way you determine what size is when you open the pattern out.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to do that now?
Yeah,
for us?
it'll show you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh no,
it'll show
there we
you
go.
the
Yes.
base.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you put
This
that
is a
on the
small.
floor and then put your foot on it, as long you need a centimetre at the back of the heel and a centimetre at the front of the toes. That will tell you what size you make. But I know the large is sort of a 7, 8 and a half, somewhere around there.
There it is. Yeah.
But as I said, you've got 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. I think the small, if I remember rightly, comes up at about a size 2 to 4.
Size 2. Okay.
Yeah, but don't forget, if you've got young teenagers,
Yeah.
you know, not everybody has got big feet. I've got big feet, so.
Yeah, fair enough. You get the main fabric with it. You also get the fleece fabric with it as well. They get the full-size pattern, and you get the instructions. As Sue says, you can use lots of different fabrics as well. And this is just great. A great gift, and great for pottering around the house,
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
isn't it?
I've just put a bow on just to make them look a little bit different. But, I mean, you could quite easily get a piece of fabric and wrap it round to do a flower or a rose, or you don't have to put anything on them at all, because obviously if you've got Christmas ones, you just want to see the Christmas fabric.
Yeah, I love the idea that you get Christmas slippers and you just bring them out for Christmas time. Loving that. £17.99, 633 234 is the item number. You can choose from red, blue or cream. Make sure you get onto the website as well, where you'll see all of the items I've just shown you from Design and Sew, and many, many more as well. Lots and lots of 5-star reviews there as well. Lots of patterns to choose from, stacks of patterns, in fact, to choose from. And the multi-bag that we showed you earlier, don't forget, you can just get the pattern in that as well if you don't fancy getting the fabric, so you could just hand that to somebody. You got books here as well of inspirations in it. Oh, that's a sewing machine. Well, just thrown that one in and right there. Massive that is as well. And there's a reminder of our Freedom membership on the end there, all on the website. So it seems only fitting, since this is the Design and Sew hours, to get the Design and Sew guru herself to do something. Sue, what have you got for us?
Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to make the multi-bag. And I would say a beginner would probably make the bag itself in maybe hour and a half.
Hour and a half, okay.
Yeah, it's not difficult. I mean, the other thing is, on every pattern you get, there is my email address and my phone number. So that if you got stuck, pick the phone up. Please, not after 9 o'clock at night and before 7 in the morning. But I am at the end of a phone, so that, you know, what I don't want is for people to buy kits. They get stuck, they throw it to the side, and it never gets finished.
Do you know, I love that. That's the personal touch, isn't it? I mean, how often can you buy a product in the shop and then phone up the actual person that made it and ask them how it works?
You can't.
Imagine doing that with, like, Apple products or something, or whatever it might be. Yeah, that's amazing.
That's right.
That's really good.
People are are investing in something, so they want to know they can do it. So, yeah, I'm there if you get stuck.
Good to know. That is good to know. Proper customer care,
There's
that is.
never, ever a question that is silly.
Yeah.
Never. If you've got a question, it's a question, it wants an answer.
If there is a silly question, I am sure I will find it. What so you're going to do this?
Start thinking.
Starting now. It's the multi-bag pattern you're going to do. Which one are you going to do? You're going to do the vintage
or
the
meerkats?
The meerkats.
Yeah,
okay.
the meerkats.
Yeah.
So what I've done, I've attached the wadding to the back, the wrong side of the fabric. I've put the front and back together face to face, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stitch along the top, and that's a 1 centimetre seam. But in a lot of cases, just use your sewing machine foot, because when you switch a machine on, it generally goes into one position, and generally the position of the needle to the edge, the outer edge of your foot, is 1 centimetre. So you can use that as your guideline right the way through to make things easy. So I've done the top. Now what I like to do, because I like to finish things off neatly, I'll just fold that back. I'm not going to press it, I'll just finger press it. And I'm just going to do a machine stitch along each side. And what I do, I just line the inside of the foot, just so I get nice even stitches. We do this as well with the lining, obviously not adding the wadding. So it's just a straight stitch. I mean, with all my patterns, it is just straight sewing. So you don't need a complicated machine that does all the fancy stitches.
Those poor meerkats getting those needles stuck into them. That's
yeah.
harsh.
So you're going in the heads at the moment.
I've got my first silly question of the day.
Right.
Can sewing machines sew buttons onto shirts?
Yes, they can.
Can they?
Yes.
Would you recommend that, or is that better just to
No,
do it?
you can do it. You get a little foot. I don't know whether I've got one in this machine.
Yeah.
Let me have a look.
I say that because mine fell off on my way here, and I had to suddenly sew a
Sew
button
it
onto
on,
a
yeah.
shirt, and I felt like a proper bloke who hadn't got a
There's
clue
a
what he
little
was doing.
foot that you get. I've got to find mine, but it's just a tiny little one. Pop it on, go through your machine, and it'll tell you which programme to do, and it'll sew buttons on.
Okay. Well, as you continue with the meerkat bag, don't be alarmed if my shirt suddenly makes its way onto your table, and if you could just, while you're there, just sort that out for me.
sew the buttons on again.
Thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. And you can just bill me at the end.
Right, what I've done is the lining, I've done exactly the same to the top. So I now right sides together, straight over the top. And what we're going to do, just need a bigger table, is I'm just going to match the seams up. Quick pin. I do advise pinning because it will move, you know, and you really don't want this to move. Just pin all round these curves. Doesn't take long. I mean, you don't have to do it every quarter of an inch, you know how you feel confident when you're sewing as to how many pins you like to put in. I tend to say one in the middle, one on the curve, and then one on the end. And you do that for both sides. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to stitch round that upper edge on both sides.
Oh. Have a guess out of the two styles so far, Sue, which is more popular? Which one's selling more? Is it the vintage or the meerkats?
Vintage.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. A quarter of the stock has gone. What made you so sure? Have you seen?
Because a lot of people like floral. I mean, I personally would go for meerkats because it's different, and that's me. But you know. Yeah, so as I said, we'll just sew all the way around, again, a 1 centimetre seam. I mean, it comes together very, very quickly. You do want an iron, because when we turn this round, so that you get nice, neat edges, it's advisable to press. I mean, people that know me, they know I'm a devil for having the iron on. But
what sort of iron are we using here? Steam iron, dry iron?
Steam iron. It doesn't really matter. You know, any iron that you
Any old iron?
you prefer.
I'm sure there's a song, Any Old Iron.
Yeah, there is, but it's going back a few years, isn't it?
Show my age, aren't I? I'm actually 140, did I not tell you that? I think that was a song back in the 1910s.
It's amazing what that stuff can do that goes on your face, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? So
Right.
when you're sewing, what is it, about an inch from the edge? Is it always a quarter of an inch from the edge? Is it?
It's 1 centimetre.
1 centimetre. How can you maintain exactly that length or that width, or is it just a bit of
By
guesswork?
keeping the outside of the edge of your sewing foot on the edge of your cutting line.
Right.
Just
That'll
use
keep it
that as your
perfect.
guide. Just keep that on the edge, and then you'll get a nice even seam. I mean, some people may prefer just to put a mark on it, but there's no need. You know, it's so easy. The thing is, when you buy a sewing machine, have a play with it. Get a piece of white pillowcase and a dark cotton, and go through your machine with all the different stitches so that you get
best
used
to try
to
it
your
on an old rag, isn't it?
Yeah,
Than
that's it. Just get used to your machine.
your Sunday best, yeah. Makes sense.
You know, it's, as I said, that's what I tell people to do. So, right, what I'm going to do now is, because we've got a curve here, we need to snip into that curve, making sure that we don't cut into the stitches. And the reason being that when we turn this inside out, or right side, that will fold across and we'll get a gap. It'll open up, so you get a nice flat turning. You know, if you're doing a curve, and if I was doing it on the other side, so I was cutting in on the outside here, I would cut little V's in it, because when that closes up, it reduces bulk. So just snip through. Now, if you want to, you can just press those stitches. And the reason I say that is when you iron over stitching, you're actually securing the stitch. You're fixing the stitch into fabric.
How does that work then? You're actually pressing it into the...
well, you're just pressing it, and because you've got cotton and cotton with heat,
It melds it together, kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's weird.
it just makes it very, very easy.
Yeah.
So all I would do is literally just a hot iron. It is hot. I had to make sure I turned it on then. Just a hot iron, just round the top. And then we'll go for the fun bit, which is turning it the right way out. So I'll stand up for this because it's easier for you. Fold the lining back. Put your hand through, and what we're going to do, we're going to pull this through. So if you get your fingers through and just pull it, it will come through. It'll be a little bit of playing about.
This feels like a magic trick you're doing here.
Yeah,
It's like...
but you're pulling it through. And that's why with that 1 centimetre seam, it will come through. You just have to, a little bit of play, but it will come out. There we go. Give it a shake. And you've got that already turned. Now
you've got to do the other side. Is that right?
we've already done it.
Oh, I knew that.
What we've done, we've pulled the one side of the bag through so that we've got two identical sides. Let's just pop the iron on it. Now, with this, because you want a nice crisp edge, it's easier to do it now. You'll obviously press it again later, but it just helps. So, just hold that out, open your seam nicely. And again, because you'll see, because I've actually cut those into that seam, I've got no bulk here, it just lays flat.
Okay.
So, do the other side. Just pull it down. I mean, it just comes together so quickly. I've done the hard work. I've worked it all out.
Is it fairly easy to iron out any crease? If you ironed in a crease accidentally, is it quite...
Oh, it's easy to iron out, yeah. As long as you've got a nice hot iron.
Yeah.
It's all cotton, so... So, right, we've done that bit. And as you'll see, you've got this nice... And as long as you follow the curve round, you'll end up with a nice curve. It's exactly the same on the front. Now, to do the seams, we're going to have the two right sides together and then just open it up and let the lining fall. So what you'll end up in the middle here is the handle. So just fold that over and we're just going to match the seams up. And just pop a pin in there. It's easier to stand up with this because you can see better. In the bottom here. And then again with the lining. Turn it round. Match the seam up.
So this looks like a key thing to do, is to always use pins to make sure it can't slip as you're doing
Yeah, I mean, you can use pins or clips, whichever is your preference. I mean, I tend to use pins because pins were available a long time before clips. So it's just what you get used to.
You don't end up like putting holes that you can see in the bag, obviously, because you're pushing pins into it?
No, because your pin is fine and it's a cotton weave. And
Right.
if you did put... or you thought you could see a pin mark, you just iron over it and it'll close back up again. So the bottom, let's match those bottom seams up. That one matching. It's difficult when you're not right above it. And what we're going to do is I'm going to sew down the side, along the bottom and down this side, and then with the lining I'm only going to sew about 2 inches in on each side, leaving a big gap for turning. So do that.
Just a little reminder, by the way, as you're watching this, that we are making the multi-bag, aren't we? You've got two choices from this. It's a vintage one here and also our Meerkat one. Sue at the moment is making the Meerkat one. We're going to see it in all its glory when it's all turned back in the right side way round. It's all been put together. She's in the process of making this right now. It also comes with these storage pockets as well, which you can place inside the bag or have as separate storage areas. What would I use these bags? Do you know what I'd use these bags for here? I put my keys in, my wallet and cards, credit cards, that kind of thing. All the bits that you need. Whenever you leave the house, you think, where's all my bits? Pop it by the front door. That's what I'd use that. Also quite good for pens, I think. Pens, stationery, pop it all in there as well. Maybe you can put some cards. Actually, some of your other craft store items as well. Maybe you can put various multimedia into that, so you could use it for that. So you've got these here. $19.99 is how much it is for the actual materials and the pattern and the instructions as well. The item number is 913783. And we can tell you now that the vintage is now down to half the stock. So only half of the vintage left. We've got the Meerkat available as well. Of course, two options to choose from: 1999, 913, 783. Now, here's the details of just the pattern. So if you like the look of it, but you think, I don't need the materials because I'm going to do something else with it, or I'm going to give the pattern to someone who's into sewing, then here is the pattern details. 174354 is the item number for that, and it's just $9.99 if you want just the pattern for the multi-bag. Right, I'm presuming you've got the pattern over there, Sue? I hope so.
As I designed it, I know it.
You know, you made it. So you probably don't need the pattern, do you?
No,
You
I
just
don't.
do it.
I don't on this. I mean, there are some patterns, some kits that I do, and I do just have to check on the pattern because sometimes I think, did I do that 20 centimetres down or 30? And I just double check. So what I've done, I've done all the stitching. So put your hand in, and if you open the corner out, then it's a lot easier. So I've just got my hand inside. Open that out, match the seams, and then we'll pop a pin in.
Got some cues on the phone now, actually. So do
Right.
make sure you get onto the website if you want to get any of our design and sew products today. Can you sell, if we make these, can we sell them on?
Yes, of course you can.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it would be nice if people would, you know, they're not selling it as their pattern.
No.
But, yeah, you can sell it and make it up in different fabrics. Have fun with it. But because I know with this pattern, once you've made one, you will make more. I mean, you could do them for, you know, for children. Put, you know, their little stickle bricks and all sorts of things in.
Yes, toy storage. That's really
Yes.
good. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that. Christmas treat bags. We get towards Christmas.
Yeah, all sorts. You know, because it's the size of the bag, and the thing is as well, it's washable. It's washable.
You can tell
Not
the
the
priorities
sweets.
of all the crew members because was it our director Holly? She just went, you could put a bottle of wine in that. So that's what she says to
You could
everything.
put
Doesn't matter
more
if it's
than a
stamps,
bottle of
stencils,
wine
you can
in
put a
it.
bottle of wine in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bottle of wine. Gin and tonic.
Trick or treat coming up soon, so the kids could take
I
this
don't
out.
think
And
they'll
it's
like it.
the perfect bag for putting sweets in.
Yes, yes. I don't think they'll like it if they knock the door and it's trick or treat or a gin and tonic or a
Yeah.
glass of wine.
Once again, Holly would take the wine. In any situation, I'll
She'd
take
take
the
the
wine. That's
wine.
her catchphrase,
Yeah.
I believe. That's what I've been told before I started.
If in doubt, take the wine. So we do that to all four corners. Let's just turn the other one round. Let's get rid of a bit of cotton.
It's funny, we've had an upsurge in sales since we
Yeah,
mentioned
mentioned wine
Isn't that
and gin.
weird? Isn't that weird?
But they'd be nice to make as well for a gift. You know, if you've got somebody and you wanted to make them a nice gift bag. You know, if you've got somebody who knits or sews or even toiletries. You know, so they'd sit.
Could actually store your slippers, couldn't it?
You could store
Make the
anything,
slippers
yeah.
and the polar bears and stick it all in the bag. Hand
Yeah.
it all over.
So now what we do, the gap that we left for turning, if you grab the handle and just pull it through. Take it all round. Give it a shake. And then all you've got to do is stitch the bottom up
Yeah.
and turn it right side out.
Looks good, doesn't it? When you...
Yeah. So what's left to do on there is just to stitch the gap in the bottom and then to top stitch all around the top.
Love it. That was fairly straightforward, wasn't
Yeah.
it, I think? And you did manage to do it in the space of about 30 minutes. I'm sure everyone at home, well, not even that, actually, more like 20 minutes. Everyone at home could do this maybe in a couple of hours,
I would
thought.
say the first one you made, probably an hour and a half. But there we go. Once you've made that first one, you'll be
Straightforward after
flying.
that. I like the idea that if you got one of these and you just loved it so much that you could just, you know, you've got the pattern, you could get other fabrics, and you could just reel out 7 or 8, refining your art, getting better and better at them, and just handing them all out to relatives.
That's
as,
right.
family
You know,
members.
and they're a nice size bag. They're actually useful. You know, you can do something with it. So that's the multi-bag.
That's great. I love that. Thanks very much, Sue. We've got to, you're going to show us something else soon, aren't you?
What we're going to do now is the wrapping paper bag.
Wrapping paper. All right, we'll come back to you for that. You get that ready, and I'll remind everybody what we're looking at. It's our design and sew hour, so it's everything that Sue made, basically. Sue is design and sew. This is the multi-bag pattern kit that we've been looking at, where you get the main fabric, the contrast fabric, the lining fabric, the wadding fabric, which is the thing that bulks it all up. You've also got full instructions. You've got the pattern as well. You've got the 2 options. We've got the vintage, which 50% of the stock has already gone on this. We've got the Meerkat, which we just saw Sue demo. It's $19.99 for this. The item number is 913783. So that's the multi-bag pattern. But we haven't just got this. We've also got our wrapping paper bag as well, which we can see in the background here. We have the sea foam, which is the blue version here, and we've got the more sort of orange-pink apricot version here. Both of them look really nice side by side, actually. Would come as a good pair, that. 247213 is the item number for that, and people are loving the sea foam. So this is the one that's doing very well at the moment. Comes with this PVC pocket as well, which has got the similar material lining at the top here, but clear PVC pocket on the front here, where you can have gift tags, you can have ribbons. Well, you can have anything you want. It's up to you what you put in there, but it would make sense, wouldn't it, if you're using it for wrapping paper, which is, if you just joined us, that's what we're using it for. Christmas wrapping paper or birthday wrapping paper, or any wrapping paper really. And you could pop it all in there. You could get a good, easy 10 rolls in that, plus all your bits and pieces there, and then hang it up. It keeps it all in a really nice place. And of course, you've made it yourself, which is fun. So it's 247213, the item number for that. $17.99 from the craft store, brand new today. Really good for beginners, says Sue as well, this one. So, and you can, I mean, as a complete beginner myself, that looks like it's fairly manageable for beginners, because it's just it's straight lines.
Yes,
it's
straight lines.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing is, they'd be nice to give us gifts, because when you're looking for something for somebody that's got everything, I bet they haven't got a wrapping paper bag.
No, of course not. It is the sort of thing for people who've got even lots of money. It's like it's something they haven't thought of, isn't it?
That's
it's something
right.
no one's got it, and it's like, oh, now that I've got one,
and it's
really
very,
useful.
very, very useful.
Now, do you wrap up a wrapping bag? That's or was that too deep? That's
no, I'd wrap it up.
That's messing with my brain now. Do you wrap up a wrapping bag? I don't know. Let's move on before my brain implodes. OK, so that's $17.99. 247213 is the item number on that. And then moving along, we've got our polar bears here. You get two in this kit. You get a big one, you get a little one, you get a mommy one, you get a baby one, you get a daddy one, you get a baby one. 750-800 is the item number on this. $17.99 for this as well. Once again, you're getting all the material here. So you're getting the white fleece, you're getting all the eyes here as well. The safety eyes we pointed out, very safe for children because they clip into place here. You're getting the noses there as well. You're getting two pairs of everything, so you can pop them on the big polar bear and little polar bear. You've also got black embroidery as well for the paws as well. So you've got all of that. You've got the whole kit, the pattern. You've got the instructions as well. The pattern has fallen down, so I shall pick up the pattern and show it to you there. The pattern's here. The full instructions with photos is here as well. You can see you've got photos on the inside. It shows you step by step what to do here, and it would make obviously a fantastic gift at Christmas for children. I think it's a perfect one for children, but a nice decoration at Christmas time because it is Christmas themed, isn't it? It's winter, but I think as well any time of the year, a new baby, new arrival, you want mother and child.
Yeah, and
nice in the nursery.
They literally are very, very easy.
Do you know what? I could stand here all day holding that, but I know the second I move, it is going to go. So should we just accept the inevitable?
Yes.
There it is. $17.99 for that. $17.99. 750-800. Magically, by the time I come back to that, you'll see it's just appeared again in place. It's strange how it happens. Now we've got slippers. Slippers here. Now, these are $17.99 as well. Now, we've got three options here, and I'm being told the blue is currently the most popular, but you've also got red and cream as well. The item number for this is 633234. This is your Design and Sew fleece-lined indoor slippers. They come in small, medium, large, or you have the patterns at least to make small, medium and large. You can choose your size. You're getting the main fabric, of course, as well with it. You're also getting the fleece fabric which goes on the inside. The most important bit, the fleece. That's the cosy bit. You've also got the full-size pattern and the instructions. And, of course, once you've got that pattern, you can then use it with other fabrics as well to just go crazy and make your own.
Well, not only
slippers.
Christmas. I was just thinking, I've got a piece of fabric and it's called Time. It's got clock faces all over it. And to make them in that would be lovely for men. Obviously, don't put the bow on.
Yeah.
They might not like it.
They might do. You never know.
But I just thought, they'd look nice in that Time fabric.
I just like, do you know what? It makes me want to put them on. Can I put them on? No, I won't do that because
I'd
love to paddle around the studio in those.
I did a very similar design last year, and Yanis put them on and was walking around in them.
Well, These ones?
No, not those ones. They were a different design.
Oh, it was,
but yeah,
it was, right.
Yanis was putting them on, wearing them. So.
Do you know what? I'm quite tempted now. I might do that whilst you're doing this demo.
Yeah.
Whilst you're doing this demo. Off you go.
So, I've already done the front, but for time, I just want to show you that this sews easy. You'll cut a piece of fabric, you'll fold it in half, and then fold it in half again and press it. You put your PVC in the middle so the edge butts up against the crease. Fold that over. Now, it's just an ordinary foot, nothing special. And literally just sew. And that's just an ordinary foot. I haven't changed it from the one I used before. Which is a bit slow because I haven't got my foot on it properly. But you'll see that it just takes it. Oh, that's why. I must have moved the switch. I was going slow. So you'll see that that will then hold it in place. Just have the edge of the PVC butting up against this fold line.
Right.
But I just wanted to show you how to do that. So, because of time...
So you can sew into PVC?
Yeah, if you're going to sew just directly onto PVC, then I would use a Teflon foot. Now, a Teflon foot is this. It's just a plastic, because that will slide over.
Ah, it's like skating. That
Yeah.
looks fun.
Yeah.
By the way, Julie's been in touch. She's suggested something on email. Thanks very much, Julie. She said that these multi-bags, the wrapping paper bags, I should say, could also be used, not just for gift wrapping paper, but also for things like foil, baking paper, things around the kitchen, cling film, that kind of stuff.
Yes, you could reduce it, and how you would reduce it is quite easy, because you'd measure, where on the front of the pattern I'd tell you the size. So, and that goes from where the bottom, where the crease is. So you could actually just, and the best way to alter it would be to chop it off at the top. So, I would probably think maybe 20 centimetres, 25 centimetres. You know. But
you can get those really extra long rolls at Christmas time, can't you? And that would be.
And they're always hard to store, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we've got the pocket. And I've just got one piece. Now, I think I said round about 30 centimetres, but I'm not going to measure, I'm just going to guess it. So, all that we need to do now, we can pin through the fabric, and then you're not marking the PVC, because the less pins you put in PVC, the better. So we just pop a pin in.
And why is that? Because it tears, does it?
It creates a hole, and you can't put an iron on it.
And that's something you can't iron on.
Yeah, you don't put your iron on your PVC. No. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a double row of stitching on the bottom, because that's going to take the weight, and just a little anchor stitch so that that's not going to move. So, of course, I put the pin in the wrong way round. So all I'm going to do now, I'm just going to... And when I'm doing top stitching, I tend to go for the length stitch 3. And that's because with top stitching, it's decorative. So, just pop through there. I've done one row right near the edge. And then I'll just use the foot as a guide to do another row. Now, I just want to, just a tiny little, just a stay stitch really, because I don't want that to be moving around. Same on the other side. Again, once you've made one of these, you'll make more.
You ever got distracted, Sue, whilst you're doing that, and like, you know, the phone's rang, or you're looking at something on the TV, and before you know it, you look down and you've just sewed about all the way across in a weird, haphazard, zigzag way? Was it impossible to do that?
It's possible.
Yeah. What do you do in that situation other than cry? Can you retrace your steps? Can you press the backwards button and pick it all back up again on the machine?
You'd have to unpick it, but I mean, generally, the minute a phone rings, you take your foot off the treadle on the machine.
And would you have to manually unpick it, or can the machine
No, you'd have to manually unpick
Right,
it.
okay.
So now, this is where the French seam comes in. And this is where people say, oh, you're doing that wrong.
So we actually get to see the French seam in action now.
Yeah. So you've got the wrong sides together, right sides facing out. Just pin those. The only thing, because it's a long bag, just make sure you've got your edges straight. And then you sew down each side.
I'm going to hide all your pins next time and just see what kind of pressure that puts on you, Sue.
Oh, I can do it without pins.
She's got to do it freestyle.
I'm going to do freestyle on the other side. So again, now on this I've got a very narrow seam. The reason being because I want to turn it round. So at this I'm just using a 1/4 inch. I know we've gone from centimetres to inches, but most people, their machines will do a quilter's 1/4 inch. If not, and you've got the thing, you move your needle to the nearest position over onto the right and use the edge of your foot again as a guide. Now, oh right, for time, I'm just going to do the one side because I don't think we're going to have time to...
You've got about 7 or 8 minutes.
we should do it. So just match it up, and if we go wrong, we'll blame Richard.
That is actually the company ethos. That's what I've discovered today in a memo, which is quite upsetting.
Right, so just hold it together. Now you'll see I'm actually sewing over the PVC, but it's not causing a problem. Okay. Just get that lined up neat. There we go. Down the sides and along the bottom. I mean, I don't expect you to make it as quickly as I am.
No, I mean, to be fair, you're pressed for time here.
You might
This
do.
is super fast, though.
If you're a regular sewer, then yeah, no reason why not.
It does demonstrate how easy it is, the fact that you can do it physically in this time. But yes, you probably would want to take a tiny bit more time over it.
So now I'm not going to iron the PVC, but what I am going to do is just press that seam. And the reason being because I want it nice and flat. So just press that nice and flat. Now, we've got bits of threads hanging off. We just get the scissors. If you've got a rotary cutter, you may probably use that. And literally just go down, getting rid of all these little edges. How we doing for right? I'll just do one side.
Just over 5 minutes.
So now you turn the bag inside out, which is how you would normally be sewing. So I can't remember which edge I've trimmed, so that'll teach me if it goes wrong. I think it was this one.
It's okay, we're about to find out on live TV, so it will be absolutely
well, that's
fine.
it's live TV, so now there's a little tip here. When you've got a seam like that, if you just press that seam open, it will make it much easier when you're doing the next bit. So just get your seam, press it open. I mean, you haven't got to spend hours on it. You're only just... The reason being that now I can turn this and that seam will lay flat much easier.
Okay.
Now, you can either pin... Now, that's where the PVC is. I can feel that. So I'm just going to pop a pin there so I know where the PVC is. go down, press it open again. Because I've pressed it with the iron, I'm actually just finger pressing it now. But you do want this to be nice and even. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to sew down that seam again, but this time it's a centimetre.
We're switching all the time from metric to
I know,
imperial.
but I can.
Yeah, that's how you roll.
Yeah. So, and the reason I'm doing the centimetre is because I want to make sure that those raw edges are encased. I'll just pull this out. As I said, I'm doing this quickly, so remembering to take the pin out because we don't sew over pins.
Even I could see that one.
Sit down. And you'll do this on each side seam and along the bottom. So if I then turn this round, I'll just give that, just the top of it, a quick press so that it lays nice and flat. And now, when I turn the bag in the right way out, that's just a thread, but that seam's nicely enclosed. You've got no raw edges. You've got a neat finish on the inside.
Yeah, and it's got to be quite secure. I would have thought that.
Well, you've got double strength as well because you've got 2 layers of stitching.
Yeah.
And you're not sewing right on the edge, so that there's a lot of tension that'll take.
It's really neat looking, isn't it? It's just made it completely disappear. It's very sort of aesthetically, ergonomically pleasing.
It is, and it's nice and it's easy to do. But it just gives you that very neat finish. No raw edges are showing; they're all encased inside.
Love that. Thanks very much indeed, Sue.
I'm sorry if it was a bit rushed, but I just wanted to get the...
It was amply demonstrated. Really liked that. Really enjoyed that. Love the multi-bag. Love the wrapping paper kit as well. It's been very, very popular.
Right.
Let's quick last look at the wrapping paper kit here.
Quick.
Yes, go on.
The polar bear. I haven't got time to sew one up, but just briefly...
If I tell you you've got about 30 seconds,
no,
does that help?
Front, back...
Please don't tell me you're going to make a polar bear in
No,
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Right.
You'll just sew the dart
Yes.
and then the gusset. Now, this tells you which way, because of the feet. You just attach it.
Yeah.
You'll sew from that point round to there. You flip it over and use the other half of your polar bear. Put that bit on. You sew again from the point all the way round. So you've already done the gusset. Then what you will do, you've already sewn that. You'll open it out, put the eye in, the safety eye.
Yes.
Sew round here.
Yeah.
Put the nose in and then sew round. Leave a big gap around the arch.
Right.
So that you can stuff it and then hand sew it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sue. I didn't think you'd be able to get that in time, but you managed it with a few seconds to spare. Thank you very much. So we've even done the polar bear as well. That's the polar bear kit, 750800 on that particular item number. Have a look on the website as well, because of course we have the multi-bag and we've got the wedding paper,
Wedding
the birthday.
paper.
Could be wedding paper, could be wedding paper. Sue, thank you very much. You're in again next month, I believe?
Yes, I think it's the 3rd of November seems to ring a bell, but it's early November.
Right, OK. So we will
And
set a
I
date in
think
your diary
it's
for that.
9 o'clock in the morning. I know that much for sure.
9 a.m. So I see you there, bright and easy
bright
if I'm
and
on that
breezy.
particular day. Thank you very much indeed, Sue.
Thank you.
Loved that, really enjoyed it. And thanks very much for joining me. I'll see you a little bit later.
Thank you.
And in a moment, it is our one-day special. It all starts off at 6 o'clock of Art Sensations. Then it's the AALL Create happy hour, and then the one-day special continues with myself.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also they're food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Now, our Lou is over there, that's what I'm singing to. Hello and welcome. My name's Leona. Our Lou is in the building. And we've got a one-day special. Now, this is, it's a really beautiful set. So when you look at this, all those gorgeous colours, when you look at that price, it's ridiculous. Now, it is a complete set. However, I think what's important with this, the price is ridiculous. And it's because this is aimed, isn't it, Lou, at beginners, maybe training kids up. The price point, obviously, is very, very cost effective. Because we're aiming for beginners, aren't we?
We are, and also we're aiming for, like, if you wanted to do alcohol marker colouring, but you don't know if it's for you.
Yeah.
It's a great way of getting in. You've got a beautiful colour range. You know, give it a go.
Yes.
You can see if it's your colouring medium of choice, because we all have preferences.
Yeah.
But it's, like you say, it's an incredibly cost-effective way of finding out and discovering.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes you don't want to use like your really, really posh pens for stuff either. You know, because they are quite expensive, some of them. But yeah, I think that's a really good point, because it is an investment. And if then you'd get all the pens and then go, oh, actually, I'm not getting on with this.
I think we all forget, I mean, we all started somewhere. So when you think about where we started our crafting journeys, it wasn't diving straight in.
Yeah.
It was starting off with little bits of this, little bits of that we could afford to do, because we didn't really know, you know, if we're going to then take over the house.
Where does your crafting journey start? You know, it starts when you're younger. It started when I was a kid. And this kind of set, I mean, this kind of set, if you're a kid, is absolutely phenomenal. You've got a beautiful array of pens. They are alcohol-based pens, which obviously means, you know, they have been designed to get those beautiful, sharp colours. They're also, and I will just show you, because they are double-ended, so you have got that chisel nib, for starters. And then if I spin it, you've also got your lovely more detailed nib as well. So you've got your two nibs, beautiful colour. They come in a box. I mean, when you look at this, they come in a box. You've also got two pads, and in the pads, it's a combination. I'll pick up the littler one because it's easy to flick through. It's a combination of your white paper, so you get white paper and cardstock. You're getting your craft card and craft paper and cardstock, and then black paper and cardstock. And you're getting that in the two different sizes. And then you get in a pack of drawing pens. And if I just spin that round, you can see the different nibs there as well. So when you think about this, you know, if you are a beginner, if you're buying this for maybe a kid's Christmas present, that price for all those goodies, I mean, that is an absolute deal, isn't it?
It is. I mean, when you think about all the different nib sizes that you've got there, I know a lot of people always say, why do you have so many different nib sizes? But it's different drawing techniques. You've got a standard one. You've got like chisel nibs in there, so you could even start doing some of your calligraphy. You've got a thick bullet one, you know, if you want to do deeper lines. But they do work, and they are permanent. Let them dry, and then you could do all your watercolouring techniques as well as your alcohol marker techniques as well.
So the drawing pens
them.
are permanent ones. Oh no, that's really interesting. Yeah, because quite a lot aren't, are they? I like that.
No, they aren't. They are permanent. It's the same as anything, though. Let it dry, like same with an ink, you know.
Yeah.
I know we're
I am
impatient.
a bit impatient.
Yeah, snap, I am as
Yeah,
well.
a lot of mine have probably been completely permanent. I just haven't given them a chance to get to that point. Let me show you, talking of the nibs and talking of the different things that you can get. So these are the drawing pens, and this will show you the different nib sizes. And yeah, like you say, your different nib sizes, you get your detail, but then obviously you want to get shading, you want to get your cross-hatching, so you'll use your different nib sizes for different effects, won't you?
You do. I mean, I normally, if I'm going to start a doodle, I'll normally use a 0.2 or a 0.3 because they're a finer line, and then I'll go over with a thicker line, because if you don't want to use pencil straight away, you've got that ability. But they are, you know, they're a great little set, and they come in a wallet as well, you know.
Yeah, which I think is fantastic, you know. Obviously, with this, you've got all your beautiful colours with the pens as well. And these are alcohol-based pens. You've got both nibs on these. And it is a full array of colours that actually does come with that box. Absolutely beautiful. £29.96 with the pads as well. I mean, that is so cost-effective. And you can. I mean, I know we are talking about cost-effective products here, cost-effective craft products, and something that, of course, it's designed for a beginner's market, for the kids' market. However, you've still got some really, really beautiful, and this is with, you know, the beautiful pens, but you have still got some really beautiful results with these.
You have.
I mean, that's gorgeous.
And I'm not known for using alcohol pens, so I colour with an alcohol pen a bit like I would watercolour. But then it gives me the results I want. But they're the actual colours that you get. They're vibrant. I haven't done anything to them. There's no glossy accents on the top to make them stand out even further. And you know, they're beautiful and vibrant. And I've tried it on a different. I know we've got the pads, but I also wanted to show that you know, the pens can work on a range of different cards, because I think, you know, that's important as well. And you know, bring your pencils back in straight away afterwards, sort of thing. You know, if you wanted to go straight back over, and it's you know, mixing. Don't have to think, you know, that you have to be a perfect blender. It doesn't. Colour. When you start colouring, for me anyhow, I'm a selfish colourer. I colour how my eye likes. And if I like it, then I'm actually quite happy. I'm not worried, you know, about all the different layering and techniques. If it looks how I wanted it to be,
then job done.
to me. Totally.
And quite frankly, I mean, these are beautiful. You know, the vibrancy, the detail. There is a mixture, like the one we're looking at now, that's actually the craft card that you get in this pack, but that is actually using the pencil crayons, that's right.
It is. I just wanted to show that the craft card could go, you know, be used different things. So it's also with the acrylic paints that we've got on the show as well. And I mixed 2 or 3 of the colours together. And then it's with the pencils, you know, as well, just to show that, you know, the pads can be used with everything that's on the show. And like I said, with the alcohol markers, I did a Facebook Live on that one, showing how you could use the markers to create really quick background.
That looks amazing. And this is it, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of uses. You might just be getting these for backgrounds which you don't want to use your, you know, your really expensive ones for. Your more expensive ones, I should say. Getting something that's super cost effective, it definitely has its place. And I mean, that is done with the pens. The vibrancy of the colour is beautiful.
It is, and I've not overlayered it or overworked it. As I said, if I'm happy, I move on.
Yeah. And you have to start somewhere. When you get too involved in trying to get seamless blends, and that can put you off because it can feel unachievable. Whereas actually, when you look at something like that, that is beautiful.
It is, but it's going back to, I think with colouring, we need to go back to our inner child, which means if we gave a child a pen and we gave them 2 or 3 colours, they just lay down the colour.
Yeah.
They're happy with it, walk away, do the next thing. And like you said, we put that extra layer of pressure on ourselves when we shouldn't. Just go. I mean, like I said, they are beautiful vibrancy.
In
the colours, sort of thing. And as I said, I haven't overblended them. I like it. That you can see the different colours I've used.
I think that's really, really pretty. And it's about beginning, it's about starting, it's about learning, it's about obviously picking these pens up and deciding if alcohol markers are for you. This isn't aimed at obviously the high-end art brand, obviously not for £29.96, but with the results that you're getting on here are beautiful. Now 458064, really good price, all down pens. You are getting them in the case. You've also got your A4 and the A6 pad. You've also got your drawing pens as well, and you're getting 10 drawing pens for that price. Now, you are saving £9. This is a fantastic bundle. We have got delayed dispatch. It's going to be sent out for you from the 18th of October. It's nearly October, so you haven't got long to wait for that. This is in time for Christmas. Like that, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking at here, isn't it? A fantastic price for a Christmas present, 458064, and we keep being told we need to be organised for Christmas, so tick. Now that's our one-day special. We have got a lot of other goodies on the show. So next we've got the beautiful watercolouring pad. Now this is huge. Not only have we got the pad, but we have got the water-soluble aquels. I can't say that. Like aquels. Like a pencil stick, if you will, and they are water soluble, of course. And I'll just show you that Art Lou's done the swatch, and again for £12.99. That it's starting out, getting to grips, playing with these, because this is another kit that normally, let's face it, our beautiful water, you know, our lovely sort of water soluble sticks, etc., we probably won't be sharing with the kids. We probably won't be giving to someone who's just starting out. That £12.99, that is a price I would be happy sharing, happy giving over to kids.
And that swatch there, I haven't deliberately as well. I have literally just scribbled. Do you know what I mean? I haven't put lots of pressure on to try and get as much colour down as possible. So it's just scribbling straight away. But even though, due to that price, if you look at the scribble sticks, they're twistable. So you can actually put it back inside, to protect the stick when you're not using it. And I've just put a water brush straight through that. I haven't, but you could dip it into water and you can still do all of those techniques with them as well, if that's what you want to do with them.
So you can do loads of techniques again.
Yeah, you can do loads. And you can blend, because you can put a blue and a yellow together, bring your water brush in, and you've got another shade of green sort of thing. So you can still do all of those techniques. And as I said, they twist up, which I think is a lovely one as well. It does protect them just that little bit longer. Especially if you just chuck them in a pot, probably like we do.
And if you are buying these for kids, for someone starting out, I think that's really important, especially if you are buying them for kids, because you want to keep them protected. Now, Now, this is your pad, and the pad is huge. It's absolutely huge. And again, A3 paper, so you're going to be cutting this up. You've got 20 sheets in there, and it's 300 GSM, so it's a good weight as well.
It is a really, really good weight. And I've also actually tried it with the alcohol markers, and it works with the markers as well.
It?
Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting.
Because I think you know, it's important that I try a little bit of everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
But otherwise, you know, it does work. Like if you wanted to mix and match, you can do. But yeah, it works with the acrylic paints beautifully. I've tried it on a jelly plate. It works with the jelly plate. You mix the two together.
Now, if you do want that, what an amazing price again. £12.99. 190948 is your item number. Now, next, and this has been really busy already. I'll subtly hide my small little bottle of water. So, what you're getting in this bundle, you're getting your metallic pencils, but you've also got your pencil kit and your pad as well. First of all, your metallic pencils. So these have got quite a nice shimmer to them. Again, look at your price. It's only £12.99. So we're talking beginners, we're talking maybe getting kids these to get that shimmer. And I mean, they are pretty, aren't they?
They are
pretty,
pretty,
a lovely shimmer.
And they do live. I mean, I've done them. All the swatches there are actually from the pad we've got in the one-day special.
Amazing.
But you know, they'll blend together beautifully as well. You know, so you can do all your pencil techniques if you wanted to mix the bronzy colour with the lighter gold, or even, you know, mix it with the red and get a rose gold sort of effect.
Yeah.
Mix them in with your normal pencils.
Yes.
You know, use them as the darker point, and you know, mix in with a lighter normal pencil, and you can create a nice subtle sheen then. As, if you didn't want a full-on one.
Yeah, if you don't want a full-on sheen. So you've got your pencils. Again, I can't believe that it's only £12.99. These are in a proper tin. You know, that's the thing, isn't it? If you are buying these, again, and I know I keep saying for someone starting out, for kids, but if you are buying these and it's in a tin, especially if you're buying them for kids, because they feel like they're using something posh. They feel like they're possibly using yours. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got, because it looks really good. So if they've been nagging you to use your really, really posh, expensive pencils, and you're like, no, you can give them these and they look good. You're still going to get some really nice results, but it's super cost effective. Now, £12.99, you're not just getting the pencils, you're also getting, and this, I mean, just have a look at this, because you've got that lovely little wallet. You don't really know how they do this, do you? You know, for them prices, you've got that lovely little wallet with that hook and eye fastening. You've got all your little pencils, all your pencils there. You've actually got 13 pencils, and it's going from HB right down to 2B, to be or not to be, of course. You've got your pencil sharpener. You've got your eraser there. You've also got a little sketch pad as well. And obviously, something like this, I mean, it is, again, really good value for money. That is a paper pad, but it's got a nice tooth to it as well. There's that one. I wonder, I bet you could. I wonder if you could open that up like that so it stands. I don't know. I might be pushing my luck on that one. Might be. I don't know. I might be pushing my luck. I think it'll actually just stand up like that without me faffing. Yes, it will. Without me faffing, Leonie. No faff required. And again, magic. It's about all I've got, Marcus. Now, and there's your pencils. Basics. It's your basics, isn't it?
It is, because you're going right from the, you know, the harder H pencil, right down to the softer B pencil. And the B pencil, you can still smudge. You can still do all those smudging techniques that you can do with a graphite pen, a pencil with them. So you can still do all the grey, the shading. If you want to do your drawing and have the finer lines, use the harder pencil, and then colour in with the softer, bolder pencils.
Perfect. I mean, again, amazing price, £12.99 for that set. Incredible Christmas presents. 780 149 is your item number. Now, we've also got for you the acrylic paints. Again, your price. So when you look at your price of these, $11.99, now look at your colour palette in this. And you've got a mixture. You've got some that are opaque. You've got some that are translucent. You have got a nice set of brushes. And normally, $11.99, let's be honest, your brushes are normally a little bit meh. But $11.99, you're getting all them, and you're getting decent brushes, not meat ones. they're nice, and I know I sound surprised at that price. It is surprising. You know, they're nice. They're nice brushes.
And the paints are, you know, you've got a mixture there of beautiful pastel shades and then what I would call our traditional palette.
Yeah.
You know, with the darker greens, the darker yellows, but you've got the pastel in between as well, and they mix beautifully. I mean, I've put them through a stencil with a palette knife, which we don't normally do with an acrylic, but I thought, why not? I've played with them on the jelly plate, and they work beautifully on the jelly plate.
Okay.
You know, through your stencils. And they're great. I mean, spritz them. You know, think about, you know, like with, you know, backgrounds. Also, simple drawing techniques with acrylics that you can do by blending to create a sunset, to create a water effect. It's not hard with acrylic.
And at that price, playing, and this is what we're saying, this is a really good introductory price for you to get hold of a gorgeous array of colours and just play, just practice, just introduce someone into craft and art and see if it's for them. At $11.99, it's super cost effective, it's affordable. All those beautiful paints and of course those paintbrushes, 6 paintbrushes there for £11.99. 717-822 is your item number. Now, we have got other goodies on the show. In fact, we've got a lovely little art set. Hey, I do remember when I were a kid receiving gorgeous art sets. Honestly, oh, talk about favourite. And this is lovely. It's in a beautiful case. Again, 20 quid. It's in a brilliant case. You've got your pencils in there. You've got your lovely watercolour paints. You've got your oil pastels as well there, your oil crayons, sorry, in there as well. I mean, that is a lovely, lovely set, and it looks beautiful. You know, again, great gift ideas. 842-560 is your item number. Now, we've also got for you, and this is I like this set as well, a set of canvases, just really handy. I mean, this is the kind of set, for that price, for £12.99, and I do like that size. That's the kind of set that's just really, really handy. Maybe if you're doing workshops, you know, teaching workshops, because that's working out tenner, $130 for a canvas. You know, it's a lovely stretch canvas, just really nice little prices that, and you could easily decorate them, again give them as gifts, whether they're painted or they're clear. That's 522821, your item number. Loads to see. Check the website. If you've got questions, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. But our lovely Lou, what did you want to demonstrate for us first of all, my duck?
You know when you don't know what to demo first, suddenly. Right, I've stamped already this out, and I've just used a Memento because I'm using alcohol inks. Use a hybrid ink pad if you haven't got a Memento. It doesn't, you know, then it'll work both ways. And I've actually stamped on the card we get in the one-day special, and I wanted to prove that I had, and I left the top bit on. Normally you would cut it away. I do.
Yeah, but I really like the top bit.
I know, you tear them off and you do, I know.
It just looks, isn't it funny? What have we become? But I love that.
But it is, though, isn't it? Sort of thing.
It is. We've got the stamps on the show, by the way, as well.
So I just wanted to stamp that, just to show that, you know, it does stamp.
Yes.
You know, so if you want to do your stamping straight away, I'm going to work on the stamp platform. Only reason I do is because I know it's smooth.
Yeah.
If not, if at home, because I don't clean my mat probably as well as I just work on a piece of foam, because then any residue that I haven't cleared up from gel mediums or things like that, I don't have to scrape first.
And why would you? Because obviously when I've used alcohol inks, you mean for stamping? I thought, sorry.
No, I'm going to colour that way.
Really? So, because when I've used them, I've used like just paper. Is there a reason you like using like something spongy?
Softer.
Oh, that's nice technique.
It's softer. And I can be quite heavy-handed.
Right, okay.
sort of thing. So rather than, you know, like I could, you know, drill a hole in it. I've got the softness there, so I don't.
Ah, that's a good technique. I like that.
Yeah, so you use your stamping platform. Also, you know, you can just keep your magnets on as well. But or like I said, if I do it on my mat, I'll just use a normal piece of foam. Sort of thing.
Okay.
So I just thought we'd take one of the images, and I'm just going to do colouring. Now everybody asks why a chisel nib, and everybody goes, oh, I never use a chisel nib. Now I've got to say, I prefer to use the chisel to the bullet.
Really?
Main reason is it lays down colour quickly.
Yeah.
If you want to blend colours, it blends them quicker because and there's more ink going out there being dispersed. If you want to do alcohol ink techniques, like on acetate, tiles, glass, the chisel.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, makes sense.
Sort of thing. So I'm just going to lay down a quick colour, and I'm going with the lightest colour. When I colour with alcohol pens, I'm going to be honest, I colour as if I was watercolouring.
Yeah, I kind of like it because, again, like if we're talking beginners, it's quite nice to say, OK, you can literally just colour like this.
Yeah, and
you know?
and I do. And for me, the reason is, I don't know if it works the same for you. I start colouring the project, and then I've gone, right, I know what I want to add to this now, and my head's moved on to the next place. So I've just used the chisel straight away. Sorry if I'm moving it around, it's just easier to colour.
That's fine,
and I'm just taking some of the different pinks. Now, I do colour swatches, but I actually have a play for the colours that work for you.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, set colours, it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to go, and I'm just going to try and do some pleats. And I'm not being overly precious with them.
Perfect. Good pleats.
Well, but that's one of the reasons I don't wear pleats. Gosh, I had a pleated skirt at school, and I remember my mum moaning abysmally about ironing it. You know, you just go... And then I'm just going to go over with the colour that I started. And whilst the ink is wet, it just blends out.
Yeah. And this is on the paper that we're getting in the kit as well. Is this the paper or is this the card?
This is the card. I'm using the card.
Okay.
Only because I want to add quite a few layers. The paper will work, but it will soak up more of your pen. So if you want to be a little bit tighter... use the card.
Use the card.
But the paper is... Oh, it's wonderful on the jelly plate. That craft paper on the jelly plate is like...
Nice?
Yeah.
And again, you'll have all that lovely, you know, the bit that you've ripped out the pad, which we like.
Yeah. So I'm just going to now just do another colour. Now, the one thing with alcohol pens is, I think it was Julie McNeil said to me one day, something, you've got to remember it'll look horrible before it starts looking nice.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know when you just go to you're just being kind to me. And she wasn't. She was right, because you have to let it dry. And you don't, because they dry quickly, you don't assume that you have to.
Yeah.
So I've just gone down with another colour of the pink.
And
I'm just going over with the lighter one there.
And actually, you can see immediately it knocking that really bright one back, it allowing it to sort of... It kind of allows it to diffuse, doesn't it?
It does, and I know there's probably people out there with the alcohol markers who would colour this in a different way, but this is the way I like.
The thing is, everyone's got a different technique. And because the whole premise of this is to get new people in, you know, whether it be kids, whether it be absolutely someone brand new to alcohol inks. So there's no point trying to go with, right, this is how you blend, you do this one, you do this one. It's like, this is achievable.
It is.
Very achievable.
And, you know, have fun playing with it. Mix your colours up.
Because you're now just going back, that's the lighter one.
And that's the lightest one over the top sort of thing. And then I thought I'd be a real rebel and go for something slightly darker. You know, you just go, oh.
That is a rebel.
And I love this colour. It's called, what is it, vivid reddish purple, but it's got a really nice deepness to it.
Yeah, that is just really rich.
And then I'm just going to go back over with the pink again. So now... I'm going over lots of layers. It's just because I want to show you that everything can blend. But you could stop. You don't need to put the dark layer in if you didn't want to. If that is too much of a shock to the system, stick to 3 colours. If it's too much of the, you know, stick to 2. You know, go for 2 colours. You don't have to be... I just want to you know, just show the different colours going over on the top of each other. So I have got one finished, obviously, because I want to do lots of other bits as well. So I'm just going over, and I'm not doing it slowly.
No, you're going for it.
you know, you just go. I'm not.
But it's important again because we're not aiming for, you know.
No,
it's not a masterclass.
I mean,
it's meant to be
Yeah.
beginners.
And if you want to do, you know, blend it out a bit more, think about how we would do watercolour and, you know, you do your little swirls. You can still do all of those if you wanted to blend it out and you didn't want the sharper lines. You don't have to go up and down, but, you know, it doesn't really matter if you go up and down. So I'm just going to do little circles now.
Yeah. And that's the lightest colour again.
And that's the lightest colour.
Beautiful. And you haven't dug a hole in your paper yet, Lou?
No, I haven't.
Boom.
And it's coming through, but not too much as well on the card there.
Well, and it's meant to, isn't it?
And it's meant to. And, you know, I would carry on building and building and building. I have got one finished, but we'll have a play with some of the hair.
Beautiful.
And I want to grab. I love some of the names. You know, potato brown. You know, it's
potato.
Yeah.
What colour's my hair? Potato brown.
I know, you wouldn't even think about that sort of thing.
No, you wouldn't. And I mean, if someone did say to me, you've got, oh, look at your hair, it looks like a potato. Not quite sure I'd take that.
No.
Not going to lie. I'd be like, oh, thanks.
And yeah, and if the hairdresser offered you it, you'd probably go, no.
Yeah. Ooh, you'd look really lovely with some potato brown shading. And you probably would, wouldn't you? You'd be like, meh, no thanks.
No.
No thanks, I'll move on.
And all I'm going to do is just do some squiggles.
She's been using the curly hair technique.
Well, it's also, I colour quickly.
Yeah. And
I know that sounds a really weird thing to say, but I do. And then, you know, it's a great way. I can go in with another, because you get 2 or 3 shades, which I didn't think we really mentioned. You know, like, so you'll get 2 or 3 greens, you'll get 2 or 3 browns. Same with the pinks, same with the reds.
And when you think about something to this value, you know, when you think about, okay, this is a set that's obviously designed for beginners, to have 2 or 3 different shades of the colours, I think is brilliant, because obviously that really does encourage you to get beautiful shade and gorgeous tones.
And where are you? Sorry, I'm talking to myself. You know, and I was looking for a certain colour, and then I'm just going to go over
potato
with what they call, like, this lovely little buttercup yellow.
Oh, that's nice.
And then suddenly, because we've got another colour on, it blends it. I treat my alcohol pens like I would do with watercolours. So, you know, if you put water down, they blend out further. If you don't put as much water down, and in my head, that's how I think of it.
Yeah, I like to see the different waves. I like to see what you've put in there. I think that looks really lovely, because you've given it texture.
And I'm, like I said, I've not done anything overly. Now, I probably would go back in with the darker colour and just, you know, add a little bit of depth around there.
Yeah.
But I'm conscious, you know, that we've got, I want to show. So, you know, you could add your different colours. But if you wanted to do it block colouring, go block colouring.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if you don't, it doesn't have to be complicated. Look, there's me now flicking, and I'm bored with flicking already. But, you know, you can sit there and we can go block colouring, and you can go over darker. And, you know, you can build it up bit by bit by bit by bit, if that's the way you want to do it. And we've got colours in here as well that, where is it? That's the one there. That we can start doing some of the skin tones.
Fabulous. And see again, I mean, all of these in that one box for £29.96. It is phenomenal.
It is. It seems really strange. I'm going to have all these pens out in a minute. I had them all in lovely order, you know, and you just go...
They're all over it, they'll be all over
and then the next time you ask me, I'm going to be, oh, OK, hold on a minute, I've got to find them all. Right, so I just want to grab, there's the baby pink. Was I using it? Yeah, there we go. And I'm just going to add...
Oh, lovely.
And when don't forget, it will dry back, and it will...
Yes. And it gives you that really subtle hue. But, yeah, I think that's, again, it just astounds me that you're getting all of this for that price.
So you've lost me now. I'm colouring. You know when you just go. I'm in the zone. I would
Colours
do a lot
on.
more with the hair, I must admit, because that's bugging me now. So I do apologise. You know, I would have to go back in with the hair.
Oh, I love that.
But you know, you carry on building it up, and then once I've done this here, I would then just literally take the chisel again.
Yeah.
And go over everything, and then that makes the pink a darker colour. So I do use the chisel, and the chisel then suddenly blends it out further because you're putting more ink down.
Right, of course.
And they're nice and juicy, the pens, that you can do that. So, you know, get lost in the colouring process. That sounds rude, doesn't it? I didn't mean it to sound quite as rude as that.
I'm not quite sure. Oh, you mean the get lost bit?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I was trying to think how the rest of it sounded rude. I would think of a different rude.
All I've done differently here was, where I've taken that pink there, I ended up going, you know, I quite like the idea of going all over with the chisel nib with the other
and
pink.
getting the dark pink.
And getting the dark sort of
See,
and the
that's
hair
amazing.
is exactly the same as the technique that I've done there. And all I then did was went back over again with the darker brown, doing the little squiggles.
Yeah.
And then
just building that up.
And just building it up on top of each other,
Yeah.
And you know, you can keep doing it, and the face was exactly the same, you know,
Yeah.
again. So that, you know, there's lots of different ways that you can do it from that one there. So I'll try to put you there, lady.
No, that's great. Thank you, Olu. I'm going to give you a bit of a refresh. Now, this is, again, that price is ridiculous. £29.96. Lou's going to give us techniques. Lou's going to give us loads of different ideas. I mean, if you are beginning, if you're starting out, if you're buying these for someone who's never used alcohol markers before, maybe they are still at school, maybe they're thinking that they want to get into arts and crafts, or maybe they've always been into arts and crafts, but they've never used alcohol markers. This is a good entry-level price. And the products, I mean, Lou's showing us some beautiful techniques. You might just literally be regularly colouring in with these, but you have got such an array of colours. You've got, as Lou says, I mean, look how many different blues you've got there. So you've got a really good ability to get good tonal aspects here. And that's as a beginner. Now, not only have you got the pens, you've then got the actual storage box. And the storage box, again, really, really amazing. So it's going to house all your pens in there. Stacks them dead easy. You've got your lockable case, your lovely lockable box as well. Lockable box. It's a really good case. I like the fact that the handle sinks into it as well. You've then got... That price isn't just for the pens and the case. You've then got your pads. Now, with the pads, you're getting your A4 pad. So remember, with the pads, you're getting your paper. So you're getting the white. You're getting card and paper in there, ready to go. You're then getting the craft card. You're getting card and paper in there. You're then getting the black. You're getting card and paper. You're getting 10 of each in there. I mean, these are nice big pens as well to play with. And then, as if that wasn't enough, you've got your pens. And that is just amazing value for money. Your lovely drawing pens, you've got a whole variety of different pen nibs there. So it's going to take you through your drawing. Maybe you're going to be starting calligraphy. Maybe you're just going to be doing some beautiful, you know, brush lettering and then adding your beautiful pen to these. It's a cracking set. And of course, the colour palettes, the different things that you can achieve, the different blends that you can achieve. We aren't trying to go too technical with this. You know, we're not trying to get too lost in techniques and, you know, how to achieve the perfect blend. We want to put colour down. We want to get a finished look. We want to, we want to celebrate the colour of these. You know, that beautiful vibrancy that you're going to get from these. And that's the important bit, because that price is such an affordable price. It is for people just entering into the craft stroke arts, and that is a beauty. Like, look at that. That's from these pens at that price. And obviously we know Lou's amazing. She's really good at what she does. But if you break it down, you know, these are achievable. We're not trying to get smooth, even blends. We're trying to get vibrancy, and that is pretty. Now, if you would like to get hold of these, obviously the paper pad, Lou's done lots of different demonstrations with the paper pad. Like some of these are with pencil, but it's using the beautiful papers as well. So it gives you a real mix. Like that's with the pencils that we have got on the show, but it is using the gorgeous paper and the paints that we've got on the show. I love those paints on there. Now, £29.96. This is your one-day special. It has been really busy. In fact, with this set already, we have lost 10% of the stock. Now, 458064. It is going to be sent out for you from the 17th of October, the 18th of October. 458064 is your item number. So that's where we're starting. We've got more. So we've also got those beautiful aquacolor pencils, sticks. So you've got your beautiful aquacolor, and then you've got that massive pad, an A3 pad, which obviously you can cut down, you can use in different ways. If this were me and I were buying this for a gift, I'd absolutely encourage them to cut it down, because A3 can look scary, but if you cut it down so it's A6, ain't scary. You've just saved loads of money as well, because obviously you're getting even more for your money. I mean, it's only £12.99. This is affordable. You can see the blend on these, and that, as Lou was saying, just literally scribbled on. Use your water brush or paintbrush just to drag that colour out, and it gives you a really nice, easy blend. 190948 is your item number. £12.99 is your price there. Now, next we've got for you, and this has been super busy. So for is it £12.99? It's £12.99 again. I mean, the prices. You get in your metallic pencils, which are different. They'll give you that shimmer, you know, over the top, and overlay them on top of your alcohol markers. Overlay them on top of your watercolour pencils. That's a lovely thing. Everything mixes and matches. You've got your metallics, but then you've got, and this is a full wallet. In the wallet, you get in all your beautiful pencils, and then, of course, you get your sketchbook as well. With the pencils, it's going from, shall I spin that the wrong way around? Have I got that upside down? Yes, I have. So we're going from 4B, 4H, sorry, right down to 4B. So literally the harder spectrum, and then right to the soft pencils. You're also getting your the eraser and the pencil sharpener. Cracking kit for £12.99. That is 780149. And then you've got your paints. Now, acrylic paints. With these, you have got, again, a beautiful colour palette. Some are quite translucent. Some have got an opacity to them. But you've got a really nice array of colours. Again, it might be someone who's literally only maybe had a play with pencils or had a play with watercolour paints, and you want to see, you know, if they love acrylics, if they want to get into acrylics. You're not going to, if you're buying someone acrylic paints for the first time, you're not going to go out and spend a fortune on them. They might not like them. They might not get on with them. It might be just a fad. With something like this, for £11.99, they can have a play, they can have a, you know, a little dip, and to see if this is for them. And of course, with that array of colours, it means, so not, imagine £11.99 if you were buying some of the artist quality. You know, how much would you'd probably get 1.5 colour for £11.99. Well, I mean, when you think about it, one tube, a little tube, for how much is that normally in acrylics? A decent one. Do you know what I mean? We're talking like £6 easy, aren't we? £11.99, and you got your paintbrushes, and the paintbrushes are nice. You know, as I was saying, normally at that price, your paintbrushes aren't nice, but they're nice paintbrushes. £11.99, and again, you have got a lovely colour spectrum there, and I do like the pastel shades. I think they're gorgeous. Now, that is 717822, your item number, if you'd love to go for your acrylics. And I like that we've got acrylics and watercolours, because it does allow you to see the differences. Now, this next set, this has already been busy, and I'm not surprised. Again, it's your prices, £11.99 for the whole kit. That's ridiculous. Now, before I even talk about, look at the colouring in books. This is a massive book, 128 designs. Now, it is double-sided, so if you're using these, you probably decide which one you were going for. Do you know what I mean? Like, if this were me, I'd be like, okay, do I want that stairway, or do I want, I'd choose. I probably wouldn't be doing both, or do I want the leaves? I would absolutely go for the leaves, and then I cut these out. As a, sorry, I'm talking the leaves. As a crafter, you know, as a crafter, that's what I'd be going for. But obviously, for that price, $11.99, if you are brand new to this, colouring in book is just beautiful. It's mindful, you've got so much detail. I love these, Lou. The amount of stuff that you're getting in your colouring in book. She's colouring in. These are, look at the images.
But there's some lovely ones in there that you can cut out.
Yeah.
You know, cut shapes out. Also, you know, I know it sounds a horrible thing to say, colouring, but tear a page out you like.
Yeah,
colour
well,
it out
I would.
and cut it. I mean, those there, you could actually cut that in half, and you've got 2 card fronts.
Yeah,
you know, colour it up
absolutely.
2 card fronts that you want to give someone, or stick it in your art journal, frame it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's so much in. I'd be doing that. I'd be choosing. Like I said, I'd be like, well, do I want to go for that side, or do I want to go for that side? And then, and I definitely, do I want the little kitten, or, oh no, it's mandala. Do I want the kind of mandala, or do I want to go for the hippie chick? I'd be going hippie chick. She'd be getting coloured in, ripped out, and making a card. And easy to decoupage as well, is that? Obviously, we're talking from crafter's point of view. That price, we're not thinking crafters, but well, we are, so whoever you want it to be. But for that price, again, it could be someone brand new who's never tried colouring in. $11.99, and it looks good. I mean, look at the box the pencils come in. That's a really nice box. 20% at stock gone. That's a really lovely box. I mean, just look at that. And you're getting, look at all the pencils. Now, these ones are, Luke, they're not watercolour pencils, these, are they?
No.
They're just your regular colouring in pencils, aren't they?
You were talking about the box. Sorry, I'm still colouring that lady in because I was, you know, I've got carried away. But the pencils, what I loved about these, I'm just going to move all my bits out of the way. This is magnetic.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you're working with them, each of the layers has got a piece of acetate, and each acetate layer is slightly shorter.
Right, okay.
So when you pull it out, they will all sit there staggered. So when you're working with them, they actually then fall on top of each other. So you can work with them like that, and they still stay in the box.
Oh, that's
so then when you're
cool.
finished, you just push all the layers back in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really handy, isn't it?
And so you know, they all just then push back in on top of each other, and you've got the layers from there.
Oh, that's really handy.
I just thought that was really nice.
And I just, yeah, it's things like that. When you look at those prices, you think, really? Really? I mean, sorry, I'm trying to show the colours as opposed to just my hand. You've got, I mean, just have a look at those beautiful, beautiful colours. That is just such an array. Now, that is your first one, so you've got your reds and your oranges and your yellows in there. The next set that we've got, you've got your greens. I'm holding the pencils at the bottom because I don't want to do what I've just done. So that's why I'm holding them at the bottom, because I know I'm trying to angle them so you can see those beautiful colours. The greens, look at all the gorgeous greens. They're beautiful. You've got the blues there. I mean, they do look really expensive. We know they're not really expensive. These are so super cost effective, but they look good. They haven't done them so they look like the price you're paying. We never use that word in this one that means very cost effective. We never use that on shopping TV. They look a lot more expensive than what you're paying. You know what I mean? So you've got your beautiful pencils, a gorgeous collection of colours there. I wonder, well, I'll leave that there for now. You've got those beautiful pencils. You've then got not one, but 2 colouring in books. Your pencils come in that gorgeous box. And then you get in, and I mean, the colouring in books are lovely. Our Alex absolutely adores her colouring in books. This is, you know, when she's up in the handle, She does tons of colouring in. And these ones, again, I'd be choosing which side are we doing. You might not do that. You might be choosing both. When you're using colouring in pencils, you can actually colour on both sides because your ink isn't going to go through. If you start introducing gel pens and stuff like that, which I would be doing, or you see, I love the houses. I'd be cutting those out. Then choose a side. But then what you're going to do here, oh, hello. Maybe you're going to make these into pictures. Maybe you're going to be popping these onto your cards. You know, you can do so much with these, and you've got so many images. Now, okay, this is super busy, and I mean, look at that. This is what our Lou's achieved with these pens. Right, I'm not going to say I won't get this with these pencils because I can't do the shading like our Lou, but it shows what you can achieve. $11.99. That is 703757. Now over to you, our lovely Lou.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I thought you. No, I was so busy. I was carrying on playing. Sorry, with the lady. So I just carried on to adding a little bit more of the pink because I just wanted to show you in between you doing it. And it's quick, and I've not done anything different than I was showing before. Right, I put you to one side, sorry. I was while you were doing there. I've got different sets of leaves. It's the same set, and I've just cut them out. And one is on the card in the pack, and then I've used Dolly Dimple's mixed media, and then I've used the watercolour paper. And I just thought it'd be nice to play with the difference, just to show the pens will work equally the same. So I'm just going to start with the yellow and just put the yellow down. Now, one of the things I will cheat with is I won't colour right to the edge. Sometimes the alcohol markers on certain card and paper will bleed and fill that in, but I treat that as my highlight.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, actually. I must admit, Lou, most of my colouring is like that now because I use my contact lenses on there and I can't actually see.
Oh, I can't wear contact lenses anymore, sadly. I do miss it with certain sunglasses, but hey-ho. It doesn't look quite the same sort of than putting them over my glasses, however cool they were. Right, so I put the yellow down there. Now, I can go over with a green. You don't, you know... And as I said, I colour like I watercolour.
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to go over with the yellow again and just blend the two together. And I will do a little circle motion, but I'm still going to leave that white line along the top.
Yeah.
And then the two will gradually go together.
And which card is this again? Sorry, Lou.
This is the card from the one-day special.
Wow. Okay. Wow, that's amazing.
But then, I mean, so you can do lots of different... If you wanted to do it that way, let's get the chisel. If you wanted to do something different with it, I can sit there and I can put the colour on like this with the chisel because it'll add more ink. So if I then go over the same yellow...
And see, you're being brave because if this were me as a beginner, I would just be going light green, dark green. Do you know what I mean? If I were a beginner, I wouldn't be... Like, I won't be doing the two colours like that because that isn't how my brain would work. But I think it's lovely to see what you can achieve with the product.
Yes,
that's
but
amazing.
I mean, it's also, I mean, one of the things we did when we did autumn crafts in school was the first thing before we got the children colouring is we'd ask them to go and pick 5 different leaves. All had to be different colours.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they could then see that, you know, it's got all the different colours in there, sort of thing. So now, if I've got that one there, I've got the yellow there, and I'm now going to go for the paler green. And I'm just going to go over the top.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
So now I've got another colour, because I had the yellow base again. It's changed them.
Yeah, that looks
again
really
originally.
Good. Yeah.
I suppose if I got a piece of card, you could see what the original colours were, which would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it?
I love that. I think that's amazing.
So, well, we've got those there. So that was that colour there, and it was that one. So that's quite a dark colour.
That's really dark. See, that's so brave going in with that. I wouldn't... I'd literally just be sticking to...
So those are the 3 colours, you know, that would go like that. So you can carry on building them. But then, saying that, though, you might want a different colour. So if I went in with the turquoise, I'm in love with this turquoise. I had to put it away. But I can now go in with the turquoise because it's a blue-green.
Yeah.
I've now changed the leaf together. And like I said, I colour like I watercolour, so I would go over or add the yellow back in.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
and I still leave that white. So now I've got another shade of green by bringing in another colour.
Yeah.
I could put, so this is just a tile, and I've just put some of the dark blue on there, and I can take my pen and pick up some of the colour, and I've got another colour and blend it out with the yellow.
Ah, that's cool. So picking up the yellow. Picking up the blue with the
So
yellow.
you know, so you can actually, you know, do all the different colouring techniques that you would do, say, with another medium. Bring it into having a go with these alcohol markers, and that is all I've done. So if I put that one there for the moment, let's move you, and I'm going to go then, because I like this. Let's go for this turquoise because I like this turquoise. So I mean, because leaves come in lots of different colours.
Yeah, they do.
And all I'm going to do is I'm going to just leave, and I'm.
And which card is this one again?
This is the Dolly Dimples Mixed Media.
Right, cool.
Because I just wanted to show that the pens will work on a range of different card. You know, it doesn't have to be. And then if I grab, which one shall I grab? I'm going to grab that one. So this now is the darker green from that one there that I've used. And
oh yeah, that's nice. I love those colours together. They look lush.
And then I'm just going to go back over with the same colour. So this is now a darker set of leaves.
Yeah.
But I've got a darker core.
Oh, yeah, that's lovely. And I love it because this is it, isn't it? Again, I know I keep harping on about this, but as a beginner, I'd be just green, green, green. But that looks really nice.
But if we look at the green, so we've got lots of different greens in here. I'm just going to stick to... So if I take this lighter green, you know, and I'm just going to put a layer of the lighter green on.
Because like when I'm starting out, that is exactly what I'd be doing, and then I'll probably just do one more green. Do you know what I mean?
But if I'm like, okay, I get exactly know what you mean now. If I was doodling, I would actually, and it wouldn't bother me, which is really bizarre, isn't it? When you colour with a pen, you assume you've got to. I would actually have one darker.
Yeah.
And I would then do the top one lighter.
Yeah, that looks nice.
You'll find in a lot of my journal books, I do that.
Yeah, yeah. And that
because
really that
nice. Works just as well.
Yeah, and it's utterly achievable.
Yeah, and it works. You know, you can just as well. It's thinking of your colour families. Now, if I wanted to add a little bit more to it, we could add here. Think of different colours. This is where children are a bit braver than we are.
Yeah.
You know, and I can put yellow on there, and if I just leave it a little bit longer, it will start pushing the other colours away because it's an alcohol.